And back with some spicy new Greek mythology. It's Perseus, by the way. I'm doing the story of Perseus, and I was being facetious about the whole, ooh, nobody's ever done a story like this before, because it's actually a very common formula, and I think a guy wrote a book about it or something, I don't know. So there was this guy Acrisius whose two favorite things were having a male heir and not being murdered, but he had only accomplished one of those things, and that got him pretty frustrated. So he went to an oracle and he was like, hey, am I gonna have a son? And she was like, nah, but your daughter Danae will give you a grandson. Oh sweet, is he gonna inherit my throne? Oh yeah, totally, right after he murders you. Oh cool, wait, stupid monkey's paw. So he tossed his daughter down a hole so she couldn't procreate, but then one day Zeus came strolling by. Do. Wait a second. Oh hey, nice. Hey, wanna bang? Sure. And then 9 months later, Acrisius heard baby. One's done it before. It's your old pal Jake again, back with some spicy new Greek mythology. It's Perseus, by the way. I'm doing the story of Perseus, and I was being facetious about the whole, ooh, nobody's ever done a story like this before, because it's actually a very common formula, and I think a guy wrote a book about it or something, I don't know. So there was this guy Acrisius whose two favorite things were having a male heir and not being murdered, but he had only accomplished one of those things, and that got him pretty frustrated. So he went to an oracle and he was like, hey, am I gonna have a son? And she was like, nah, but your daughter Danae will give you a grandson. Oh sweet, is he gonna inherit my throne? Oh yeah, totally, right after he murders you. Oh cool, wait, stupid monkey's paw. So he tossed his daughter down a hole so she couldn't procreate, but then one day Zeus came strolling by. Do. Wait a second. Oh hey, nice. Hey, wanna bang? Sure. And then 9 months later, Acrisius heard baby sounds coming out of the hole, and he was like, crap, my daughter must have procreated with a horny god. And he figured it probably wasn't a good idea to kill the son of a god, much less a horny one, so he stuffed Danae and her son Perseus in a box and dropped them in the ocean and was like, gee, I sure hope Poseidon doesn't let them die. It would totally be Poseidon's fault if they drowned in the ocean, right? Are we clear on that? That makes sense. And Zeus was like, oh hey, it's that chick I hooked up with, and he guided their boat to the island of Seriphos where a fisherman found them, and Perseus grew up there. But then the fisherman's extremely overachieving brother Polydectes was the king of the island, and he had the hots for Danae, and he was like, hey, wanna bang? Ew, no. Hey mom, is this guy bothering you? Cause if he is, I'll murder his ass right now. No, everything's fine, don't worry about it. Anyway, bye. And Polydectes realized he needed to get rid of Perseus, so he invited him along with all of his rich friends over to a party, and he was like, hey, guess what guys, I'm gonna get married to not Perseus's mom. Yep, that's happening. Oh, congratulations man, here's an electric chariot made of gold as a wedding present. Yeah, and you can have my yacht made out of exotic animal bones. Oh hey, sorry man, I don't have any expensive gifts for you. I was raised by a fisherman who's also your brother, but like not a prince for some reason. Oh, don't worry about it. Hey, why don't you just go on an extremely dangerous quest to retrieve the head of the Gorgon Medusa and not come back? Oh, alright, and Perseus left for his quest. Wait a second, who's Medusa? Said nobody, but I'll explain it anyway. So Medusa was this smoking hot snake lady, but then one day Athena caught her hooking up with Poseidon in her temple, and as punishment she turned her so ugly that anyone who looks at her gets turned into stone. So she went back to live with her two sisters and probably started a lucrative career making and selling lawn ornaments or something. So anyway, as Perseus set on his adventure, Hermes and Athena showed up and were like, hey, our dad wanted to let you know that you're gonna need to go on a few side quests first to level up your gear, so here's some items to get started. Ah, dope, thanks. First, Perseus needed to visit the Grey sisters for information. The three of them had only one eye that they had to pass around, so while one was handing it to the other, he swooped in and was like, haha, I got, oh god, it's wet. I don't know why I didn't expect it to be wet. Ew. Let me guess, you want to make us tell you where you can find the nymphs so they can give you the loot you need for your quest? Yes, please. It's looking at me. Why is it looking at me? Yeah, okay. So to find them, you're gonna want to go up to the... actually, could you just put it into my Google Maps? I'm kind of bad with directions. I just follow the GPS everywhere. Ugh, god, I hate zoomers. Alright, okay, thanks. Appreciate it. Yeah, ew. Can I have my turn with the tooth now? So then Perseus went to the nymphs, who gave him a cap of invisibility so he could infiltrate the Gorgon's lair undetected. And also a bag. A magic bag. So Perseus put on the helmet and snuck up on Medusa while she and her sisters were sleeping, using Athena's mirror to guide his killing strike. Huh, that was actually really easy. I didn't even need the invisibility hat for this. Hey, did you just kill our sister? Did you just kill our, mom? Well, this is awkward, bye. So then Perseus went on his way home, but as he was flying over Africa, he noticed something. Wait a second. Oh, hey, nice. I'm so proud. Hey, wanna bang? Oh, hey, that sounds dope, but I'm actually about to get eaten by a giant sea monster. Ah, geez, that's a pickle. What happened? My dad pissed off Poseidon. You know how it goes. Whew, yeah, that'll do it. You know what? Hold on a second. I'll be right back. Hey, would it be cool for me to marry your daughter if I kill the giant sea monster that's about to eat her? Yeah, that sounds fine. Tight. Ow, I'm a big sea monster, now I'm dead, blah. And so Perseus married Andromeda, and then he went home to finally deliver his gift to Polydectes. Oh, hey man, glad to see you're back safe. I wasn't trying to marry your mom or anything. Wait, did you actually get the head of Medusa? Yeah, here you go, man. Oh, oops. So I can be king now, right? And then all of Perseus's problems were pretty much taken care of, so he decided to look for a new passion in life and joined an ultimate frisbee team. Wow, I'm really glad I've been able to take the time to stop worrying about my impending death at the hands of my grandson and enjoy watching my favorite semi-obscure low-contact team sport. Ah, stupid monkey's paw. Hey, are you extremely lonely? Of course you are, you're watching videos about ancient mythology. But don't worry, this story is a great guide on how to find fulfilling relationship with minimal kidnapping involved. That's right, Jake's back at it again with more Greek mythology. So after helping his brothers overthrow the Titans, Hades was rewarded with the honor of ruling the land of the dead. It was a pretty simple job since 99% of people were sent to the fields of Asphodel where they just kind of vibed forever. Or if they were a king and or did some sick heroic stuff, they got to party in Elysium. But every once in a while, someone would royally piss off the gods and Hades got to come up with a suitably ironic punishment for their sins. But it was a lonely job and his OK Eros profile wasn't getting much attention. Then one day he found Demeter's daughter Persephone on Instagram and started simping real hard. So he went to her father, Zeus. Hey bro, I was just wondering if maybe I could get permission to, marry Persephone? You mean your biological niece? Who's like centuries younger than you? Haha, hell yeah, you can marry her, bro. Tight, thanks, bro. So when Persephone was out picking flowers with her friends, he waited for her to wander off alone and scooped her up. Ah! And Demeter heard her scream and started wondering where she went, so she asked the sun god Helios if he saw anything. Okay, so don't freak out or anything, but Persephone got... What happened to her? Okay, so you're freaking out, and that's what I said not to do. Just chill out. It's really not a big deal. She just got kidnapped by a horny death god. Okay, now that I say it out loud... I'll fucking kill him! Hey, you know, Hades isn't so bad. And she'll be married to one of the most powerful gods there is. What more could a young woman want to achieve in life? Am I right, fellas? Hey, right. Yeah. Patriarchy. And Demeter was super bummed, so to fill the maternal void in her life, she disguised herself as an old lady and got a job as a nanny for some rich kid. But unfortunately, things didn't work out because his mom wasn't a fan of her parenting methods. So Demeter revealed herself and told the kid's parents to build a big temple for her to hang out in so she wouldn't have to go back up to Olympus. But she spent so much of her time there crying and binging The Office that she forgot to make plants grow, which caused a bit of a problem for the mortals. And after a while, the gods started to notice that they weren't getting their usual servings of animal sacrifices. So Zeus sent them one by one to try and coax Demeter out of her depression nest, but nothing seemed to work. So finally, Hermes headed over to Hades to see if he could work out a solution. Okay, so this guy Tantalus, total douchebag. He tried to trick the gods into eating his son, and I was thinking, alright, clearly food is the theme we're working with here, so I've come up with 3 pretty solid options for his eternal punishment. A, we have hellhounds constantly eating him alive, but his flesh grows back instantly, so it never ends. B, put him in a pool up to his neck and have a fruit tree above him, him, but when he tries to drink, the water recedes, and when he reaches for the fruit, the branches raise out of his grasp. Or C, we do the reverse of that, where he's constantly being force-fed, so he's just getting more and more stuffed and never gets to come up for air. I call that one the foie gras. So which one do you think sounds the most fittingly ironic? I don't know. I guess any of them would be fine. I feel like you don't appreciate the art of this. Hey, sorry to interrupt this, but I was wondering if I could borrow Persephone for a minute. Demeter is kinda causing a global famine. Huh, that sounds like a real pickle. That could cause me a real headache since we're already near capacity here and the expansion renovation just got delayed. So I guess I better let you go back up to visit your mom and work things out. Wow, thanks, I'd really appreciate that. I guess you're not a completely insufferable incel after all. That's the most romantic thing you've ever said to me. But before Persephone left, Hades stealthily snuck some pomegranate seeds into her mouth. Yay, my daughter's back. Now I guess I won't starve humanity. Also, what are you wearing, young lady? Mom. Well, I guess we'll just have to keep Persephone up here forever so Demeter doesn't forget to make plants grow again. Sounds good to me. Yeah, Hades is kinda creepy, though I do like his aesthetic. Aha, not so fast. Hate to ruin your reunion, but Persephone ate pomegranate seeds. Okay. Which means that she has to stay in the underworld with me. That's a rule? Yes, it is! So then they took the matter to Zeus, and after a lengthy overview of the official Hades terms and conditions, he decided that Persephone was required to spend a third of every year in the underworld with her husband. So now whenever her daughter leaves, Demeter retreats back into her pillow fort and doesn't let any plants grow for several months. But at least Persephone's Instagram following is through the roof. Hey, are you into strong, handsome, heroic, manly dudes? Well, why else would you be watching my videos? I'm Jake, and this is the story of Heracles, not Hercules. That's what the Romans called him. And I'm sure people who aren't pedantic nerds will care very much about that distinction. Okay, so we all know Zeus loves the ladies, and the ladies... But one day, Zeus scoped out a total babe named Alcmene, who was already taken by a guy named Amphitryon. Aw man, if there's one institution I would never dare to violate, it's the sanctity of marriage. Oh, I know, I'll just transform myself into Amphitryon. Then it will be totally fine. So then Zeus pulled some strings to make the night last 3 times as long, and then went down to Alcmene in disguise and, oh hey, look at that over there. The next morning, Amphitryon came back home. Hi honey, I'm back from my business trip. What are you talking about? You've been back since last night. You mean the night that was unnaturally long, likely due to some kind of supernatural intervention? Wait a minute. Aw, not again, Zeus. Whoopsie daisy. Not Again Zeus was filmed in front of a live studio audience. Anyway, 9 months later, Alcmene had 2 fraternal twins fathered by Zeus and Amphitryon, respectively, which is actually a real thing that can happen, and I didn't even know that. It was around this time Alcmene remembered Zeus's wife Hera wasn't a super big fan of her husband's extramarital lovers and their bastard children, and she panicked and left her Zeus baby out in a field. But then Athena scooped him up and brought him to Hera. Hey Hera, check out this random baby who you have no particular reason to hate. His name is, Hera is super awesome and everyone likes her. Yeah, that baby's pretty cool. Nothing about him would suggest that he's a walking reminder of my husband's infidelity, causing intense feelings of inadequacy that I'll choose to take out on others instead of facing the fact that I'm in a deeply unhealthy marriage. Yep, totally. He looks pretty hungry though. Maybe you can feed him with those fat mommy milkers of yours. Sure, as long as you promise never to say fat mommy milkers ever again. So Hera's magic goddess milk gave baby Heracles a major strength and constitution buff, and then he was brought back home to his family. And then Hera realized she was duped, so she sent some snakes to take care of the brat. But he wasn't all that bothered by them. And thanks to his OP stats, Heracles grew up big and strong and overachieved in pretty much every area. His only vice was having a slight temper. Very good, Heracles, though I noticed you started drifting ever so slightly off tempo around bar 125. Yeah, and then out of nowhere he tried to punch me, so as you can see, I instinctively acted in self-defense. That all seems to add up. Have a nice day, sir. Amphitryon started to get a little nervous around his stepson, so he sent Heracles to take care of the cattle outside of Thebes. But he still found plenty of stuff to kill, and he decided to visit Thebes again to show everyone his fresh new fit. But along the way, he ran into some messengers from Menea. Well, hi diddly hail and well met, travelers. What brings you to Thebes? Oh, we're coming to take some cows from the Thebans. Yeah, our king decided to take tribute from you guys every year, because we can and nobody will stop us. Oh, I'll give you your tribute. And then we tried to explain to him that this wasn't a valid form of payment, but he wasn't very receptive. And Erginos, king of Menea, was super ticked off, so he mounted an invasion against Thebes. And Heracles promptly handed them their asses. And the Thebans all thought he was super cool for this, so King Creon let Heracles marry his daughter, Megara, and they had a bunch of kids. And at this point, Hera was getting tired of seeing all the fame and glory he was getting, so she decided to completely ruin his life, as is her specialty. Wow, I sure do love having a beautiful, loving family. Actually, I hate beautiful, loving families! And Heracles was super bummed about murdering his family in a spontaneous fit of rage, so he traveled to the Oracle of Delphi to ask how to atone for his sins. Yeah, so you have a cousin named Eurystheus who's king of Tiryns, and he's kind of a douche, so as punishment you have to do 12 labors. No, wait, that's a spoiler. Sorry, 10 labors of his choosing. And then after that, you can become a god. Whoa, really? Damn, I should have killed my family years ago. So Heracles traveled to Tiryns in Mycenae and met with his cousin Eurystheus to be assigned his 10 labors. Oh hey, Heracles, my favorite cousin who everybody likes more than me even though I'm the king, what can I do for you? Oh, I accidentally committed some homicide and now I have to do 10 tasks assigned by you to redeem myself. Oof, well, we've all been there. But don't worry, I'll make sure your 10 labors are super easy so you can go right back to being everyone's favorite descendant of Zeus in no time. Why don't you start by, oh, I don't know, slaying the Nemean lion? That shouldn't be too tough. Sucker. Okay, now what? How did you even kill that thing? Its pelt is supposed to be impenetrable! Yeah, I noticed it wasn't bothered by weapons, so I just choked it until it stopped trying to claw my eyes out. Whoa, look everybody! Heracles killed the Nemean lion! Man, he's so cool. I can't think of a single person as cool as him. Nope, not a single other person comes to mind. Hey, Heracles, do you want to impregnate my 50 hot daughters? Okay! Next you need to, kill the Lernaean Hydra. And this time just meet me out front when you get back. So Heracles hitched a ride with his nephew Aeolus to the swamp of Lerna where the Hydra lived. And he soon found that his typical brute force tactics weren't very well suited for this foe. But with Aeolus's help, he was able to discover the monster's secret weakness, fire. And once it was dead, Heracles used its drops to craft some arrows with a sweet poison buff. Then they went back to Eurystheus to present their victory. Wow, nice work guys, but since you received help, I'm afraid I can't stamp your card for this labor. What? You never told me that was a rule. Oh, I'm sorry, are these the 10 labors of Heracles or the 10 labors of Heracles and his nephew? Technically, it's gonna be 11 labors now. You're not helping. Heracles' next labor was to capture the gold-antlered Cyrenian hind, but it was super fast, so he had to chase it around non-stop for a year until it got tired and gave up. And on his way back with it, he ran into the goddess Artemis. Hey, what are you doing with my favorite magic deer? You better not hurt it, or I'll smite the shit out of you. Oh yeah, this isn't what it looks like. I just have to take it to my cousin. It's part of this whole hero's journey atonement thing, I guess. What are you atoning for? Massacring my wife and children. Oh, alright, just put it back when you're done. So he presented the deer to Eurystheus, knocking out another of his 11 labors. So far. So after completing his third labor, Heracles was sent to capture the Erymanthian boar, which was causing some trouble in the city of Sophis. But along the way, he met a centaur named Pholus, and decided to take a break and hang out with him for a while. Thanks for dinner, man. What do you say we crack open a cold one and watch the game now? Oh, I'd be down, but all I've got is this special wine Dionysus gave me like 150 years ago. Talk about vintage. Pop it open. I would, but I'm a little worried my cousins will want to share, and they get pretty rowdy around alcohol. Oh, don't worry, I can party with another centaur or two. Alright, if you say so. Wine, 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 wine. Okay, there might not be enough to go around, actually. So Heracles had to fight off the horde of centaurs, and the poison arrows he got from the Hydra came very much in handy. But he accidentally shot a centaur named Chiron, who was actually a pretty cool guy. We'll learn about the stuff he did in another video. You know, at some point. Like, comment, subscribe. I guess you guys have had enough horsing around. Wow, that was crazy. These arrows must be super poisonous. Ow, I'm dead. Well, this was a bizarre and needlessly violent detour. Oh hey, there's that boar I need to catch. That was easy. And Heracles finally brought the boar to his cousin Eurystheus. And his next labor was to clean the stables of the Aegean cattle in a single day. But he decided this task deserved some extra compensation. So he went to the cattle's owner, Aegeus, and offered to clean up his stables in a single day, purely as a good deed, in exchange for some of his cows. I'd like to see you try. Cool, thanks. Wait, what? And Heracles made quick work of those cow pies by diverting a river to wash the stables squeaky clean. But Aegeus didn't want to pay up for Heracles' service and kicked him out of his land. Damn wage theft. Well, at least I've knocked out another labor. Actually, I just remembered a totally pre-existing rule where you can't try to receive payment for your labors. Gonna have to make up for this with a 12th one. Well, shit. What do I have to do now? See those birds by that lake? Yeah, go scare them. Make them fly away. That's it? I had to pull this one out of my ass. Give me a break. So after that, and a few more labors involving the harassment of wild animals, namely a pissed-off bull and some man-eating horses, Heracles took a break to do some other fun stuff. He killed another centaur, he invented the Olympic Games, he helped the gods fight some giants, he sailed around for a little bit with this guy named Jason, who I'll probably talk about sometime later. Like, comment, subscribe, click the bell icon, tell your friends, kill your parents. He even helped Prometheus out of that situation with the eagle, which was a real Chad move. And with all
all the fame and glory Heracles accumulated with each new adventure, his haters got increasingly mad. So when it came time to resume his labors, Eurystheus decided to ramp up the difficulty, and ordered him on a perilous quest to the land of the Amazons, to retrieve the belt of the fearless warrior queen Hippolyte. Hey, can I have that belt? Yeah, sure. Shit! But Hera wasn't about to see her least favorite stepbastard get another easy win. So she snuck in with the Amazons disguised as one of their own, and she told the warriors that Heracles was secretly there to kidnap their queen. Wow, I'm sure glad I was able to wrap up this labor without any unnecessary bloodshed. Halt in the name of girl bossery! You know, I'd love at least one labor that doesn't involve mass murder and/or animal abuse. Funny you should say that, because I'm having a barbecue tonight and I was hoping you could maybe pick up some steaks for me. Ugh. So for his 10th labor, Heracles was sent to retrieve the red cattle of Geryon, who lived on a faraway island called Erythea. It took Heracles a long while to travel across Europe to get there, and as the sun beat down on him, he started to get a little cranky. Did you just try to shoot the sun? Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, man. I've just been having a rough week. Oh, no, dude, I'm honestly just impressed. I've never seen a human being with the audacity to try to cap a celestial body. You know what? Here's a magic cup for your troubles. Oh, thanks? No problem. Anyway, I gotta carry on. I'm off to bring a massive heat wave to a village of poor subsistence farmers. I love my job. Later, Hercules. Actually, it's Heracles in a Greek. Nobody cares! Well, that just happened. Finally, he made it to the island of the red cattle, which were guarded by a two-headed dog, a regular dude, and a dude made of 3 dudes. So yeah, he got to commit violence on quite a diverse range of life forms that day. His next challenge was bringing the cows, which conveniently all fit in Helios's magic cup, back to Mycenae. One of them ended up getting loose and mixed itself up with a guy named Eryx's cows. And Eryx told Heracles he wouldn't give the cow back unless he could beat him in a wrestling match. I wonder how that went. Then when Heracles had almost made it back to Greece, Hera scared all the cows away with a fly, forcing him to snatch them all back up. Because if it wasn't obvious, Hera just likes to see him suffer. But at last, after fighting tooth and nail to keep each and every cow safe and sound, he finally brought them to Eurystheus, just in time for him to slaughter them all in tribute to his favorite goddess, Hera. And finally, with his initial 10 tasks completed, Heracles was now left to do his 2 extra labors to make up for the ones his douchebag, cousin arbitrarily invalidated. So after completing 10 challenges, Heracles' 11th labor was to retrieve the golden apples of the Hesperides, which were guarded by a 100-headed dragon. Heracles wasn't in the mood to fight another giant multi-headed reptile, so he headed over to the Titan god Atlas for help. Hey Atlas, what you up to? Oh, you know, just holding up the sky, as has been my job for the past 4.6 billion years, without any vacation days. Hey, isn't the sky actually supposed to be a god? So it's kind of weird that you have to hold it up. Oh wow, look at you pointing out something in Greek mythology that doesn't make sense. You're so clever and funny. Good job, man. Yeah, so I don't suppose you could maybe go grab me some of those golden apples? I need to get some for my cousin Eurystheus. I murdered my family, it's a long story. Well, I have my hands full at the moment, but if you wouldn't mind holding this guy for a minute, then I could go get them for you. Sure, no problem, man. Ugh, wow, okay, quick tip, lift with your knees. You would not believe how much my back is killing me. Whew. And then once his chiropractor appointment was finished, Atlas came back to Heracles with 3 golden apples. Hey, so I was thinking, why don't you hold on to that sky for a little longer, and I'll just go to your cousin and drop off these apples for you. How's that sound? Oh, sure, dude, but, you think first I could just grab a cushion for my neck real quick? Oh, totally, man, yeah, it's a real killer on the neck, believe me. Cool, I'll be right back. Heh, sucker. As soon as he gets back with that cushion, he'll be taking my shifts for the foreseeable future. Wait, where are the apples? And then Heracles brought the apples to Eurystheus, completing his 11th labor. Wow, good job, Heracles. Through all these labors, you've done a remarkable job not dying. Despite all probabilities. So now for your 12th and final labor, you have to, go to the underworld and bring back Hades' giant 3-headed dog Cerberus. So Heracles headed into the land of the dead. And on his way to Hades, he came upon 2 guys with their asses stuck to rocks. You guys seem to be in a pickle. How'd you end up here? What? We're Theseus and Pirithous. Yeah, there's a whole myth about us and how we got trapped here. Then why hasn't Jake made a video about you yet? Because animation takes a while and I'll get to it at some point, okay? Like, comment, subscribe. Anyway, Heracles lifted Theseus off of the rock and he escaped back to the world of the living. But the ground started to get angry when he tried to free Pirithous. so he decided to leave him be. Sorry, Pirithous. Then finally, Heracles came to Hades and asked for permission to borrow his dog. Sure, just as long as you bring him back afterwards. Cerberus, you wanna go on a walk? You ready for walkies? You wanna go on a walk? Oh, you wanna go on a walk. Well, it took longer than expected, but I think it's safe to say Heracles won't be coming back from this labor, which means I'm back to being the most popular descendant of Zeus. Hey, so are there more magical items or abominable creatures you want me to bring to you, or are we done here? We're good. We are so good. You are officially redeemed for your sins. Now please leave my property and take the giant hellhound with you. Thank you! And now with his conscience cleared for the murder of his family, Heracles decided to take a second chance with love. So he battled a river god to win the hand of a lovely princess named Deianira. She was so lovely, in fact, that one time a centaur named Nessos tried to kidnap her. But luckily, Heracles intervened before he could get away. Ow, I'm mortally wounded. Thanks, babe. You're welcome. Wow, your husband is super cool. Yeah, he's pretty rad as far as husbands go. I guess I'm a lucky gal. I bet the ladies are all over him, so let me give you a tip. Sure, guy who just tried to kidnap me, I'm all ears. If you're ever worried he's gonna leave you for some other chick, you can use my blood as a love potion to win him back. It's definitely not actually poison. Sounds legit. Thanks, man. Alright, I'm gonna die now, blah. A little while later, Deianira noticed that Heracles had an eye for another hottie named Iole. So she secretly rubbed the centaur's blood into his favorite shirt while he wasn't looking. But when he put the shirt on, it turned out that the rapist horseman was not as trustworthy as he seemed. And Heracles didn't want to live with a permanent poison debuff, so he said, guess I'll die, and set himself on fire. But then Zeus scooped him up and brought him to Olympus. And after some sorely needed family counseling, he and Hera managed to work out their issues. And then Heracles was finally promoted to godhood and given immortality, so he could be celebrated for his exceptional heroism for all eternity. And that is, more or less, the story of the great hero Hercules. Wait, shit, now I did it. There are surprisingly few unambiguous villains in Greek mythology. We mostly see messy conflicts between parties of gods and or noble-blooded mortals operating on a very different moral paradigm than that of most modern-day people. And then there's Typhon, the giant screaming monster made of snakes whose exclusive goal in life is to violently overthrow the gods and plunge the universe into chaos. We can safely call this guy problematic. Most classical sources tell us that Typhon was the offspring of Gaia, the primordial earth goddess, and Tartarus, the pit that makes up the lowest reaches of the Greek cosmos. And Gaia sent their son to usurp the Olympians as revenge for their subjugation of her Titan children, which they did because the Titans were subjugating her Cyclops and Hecatonchire children. Gaia isn't very good at making her kids get along, and I haven't even made a video on the Gigantomachy yet, but according to Homeric hymn number 3 to Apollo, and also the poet Stesichorus apparently, Typhon was actually immaculately conceived by Zeus's wife Hera. The story goes she was ticked off at her husband for giving birth to Athena from his head. So to get back at him, she decided to give birth to a kid of her own who would be even stronger than Zeus. Interestingly, this mirrors the birth of Hephaestus told in Hesiod's Theogony, except in that one, instead of an apocalyptic monster, she just had a kind of ugly baby. In Greek mythology, monsters are usually conceived of as perversions of nature. You might take a person or an animal and give it immense size, additional heads or limbs, and maybe slap on some traits from other creatures. Typhon is all those ideas cranked up to 11. He's the largest of all Gaia's giant children, he's got hundreds of limbs all made out of screaming serpents and dragons, he's got wings, he spits fire, he's the ultimate most monstrous monster of all monster kind. So as you can imagine, Typhon didn't have a very wide dating pool, so he paired up with Echidna. No, not that Echidna, and definitely not that one. I mean Echidna, the half-woman, half-serpent daughter of the sea gods Phorcys and Ceto. And from her and Typhon's loins sprang some of the most notable monsters in Greek mythology. Many of them you'll remember from the adventures of our boy Heracles, who I made 3 videos about. Like, comment, subscribe. There's Cerberus, the 3-headed dog of the underworld, the Lernaean Hydra, a serpent that grows 2 heads for each one cut off. And if you've heard of a different version of the Hydra, I made a video about that. The Nemean lion with its impenetrable, though unfortunately not strangle-proof pelt. Orthus, the 2-headed dog who guarded the red cattle of Geryon, and the Hesperian dragon which guarded the golden apples. They also begot the Chimera, a fire-breathing monster with the combined body of a lion, a goat, and a dragon, which was trained by a guy named Amisodorus to terrorize the countryside and its livestock. And that was a real asshole move by Amisodorus. I have no idea what his deal was. It would eventually be slain by the hero Bellerophon, son of Poseidon, riding on the winged horse Pegasus. Classical art and literature just have him spearing the Chimera or capping it with arrows, but the later 12th century medieval poet John Tsetses describes a much more interesting battle. By the way, shout out to Publius Covidus Naso from the OSP Discord for translating this passage to English. That was extremely helpful. He describes Bellerophon being unable to pierce the skin of the Chimera, so he attaches a piece of lead to the tip of his spear and melts it over the monster's flaming breath. Then the molten lead drips into the Chimera's mouth and solidifies inside, killing it. You've probably heard this version of the story before and may have thought it came straight from ancient Greece. It is possible that John was working with a now lost Greek or Roman source. In the same passage, he mentions another detail to the story which he attributes to Lysias. But given that, as far as I can tell, there's not even any classical art depicting this version of the story, I'm leaning towards it being a medieval invention. If anyone has more information though, please let me know. I find it super neat when myths evolve beyond their classical sources and then become so ingrained that we don't even notice.
Hey, it's Jake from the future. I got borged, by the way, and I'm almost done editing this video, but I was just informed that there's actually an earlier source mentioning the story with the molten lead. It's from a 6th century commentary on the works of Gregory of Nazianzus, who was the Archbishop of Constantinople in the 4th century. So it's possible that that version of the Chimera myth originated in very, very late pagan tradition, but it's still pretty inconclusive. So yeah, thank you people of the OSP Discord for being extremely helpful for my videos.
Another child of Typhon and Echidna was the Sphinx, a winged half-woman, half-lion creature who preyed on the people of Thebes who failed to guess the answer to her riddle. That is until Oedipus managed to solve it and she decided to die. And then there was the Caucasian eagle, which Zeus would send to torment Prometheus for stealing fire. Caucasian as in it was from the Caucasus region, not Caucasian like, you know, me. And that's just to name a few. Someone get Echidna a Mom of the Year award, and a nap. And so, after Typhon was done with all that procreating, he barreled up to Olympus to make battle with Zeus. And when this happened, some of the later sources tell us that the other gods were scared, so they ran away to Egypt and disguised themselves as animals. Hermes disguised as an ibis, Apollo a hawk, Artemis was a cat, etc. And I just find that to be a very cute attempt at explaining Hellenistic syncretism. Anyway, Zeus came at Typhon wielding the adamant sickle once used by his father Cronus. But then, surprise, Typhon kicked Zeus's ass, took the sickle, and cut out all his muscle sinews, rendering him unable to move. Remember, most Greek gods can't die, so you need to get creative if you want to depose them. This would have marked a permanent end to Zeus's reign, except Hermes and Pan came to the rescue and stole back his sinews, allowing for the two adversaries to have a rematch. And while researching sources for this story, I found a fun but obscure excerpt from 2nd century poet Oppian, where Pan then lures Typhon with a banquet of fish, allowing Zeus to jump in for a surprise attack. And I thought that was hilarious, so I'm including it here. Now, the final fate of Typhon differs depending on the source. Hesiod has Zeus strike him with his thunderbolt, sending him down into Tartarus for all of eternity, except he can still annoy people with wind apparently. But others like Aeschylus say that Zeus took Mount Etna and threw it on top of Typhon, pinning him underneath. And to this day, he's trapped there spewing fire from the mountain's peak, this obviously serving as an etiological myth explaining Mount Etna's high volcanic activity. The fate of Typhon's ladylove Echidna also varies. If you ask Hesiod, her divine heritage made her immortal, and she just chills in her cave most of the time. Not too shabby. But according to the hymn to Apollo, the same that puts Hera as Typhon's mother, Echidna wasn't so lucky. That source tells of how Apollo shot her with an arrow, sending her into a rolling fit of agony, until she died and rotted away in the hot sun. That, I gotta admit, is pretty shabby. That's too bad for her. I see a whole lot of confusion on the internet surrounding the Gorgon Medusa from classical mythology, regarding her
This is a graph tracing the journey of the word avatar across the pages of English literature from the 1800s to today. Notice in the late 1990s, the word exploded in popularity. By then, avatar had already become part of gaming and internet culture, referring to a user's character in a game or their image on screen in one of those Web 1.0 forums. Then in 2005, Nickelodeon published the hit animated series Avatar: The Last Airbender, in which the avatar spirit is an entity that reincarnates within different humans throughout history, each one becoming the avatar, an individual who maintains the world's balance and harmony. Then in 2009, James Cameron's movie Avatar was released, quickly becoming the highest-grossing movie of all time. In the movie, an avatar is a biologically engineered body that humans control remotely. These are all kind of conceptually related. An avatar refers to a person or entity being represented or embodied in a different form. Me as a little cartoon figure, Sergeant Forgettable name in a blue alien body, or the avatar spirit inhabiting Aang. But while avatar has only recently become a mainstream word in English, the concept is much, much older, deriving from Hindu scriptures thousands of years old. And while these pop culture avatars share some of the elements that we see in Hinduism, there are some key differences. The word avatar comes from the Sanskrit word avatara, which means to descend or cross downward. Within Hinduism, it refers to a divine descent, when a deity manifests in a new form on Earth in order to restore order, defeat evil, and protect the virtuous. As a quick example, Rama, the hero of the epic called the Ramayana, is understood to be an avatar of the god Vishnu in several Hindu versions of the Ramayana. In this story, Rama is the crown prince of the city of Ayodhya, and defeats the main antagonist of the story, the multi-headed king Ravana. Now, avatara is often translated as incarnation, though this sometimes leads to surface-level comparisons with Jesus and the doctrine of incarnation according to Christianity. But the two concepts are very different. The literal translation of descent works just as well, if not better, because the deities are understood as descending from their divine abodes to the material realm. The word avatara is actually closely tied to Sanskrit vocabulary regarding theatrical performances. The word avatarana is a technical Sanskrit term describing the movement of actors from the stage wings onto the stage itself. So one way we can think about an avatara is a god like Vishnu as he takes his place on the world stage. The term itself appears somewhat late in Hindu scriptures, well into the Common Era, but the concept of different divine manifestations stretches back much earlier. For example, earlier texts like the Harivamsha use the term praturbhavas, or manifestations, and some have even traced the idea to the Vedas, the oldest scriptures in Hinduism. A hymn to Vishnu in the Rig Veda references Vishnu taking on a different form in battle. But the classic formulation of the concept is found in the Bhagavad Gita, which is part of the Sanskrit epic the Mahabharata. The Bhagavad Gita is a dialogue between the god Krishna, who's also considered by many to be an avatar of Vishnu, and the warrior Arjuna, as they discuss things like karma, dharma, and the nature of the self. At one point, Krishna says, despite being unborn and essentially imperishable, despite being the Lord of all beings, I resort to my phenomenal nature and come into being through my creative power. I send myself forth whenever dharma declines and adharma is on the rise. Age after age, I come into being to protect the virtuous, destroy the wicked, and reestablish dharma. The word avatara actually does not appear in this passage, or anywhere in the Bhagavad Gita for that matter, but it's generally viewed that he's referring to the concept. When he says he comes into being through my creative power, Krishna is explaining that he can spontaneously manifest in the physical world by his own divine will, and he does this with a purpose, in order to restore dharma, or social and cosmic order, that would otherwise collapse without his intervention. Generally, this means defeating some sort of antagonist that has thrown the world into chaos, like the King Ravana in the Ramayana. Notice that Krishna explicitly says that he's unborn and imperishable. The implication here is that he is beyond the cycle of samsara, the cycle of birth and death. This means that these manifestations are not like other beings who are stuck in samsara. These ordinary beings reincarnate in a different form as a result of their past karma, but an avatara of Vishnu is a new form, resulting from his creative power, not understood to be an illusion, but a real body. Now, I've mentioned Vishnu a few times already because the concept of an avatara or divine descent is most prominent within the branch of Hinduism called Vaishnavism. Vaishnavism is an incredibly diverse constellation of communities and traditions, but generally speaking, Vaishnavas are Hindus who recognize and worship Vishnu, or some form of Vishnu like Krishna, as the supreme god. Avatars play a prominent role within these traditions because Vishnu is understood to have descended in a series of manifestations throughout the eons. Now, the exact number of these avatars differ depending on the text. Earlier texts like the Mahabharata list 4, 6, or 8 avatars of Vishnu. The Pancharatra Samhitas mention 29, and the text called the Bhagavata Purana gives a list of 22, but then elsewhere says there are countless avatars of Vishnu, just as thousands of rivulets flow from a lake that never dries. But over the centuries, a list of 10 primary avatars called the Dashavatara become a widespread standard, listed here on screen. The two most famous are the previously mentioned Rama and Krishna. Rama, as we said, is the hero of the Ramayana. Krishna, an important figure in the Mahabharata and the god of the Bhagavad Gita. Other avatars from the Dashavatara include a few animals and an animal-human hybrid, including Matsya the fish, Kurma the tortoise, Varaha the boar, and Narasimha the man-lion. As with Rama and Krishna, these are divine descents with a purpose, to restore Dharma in a world gone astray. For example, the Bhagavata Purana includes a dramatic story of Vishnu descending as a fish to rescue the Vedas, which were stolen from the creator Brahma by a demon. Looking at the 10 manifestations of the Dashavatara, some Hindus noticed what appeared to be an evolutionary progression, and in the 1800s they developed a belief that scholars call avataric evolutionism. The belief that the 10 avatars of Vishnu parallel and foreshadow the modern theory of Darwinian evolution. You have a fish, then you have a turtle, a creature that lives some of its life in the water and some on the land, then you have a land animal, and then Narasimha, a literal half-human, half-animal being. So as Darwinian evolution started to be taught in India in the late 1800s, some read this progression from fish to man-lion to Rama through the lens of modern science. Now, looking through these 10 avatars, one might stand out to you as somewhat unexpected: the Buddha himself. Now, the Buddha is not included in all lists of Vishnu's avatars, and he seems to be a late addition, added around 550 CE, if not later, but his status as an avatara is widespread and is mentioned in several different texts. But why would Vishnu descend as the Buddha, someone who denied the existence of Brahman, the Hindu concept of the supreme reality, the source of all knowing and being, someone who denied the divine origins of the Vedas? Well, there is some controversy, and Hindus throughout history have offered different theories. Some texts, like the Bhagavata Purana, argue that Vishnu descended as the Buddha to purposely spread false knowledge in order to destabilize the wicked. The text says, "Then in the beginning of Kali Yuga," which is the age we're currently living in, "the Lord will appear as Lord Buddha in the province of Gaya, just for the purpose of deluding those who are envious of the faithful theist." Other traditions say that he descended as the Buddha to teach compassion, the rights of animals, and nonviolence. In his poem called the Gita Govinda, the Hindu poet Jayadeva writes, "Moved by deep compassion, you condemn the Vedic way that ordains animal slaughter in rites of sacrifice. You take form as the enlightened Buddha." In other words, Vishnu descended as the Buddha in order to promote nonviolence. Others argue that Vishnu descended as a different Buddha. Now, when we say the Buddha, we're generally referring to Siddhartha Gautama, the Buddha that Buddhists recognize as the enlightened one of this current age, aka Shakyamuni Buddha. But most Buddhists recognize that there were other Buddhas before Shakyamuni Buddha, and some Hindus argue that Vishnu descended as one of them instead, a different earlier Buddha named Sugata Buddha. And still others reject the idea entirely. The Buddha was not an avatar of Vishnu in the first place, and instead they view Krishna's brother Balarama as the 8th and Krishna as the 9th in the Dashavatara. The final avatara is Kalki, an avatar yet to come, who will descend at the end of this current age, Kali Yuga. The Vishnu Purana describes Kalki as endowed with greatness and irresistible power. He will re-establish this whole world in virtue. As the concept of an avatara developed within Hinduism, some philosophers started to distinguish between full avatars and partial avatars, or amshavataras. From this perspective, Krishna and sometimes Rama and Narasimha are considered full avatars, and the rest as partial or secondary manifestations. Though some academics prefer a more precise translation than partial avatar, such as a divine descent of a portion of divine substance, with the understanding that the gods only need a fragment of their unlimited divine substance to appear in the human world. And though avatars are most closely associated with Vishnu, other gods are understood to have descended as avatars as well. For example, Gaudiya Vaishnavism is a tradition that recognizes Krishna as the source of all avatars rather than Vishnu. Mahadevi, the great goddess, is said to have descended in a series of avatars as well. In fact, the text Devi Mahatmya describes a whole series of avatars, which may consciously parallel Vishnu's Dashavatara. Throughout the history of Hinduism, some leaders and founders of various movements even came to be viewed as avatars themselves by their followers. For example, back in the 1500s, the Bengali saint Chaitanya was considered by his followers to be an avatara of Krishna, a dual avatara of Krishna and the goddess Radha, or a partial avatara of Vishnu, depending on the biographer. And even within the last few decades, spiritual leaders like Satya Sai Baba are viewed as avatars by their followers as well, though never without controversy. As is the case with sectarian movements around the world, these claims are generally not recognized outside of their community of followers. The concept of avatars even appears in other South Asian religious traditions, and sometimes in surprising ways. For example, let's consider the opening passages of an epic work by the Bengali Muslim writer Syed Sultan. Having taken the form of Muhammad, his own avatara, Naranjana manifests his own portion to propagate himself. From time's beginning to its end, the Creator shall create messengers to rightly guide all peoples. Here, Sultan refers to Muhammad as a partial avatar of God, and refers to God using the term Naranjana, which Vaishnava texts often use to refer to Vishnu. The scholar Aisha Irani argues that this is not an example of Hinduism and Islam melding, but rather this is Sultan's conscious effort to convert the people of Bengal to Islam. She says by referring to the supreme god in local terms, and by employing vocabulary drawn from Vaishnavism, Sultan was subtly presenting Islamic doctrine as something that was right at home within the broader landscape of Bengali religious traditions. So let's return to that avatar surge in the 1990s. We owe a lot of that to this guy, the video game developer and entrepreneur Richard Garriott, who's credited for using the term avatar to refer to a gamer's on-screen representation. Back in 1985, he was working on the game Ultima 4, an open-world role-playing game. Unlike other RPGs at the time, Ultima 4 incorporated a deep moral system, in which a player's decisions and actions directly affected their ethical standing in the game. NPCs would treat you differently based on your virtue, whether or not you were acting like a jerk. And because players are always making ethical decisions in the game, Garriott wanted the players to empathize with the character on screen, view the character to be actually you and not some alter ego. And while doing research on ethics for the game, he came across the concept of avatars in Hindu scriptures. And he viewed
నీకేం పర్లేదురా ఇంట్లో నీ అమ్మ ఇంకొకసారి ఫోన్ చేస్తే బుద్ధిమిత్తంతల్లా బాల్
लेकिन किसी भी इंडस्ट्री में अगर आप आगे नहीं बढ़ते तो आपकी जगह लेने के लिए कोई और आ जाता है। आज जब बॉलीवुड की हालत भी थोड़ी खस्ता चल रही है, तो आज तेलुगु और कन्नड़ा मूवीज बॉलीवुड के ऑडियंसेस को ऐसे लपेट रहे हैं जैसे शादियों में मैं शाही पनीर लपेटता हूं, खासकर ऐसी शादियों में जिसमें मुझे इनवाइट ना किया गया। और आज ये इंडस्ट्री एक तरह से भारत की नेशनल फिल्म इंडस्ट्री बन रही है।
उसकी भुजाएं बदलें कथाएं, भागीरथी तेरी तरफ शिव जी चले, देख जरा ये विचित्र माया।
ये फिर आ गया।
और आज बैटल लाइंस खिंच चुकी है जहां तक सदर्न फिल्म इंडस्ट्री की बात आती है। एक तरफ क्राउड प्लीजिंग प्रो इंडिया तेलुगु मूवीज है, दूसरी तरफ जनरली एंटी हिंदू जबरदस्ती सोशल मैसेज चेपने वाली तमिल मूवीज। तो आज हम बात करेंगे इन द ग्रैंड स्कीम ऑफ थिंग्स पैन इंडिया मूवी इंडस्ट्री बनने की जो ये बैटल है, ये इन दोनों इंडस्ट्री में से कौन जीतने वाला है। हेलो और श्याम शर्मा शो के इस एपिसोड में आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। मैं हूं सेक्युलरिज्म का सीईओ श्याम शर्मा और आप सबको एक सेकंड प्रणाम। देखिए, ये तेलुगु और तमिल इंडस्ट्री में जो अभी बैटल चल रहा है, उसको समझने के पहले हम जरा समझने की कोशिश करते हैं कि हालात क्या चल रहे थे। क्योंकि तमिल मूवी इंडस्ट्री की जो आज हालत है, ये ऐसी हमेशा नहीं थी। एक समय पर जब तमिल सिनेमा पूरे देश में इसकी काफी ख्याति थी। ये इंडस्ट्री एक्चुअली 104 साल पुरानी है। ब्रिटिशर्स के समय पे भी ये काफी एक पावरफुल इंडस्ट्री बनने लग गई थी। 30s, 40s और 50s के दशकों में काफी अच्छी प्रो इंडिया, प्रो धार्मिक मूवीज बनती थी यहाँ पर, जैसे 1935 की अल्ली अर्जुना, 1935 की मार्कंडेय जो ऋषि मार्कंडेय की कहानी बताती है, गरुड़ गर्व भंगम ये मूवी भगवान कृष्ण और गरुड़ पर बेस्ड है, श्रीवल्ली 1945 की ये मूवी लॉर्ड मुरुगन और वल्ली एक ट्राइबल लड़की पे बेस्ड है, 1958 की संपूर्ण रामायणम। और इतना ही नहीं, फ्रीडम और नेशनल मूवमेंट में भी तमिल इंडस्ट्री ने बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रोल प्ले किया था, चाहे वो तमिल डायरेक्टर के सुब्रमण्यम की नवीन सरंगथार हो जो ब्रिटिश कॉलोनियल ऑपरेशन को डायरेक्टली टारगेट करती थी, या फिर अर्देशिर की कालिदास हो जिसमें इंडियन कम्युनिटी को ब्रिटिशर्स के अगेंस्ट यूनाइटेड रहने की बात की गई थी, या फिर अंबु जम्बल हो जिसमें यह दिखाया गया था कि कैसे वेस्टर्न प्रोडक्ट्स के यूज करने से इंडिया इकोनॉमिकली कमजोर हो रहा है। इनफैक्ट इन मूवीज का इतना इंपैक्ट था भारत में कि अंग्रेजों ने कई फिल्मों को बैन करना शुरू कर दिया था। उस समय की तमिल इंडस्ट्री नेशनलिज्म और हिंदुइज्म से डायरेक्ट इंटीग्रेट करके मूवीज बनाया करती थी। इनफैक्ट इन मूवीज का इतना इंपैक्ट था भारत में कि 1927 में इंडियन सिनेमेटोग्राफ कमिटी ने तमिल इंडस्ट्री को कॉमन पब्लिक के लिए सबसे पॉपुलर एंटरटेनमेंट मीडियम तक बता दिया था। लेकिन पोस्ट इंडिपेंडेंस के बाद काफी बड़े बड़े चेंजेस होने लग गए तमिल इंडस्ट्री में। 60s 70s में तमिल सिनेमा सोशलिज्म की तरफ काफी शिफ्ट करने लगा। 1960s और 70s के समय पर तमिलनाडु में द्रविडियन मूवमेंट का राइज भी बहुत तेजी से शुरू हुआ। बेसिकली ये आइडियोलॉजी मानती है कि भाई भारत में ब्राह्मण हेजेमनी है और हिंदुइज्म जो है एक ब्राह्मणिकल रिलीजन है और उसको तोड़ना बहुत जरूरी है, और इस वजह से तमिलनाडु में बहुत एंटी ब्राह्मण डिस्क्रिमिनेशन भी हुआ।
Many places we have seen great number of Tamil Brahmins, especially in Tamil Nadu, almost like Jews. The Tamil Brahmins of Tamil Nadu, they are literally Jews. In the sense, 1971, 75, 77, a Tamil Brahmin says, I'm a Tamil Brahmin in Tanjavur. Take it from me, the DMK will do something to you. They come and deface your house. They'll put some chapel, they will bring Lord Rama outside your... put a chapel garland to Lord Rama in Salem. They have done it. They have done it in Tanjavur. They will do most idiotic of things to chase them away. That is why some of the greatest talent of Tamil Nadu is outside Tamil Nadu.
द्रविडियनिज्म का फोकस एथियज्म और रैशनलिज्म को प्रमोट करने पे था। ये हिंदू रिचुअल्स, हिंदू धर्म और हिंदू ट्रेडिशंस को एक तरह का अंधविश्वास और सुपरस्टिशन मानते थे। इसके नजरिए में हिंदुइज्म एक रिजिड, ऑप्रेसिव और सोशल जस्टिस के खिलाफ सिस्टम है, और इसी वजह से द्रविडियन आइडियोलॉग्स हो या पॉलिटिशियंस हो, इन्होंने हिंदुइज्म पर बहुत अटैक्स किए हैं। यहां तक कि कुछ पॉलिटिशियंस ने तो हिंदुइज्म को डेंगू और मलेरिया की तरह खत्म करने तक की बात की है। इस समय तक द्रविडियन पार्टीज जैसे डीएमके ने तमिल सिनेमा को अपनी द्रविडियन आइडियोलॉजी को प्रोपेगेट करने के लिए एक टूल की तरह इस्तेमाल करना शुरू कर दिया था। इनफैक्ट डीएमके के बहुत सारे लीडर्स तमिल फिल्म इंडस्ट्री से जुड़े हुए थे, जैसे सीएन अन्नादुरई, करुणानिधि ये फिल्म राइटर्स थे, एसएस राजेंद्रन, केआर रामास्वामी और शिवाजी गणेशन तमिल एक्टर्स थे, और इन्होंने अपनी द्रविडियन और एंटी हिंदू आइडियोलॉजी बहुत सारी फिल्मों में डाली, जैसे कि परशक्ति, काव्य थलेवी, थन्नीर या फिर समसारम आधु मिनिसारम। तो इस टाइम पर तमिल सिनेमा और तमिल पॉलिटिक्स एक दूसरे को बहुत डायरेक्टली इन्फ्लुएंस करने लग गए, जिस वजह से बहुत सारे तमिल एक्टर्स तमिल पॉलिटिक्स में आ गए, जैसे कि एमजी रामचंद्रन हो या फिर जयललिता हो। इनफैक्ट तमिल सिनेमा का तमिल पॉलिटिक्स में इन्फ्लुएंस इतना बढ़ गया कि 1967 के बाद अंटिल रिसेंटली हर एक चीफ मिनिस्टर का सिनेमा के साथ कुछ ना कुछ कनेक्शन रहा है। अकॉर्डिंग टू जर्नलिस्ट कार्तिकेयन दामोदरन, द डिसअपीयरेंस ऑफ तमिल सिनेमा फ्रॉम पॉलिटिक्स वुड बी द डिसअपीयरेंस ऑफ तमिल पॉलिटिक्स इटसेल्फ। इतनी जुड़ी हुई है दोनों इंडस्ट्रीज। बट देखिए, फ्रैंकली अगर मैं बोलूं तो मूवीज में पॉलिटिकल मैसेज होना कोई गलत बात नहीं है। ऑगस्ट विल्सन ने कहा था, ऑल आर्ट इज पॉलिटिकल इन द सेंस कि वो किसी न किसी की पॉलिटिक्स को तो सर्व करता ही है ना, आर्टिस्ट की सोच को रिफ्लेक्ट करता ही है आर्ट। पर फिर भी आप सिर्फ एक आर्ट का मीडियम नहीं है, आप एक बिजनेस भी है। अगर आपकी पॉलिटिक्स सिर्फ एक छोटी सी कोर ऑडियंस को खुश करने में लगी रहेगी और बड़ी नेशनल ऑडियंस को दूर करने में लगी रहेगी, तो आपका बिजनेस ग्रो कितना करेगा यार। इमेजिन करो कि आप किसी लड़की को इंप्रेस करने के लिए जा रहे हो और लड़की से जब बात करना शुरू करते हो तो उसको पौने घंटे तक ब्रिज आर्किटेक्चर के बारे में ज्ञान पेलते रहते हो कि देखिए ब्रिज डेक, सुपर स्ट्रक्चर और सब स्ट्रक्चर के बीच का डेलिकेट बैलेंस कितना जरूरी होता है, ये आपको समझना पड़ेगा। और अगर आपने ऐसा किया तो सीधी सी बात है कि आपको कॉन्ट्रासेप्शन पे कोई पैसे खर्चा करने की जरूरत ही नहीं है, क्योंकि ऐसी बकवास सुन के कोई लड़की आपको घास तो डाले नहीं वाली। और उसके बाद 1980s तक आते आते तमिल मूवीज कंप्लीटली द्रविडियनाइज हो चुकी थी। पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज ने इसके बाद अपने खुद के टीवी चैनल्स भी खोल दिए थे और यहाँ पर भी द्रविडियन प्रोपेगेंडा शुरू कर दिया था। इसके कई रिसेंट एग्जाम्पल्स भी है तमिल मूवीज के, जैसे मुक्कुठी अम्मान जिसमें हिंदू ट्रेडिशंस को अंडरमाइन किया जाता है, मिशनरी एक्टिविटीज को प्रमोट किया जाता है, अन्नपूर्णी जिसमें एलिजिडली लव जिहाद को एनकरेज किया जाता है।
राम मांसाहारी थे। 14 साल के वनवास में उन्होंने मांस खाया। जो गंदगी कभी बॉलीवुड ने नहीं फैलाई, अब वो साउथ सिनेमा फैलाने पर जुटा है।
आइंदा विथान, जिसका डायलॉग सुन लीजिए, जिसमें कि मुरुगन और जीसस को कंपेयर किया जाता है। पारियरम पेरुमल, जिसमें हिंदू कम्युनिटी में कास्ट डिस्क्रिमिनेशन को एक्स्ट्रा हाईलाइट किया जाता है, जबकि भैया कास्ट बेस्ड डिस्क्रिमिनेशन तमिलनाडु में मुस्लिम्स में भी है, क्रिश्चियंस में भी है। आप देख लीजिए कि सदर्न स्टेट्स में दलित क्रिश्चियंस के साथ किस तरह का बर्ताव किया जाता है। करुणानिधि, जो 5 बार चीफ मिनिस्टर रह चुके हैं तमिलनाडु के, जिन्होंने 75 मूवीज लिखी थी तमिल सिनेमा में, उन्होंने इंटरव्यू में कहा था कि उन्होंने अपनी मूवीज में रैशनलिज्म और इक्वालिटी प्रमोट करने की कोशिश की है। वो एंटरटेनमेंट वैल्यू में नहीं, लेकिन इनइक्वालिटी, इनटॉलरेंस और मिसोजिनी को हटाने में फोकस करना चाहते थे। सोशलिज्म और रैशनलिज्म दिखाना चाहते थे, जिसको आम भाषा में ट्रांसलेट अगर किया जाए तो अक्सर एंटी हिंदू एलिमेंट्स ऐसी फिल्मों में होते थे। और मुस्लिम और क्रिश्चियन सोसाइटी, जिसमें खुद बहुत सारी खामियां हैं, बहुत सारी प्रॉब्लम्स है, औरतों के खिलाफ, दूसरे कास्ट के लोगों के खिलाफ बहुत बुरे डिस्क्रिमिनेशन होते हैं, लेकिन उनको जनरली इस तरह से टारगेट नहीं किया जाता था। वेट्टी मारान, जो एक तमिल डायरेक्टर है, उन्होंने तो यहाँ तक कह दिया था कि जो चोला किंगडम थे, जो चोला राजास थे, वो हिंदू थे ही नहीं। कमल हासन को देख लीजिए, ये भी कूद पड़े, ये भी कह रहे थे कि चोलास के टाइम पे तो हिंदू ही नहीं थे। अबे तो कौन है ये चोलास, एलियन है क्या? कमल हासन ने तो एजुकेशन और मेडिकेशन भारत में दोनों का क्रेडिट क्रिश्चियन मिशनरीज को दे दिया था।
Nobody can lay a finger of criticism on the fact that medicine and education in India has been thanks due to the Christian missionaries here.
कमल हासन यहाँ तक कह चुके थे कि आजाद भारत का पहला आतंकवादी एक हिंदू था जिसका नाम था गोडसे।
So what is exactly that Kamal Hassan is trying to send out that message when it terms the Hindu terror coinage?
हाल में ही विजय जोसेफ, जो कि एक तमिल इंडस्ट्री के बहुत बड़े एक्टर हैं, उन्होंने एक पॉलिटिकल पार्टी भी लॉन्च की है हाल में ही, जिसपे उन्होंने बीजेपी को अपना आइडियोलॉजिकल एनिमी भी डिक्लेयर कर दिया। हालांकि आयरनी देखिए आप तमिल सिनेमा की, तमिल एक्टर्स की, तमिल पॉलिटिशियंस की, कि उनको हिंदुइज्म से बड़ी नफरत है, हिंदू कस्टम से बड़ी नफरत है, हिंदू ट्रेडिशन से बहुत नफरत है। लेकिन आयरॉनिक चीज क्या है कि ये जो द्रविडियन लोग हैं, ये अपने फेवरेट एक्टर्स को भी भगवान की तरह ही ट्रीट करते हैं। भगवान शिव की तरह भी इनका दूध का अभिषेक किया जाता है। बड़े बड़े कटआउट लगा के इन पे फूल चढ़ाए जाते हैं। 1990 में तो एक्ट्रेस खुशबू का मंदिर ही बनवा दिया था इन्होंने। अपने फेवरेट एक्टर का टैटू लगवाते हैं। फैंस इसके अलावा मूवी रिलीज होने पे अपने फेवरेट एक्टर्स की आरती उतारते हैं, नारियल फोड़ते हैं ताकि मूवी हिट हो जाए। तो बेसिकली तुम भगवान और हिंदुइज्म के बड़े खिलाफ हो, हिंदू ट्रेडिशंस, हिंदू रिचुअल्स के बड़े खिलाफ हो, क्योंकि ये बड़ा बैकवर्ड है यार। लेकिन वहीं आप लोग तमिल सेलिब्रिटीज को उसी तरह से ट्रीट करते हो जैसे भगवान को ट्रीट करते हो, उनपे सारे रिचुअल्स करते हो। समझ रहे हो ये हिपोक्रेसी आप? ये तो वैसे ही हो गया ना कि यूके के जो पाकिस्तानी ग्रूमिंग गैंग्स हैं, वो पुलिस को लड़कियों की सेफ्टी पे लेक्चर दे रहे हैं। तो एक तरफ तो ये इस समय पर तमिल इंडस्ट्री का हाल है। वहीं आप देखिए तेलुगु इंडस्ट्री ने एक बहुत ही डिफरेंट और बहुत ही सरप्राइजिंग रूट लिया है। तेलुगु इंडस्ट्री इस समय पर अपने आप को एक रीजनल इंडस्ट्री की तरह नहीं देखती है, बल्कि एक पैन इंडिया और इनफैक्ट एक ग्लोबल इंडस्ट्री के रूप में एस्टैब्लिश करना चाहती है। तेलुगु फिल्म मेकर्स इस समय पर अग्रेसिवली अपने कंटेंट को ऑल इंडिया ऑडियंसेस तक ले जाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, और अल्टीमेटली तेलुगु इंडस्ट्री को इसमें सक्सेस भी बहुत मिला है। अब याद कीजिए, ये बेसिकली जो बांध है ये तब टूटा जब 2015 में एसएस राजामौली ने बाहुबली क्रिएट की, जो तेलुगु इंडस्ट्री के लिए एक बड़ी लॉटरी थी।
Hi Baba, this is Mary. You're my favorite Indian actor.
Jay Bahubali. My name is Dan. I saw Pravas in your movie trailer. It looks very good and I'm excited to go and see it.
इस फिल्म ने सिर्फ डोमेस्टिक मार्केट में ही नहीं बल्कि इंटरनेशनल मार्केट में भी धमाका मचा दिया था, और इंटरनेशनल मार्केट में भी ऑलमोस्ट 700 करोड़ रुपए कमाए थे। ये फिल्म तेलुगु इंडस्ट्री के लिए एक बेंचमार्क बन गई कि भाई हमारी जो मूवीज हैं अब ये आंध्र प्रदेश में ही नहीं रुकने वाली। हम अपनी मूवीज को अगर ठीक से क्रिएट करें तो पूरे देश में, पूरी दुनिया में मार्केट कर सकते हैं। उन्होंने बाहुबली के थ्रू रियलाइज किया कि हमारे कंटेंट में यूनिवर्सल और पैन इंडिया अपील होनी चाहिए, जो कि किसी भी और रीजनल इंडस्ट्री में उस तरह से नहीं है। सो यू हैव टू स्टॉप सीइंग योरसेल्फ एज अ रीजनल मूवी इंडस्ट्री and more as a national movie industry. This is what Telugu industry started doing. Even Bollywood उस समय पर अपनी पैन इंडिया अपील को खुद ही रोक रहा था, जबरदस्ती रिच क्लास और एनआरआईज को ज्यादा केटर कर रहा था।
लोगों को हंसाना एक आर्ट है डैड।
सेंट टेरेसा, क्या बात है।
इसके बाद बाहुबली 2 निकल कर आई, जिसने ऑलमोस्ट 2000 करोड़ वर्ल्ड वाइड कमाए और इंडियन सिनेमा की पहली 1000 करोड़ वाली फिल्म बनी। उसके बाद से तो भैया देखिए सुपरहिट पे सुपरहिट मूवीज की लाइन लगी हुई है, चाहे प्रभास की साहो हो, कन्नड़ा इंडस्ट्री ने भी फिर फॉलो किया। KGF चैप्टर 1 आई, KGF चैप्टर 2 ने तो 1200 करोड़ कमा लिए। अल्लू अर्जुन की पुष्पा आई जिसने ऑलमोस्ट 400 करोड़ कमाए, और वो सिर्फ तेलुगु सिनेमा ही नहीं बल्कि एक पैन इंडिया सेंसेशन बन गई यार ये मूवी। सब लोग पुष्पा का स्टाइल कॉपी करने लगे।
And it's held. He knows his game so well.
Where the fielders are as well. पुष्पा
श्रीवाली हुक स्टेप को कॉपी करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं।
फिर उसके बाद आता है तेलुगु इंडस्ट्री में राजामौली की अगली फिल्म RRR। इस मूवी ने तो यार इंडियन सिनेमा का पूरा गेम ही बदल दिया। 1200 करोड़ के ऊपर का बिजनेस किया इन्होंने और इंडिया को सालों के बाद ऑस्कर भी दिलवा दिया।
You guys ready? Ooh, RRR.
And this is not to say कि तमिल मूवी सक्सेसफुल नहीं होती। In fact, there are many Tamil movies in recent years जो काफी सक्सेसफुल हुई हैं। लियो जिसने 600 करोड़ कमाए, जेलर जिसने 600 करोड़ कमाए, 20 जिसने 200 करोड़ कमाए, विक्रम जिसने 400 करोड़ कमाए। पर दिक्कत ये है ना, देखिए कि ये मूवीज जो हैं ये तमिलनाडु में बहुत अच्छा बिजनेस करती हैं और उन फॉरेन कंट्रीज में बहुत अच्छा बिजनेस करती हैं जहां पर एक सिग्निफिकेंट तमिल पॉपुलेशन रहती है, लेकिन उसके बाहर ये मूवीज बहुत स्ट्रगल करती हैं। कॉमन इंडियन ऑडियंस को और पूरे इंडियन मास मार्केट को ये कैप्चर नहीं कर पाती। आप देख लीजिए जिस समय पर बाहुबली 2 निकल कर आई थी उसी समय पर रजनीकांत की तमिल साई-फाई मूवी 2.0 निकल कर आई थी। बाहुबली 2 ने तो पूरे इंडिया में बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्म किया, लेकिन 2.0 भी मल्टीपल लैंग्वेजेस में पूरे देश में रिलीज हुई थी, लेकिन उसने काफी अंडर परफॉर्म किया। अजीत की वलीमाई फिल्म भी पैन इंडिया तमिल फिल्म थी, लेकिन उसने भी नेशनली बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्म नहीं किया। ट्रेड एक्सपर्ट्स ने बताया कि सिर्फ इस मूवी का अराउंड 10% कलेक्शन तमिलनाडु के बाहर से आया है। सूर्या की एक फिल्म निकल के आई थी एथरकुम थुनिवंदन, उसको भी पैन इंडिया रिलीज किया गया था, लेकिन इसकी बॉक्स ऑफिस कलेक्शन का भी सिर्फ 8% हिस्सा तमिलनाडु के बाहर से आया। और उसको कंपेयर कीजिए आप तेलुगु सिनेमा से, उनकी मूवीज भी बहुत सुपरहिट हो रही हैं और ये सिर्फ तेलुगु स्पीकिंग एरिया से नहीं बल्कि पूरे के पूरे मेन स्ट्रीम इंडियन मार्केट से पैसे कमा रही हैं। 2022 में तेलुगु सिनेमा ने 8000 करोड़ का बिजनेस किया था, जो तमिल सिनेमा से 1000 करोड़ से भी ज्यादा था। 2024 की फर्स्ट हाफ में भी जो कई तमिल फिल्में रिलीज हुई थी जैसे कि अयालान, कैप्टन मिलर और लाल सलाम, इन्होंने भी एक्सपेक्टेशन के नीचे ट्रेड किया इंडिया में। तो इस समय पे तेलुगु सिनेमा जो है वो तमिल सिनेमा को पीछे क्यों छोड़ रहा है, उसके पीछे कुछ बड़े रीजंस हैं। क्योंकि देखिए तमिल मूवीज जो हैं ये जनरली एक तमिल मार्केट को केटर कर रही हैं। ये मूवीज जो है अपनी पॉलिटिक्स की वजह से बाकी इंडिया में अग्रेसिवली अपने आप को मार्केट नहीं कर पाती। इनकी पॉलिटिक्स बाकी भारत की वैल्यूज से मैच नहीं करती है। ये द्रविडियन टॉपिक्स पर बहुत हाइपर फोकस रहती हैं। तो आप बताइए कि बाकी देश द्रविडियन पॉलिटिक्स से कैसे कनेक्ट करेगा। ये तो वही हुआ ना कि जैसे पाकिस्तान बार बार इंडिया में आतंकी अटैक्स करवाता है और उसके बाद फिर बोलता है कि यार हमें तो दोस्त बनना चाहिए, समझ में नहीं आता कि हमारे में दोस्ती क्यों नहीं हो पा रही। अरे पागल है क्या तू, क्या देश है ये यार। तो द्रविडियन पॉलिटिकल इश्यूज जो है वो सोशल मीडिया पे बस कैसे जनरेट करेंगे ऑडियंस में, जैसे पुष्पा के डांस ने और डायलॉग्स ने किया था, जैसे RRR के श्री राम के रिवील वाले सीन ने किया था और एक्शन सीक्वेंसेस ने किया था, जैसे बाहुबली के एपिक फैंटेसी सेटिंग ने किया था। कैसे जनरेट होगी वायरलिटी आपकी। इनफैक्ट अगर आप देखें तो एक रीसेंट तमिल मूवी जो मेन स्ट्रीम इंडियन ऑडियंसेस में बहुत हिट हुई थी दैट वाज पोन्नियिन सेल्वन, और वो हिट इसलिए हुई थी क्योंकि वो एक ओरिजिनल तमिल स्टोरी पर बेस्ड थी बिना किसी पॉलिटिकल टैंपरिंग के। डायरेक्टर ने कोई भी मॉडर्न तमिल पॉलिटिकल मैसेजिंग उसमें घुसाने की कोशिश नहीं की। इसी वजह से इस मूवी में हमें बहुत सारे हिंदू सिंबल्स, हिंदू मोटिव्स देखने को मिले और प्रोटैगनिस्ट भी जो इस मूवी के थे वो प्राउड हिंदूज थे। हिंदुइज्म और हिंदू देवताओं के नाम पर चोलास ने जो कॉन्क्वेस्ट किया था उसको दिखाया गया था इस मूवी में, और एक्टर्स ने भी कुछ ऐसे स्टेटमेंट्स दिए थे जो पूरे इंडिया की ऑडियंसेस को पसंद आए थे।
राजा चोलन had built it.
मैं चोल राज्य का सैनिक हूँ, चोल प्रजा का सेवक हूँ।
We had the biggest maritime naval thing in the world, and it went all the way to Bali, all the way to Malaysia, and went till we sent emissaries to China. And you know what was the superpower doing then? America hadn't been discovered by Columbus till 500 years later. England is so illustrious, but Englands were invaded by the Vikings, and the Europe was in the dark ages during the 9th century. In India, we have so many temples, but the one with the highest Gopuram is there in Tanjavur, which is where the Chola dynasty had happened, and his role, Raja Cholan, had built it. That particular temple has the highest Gopuram of the whole world. The top stone alone, it's a single stone that weighs 80 tons. 80 tons, not 1 ton or 2 tons. And how did they do it?
चोलास खुद प्राउड हिंदूज थे और शिवजी के बहुत बड़े भक्त थे। इसी वजह से पोन्नियन सेल्वन ने जनरल इंडियन ऑडियंसेस के साथ इतना कनेक्ट किया और तमिलनाडु के बाहर भी हिट हुई। एक और रीसेंट तमिल मूवी जो तमिलनाडु के बाहर भी धमाल मचा रही थी वो थी आमरन। इस फिल्म ने ऑलमोस्ट 400 करोड़ कमाए क्योंकि ये एक प्रो इंडिया, प्रो आर्मी फिल्म थी जो एक ब्रॉडर इंडियन ऑडियंस से कनेक्ट सकते हैं।
I am an unapologetic Sanatani Hindu. I am an unapologetic Sanatani Hindu.
RSS అనే రాష్ట్రీయ స్వయం సేవక్ సంఘ్ సెక్యులరిజం పేరు మీద సనాతన ధర్మాన్ని చావగొట్టినాడు.
మస్జిదుల మీద కంట్రోల్ లేదు, కంట్రోల్లో పెట్టుకోదు ప్రభుత్వం. చర్చిల మీద కంట్రోల్ పెట్టుకోదు ప్రభుత్వం. హిందూ దేవాలయాల మీద ప్రభుత్వ నియంత్రణ ఏంటి?
ప్రతి హిందువు గౌరవించాల్సింది.
पवन कल्याण तो यार ऑन स्क्रीन से लेके ऑफ स्क्रीन इतने बड़े हिंदुत्व सपोर्टर हैं। फ्री टेम्पल्स मूवमेंट के भी एक बड़े हिस्से हैं ये, और इसी वजह से तमिल मूवीज जो हैं वो भले ही स्ट्रगल कर रही हो पैन इंडिया को एडवर्टाइज करने में, लेकिन तेलुगु मूवीज को ये प्रॉब्लम नहीं हो रही है। आप देखिए RRR का प्रमोशन में रामचरण, जूनियर NTR, आलिया भट्ट, राजा मौली ने हर एक स्टेट कैपिटल चले गए थे। अल्लू अर्जुन पुष्पा के लिए चेन्नई, मुंबई, दिल्ली, कोचिन, हैदराबाद हर जगह चले गए। पटना भी जाके प्रमोट करा है भाई। RRR का प्रमोशन US, जापान, दुबई में धमाकेदार तरीके से किया गया। USA में रामचरण एक टीवी शो में भी गए थे। दुबई में अपनी मूवीज को प्रमोट कर चुके हैं ये। तो आप मुझे बताइए कि कौन सा तमिल मूवी स्टार है जो पटना जा रहा है अपनी मूवी को प्रमोट करने के लिए यार।
पुष्पा कभी झुकेगा नहीं, लेकिन आज पहली बार आपका प्यार के लिए झुकेगा।
तो एक साइड है जो चेकर्स खेल रहा है और दूसरा साइड है जो 4D चेस खेल रहा है भाई। नॉर्थ इंडिया में जब पुष्पा ने अच्छा परफॉर्म किया तो अल्लू अर्जुन ने खुद से नॉर्थ इंडियन स्टेट्स को धन्यवाद किया जाकर।
And believe me, thank you in the whole of North India. You proved we just don't love you through digital mediums, but we will come physically to the theaters to admire you. Thank you so much for that. Thank you every distributor of mine.
पुष्पा 1 के लिए अल्लू अर्जुन को नॉर्थ साइड सिनेमा अवार्ड से अवार्ड भी मिला था।
This is the first time I'm ever receiving an award from the North. It makes it very special.
पवन कल्याण की अपील देखिए कि वो महाराष्ट्र में जाके इलेक्शन के लिए कैंपेनिंग कर रहे हैं यार। मॉरल ऑफ द स्टोरी अल्टीमेटली ये है कि तेलुगु सिनेमा जो बॉलीवुड और तमिल सिनेमा से मेन स्ट्रीम सक्सेस में आज आगे निकल रहा है, वो बेसिकली दो चीजों पर बेस्ड है। पहला, ऑडियंस को एंटरटेन करना, लेक्चर नहीं देना। तेलुगु मूवीज का मेन गोल है आज के बस ऑडियंस को एंटरटेन करना है, उनको ज्ञान नहीं फैलाना, सोशल या पॉलिटिकल मैसेज उनके हलक में नहीं घुसेड़ना। और देखिए, सोशल और पॉलिटिकल मैसेज देना गलत नहीं है, बट जब आपकी सारी मूवीज में बस यही फोकस है कि लेक्चर देना है, तो ऑडियंस इवेंचुअली टर्न ऑफ हो जाती है यार। जैसे आज बॉलीवुड और तमिल मूवीज के साथ हो रहा है। तेलुगु मूवीज का फोकस क्लियर है, एंटरटेनमेंट फर्स्ट एंड फॉरमोस्ट। सेकेंडली, प्रो इंडिया, प्रो हिंदुस्तान। तेलुगु मूवीज जो है वो प्राउडली अपने प्रो इंडिया और प्रो हिंदुस्तान को दिखाती है पूरे देश को। उन्हें पता है कि ज्यादातर इंडियंस जो हैं वो अपने देश से नफरत नहीं करते, वो पेट्रियोटिक हैं और अपने कल्चर में बहुत प्राउड फील करते हैं। इसी वजह से ऑडियंस ऐसी मूवीज देखना चाहती है जो उनके वैल्यूज और उनके वर्ल्ड व्यूज को रिफ्लेक्ट करते हैं। वो ऐसे मूवीज देखना चाहते हैं जो उनके कल्चर और देश को उतनी ही इज्जत देते हैं जितनी उनके मन में अपने खुद के कल्चर के लिए है। और देखिए, एंड में बात सिंपल है, किसी भी कंपनी में, किसी भी इंडस्ट्री में सक्सीड करने के लिए अगर आप अपनी ऑडियंस को अच्छे से समझते हैं देन यू विल विन। अगर आप अपनी ऑडियंस को नहीं समझते हैं देन यू विल लूज। एंड फिलहाल द तेलुगु फिल्म इंडस्ट्री इज द वन दैट अंडरस्टैंड्स इट्स ऑडियंस द बेस्ट। और मैं आपसे पूछना चाहता हूं कि आपके हिसाब से तेलुगु इंडस्ट्री आज बॉलीवुड और तमिल इंडस्ट्री जैसी बड़ी वेल एस्टैब्लिश्ड इंडस्ट्री से ज्यादा पॉपुलर नेशनली क्यों चल रही है? डू यू एग्री विद माय रीजंस, या आपको लगता है कि कोई तीसरे चौथे रीजंस भी हैं? नीचे कमेंट सेक्शन में मुझे जरूर बताएं। बाकी गाइस, वी आर क्रिएटिंग सम वेरी कूल वॉलपेपर्स फॉर यू जो आप अपने फोन पे, अपने लैपटॉप वगैरह पर लगा सकते हैं। दैट विल बी अवेलेबल।
ఏం చెప్పాలో ఎలా చెప్పాలో అర్థం కాని పరిస్థితి. ఎందుకంటే హానెస్ట్లీ ఇది జస్ట్ అబౌట్ ది స్టెప్ ఆర్ ది యాక్టర్ కాదు, ఇట్స్ బియాండ్ దట్. ఇట్స్ అబౌట్ ది స్టాండర్డ్స్ ఆఫ్ టాలీవుడ్ యాజ్ అ హోల్. సో నేను లాస్ట్ వీడియో ఎడిటింగ్ ప్రాసెస్లో ఉన్నప్పుడు దబిడి దివిడి సాంగ్ రిలీజ్ అయింది. స్టెప్స్ చూసి మైండ్ దొబ్బింది. మళ్ళీ ఆ విజువల్ టార్చర్ నుండి బయటకు రావడానికి 5 నిమిషాలు పట్టింది. ఎందుకో తెలియాలంటే మీకు ఫ్లాష్ బ్యాక్ చూపించాల్సిందే.
We South Indians have changed the way you look at cinema, sir, for Bollywood also.
The following day, బట్ ఇక్కడ నుండి ముంబైని షేక్ చేసి వచ్చాడు చూడు, చాడ్ వంశీ. 2 days later,
ఆ ఒక్క మాటతో లేచి 2 జేబుల్లో చేతులు పెట్టుకుని నడుచుకుంటూ వెళ్ళిపోతున్నాను. నేను ఎక్కడికి వెళ్తాను కూడా నాకు తెలియదు.
నాగవంశీ గారు అన్న మాటలో ఎంత వాస్తవం ఉంది అనే దాని గురించి కాసేపు పక్కన పెట్టేస్తే, బాలీవుడ్ షేక్ చేసే స్టేట్మెంట్ ఇచ్చి టాలీవుడ్ షాక్ అయ్యేలాగా వా ఆ స్టెప్ ఏందండి అసలు. లార్జర్ దాన్ లైఫ్ సాంగ్స్ నుండి ఐకానిక్ డాన్స్ మూవ్స్ వరకు, చిరంజీవి గారి గ్రేస్ నుండి ఎన్టీఆర్, చరణ్, అల్లు అర్జున్ డాన్స్ల అన్‌ప్యారలల్డ్ ఎనర్జీ వరకు టాలీవుడ్ పేరు పొందింది. పేరు పొందడమే కాదు, ఒక్క ఇండస్ట్రీలో ఇంతమంది డాన్సర్స్తో ఒక బెంచ్ మార్క్ సృష్టించింది. కానీ ఈ మధ్య డాన్స్ కొరియోగ్రఫీకి మీనింగ్ మార్చేశారు. వన్స్ అపాన్ ఏ టైమ్ టాలెంటెడ్ డాన్స్ మాస్టర్స్. డాన్స్ ఈ మధ్య క్యాచీగా ఉండకపోగా బార్డర్ లైన్ బిజార్గా ఉంది. దీని గురించి ఊరికే అలా వీడియో చేయడం నాకు నచ్చలేదు. సో ఇన్ డీటెయిల్గా, ఇన్ డెప్త్గా మాట్లాడాలనుకున్నాను. అండ్ హియర్ వి గో. సో వీడియోలోకి వెళ్ళే ముందు, ఒకవేళ ఛానల్కి కొత్తగా వచ్చుంటే వీడియో యొక్క ప్రొఫైల్ ఓపెన్ చేసి వీడియో చెక్అవుట్ చేయడం మాత్రం మర్చిపోండి. లెట్స్ గెట్ ఇంటు ది వీడియో. లెట్స్ స్టార్ట్ విత్ ఎలిఫెంట్ ఇన్ ద రూమ్. ఆ కొట్టుడు ఏంది, పెచ్చ కొట్టుడు. డ్యాన్స్ కొరియోగ్రాఫ్ చేయమంటే కుద్దుడు కార్యక్రమం స్టార్ట్ చేసినట్టు ఏందది. మా ఊర్లో చెరువు దగ్గర బట్టలు ఉతికి ఆడోళ్ళు కూడా బట్టల్ని బండకేసి ఈ మారి కుద్దరే దెమా 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 అని. ఏందది. మాటలు తక్కువైపోతున్నాయి ఆ స్టెప్ని వర్ణించడానికి. ఎబ్బెట్టుగా, అసభ్యకరంగా, చాలా దరిద్రమైన స్టెప్ అది. ఈ స్టెప్ అయితే ఇంకా చెప్పాల్సిన పని లేదు. లోవర్ అబ్డామన్ పెల్విక్ ఏరియా దగ్గర కొట్టడం ఏందో, లాగడం ఏందో, శేఖర్ మాస్టర్కి బమ్ ఫ్యాంటసీ ఏందో తెలియట్లేదు. కానీ దిస్ ఈజ్ ఇన్ జస్ట్ అబౌట్ దిస్ సాంగ్. దిస్ ఈజ్ సిమ్టమ్ ఆఫ్ ఎ లార్జర్ ప్రాబ్లమ్. ఇది వరకు జిమ్నాస్టిక్స్ ని డాన్స్ అన్నారు, ఇప్పుడు ఇది. ఇలానే చూసిపోతే రేపు పొద్దున WWE ఫైట్స్ పెట్టి ఇదే డాన్స్ అనొచ్చు. డాన్స్ అనేది స్టోరీ టెలింగ్ లో ఒక పార్ట్ నుండి ఎంటర్టైన్మెంట్ చేయడం వరకు ఉండేది. బట్ ఇది ఎంటర్టైన్ చేయాలని కాకుండా డెస్పరేట్ అటెంప్ట్ టు గో వైరల్ అన్నట్టు ఏదో ఒక పనికిమాలిన హుక్ స్టెప్ క్రియేట్ చేయాలి, అది ఇన్స్టా రీల్స్ అండ్ యూట్యూబ్ షార్ట్స్ లో వైరల్ అయిపోవాలి అని చేసినట్టుంది. ఇదే ఒక ఫార్ములా లాగా అయిపోయింది. పండక్కి ఫ్యాన్స్ అండ్ ఫ్యామిలీస్ కోసం తీసిన ఒక సినిమాలోని ఒక సాంగ్ ని ఫ్యామిలీతో కలిసి చూసేలాగా లేకపోతే ఇంకా దేనికి ఆ స్టెప్ చెప్పండి. మిస్టర్ బచ్చన్ లో ఏమో బొమ్మ మీద చేసి తిప్పడం, చేతుల్ని ప్రైవేట్ పార్ట్స్ లో పెట్టడం, ఫీలింగ్స్ లో సెక్షువల్ టెన్షన్. ఇప్పుడు ఇది డాన్స్ కొరియోగ్రాఫ్ చేయండి సార్ అంటే బొమ్మతో ఆటలాడిస్తున్నారు. వచ్చిన కొత్తలో శేఖర్ మాస్టర్ కొరియోగ్రఫీ అంటే ఒక క్రేజ్ ఉండేది. సరే చేసి స్టెప్స్ అయిపోయినా ఇంకా రావట్లేదు అనుకుందాం. అది సర్వసాధారణం. కానీ స్టెప్స్ పేరుతో ఈ హార్డ్ కోర్ వేస్ట్ అండి. రీసెంట్ డేస్ లో వచ్చిన మోస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ది సాంగ్స్ అన్ని డాన్స్ తక్కువ, మీమ్ వర్తి మూమెంట్స్ ఎక్కువ. కొరియోగ్రాఫర్స్ ఈ మధ్య స్టెప్స్ ఎంత కాంప్లెక్స్ గా ఉంటే ఎంత క్వాలిటీ అనుకుంటున్నారో ఏమో తెలీదు. మేబీ అది 20% వరకు ఓకే ఏమో, కానీ గ్రేస్ తో సింపుల్ గా వేసే స్టెప్స్ కి రిపీట్ వాల్యూ ఎక్కువ, అలాగే క్రేజ్ కూడా. రీసెంట్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ తీసుకుంటే దేవరలో గ్రేస్ తో వేసిన సింపుల్ స్టెప్స్ అండ్ గుంటూరు కాలంలో మావా ఎంతైనా ఆరు కుర్చీ మడత పెట్టి. ఒక అమ్మాయి అబ్బాయి స్టెప్స్ వేసే ఐటమ్ సాంగ్ లో కూడా డీసెంట్ టు ఎక్స్ట్రాడినరీ స్టెప్స్ వేసిన సాంగ్స్ చాలా ఉన్నాయి. కానీ వీళ్ళకి ఈ ఓవర్ ద టాప్ దరిద్రమైన స్టెప్స్ మీద సడన్ ఒబ్సెషన్ ఏంటో అర్థం కావట్లేదు. మెయిన్ ప్రాబ్లం ఎక్కడ వస్తుంది అంటే అది మేల్ లీడ్స్ వల్ల వయసులో సగం ఉండే ఫీమేల్ లీడ్స్ టచీగా డాన్స్ వేస్తున్నప్పుడే, టచీగా కూడా కాదు, బిజార్ సాఫ్ట్ టైప్ డాన్స్ స్టెప్స్ చేస్తున్నప్పుడే వస్తుంది. లెట్స్ బీ క్లియర్, దిస్ ఈజంట్ అబౌట్ ఏజ్ షేమింగ్, ఇట్స్ అబౌట్ రిలేటబిలిటీ అండ్ బిలీవబిలిటీ. యాక్టర్స్ మధ్యలో ఉండాల్సిన రొమాంటిక్ కెమిస్ట్రీ ఇక్కడ చాలా ఫోర్స్డ్ గా అన్యాచురల్ గా అనిపిస్తుంది, విచ్ టేక్స్ అవే ది మ్యాజిక్ ఆఫ్ ది సాంగ్. ఒక్కోసారి నాకు అనిపిస్తుంది మన వాళ్ళు యంగ్ గా ఉండేదానికి సీక్రెట్ ఫిట్నెస్ కాదు, వాళ్ళ వయసులో సగం ఉండే అమ్మాయిలతో రొమాంటిక్ డాన్స్ చేయడం అనుకుంటున్నారేమో అని. ఒకవేళ అదే నిజమైతే సార్, ఇట్స్ నాట్ అట్ ఆల్ ట్రూ. గ్రౌండ్ రియాలిటీలో హార్డ్ కోర్ ఫ్యాన్స్ మా అన్న ఎవరితో ఎలా అయినా డాన్స్ చేస్తాడు అని పేపర్లు ఎగరే సినిమాలు చూసే వాళ్ళు ఉండొచ్చు. బట్ వెన్ ఇట్ కమ్స్ టు మాసెస్, అది ఈ జమానాలో వాస్తవం కాదు. ఇలా వేస్తే జనాలు ఏమనుకుంటారు, చాలా మందికి నచ్చదు, ఇలాంటి డిస్కషన్ వాళ్ళ మధ్యలో జరగదేమో అనుకున్నాను అంటిల్ మొన్న ఇది చూసే వరకు.
While I'm working with the senior heroes, while I'm casting an actress, I never go overboard. చాలా కేర్ తీసుకుంటాను నేను ఆ విషయం. ఎందుకంటే yes, అలా అనుకునే ప్రమాదం ఉంది. మాస్ ఆడియన్స్ కు నచ్చొచ్చు, బట్ నువ్వు మీరు అన్నట్టు ఆ నెగిటివిటీ వస్తుంది కాబట్టి అది నేను తీసుకోవడానికి రెడీగా లేను. బట్ నా వరకు ఐ విల్ టేక్ కేర్ దట్. ఐ వెరీ మచ్ కాషియస్ ఆన్ దట్.
సో అనిల్ రావుపూడి గారు ఇలాంటి డైరెక్టర్స్ ఓపెన్ గా అవును నాకు నచ్చదు, జనాలకి రాంగ్ మెసేజ్ వెళ్తుంది కాబట్టి నేను ఈ విషయంలో ఎక్స్ట్రా కేర్ తీసుకుంటాను అన్నప్పుడే క్లియర్ గా అర్థమవుతుంది. ఈవెన్ దో హీరో, డైరెక్టర్స్, కొరియోగ్రాఫర్ కి ఇలాంటి స్టెప్స్ వేస్తే బాగుందని తెలిసినా స్టిల్ ప్రొసీడ్స్. ఏమన్నా మాట్లాడితే సీనియర్ ఎన్టీఆర్ గారు, ఏఎన్ఆర్ గారు, కృష్ణ గారు, శోభన్ బాబు గారు లాంటి సీనియర్ హీరోస్ వాళ్ళ లేట్ ఏజ్ లో కూడా శ్రీదేవి గారితో వేశారు అని అనొచ్చు. బట్ ఒకవేళ అలా చూస్తే లిరిక్స్ పద్ధతిగా వాళ్ళిద్దరి మధ్యలో రిలేషన్ తో పాటు కథని ముందుకు తీసుకెళ్లే విధంగా ఉండేవి. అండ్ అందులోనూ ఈ మాదిరి దంచి కొట్టు, తిప్పి కొట్టు, ముట్టుకుంటే ఫీలింగ్స్ వచ్చేస్తా ఉన్నాయి అని బొమ్మ మీద చేసి తిప్పడాలు, బొమ్మ మీద గుద్దడాలు, తొడ కొరకేడాలు లేవు. ఒకవేళ ఇదే స్టెప్స్ ఏ లిస్టర్స్ లో ఉండే వాళ్ళు వేసినా సరే ఇదే రెస్పాన్స్ ఉండేది. అందులోనూ ఇంత ఏజ్ గ్యాప్ తో ఇలాంటి స్టెప్స్ వేయడం చూస్తా ఉంటే ఏం మాడాలో తెలియట్లేదు. ఎంత కామెడీ అంటే ఈ సాంగ్ స్టిల్స్కి వచ్చిన కామెంట్స్ ఊరో సిరవతేలా తన ఇన్స్టా పేజ్లో పెట్టింది. తీరా చూస్తే అమ్మ నా బూతులవి, లిటరల్లీ అండి, నంబర్ చెప్తే మామూలు బూతులు కావు అవి. తమిళోళ్ళు, హిందీ వాళ్ళు, మనోళ్ళు అందరివి కొన్ని పెడితే పచ్చి బూతులు. ఆ సిచ్యువేషన్ చూసి నవ్వాలనో లేదంటే టాలీవుడ్ గురించి ఇంత క్లాస్ పీకి 3 రోజులు కాకముందు ఇంత నెగిటివిటీ వచ్చిందని బాధపడాలనో అర్థం కాలేదు. జామీ ప్యాంట్స్. As much as I admire his work, but as someone of his stature, అతనికి పీపుల్ ఒపీనియన్స్ చేంజ్ చేసే పవర్ ఉంది, విచ్ షుడెంట్ బి టేకెన్ లైట్లీ. ఎందుకంటే ఇంతమంది ఆడియన్స్ పెట్టుకుని బాలయ్య డాన్స్ పర్ఫార్మెన్స్ గురించి క్లియర్ కట్ గా మాట్లాడారు. అసలు ఏం చెప్పారంటే, బాలయ్య లివింగ్ ఇన్ హిస్ ఓన్ బబుల్. బాలయ్య ఈ సాంగ్ లో ఊర్వశితో డాన్స్ వేయడం చూస్తా ఉంటే పెళ్లిలో అమ్మాయిని చూసి ఎక్సైట్మెంట్ తో డాన్స్ చేసే బూమర్ అంకుల్లా ఉన్నారంట. బట్ అక్కడతో ఆపేస్తే పర్లేదు. రీసెంట్ గా నాగవంశీ గారు అన్న కామెంట్స్ తో వీటిని పోల్చుతుంటే తల ఎక్కడ పెట్టుకోవాలో అర్థం కాలేదు.
We South Indians have changed the way you look at cinema, sir, for Bollywood also.
That just looks bizarre, embarrassing, and a true assault to the senses. I would genuinely put this in the number 1 spot. Balaya anyway has the reputation to romance women half his age. I can't tell you how uncomfortable it was in recent years to see him quote and swoon Shruti Hassan in Veera Simha Reddy. The man lives in his own bubble, his own odd universe, and people celebrate him like a demigod.
ఇది టాలీవుడ్ లో మాత్రమే కాదు, తమిళ్లో రజనీకాంత్ గారు అండ్ హిందీలో షారుఖ్ ఖాన్ అండ్ సల్మాన్ ఖాన్ గారు. బట్ నేను ఇందాక చెప్పాను కదా, హార్డ్ కోర్ ఫ్యాన్స్ లో ఉంటే మా అన్న ఎవరితో డాన్స్ చేసినా ఎలా వేసినా పర్లేదని అంటారని. యాజ్ పర్ హిమ్, సల్మాన్ ఖాన్ గారు ఈ సాంగ్ లో చేసేది రోత అంట, అండ్ షారుఖ్ ఖాన్ గారు ఈ సాంగ్ లో చేసేది ప్యూర్ కెమిస్ట్రీ అంట. కేవలం దీపికా బతుకునే డ్రెస్ బాలేదంట. సో ఇక్కడ బ్లేమ్ దీపికా మీద, ఎందుకంటే హార్డ్ కోర్ షారుఖ్ ఖాన్ కాబట్టి. అసలు ఈ స్టెప్స్ చూసిన మోస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ది పీపుల్ యునానిమస్ గా బిజార్ గా ఉందని అంటున్నారు. ఇంకా తీసి వదిలేశారు కాబట్టి ఏం చేయలేక హార్డ్ కోర్ ఫ్యాన్స్ డిఫెండ్ చేసుకుంటున్నారు. ఈ వీడియో టాలీవుడ్ లోని స్టీరియో టైప్స్ ని చూపించడానికి కాదు, ఆర్ క్రిటిసైజ్ చేయడానికి కాదు. వీఆర్ హియర్ బికాస్ వీ కేర్. సో వాట్ కెన్ బి డన్ టు ఇంప్రూవ్? టాలీవుడ్ టాలెంట్ కి, క్రియేటివిటీకి, ఇన్నోవేషన్ కి పవర్ హౌస్ లాంటిది. మనం ఎన్నో ట్రెండ్స్ క్రియేట్ చేసాం, కొత్త క్రియేట్ చేయడానికి మనకు ఎంతో టైం అవసరం లేదు. ఇది ఫ్యాన్స్ కి నచ్చకపోవచ్చు, బట్ బ్లైండ్ ఫ్యానిజం వల్ల మనం అభిమానించే హీరోకే కాకుండా మన రెస్పెక్టివ్ ఫిల్మ్ ఇండస్ట్రీస్ కి కూడా బ్లాక్ మార్కెట్. ఇంతక బయట స్టేజ్ లో వాళ్ళు అంతా ఏమనుకున్నారో చూసారు కదా. దీని ఇంపాక్ట్ వెంటనే ఉండకపోవచ్చు, బట్ డెఫినెట్ గా టాలీవుడ్ లో ఇంతే అని స్టీరియో టైప్ చేయడానికి ఇది ఒక రీజన్ యాడ్ అయింది. ఏజ్ గ్యాప్ ఎక్కువ లేకపోతే సగం ప్రాబ్లం అక్కడే పోయినట్టే. ఒకవేళ తప్పలేదు ఫోర్స్ఫుల్ గా క్రియేటివ్ డెసిషన్స్ వల్ల పెట్టాల్సి వస్తే దంచి కొట్టకుండా జిమ్నాస్టిక్స్ మ్యాజిక్ షోస్ లా కాకుండా గ్రేస్ఫుల్ స్టెప్స్ వేస్తే ఇంకో సగం ప్రాబ్లం కూడా పోయినట్టే. ఇంకా ఈజీగా చెప్పాలంటే అసలు ఏజ్ అప్రోప్రియేట్ రోల్స్ చేస్తే అంతకు మించిన మంచి పని ఇంకోటి లేదు. ఏమబ్బా కమర్షియల్ సినిమాలో ఐటమ్ సాంగ్ ఉంటేనే జనాలు థియేటర్కి వస్తారా? వచ్చేవాళ్ళు, ఐ అగ్రీ. బట్ ఇప్పుడు అలా కాదు. ఆడియన్స్ ఎవాల్వ్ అయ్యారు, వాళ్ళ ప్రియారిటీస్ చేంజ్ అయ్యాయి, సినిమాలు చూసే పద్ధతి పర్స్పెక్టివ్ చేంజ్ అయ్యింది. ఇది వరకు ఒక టెంప్లెట్ లో ఉంటేనే మాస్ కమర్షియల్స్ అనేవాళ్ళు, బట్ ఇప్పుడు అలాంటి టెంప్లెట్ ఫిల్మ్స్ అవుట్ రైట్ రిజెక్ట్ చేస్తున్నారు. మన అభిమాన హీరోస్ ని డిఫరెంట్ రోల్స్ లో చూడాలనుకుంటున్నారు. కొత్త క్యారెక్టర్, కొత్త స్టోరీ, కొత్త వరల్డ్, ఇలాగ ఎన్నో. బట్ ఫిల్మ్ మేకర్స్ అదే ఏజ్ ఓల్డ్ డాన్స్ స్టెప్స్ సినీ టికెట్స్ ఎగుతాయి అనుకోవడం కరెక్ట్ కాదు. మన కల్చర్ లో ఉంది ఐటమ్ సాంగ్స్. ఒకవేళ దాన్ని సైడ్ చేస్తే మన ఐడెంటిటీలో ఏదో మిస్ అవుతున్నట్టు ఫీల్ అయితే ఇంతకు ముందు వచ్చేలాగా మంచిగా కొరియోగ్రాఫ్ చేయించండి. ఎవరితో ఎలా స్టెప్స్ వేయాలో అలా వాళ్ళతో అప్రోప్రియేట్ గా స్టెప్స్ వేయండి. అండ్ ఐ రియలీ డోంట్ వాంట్ టు లీవ్ ఇట్ లైక్ దట్, బికాస్ సినిమా ఇస్ నాట్ జస్ట్ అబౌట్ వన్ స్టెప్, ఇట్స్ బియాండ్ దట్. ఎలాగో ట్రైలర్ చూసాక వీడియో చేయాలనుకున్నాను. నిజంగా చెప్తున్నాను గైస్, నాకు ట్రైలర్ పిచ్చగా నచ్చింది. ఎస్పెషలీ ఐ మస్ట్ సే దిస్, సినిమాటోగ్రఫీ అండ్ లైటింగ్ ప్రాపర్ హాలీవుడ్ సినిమా చూస్తున్న ఫీల్స్ అసలు.
Great visuals like you've never seen before. I feel you have fantastic visuals which are almost like Hollywood level.
దీనికి మెయిన్ రీజన్ వాళ్ళు వాడిన అనమాఫిక్ లెన్స్ అండ్ యాడ్ చేసిన డిజిటల్ నాయిస్. ఆల్మోస్ట్ ప్యూర్ ఫిల్మ్ కెమెరా లుక్ ని అచీవ్ చేశారు. బై ఎనీ ఛాన్స్ ఈ వీడియోని టెక్నికల్ టీమ్ లో వర్క్ చేసిన ఎవరైనా సరే చూస్తున్నట్టయితే హోప్ఫుల్లీ కుదోస్ టు యూ గైస్. ఆన్ బిహాఫ్ ఆఫ్ మై ఆడియన్స్ ఐ రియలీ అప్రిషియేట్ ఇట్. తెలుగు సినిమాలో ఇలాంటి చేంజ్ రావాలి. వి వుడ్ రియలీ లవ్ టు సీ మోర్ చేంజెస్ లైక్ దిస్. టెక్నికలీ సౌండ్ ట్రైలర్ ఇది. ఈ ఫ్రేమ్స్ అన్ని బ్యూటిఫుల్ గా కనిపించడానికి ఇంకో రీజన్ వాళ్ళు యాడ్ చేసిన ఈ సటిల్ గ్లో. మనం గమనిస్తే ఫ్లేమ్స్ మాత్రం స్లైట్ గా గ్లో అవుతున్న ఫీల్స్. దాని చుట్టూ జస్ట్ ఒక ఎల్లో ల్యూమినెన్స్ కనిపిస్తుంది. ఇక్కడ 2 పోర్షన్స్ లో 2 డిఫరెంట్ టైప్స్ ఆఫ్ కలర్ ప్యాలెట్స్ యూజ్ చేశారు. అలాగే రెండింటిని కూడా డిఫరెంట్ గా కలర్ గ్రేడ్ చేశారు. అజ్యూమింగ్ దిస్ యాజ్ అ ఫ్లాష్ బ్యాక్ పోర్షన్స్, దీంట్లో డిజిటల్ నాయిస్ యూజ్ చేసి క్లియర్ ఫిల్మ్ లుక్ ని అచీవ్ చేశారు. బాగా హై అపర్చర్ లెన్స్ వాడడం వల్ల ఆ బ్యూటిఫుల్ బొకే ఫ్రేమ్స్ ని ముద్దు పెట్టుకోవాలనిపిస్తుంది. షెఫ్స్ కిస్. తమన్ ఆన్ స్ట్రైడ్స్. బాలయ్య అంటే ఊగిపోయి కొడతారనుకుంటా తమన్ గారు. దీని అమ్మ లూప్ లో వింటున్నా ఆ బీజియం ని. నార్మల్ డివైసెస్ లో వింటేనే గూస్ బంప్స్ వస్తున్నాయి, ఇంకా థియేటర్ లో వింటే ఊచకోతే. టెక్నికల్ ఇంత సౌండ్ అదే ఒక్కటి పెట్టకపోతే యునానిమస్ గా ఉండిండు. బట్ ఓకే, ఒక్క లైన్ మాత్రం చెప్తాను. సినిమాటోగ్రఫీ, లైటింగ్, కలర్ గ్రేడింగ్, యూజ్ చేసిన ప్యాలెట్స్, పోస్ట్ లో ఎన్హాన్స్మెంట్స్ ఇవన్నీ పర్ఫెక్ట్ గా ఉన్నాయి. మిగిలింది ఒక్కటే, ప్రాపర్ స్టోరీ. అది కూడా సెట్ అయితే ఇది రజనీకి జైలర్ లాగా, బాలయ్యకి డాకు మహారాజ్ అవుతుంది. ఈ సంక్రాంతికి గేమ్ చేంజర్ ఈ సినిమా. అండ్ మన వెంకీ మామది సంక్రాంతికి వస్తున్నాం. 3 బ్లాక్ బస్టర్స్ కొట్టి మంచి స్టార్ట్ ఇవ్వాలని కోరుకుంటున్నాను. సో దీని మీద మీ ఒపీనియన్ ఏంటో కామెంట్ చేయడం మాత్రం మర్చిపోకండి. అండ్ దట్స్ ఆల్ ఫర్ టుడే గైస్. మీట్ యు ఆన్ మై నెక్స్ట్ వీడియో. టేక్ కేర్, బాయ్.
బాలయ్య గారు ఏ విషయంలో ఇన్వాల్వ్ అవ్వరండి. కంప్లీట్లీ డైరెక్టర్స్ అండ్ కొరియోగ్రాఫర్ ఏం చెప్పినా సరే అండ్ ఎస్, దాని మీద డిబేట్లు, డిస్కషన్స్ ఏమి ఉండవు.
नमस्कार, वेलकम टू करियर 247। अगर आपने चैनल को सब्सक्राइब नहीं किया है तो सब्सक्राइब टू दिस चैनल नाउ। रिसेंटली लार्सन एंड टूब्रो L&T, भारत की एक ह्यूमंगस कंपनी, इनके सीईओ की एक वीडियो ऐसी वायरल हुई है कि आज के समय देश के बड़े बड़े सेलिब्रिटीज, देश के नौजवान, सब लोग ये क्वेश्चन रेस कर रहे हैं कि आखिर इंडिया की जो यंग वर्कफोर्स है इनकी खुद की कुछ लाइफ है भी, या फिर हमको ऑलमोस्ट रोबोट ही मान लिया गया है जो सातों दिन नॉन स्टॉप काम करते रहेंगे। जो पहली बार ये क्लिप है ना, ये आप देखिए, उसके बाद इसका जो एक इनसेन रिएक्शन हमको देखने को मिला है पूरे देश में, ये मैं आपको दिखाऊंगा।
Why is L&T still making employees work on Saturdays even after being one of the largest conglomerates and the face of India's business world?
I regret I'm not able to make you work on Sundays, to be honest. If I can make you work on Sundays, I'll be more happier, because I work on Sundays also. What do you do sitting at home? How long can you stare at your wives? How long can the wife stare at your husband? Come on, get to the office and start working.
Now, यहाँ पर आपने देखा कि L&T के चेयरमैन से पूछा गया कि आप लोग देखिए, इतनी बड़े ब्रांड हो, इतनी बड़ी कंपनी हो, तब भी सैटरडे को भी अपने लोगों को बुलाते हो ऑफिस, उनसे काम करवाते हो। चेयरमैन ने बोला, सैटरडे छोड़ो, मेरे बस की होती है, मैं तो रिग्रेट करता हूं कि मैं ये कर नहीं सकता, मगर मैं तो चाहता हूं संडे को भी आओ, काम करो, 7 दिन काम करो। बेसिकली कम शब्दों में ना, ये कह रहे हैं 90 घंटे, 90 आवर्स वर्क वीक, आप काम करो, 90 आवर्स दो कंपनी को। अब यहाँ पे आदमी यही पूछता है कि फिर पर्सनल लाइफ का क्या, वर्क लाइफ बैलेंस का क्या? वो तो बस काम का ही हो गया, रह गया, मशीन ही हो गया वो आदमी। सोएगा भी, फिर काम भी करेगा, कुछ और लाइफ में। तो यहाँ पे चेयरमैन साहब कहते हैं घर में क्या, बीवी को कब तक देखोगे, बीवी भी थक जाएगी तुमको देखकर, तुम भी थक जाओगे, वापस आओ काम करो ना। हो गया। देखिए, अगर किसी को बहुत ज़्यादा एक इंसेन पैशन है अपने काम के प्रति, फॉर एग्जाम्पल मैं अगर अपनी बात करूं, मैं तो सातों दिन वीडियो डालता हूं, आई हैव अ लॉट ऑफ पैशन फॉर माई वर्क, बट हर एक आदमी अलग होता है, ठीक है। मेरी कोई खास कोई बड़ी फैमिली नहीं है, अनमैरिड हो, तो काफ़ी कुछ कर सकता हूं लाइफ में, बट हर कोई इस लाइफ की कंडीशन में नहीं होता। कई लोग हैं, उनकी फैमिली की कमिटमेंट्स होती है, उनको फैमिली में टाइम देना होता है, उनको एक वर्क लाइफ बैलेंस चाहिए, और साथ में करियर ट्रैजेक्टरी, बहुत सारी चीज़ें यहाँ पे मैटर करती है। तो हर एक आदमी से ये एक्सपेक्ट करना कि इवेंचुअली जो वर्क आवर्स हैं ये लगातार बढ़ते ही जाएंगे, ये ठीक नहीं है। और पहली बार मैं देख रहा हूं कि हमारे देश के जो बड़े सेलिब्रिटीज़ हैं, फॉर एग्जांपल दीपिका पादुकोण की अगर मैं बात करूं, इन्होंने एक इंस्टाग्राम पे पोस्ट करी और ये कहा, एंड दे मेड इट जस्ट वर्स। एक्चुअली लार्सन एंड टूब्रो ने अपने चेयरमैन की जो ये स्टेटमेंट है ना कि आप 90 आवर्स तक काम करिए, इसको डिफेंड किया। दीपिका पादुकोण ने कहा कि देखिए, ये जो डिफेंस है इनके चेयरमैन की स्टेटमेंट का, ये और ज़रा ख़राब है। ऑलमोस्ट कंपनी कह रही है कि देखिए, हम देश की तरक्की के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं, मेहनत तो करनी होगी, और अगर नेशन बिल्डिंग करनी है तो एक्स्ट्रॉर्डनरी एफर्ट चाहिए ना। क्वेश्चन यहाँ पर यही आता है, अगर नेशन बिल्डिंग करनी है तो क्या सच में इसका सोल्यूशन यही है कि बस ऑफिस में ही आप काम करते रहो? और अगर आपसे ये एक्सपेक्टेशन करी जाती है तो फिर बर्नआउट का क्या होगा? बर्नआउट एक ऐसी चीज है जो हर कोई एक्सपीरियंस करता है। बर्नआउट होता है कि लगातार आप काम कर रहे हो, वर्क का ओवरलोड हो रहा है, अब आपकी परफॉर्मेंस प्रॉपरली आ नहीं रही, आप बस ठीक है ऑफिस जा रहे हो और बैठ रहे हो, बट जेन्युइनली आपकी प्रोडक्टिविटी आ नहीं रही। इंडिया में मैं आपको बता दूं 78% एम्प्लॉयज हैं जो ऑलरेडी इस वक्त जॉब बर्नआउट फेस कर रहे हैं। यहाँ पे आप देख पाओगे, रिसेंटली यूकेजी वर्कफोर्स इंस्टीट्यूट ने एक स्टडी कंडक्ट करी थी ऑल ओवर इंडिया। इसमें उन्होंने ये बताया था कि 64% एम्प्लॉय वुड रेडली एक्सेप्ट ए वर्कलोड रिडक्शन फॉर ए कमेंसरेट पे कट। लोग तो भारत में कह रहे हैं मेरी सैलरी भी थोड़ी सी कम कर लो, बस वर्कलोड थोड़ा सा मेरा यहाँ पे रिड्यूस कर लो, इंडिकेटिंग दैट ए मेजॉरिटी ऑफ एम्प्लॉयज रिकॉग्नाइज द इंपॉर्टेंस ऑफ हेल्दी वर्क लाइफ बैलेंस। क्योंकि देखिए, आपको एक हेल्दी वर्क लाइफ बैलेंस चाहिए ही। आपकी अगर फैमिली है, आपकी कमिटमेंट्स है, यू नीड दैट वर्क लाइफ बैलेंस, नहीं तो आप प्रॉपरली अपना काम कर नहीं पाओगे ना। एक बार को आप कह सकते हैं वो L&T के चेयरमैन है, सातों दिन काम करते हैं। अगर देखो, आपका जुनून है, ऑब्सेशन है, प्यार करते हो आप अपने काम से, जैसे लग रहा है कि L&T के चेयरमैन हो सकता है प्यार करते होंगे अपने काम से। कई लोग होते हैं उनको ऑब्सेशन, जुनून सा होता है अपने काम के प्रति, वो अलग है। मगर वर्कफोर्स से एक्सपेक्ट करना कि वो एक बहुत ज़्यादा एवरेज सैलरी के साथ, यहाँ पर एक इशू ये भी आता है सैलरी का, कोई चेयरमैन है, कोई बिल्कुल हाई लेवल पे पहुंच चुका है, आप यहाँ पे ऐसी वर्कफोर्स से पूछ रहे हो जो या तो 3 लाख कमा रही है एंट्री लेवल पर, थोड़ा सा और तरक्की कर ली तो साल के 6-7 लाख कमा रही है, मैक्सिमम थोड़ा सा और आगे पहुंच गए तो 15 लाख साल के कमा रही है, उस पर भी आपको दुनिया भर का टैक्स पे करना होता है। तो क्या ये जस्टिफाइड है कि भारत, जहां पे ऑलरेडी हमारा जो वर्क लाइफ बैलेंस है एम्प्लॉयज का बुरी तरीके से बिगड़ चुका है? आप अगर देखो, इंडियंस आर द मोस्ट ओवरवर्क्ड पीपल। यहाँ पे आप देख पाओगे, विजुअल कैपिटलिस्ट ने रिसेंटली ये डेटा पब्लिश किया था कि इंडियंस ऑलमोस्ट 60 घंटे हफ्ते का काम कर रहे हैं। ये लॉन्गेस्ट वर्क वीक है दुनिया का। इसमें एक चीज और ऐड कर लेना, दूषित हवा, बहुत ज्यादा हाई टैक्सेस, एक ऐसा कंट्री जहां पे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर अभी भी प्रॉपरली डेवलप हुआ नहीं है, क्राइम का इशू अभी भी काफ़ी जगह है, करप्शन अभी भी काफ़ी जगह है, उसके साथ साथ आपको हाईएस्ट वर्क वीक आपको यहाँ पे काम करना पड़ता है इंडिया में। फिर आप एक बार को आप काम बहुत सारा कर रहे हो, क्या उसके हिसाब से आपको पैसा मिलता है? वो भी नहीं मिल रहा। अगर मिलता है वो तो खैर हैवीली टैक्स है इंडिया में। जो सैलरीड क्लास है वो कब से सरकार को कह रही है, देखिए कहीं तो हमको रूम दे दो, हम इन्वेस्टमेंट करें उसमें हैवी टैक्स है, एफडी बनाएं उसमें हैवी टैक्स है, सैलरी मिलती है उसमें हैवी टैक्स है। बेसिकली भागने की जगह नहीं है आदमी के पास, और साथ में इन्फ्लेशन लगातार आपकी सेविंग्स खा रही है, रुपी लगातार डेप्रिशिएट हो रहा है। इट इज़ ए वेरी डिफिकल्ट पोजीशन। इसलिए रिसेंटली एक रिपोर्ट में यही बताया गया कि 10 में से 7 इंडियंस ने यह कहा कि हमें महसूस होता है कि हम अंडर पेड हैं। ये तो खैर वैसे एक यूनिवर्सल फीलिंग है, मगर इंडिया में बहुत ज़्यादा स्केल पर लोग जेन्युइनली फील कर रहे हैं कि वी आर वेरी अंडर पेड। जितना काम हमसे निकाला जाता है उसके हिसाब से काफ़ी सारी जो बड़ी कंपनीज हैं ये एनुअली सैलरी इंक्रीज करती नहीं है। आप देखोगे रिसेंटली रिपोर्ट पब्लिश हुई थी कि भारत में कई बड़ी IT कंपनीज हैं, वो फ्रेशर्स को ऑलमोस्ट सेम सैलरी दे रही है जो आज से 6-7 साल पहले दिया करती थी। और इससे देखिए होता क्या है, एक बहुत ज़्यादा अनहैप्पी सोसाइटी सामने आती है। अगर आपने काफ़ी बार इंटरनेट पर और जगह कई इंडियंस को कंप्लेन करते देखा है कि देखिए हमारे यहाँ तो सिचुएशन काफ़ी ख़राब है, कुछ है नहीं और कुछ हो नहीं रहा वगैरह, काफ़ी उनकी प्रॉब्लम्स होती हैं। उसके पीछे आप अगर रीजंस देखो ना, सैलरी, वर्क प्रेशर, फिर आपसे एक्सपेक्टेशन, आप देखते हो न्यूज़ में नारायण मूर्ति साहब कह रहे हैं जी 70 घंटे काम करो हफ्ते में। एलएनटी के चेयरमैन कहते हैं 70-90 घंटे काम करो, संडे को भी आओ काम करने के लिए। इट इज़ फ्रस्ट्रेटिंग। और परहैप्स इसलिए कई इंडियंस हैं वो कोशिश करते रहते हैं कि इंडिया से बाहर निकलकर कहीं यूरोप या फिर यूएस में काम करने का मौका मिल।
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. मेरी बहन. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday.
बनो किसी के हम कहीं से भी, हम जोड़ रहे हैं 100 टावर्स हर घंटे।
मिट गई थी हर कमी, क्यों बेवजह थी ये सजा, क्यों ख्वाब देके वो ले गया, जिए जो हम लगे सितम, अज़ाब ऐसे वो दे गया। मैं ढूंढने को उसके दिल में जो खुदा निकला, मैं ढूंढने को उसके दिल में जो खुदा निकला।
Hey guys, what's going on? In today's video, I'm going to be showing you something very, very cool. There's this trend that I've noticed in all of these different dropshipping stores that have allowed them to be successful.
Did you know that you can create a fully functional website in minutes using AI? Let me show you how. So first, visit.
All of your favorite influencers are printing millions of dollars doing this. In fact, there are 3 specific things that all of these influencers that have been popping out of nowhere in the last 24 months are applying to build an audience from zero. And more importantly, putting millions in their bank account. I'm yet to come across a personal brand doing these 3 things that isn't printing truckloads of cash. Now, how do I know this? because I use this exact same strategy myself. In fact, I was kind of the one who created it. I went from struggling to grow 10,000 subscribers in an entire year to growing 1.3 million the year after, and then 2.5 million in the next 12 months, and printing tens of millions of dollars while doing so. Now, one thing is a fact. There is simply no other personal brand that has had faster growth than mine on this side of the internet. And I'm actually about to reveal to you a 3-pillar content system that I've used that honestly most of your favorite influencers have tried and failed to copy ever since. And I'm going to show you behind the curtains of how I became the fastest growing channel on this side of the internet, and even show you some of the metrics behind some of my most successful YouTube videos down to the dollar of how much they generated. But the best part of it all is this. You see, just a few months ago, YouTube has had a huge change in their algorithm. Now, you've probably noticed it yourself. When you look on your home feed, YouTube is now recommending you videos with 200, 300, sometimes even less than 100 views. So the algorithm now favors smaller channels over bigger ones, which is allowing brand new personal brands to get tens of thousands of followers faster than was ever possible before. In their own words.
Yeah, so we have a team that is specifically focused on this challenge of trying to identify audiences for creators that are just getting started, for videos that we don't have a lot of information about. We want to help those creators be successful.
They have now dedicated a team working to give small channels an unfair advantage to grow fast. And it's not only YouTube, so did Instagram, TikTok, and LinkedIn. So this is kind of like divine timing, because there's never been a better time in history for you to start a personal brand. Now, just one warning. To be honest, I don't know how much longer it's gonna be like this. Algorithms change all the time. All I know is that it's never been better. And by the way, if you watch this video until the end, I'm gonna personally send you a content toolkit with every single template that I mentioned throughout this video. And with these tools, I've removed all of the guesswork from the process of starting a personal brand from zero and growing it to your first 1,000 followers in the next 12 weeks. So with no further ado, let's get into it. Your favorite influencers have something that they don't tell you. You see, most of them are broke, especially the ones with millions of followers. You know, the react channels, the streamers, the pranks, the vlogs, the challenge type videos. Now, yes, of course, there's outliers, there's streamers and prank channels that make millions of dollars, but I'm talking about the 99.99999%, because most of them hide behind these big numbers of subscribers and viewers, but behind the scenes, they simply bend over backwards to sponsors and take any brand deal that's thrown at them. That's really the only way that they can make money, is through sponsors. By the way, most of the time, which includes the shadiest type of stuff like online casinos and gambling, and all of that stems from one big issue. They do not know how to attract an audience that wants to buy from them. And to be honest, it really pisses me off the fact that most people look at them and then think that they too need to get millions of followers in order to make money online, which simply couldn't be further from the truth. Listen, before I reveal this whole 3-pillar system, you first need to understand what not to do. You do not want to play the entertainment game. You do not want to be the clown in front of the camera trying to entertain people like a dancing monkey in exchange for views. We're not here to make you famous, we're here to make you rich. And views and followers, they don't put money in your bank account. So right now, just forget all of that. There's a way to build your personal brand that focuses on making a ton of money and not on attracting millions of random people who just want to be entertained. This way, you only need a few thousand followers to make you kind of money. That is what these influencers who are printing millions today are doing. Take Alex Becker, for example. He has a secondary small channel where all he talks about is ads. Now, his videos get like an average of 10,000 views per video, and it might not look like much, but these views are what fuel his 9-figure tracking software for media buying called Hyros, which just got partially acquired for $110 million. All he does to record these simple YouTube videos is sits down in his ugly office making ugly drawings on a virtual whiteboard and just talks about Facebook and Google ads. Then he runs retargeting ads to everyone who watches those videos, and he takes them to the simple basic page with a calendar on it to book a discovery call, which he then sells people into his software. Now, with this simple 3-step operation, he's made more than $100 million in his career. Now, to be honest, you don't even need to get to 10,000 views to print money with your personal brand. In fact, I know people with 1,000 to 2,000 subscribers who are making over $10,000 a month. Just like these guys right here that talk about scooping dog poop. And yes, you heard that right. They have 3,000 subscribers and are making 18 grand a month from their personal brand. And all of these guys are taking the exact same approach, which is simply creating what I call a micro personal brand. This is a personal brand with 1, 2, 5, maybe 10,000 followers who are highly interested in what you talk about and watch everything that you put out. A micro personal brand operates under a simple premise. 1 right follower is worth more than 1,000 wrong ones. And that's why the influencers making the most revenue per follower all have small micro personal brands. With this strategy, you can make more money than all the big viral influencers out there. A lot more. And you will never have to worry about money ever again. And by the way, that doesn't mean you can't get to millions of followers. I mean, just take a look at someone like Sam Sulek. He's not particularly charismatic. He has no crazy editing or anything along those lines. All he does is he educates his audience. And this is the principle of everything that we're going to cover today, which is providing value. And there's really 3 ways that you can do that: documentation, opening someone's eyes, and education. And if you look at what Sam is doing, that's exactly it. He shows you what he's doing in the gym. He documents his training. He educates you by showing, what he's done for his workout of the day, so on and so forth. And by doing that, he's grown to millions of subscribers. Now, obviously, I've grown to millions of subscribers myself. Now, the thing you need to understand here is that you don't need millions of followers to be successful with this. You need to understand that views and subs are not the metric we use to judge our success. Instead, we judge it off of how much money our personal brand is putting in our pocket. So let me show you how all these guys I mentioned apply 3 specific pillars to their personal brand that if you apply them as well, you will never have to worry about money ever again in your life. Now, applying these 3 pillars generated me 7 million followers across all my channels and over $108 million in career earnings. Now, there's also one thing you don't see here, which is in 2023, I went from 1.5 million to 4 million subs. The year before, I went from 180K to 1.5 million. Now, what do you think was the growth the year before that? Maybe from 80K to 180K, or maybe 40,000 to 180,000. Maybe I went from 10,000 to 180,000. You see, the year before that, I grew 10,000 subscribers. That's it. I went from 170K to 180K. Now, if I had 1,000 subscribers, that would be the equivalent of growing from 1,000 to 1,100 the next year. From an account that size, that is horrible growth that I had. And it's not as if we weren't trying our hardest. I published 51 videos that year, virtually 1 a week. And it was so frustrating to see that growth curve going up so slowly that, to be honest, it almost looked like a flat line. And by the way, it took me 5 years to get to that 170,000 number in the first place. That's years and years longer than what it should take you to get to that number when you do things right. So I actually spent way more time failing than I did succeeding with this whole thing. And you know the funniest part of it all? The year I grew from 180,000 to 1.3 million subs, I published 52 videos, virtually the same as the year before. So with the same amount of work, I went from gaining 10,000 subscribers to gaining 1.3 million subs and then 4 million the year after. So what changed? What was the big shift? Did I get extremely good in front of camera all of a sudden? No, not at all. In fact, I actually suck at it. And to be honest, I'm still not really that good in front of camera. You might have even seen the video of me struggling in front of camera in one of our YouTube videos, like the raw videos that leaked.
Look, there is nothing.
जब आप अपना बिजनेस बनाना शुरू करते हो ना, तो आपको एक चीज रियलाइज हो जाती है कि आप सब कुछ खुद नहीं कर सकते.
Yes, that's Ashni Grover, ladies and gentlemen. Do you want to learn from him? Ashneer has built multiple businesses and he can surely teach you a trick or two. Now, if your business is stuck in a loop and you are overwhelmed by day-to-day operations, unable to get desired growth, this is an opportunity. Sometimes we feel, you're pouring your heart, your soul into the business, but the results are just not there. जो चाहिए वो actually मिल नहीं पा रहा है. I understand. Now you wonder, how do you understand? I understand because I've been there. I have done business, I have failed in business, I have learned, I have reinvented myself, I have taken help of smarter people than me and rebuilt myself, thereby rebuilding my business eventually. So I know that building a successful business is challenging and it's more than just hard work. It's about getting your strategy right. Everybody thinks about strategy, but getting the strategy right, getting the systems in place and then scaling up is done by very few people because people don't know what exactly you need to do. And that is the reason I have created the 10x Business Growth Challenge. This is not just another workshop. It's a deep dive into core issues which are holding your business back. We tackle everything from refining your business model so that you can get maximum profitability to mastering the art of hiring and retaining top talent. You will learn how to build systems that run your business, not the other way around. Mostly business is running the business owner, and we will equip you with the financial know-how to ensure your business thrives. So all this is coming. And of course, we have Ashneer Grover, whom we have invited as our powerful keynote speaker to make the learning more practical, more grounded, and of course, most impactful. And he is indeed one of the most celebrated startup founders in the country and an amazing business owner. And he has proven himself beyond any doubt. Now, if he's there, you know it's coming from the horse's mouth. His insights into business and leadership will be something which will ignite your entrepreneurial spirit and take your results to next level. So go ahead, just for ₹99, you can unlock potential of your business. This is your chance to break free from the grind, break free from the pain, break free from the shackles which are actually unseen, but they're stopping you. You're not able to get what you want. So click now, pay now, register for this program, and I will help you achieve the growth you deserve, the growth you desire. Click now. I'll see you inside. Bye-bye.
Look, there is nothing more.
I simply do my best in front of camera, and then I cut out the parts where maybe I struggle, I fumble over my words, and I just repeat it until I get it right. So in that case, you might be thinking, well, it was your insane editing or the production quality of your videos. Well, that can't be it either, because my most watched video is a slide presentation with black text and some emojis that literally an 11-year-old could create. So what changed? How did I go from taking 5 years to get to 100,000 subscribers and then growing more than any other YouTube channel in the industry in less than 2 years? The truth is, there is a method to this. In the year I went from growing 10,000 subscribers to 1.3 million, I simply started applying this method. And when I did so, I went from struggling to grow my audience base by 10% in a year to then growing it by almost 1,000% the year after. It's what I call the 3-pillar micro-personal brand method. Now, most importantly, with this method, all it takes for you to succeed is one piece of content. You are always one video away from creating a multi-million-dollar personal brand. You see, that's exactly what happened to me. This single video got me 10 million views, 130,000 subscribers, and $266,000 in AdSense revenue. And by the way, that's only 1% of what this video actually put in my pocket, because I was selling a product at the end of it. It built a 9-figure brand off the back of it. And by the way, it's not just me. Peter McKinnon, who's one of the most famous photographers in the world today, he got his personal brand kicked off on the back of a single video as well. Or you can look at Veritasium. At 16 million subscribers, this dude has one of the biggest personal brands on YouTube, even though he talks about some of the most boring topics on earth, such as science, math, and physics. His breakthrough came from a single video that you've probably watched yourself, where he throws a basketball off a dam. Now, on pillar 3 of the method, I'll reveal how he created this video and the specific elements that got it to 57 million views. Long story short, many creators have had their big breakthrough just because they had one video. That one video changed the trajectory of their career. The good news is, doing it is actually quite simple when you follow this 3-pillar method. So if you want to start a successful personal brand, the first thing you need to do is to commit to this method. Because honestly, it just works. So watch this video as many times as it takes for you to understand each step, then ruthlessly apply it and ignore everything else. So with that being said, I'm about to arrive home. I'm going to present the rest of this inside of my office. So let me step out the car, head to the office, and then let's get into the real juicy technicals that all of your favorite gurus and influencers have been hiding from you. All right, so back home at my desk, and we can get into some of the more technical stuff. Now, the first pillar you need is content. And on episode 1, we already talked about why this is the biggest and most powerful leverage to create wealth in 2025. And there are really 3 elements that you need to have in place in order to create winning content. Now, by the way, this first pillar might sound a bit conceptual at first, but this is actually the deepest competitive advantage that you can have that, to be honest, you're not really going to hear from any other video out there. It's not going to be about thumbnails and titles and scripts like everyone else talks about when it comes to creating content. And we are going to cover that later, but to be honest, that's the easy part. That part only makes sense if you first understand the 3 elements of this pillar. So let's get on to the first one. Now, most people get stuck when it comes to creating content because they don't know what to talk about. So really, that's the first element you need to define. the topic of your channel. Now, the issue is people think they don't have anything valuable enough to share or worthwhile listening to. And to be honest, that couldn't be further from the truth, because 9 out of 10 of you watching already have some sort of expertise. You may not realize it, but you do. You know, if you have a job you're good at, you already have expertise. If you have a business, you already have some form of expertise. If you're a freelancer, you already have some form of expertise. If you run an agency, you already have some form of expertise. Now, you know what, for a second, let's even replace the word expertise, because maybe that might freak you out, and let's just replace it with experience, okay? Now, it may not be 20 years of experience, but all of you guys have experience. You have your own unique experience that resonates with other people. Now, if you don't have any previous work experience or previous knowledge, and you're not yet sure what your personal brand is gonna be about, don't worry. I know this might sound counterintuitive, but hear me out. You don't need to be an expert at the topic of your choice to create a successful personal brand. And I'm living proof of that. When I first got started on YouTube, I was 15 years old, and I was just posting about things that I was interested in: working out, marketing, videography. The book that I was reading at the time, I really was not an expert at any of those things. I was just a kid sharing his authentic experience. Now, as a few months went on, what did I do? I defined my topic of choice as digital marketing, even though I wasn't an expert at it. And then I shared my journey of learning that skill with my audience. And after just a few months of documenting my journey with digital marketing on YouTube, this is how fucking crazy this stuff is. I was getting paid thousands of dollars by clients and getting flown out to their countries to work on their marketing strategies. And back then, I was a teenager. I wasn't rich. I wasn't incredibly well-spoken or any sort of genius. And yet I was still getting paid 4-figure retainers and was in charge of multi-$100,000 worth of budget. All of that because one of the most effective formats of content is just documenting. And it works because it's genuine. Regardless of whether you have experience in a field or not, it shows the process, not the result. In the space of 9 months, I went from having zero knowledge about paid traffic, funnels, any sort of webinar. 9 months later, I'm getting paid double what someone gets paid in a month for a day's work. And people love to be a part of the journey. So not only is this the most powerful way of creating content, but also you can get started with it even if you have no skills whatsoever. A great example of this is there's a girl out there who talks about farmland, and it's been popping off lately. Now, crazy thing is she doesn't have any experience with farmland. She's not a farmer or anything like that. She actually used to talk about making money through Fiverr as a freelancer, and then completely shifted to talk about farmland and sustainable farming. And all she started doing was documenting the process of buying and developing her first farmland. And now she's literally getting millions of views of a highly qualified audience just doing that, even though she's not an expert at it. So you know what? Let's actually use this as our example topic of choice throughout this episode. Farmland. I like it because it's very exotic and it shows that this works with anything. It's not only for people talking about finances, business, or the usual stuff that most people go to when creating a personal brand. All you need to do is define your topic. And on episode 3, I'm going to show you how to choose the most profitable topics under any industry of your choice, but that's actually for Friday's episode. Now, the second element you need to define is the reason people are going to watch you. Now listen, this might be a little tricky to wrap your head around at first, but what you need to understand is that the best content is always created as a result of an internal conflict. It's actually what I call the 5-stage content cycle, and it all starts with the conflict that you experience. And this conflict will lead you to an internal pursuit, and the internal pursuit will lead you to take action, and that action will lead to a result, and that result can be transformed into content. So let me break this down again. You have conflict, internal pursuit, action, result, and then content. Now, the reason why I started to build my personal brand was as a resolution for my internal pursuit to solve my personal conflict, which was a very relatable situation. My father was unfortunately an alcoholic. My stepdad cut off me and my mom when we were 11. She was working minimum wage jobs, and that motivation of seeing my mom struggle to take care of me fueled me to go on this journey. So this content that you're watching right now actually comes from a conflict that I lived through, and the internal pursuit it led to, and the actions that I took after going through this internal pursuit, and the result that I got out of these actions. And this is the most powerful type of content because it attracts the exact type of person that I want to talk to. So if you're watching this right now, I know for a fact that we have very similar traits. And one of them is that you like watching this longer form with more in-depth content YouTube videos, which is what I like to do as well. Another thing is that you have this deep desire to achieve incredible success. So that way your future family is safe, protected. You create an environment that you didn't get to live through growing up. And by the way, that doesn't mean that you have to be homeless and living on the street. In fact, you could even come from a very wealthy family, but that still argued about money, and money still drove their life. So whatever your life circumstance, I know that if you watch my videos, there's a part of you that relates to either this feeling of loneliness. I grew up not only as an only child, but at school, I didn't really have too many friends. I think I could have made friends, but I just wasn't willing to be fake and pretend to care about the things that everyone else cared about. Some people call me cocky or full of myself. I wasn't that at all. I was just very to myself in my own world with my own interests. So maybe that's what you relate to about my journey. Maybe you've heard me talk about a dark period in my life where I was already a multimillionaire. I'd already achieved everything that everyone would want to achieve. And yet I still went into this dark night of the soul period where honestly, I didn't have a will to live anymore. So for whatever reason you may identify with me, the point is, if you're watching this video thus far, it's because you have identified with a lot of things, or maybe even just one of the things that I've said, the experiences I've lived, and because we share similar values and traits. And because I went through this journey, I didn't need to put on a mask or try to be a character that I'm not to try to appeal to my ideal customer. I just need to come here and create content that is genuine to my experience. And by the way, that's the coolest part of this whole thing, is that you can genuinely share your story, your mission, the things that are important to you, your life, your journey, and make millions and millions and millions of dollars in the process of it. Like, how cool is that? But remember, it needs to be authentic and it needs to be genuine to you. There's so many things in my life that now people are like, oh, he does this and this and this. But I was doing this shit before people knew me or before it was cool. Even just the way I dress. I dress like a grandpa. I've always dressed like a grandpa. And yeah, maybe now it's cool, but this shit wasn't cool 3-4 years ago, and I was still doing it. I was always being authentic and genuine to myself. And I was able to be authentic.
मेटा एड्स में एक कैंपेन लगाया था। पहले दिन तो बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्म करा और अब परफॉर्म ही नहीं कर रहा है। पहले दिन दे दी थी 11 परचेज।
Have you ever looked at all these people online and asked yourself, how the f do they get so rich?
It's about doing whatever it takes. That skill set is what got me on my feet financially.
So I know that some of you guys watch my videos and
I think we're actually live this time. I'm Drew Badger, the founder of EnglishAnyone.com, and welcome to another live video here on YouTube. And we'll see if we get this working. Should be coming through clearly. All right, making sure we're okay. So I'll give people a moment to come in. We should be live and working right now. But the reason I wanted to make this video is because I get really one question. Actually, I get a lot of questions, but I get one particular question over and over and over again from students. And this is, how can I actually speak fluently about many different kinds of things? Well, hello. So a lot of people, again, they can understand a lot of English, but they have trouble expressing themselves, and especially if the topic is new or unfamiliar or something, then they have trouble being able to speak. So I wanted to talk about this because in a video I did a couple of, I think, what was that, last week I did on Instagram, I spoke with a few learners, and one of them in particular was talking about how she's reading lots of books and taking time to improve her English, but she doesn't feel like she's actually becoming more fluent. And so fluency, again, just to make this very clear for people, this is how well you can communicate. It's not how much you know. And we know this because often little children, 4, 5, 6-year-old kids, native English speaking kids, can communicate better than many adult English learners. And so the goal is not to just try to learn more and more and spend more time learning. What you really should be doing is actually focusing on vocabulary, because this is how people get fluent. It's how you got fluent in your native language. It's how you develop mastery in anything. So I had a couple of notes. Actually, there are quite a few things I want to talk about. All right, so we got, let's see here. Hopefully, hopefully the volume is loud enough too. Let's see. Welcome from Germany. Nice to see everybody. I want to be quick, go through a couple of different examples about this just to make the point about how you can actually speak fluently about almost anything. But also just to let you know, this is not like an instantaneous process, but it really actually does happen quite quickly if you start doing the right thing. So that's what we'll talk about in this video. So I wanted to talk about this again. I mentioned the learner at the beginning, but also just because I really want to show how natives are learning and remind you about how you learned your native language. So I had my, actually before I do that, let me give you a quick example of something just to kind of contrast these two ways of learning. So the typical, we'll just call this the ESL approach. So this is English as a second language, and then we have the EFL approach over here, which is learning English as a first language. And what most people do is they spend a lot of time trying to learn as much vocabulary as possible. So imagine each one of these is a new phrase. So if you spend today trying to learn 10 new phrases or 10 new words or whatever, the EFL approach, really you're trying to focus on one thing and learn it very deeply.
Okay, this is basically the simplest contrast between these things. So children, they will often be learning something like a child will watch the same movie, 100 times. So they are just naturally getting lots and lots of review, while most English learners are trying to just, and again, it's not really the fault of learners. Part of it is your brain just trying to get you to learn new things, and part of it is teachers that are really not spending enough time focusing on things. And so they will learn something new, and they will learn another new thing, and then they will forget other things that they thought they knew. So before I talk about exactly what you should be doing and give you some examples of this, I thought it would be interesting to just use a brick example to get you all thinking about something very simple like a brick. So just imagine I have a brick right here. I want you to write down in the comments right now, just think of how many different ways you can use a brick. All right, so very simple object. You could do the same thing with a marker or, an eraser or something like that. But how many different things could you do with a brick? All right. This will help you get thinking more like a native speaker about vocabulary, because what we want to do is get you focusing on something rather than trying to, we look at one way a brick could be used and then we go to some other object. All right. So ARC just popping in. Look at that. Keep up the good work. Here we go. So yeah, everyone take your time and give me just any kind of use. You can put it right in the chat. How could you use a brick? All right, just think, try to be a little bit of creative. You can think about this as a creativity. Let's see, you could build something, okay? So even if we have only one brick, I mean, obviously if we had many bricks, we could probably build a wall, but yeah, we could build something, we could make something. That's true. It could be the like the first piece of a wall. We could throw it for sure. You could use it as a weapon if you wanted to, throw it as something. Yeah, it could be a bridge. Yeah, maybe like even a bridge, a small bridge for a mouse or something like that. So if we put, I don't know, something under here and then we have our brick like that, it could be a little bridge over some water, something like that. So we could probably think of, I don't know, 30, 40 different uses as a supporter, sure. So you could put something on top of it. You could sit on it, that's right. You could use it as a chair, very good. So we could also, so again, we could put things on top of it, or we could put the brick on other things, like using it as a paperweight. So things, maybe if it's a windy day, we put the brick on paper to stop it from blowing away. I don't know, maybe we throw it in some water to make a loud splash, just to hear the sound of that. All right, I don't want to spend too much time in the video going over all the different ways you could use a brick, but the point is, if you think a little bit about it, you spend just a little bit of time thinking, you can probably think of some pretty creative uses for a brick, okay? And then we also have we could have different kinds of bricks. You could have like a Lego brick where you got your little pieces in there, you're connecting it to something. Or it could be maybe made out of plastic or something, a different kind of brick. Or it could be a different color, maybe you just use it as a decoration or something. All right, so why am I bringing up this example? The point of this is really just to show you the difference between what learners are doing, so what teachers are usually doing in classes, and what natives are doing, all right? So I was walking my older daughter, Aria, to school today. And while we were walking, she said, "Dad, what does harsh mean?" Harsh. The word harsh. All right. Let's see. Do you think pay attention at native English mouth can help you with pronunciation? Yes, if you're watching what people do, but listening is more important. And it's better to listen to like 10 different people speaking than to try to watch one person's mouth, if that makes sense. So Aria, my older daughter, asked, "What does harsh mean?" And I said, "Oh, where did you hear that?" And she said, "Oh, I was watching a show, Boss Baby." Maybe you've heard of this show, Boss Baby. So there are actually a lot of complicated words and expressions. It's really a show for adults, but because it's a cartoon, kids like to watch it. But she's learning lots of interesting vocabulary, and so one of the words that she learned was harsh. So she's asked, what's harsh mean? And so I said, okay, where did you hear that? You're watching Boss Baby. What's happening in the scene or in the show when you hear something or someone use the word harsh? So I think like one character, and these are, I don't know, babies or whatever. I didn't see the show, but just listening to her talk about it. So one character is kind of like yelling at this other character. Maybe we'll give him like an angry face. And the other character says like, don't be so harsh. So this is one example of this. So don't be so harsh. So what's happening here is, okay, if we imagine the scene, we can think about one character as being angry at another character, and they're saying some harsh words. Some harsh words to the other character. And you can start to understand what harsh means, or kind of one example of what harsh means. But after she kind of understood this, it's like, okay, it's maybe kind of something maybe a little bit mean, or something difficult, or something hard to deal with, something hard to accept, something that's harsh like that. But I didn't stop here. As we're walking to school, I start giving her more examples of harsh. And so you might have, we'll just put some more examples up here. Here, I'll just leave this. So we might have some harsh weather. Now, if you think about it, okay, we understand this meaning of harsh, then if we have harsh weather, do you think that's like good, pleasant weather, or maybe not good, pleasant weather? and a child can imagine, oh wow, it looks like there will be some harsh weather today. There's a snowstorm and lots of wind. So that's what we mean by harsh weather. Harsh weather. All right. So you might have a harsh storm, or we could have a harsh season. Again, we're still talking about similar kinds of things here. But again, the point is that we don't stop with just one example of something. We really want to make sure that you can understand that vocabulary very well. So when I'm teaching my own kids, we spend time with the vocabulary. Yeah, so bad weather, again, harsh weather, the same kind of thing. And you understand it from the situation, from the context, rather than trying to get a definition or a translation of the word. So this is why I asked my daughter, like, when did you hear that? What situation? What's happening to those characters when they say that? Because I want her to be thinking about that when she's learning new things. Again, it's going to be much easier for her to understand new vocabulary this way. So we got harsh weather, harsh storm, harsh conditions. All these things, they mean something that's difficult or it's going to be bad. And again, we already have the example of harsh words. Someone might use some harsh language. Maybe they're cursing at someone, they're angry at someone. Does this make sense? Is it starting to be a little bit more clear what harsh means? You've probably heard this word before, but have you heard all these different uses of it? Maybe, maybe not. But this is usually what natives are doing. So they don't learn, like, I'm actually very efficient about how I teach my kids because I understand how they should be learning. But usually what children do is they will hear maybe one example of something, and then it could be weeks or months later they hear another one. And they make that connection. So I want to help my kids make that connection as fast as possible. Like, look at that. Here's something harsh. Here's another thing that's harsh. These are all different harsh examples, so they understand very well what it means. Okay? So this is just one example, but I wanted to give some more, especially kind of higher level things. But remember, just because the vocabulary looks simple, you might have a word like harsh, and it seems like a short, simple word, like, okay, that's not an advanced word, but again, in a real conversation, would you be able to use harsh in these different ways? Would that vocabulary come to your mind automatically? If you learn this way, it does. So if you can think, wow, like harsh, and now because I have this word and because I know it so well, I've gone deep into the vocabulary. We're going to focus on something rather than trying to learn a bunch of different things. So remember, the traditional ESL approach, we have a lesson. I try to teach you 10 or 20 words or something, but we're not going to go very deeply or spend much time on them. And then next week, There's no review of any of that vocabulary. So you're learning a few things, and then you don't spend time reviewing them. But with the EFL approach, we really want to take something and go deep into that vocabulary. So we learn the word harsh, and then we want to hear lots of different examples of how the word might be used. And it's all of these examples that really make you fluent in that vocabulary. All right. Now, here's the amazing part about this. Now that you do this with one word, you can use this word when you're talking about other things. Like, don't judge me so harshly. So people are being critical. They are criticizing you. Hey, like, you know, this is a bad presentation or something. Like, wow, whoa, don't be so harsh. Please give me some kind, helpful feedback. Okay. So again, it's another example of like harsh feedback, harsh words, harsh language. And this is just one example. Okay, so when I'm teaching my kids, this is what I'm trying to do. I don't want to give them a definition of the word. I want to help them understand really what it means by covering lots of different things. Does this make sense? Let me know in the comments if this is like, yeah, so rough, another idea. And these are all kind of similar because often words don't have maybe one definition, or the definition might be broad, so it could cover many different things. But in this way, my daughter Aria now understands, okay, harsh means something difficult. Wow, that test was really harsh. Or that was a difficult thing. Okay? So the point here is, if you want to be able to speak fluently about almost anything, you actually should do the opposite of what most people think. So the English as a second language approach says, if we try to learn all these different vocabulary words, let's say we have like 1,000 word vocabulary. And if we try to learn a whole bunch of words or try to learn more words than that, then we can talk about anything. But what happens is that they don't actually know very well the vocabulary, and so they actually can't have conversations about anything. They can have a very limited conversation about some things. But the EFL approach, the English as a first language approach, what we're doing is really trying to help you understand something very well, and then you can move on to the next thing. So once you feel confident about this, then you move on to the next word or phrase or whatever. But because you know this so well, now you can use it when talking about everything. You can use it when talking about relationships or going to the doctor or whatever. You now know that vocabulary and you can use it when you're talking about almost anything. Okay? So the point is not to know every word. The point is to know like the vocabulary that you have very well. And the better you know it, this is how you do it. So you're getting lots more examples. You're really trying to understand something very well. Hopefully this is making sense. Let me know in the comments if everybody is getting this before I move on to some additional vocabulary for this. All right, yes, you could have some harsh parents. That's true. Let's see. Alfonso asks, so I just want to know if it is possible SO who is fluent in English be able to express one's thought on all topics. Yeah, but do you see how this works? So now that I know the word harsh, I understand how I can apply it in different topics. Okay? So if I just learn the word harsh and a definition, maybe I'm only thinking about harsh weather. All right? But actually harsh doesn't only mean weather. That's not, harsh doesn't mean that. It's meaning, like, as you look at all these different examples, you can understand what that means. Yeah. 長よから? Yeah, 見えないけどね。長よからよね。よかったよ。Yes, use your English though. Use your English. Garizo no. Garizo no ne. I was just watching that this morning. That's from a Japanese TV show called Hanakappa. If I'm talking about the same, if we're talking about the same thing. But yes, that's kind of a harsh name over there. All right. All right, hopefully this makes sense though. So the idea again is to focus on something to understand it very well, and that's how you can use it to talk about lots of different topics. So you can use this vocabulary and other things. All right, let me give you two more examples of something. So this is just a single word, but I thought I would also give you two other ones. I know learners love phrasal verbs, so we will talk about that very quickly. Phrasal verbs are things that young kids learn when they're trying to understand more complicated things than just a single verb like stand. We might have stand up, or we might have sit down or sit up. So again, we're not just looking at sit, because we have sit, we might have sit down, and we also have sit up. So sitting down just means to sit down in a chair, but sit up means actually to have correct posture when you're sitting, all right, to sit up. But let's just give another example of bring up. Now, usually when kids are learning these things for the first time, they will hear somebody using a physical, visual example of something. So if I say, oh, I might bring up, like if I bring up a marker, I'm going to raise something up. So if I'm maybe walking from the first floor in my house, we're going to draw a house here. It's got 2 floors in it, and then here's some stairs. So if I walk from here up to the 2nd floor and I'm carrying something with me, I'm bringing up a thing. I might bring up a marker from the 1st floor, all right, to bring something up, all right? Yes, all right, we're getting there, we're getting there. Very good, Mina. But again, this same idea, we begin with something physical that you can see, and this is how kids are able to understand the vocabulary without using translations. All right, so we're going to physically bring something, so pull it from one place to another to bring it up. Bring it up. All right. And so we might have another thing, so we've got another example. If we imagine a conversation, 2 people are talking about something. Here's one person and another person talking. And the first one says, oh, like I had an idea about something. And they're just introducing that in the conversation. So that person might bring up a topic. So again, you're kind of imagining if it's like inside your head and you bring it up to the topic, bring it up to the conversation. It's a similar idea of carrying something from one lower level to a higher level. So if you bring up a conversation, oh, my friend just brought that up in a conversation. So we were talking about something and my friend brought up, I don't know, some idea about that. What we kind of mean is they're bringing something maybe from their mind or from the inside of their head, and now they're making it obvious. Okay? Bring up your date. Yes, and so another example, another very common one is like to bring up a child. To bring up a child. So if you bring up a child, same kind of idea. Oh no, I'm gonna sneeze. Oh no, it went away. Maybe it'll come back. So if we bring up a child, we can think about that child physically getting bigger over time. So we're bringing them up. We're trying to raise them up, trying to help them grow, to bring up a child. All right? So all of these examples, the ESL approach would be, okay, we're going to bring up, and then maybe they would learn one example of something. But the EFL approach is really to help you understand the vocabulary very well. All right, does that make sense? So the thing that's really stopping people from communicating, it's not their vocabulary. Again, you might have like a child that knows 100 words and an adult that knows 1,000 words, but the better communicator will be the one who knows that vocabulary really well. All right, so me speaking Japanese in the same way, like my Japanese vocabulary is, I don't know how many words I know in Japanese. I can't even count how many words that would be. But I have no trouble communicating in different situations about different topics. Okay? So confidence is a key factor. Yes, confidence is key, but confidence comes from your understanding of vocabulary. So you don't just magically become confident for no reason. You become confident because you think, okay, now I get it. Now I really understand what's happening. I really understand the vocabulary. Okay? I'll go back, take a look at a few comments, and then I'll give a final example here. Let's see. All right, Chris says, I like your way of teaching from India. Glad to hear it. Why native people use this, like going, doing? It's just to be faster. So they're speaking faster English. Shihan says, where are you from? I'm from the United States. That makes sense, means I heard in lots of movies. Yeah, so that makes sense. To make sense means to be understood. So if I say, oh, am I being understood? Do you understand what I'm saying? I can say, does that make sense? So am I talking something up? Yeah, bringing up a ball. So that usually, like, if you're like playing basketball or something, it's again bringing something like forward down the court to bring something up. All right. But again, the point is that you're spending more time with fewer words. So it's like you're learning less. Okay. I know people they really want to learn more, and like here's how to have a massive vocabulary, but you don't get there for speaking unless you actually spend time with the vocabulary. But it's new for your mind as you're learning these different examples, just like we talked about with harsh. All right, so I'm going to teach a new phrase. Maybe some people know this already, maybe some people do not, but this is the same way I would explain it to my own kids. And again, this is important. Really want to help people understand it the same way natives do. All right, Zora says, bring up something that happened in the past. Yep, exactly. So something in the past, you might bring that up as well. All right, and as you feel more confident about the vocabulary, then you will feel much more comfortable in a conversation using it. All right, so we're going to draw a tree here for this last expression, then I'll take more questions if we have them. So here's this is supposed to be a tree. I can draw a tree, okay. And so each one of these things, we can call this a branch or a limb. This is a silent B, a limb. So a branch of a tree or a limb of a tree. Now, if you look at this, if I climb up, some of these branches are going to be stronger than others. So maybe I will, if I stand like on a very strong branch up here, I know I am safe. I will be supported. But if I'm out here, if I try to stand up out here, do you think is that safe or not safe? And again, this is the same way I would teach it to my own kids, just to make sure it's understandable. So if I'm standing up here on a very strong, big limb, then it will probably be pretty safe. I will not fall from there. But if I try to stand out here, do you think that would be safe or not? Now, forgive me if this seems like an easy question, but I'm trying to get you to think like a native as I do this. So let me know in the comments. All right, bring down, is that possible? Yes, so that's another example. You can bring something down as well. So you bring something up, you bring something down. And you would also learn different expressions like another person is, maybe you make them feel bad. So if I'm depressed and I'm talking with my friend, like I can bring him down too. I can bring him down to my level. Yeah, you can improve your English. If you understand what I'm saying, you can improve. All right. So I can't create a sentence while speaking. What should I do? So yes, this is the point. The point is about getting lots of input to help you really understand the vocabulary. So we have the person up here. It's a very strong branch or a strong limb, and out here, very weak, because the person is too heavy. Maybe they will fall down. All right, so here's where we get the expression to go out on a limb. What do you think that means? To go out on a limb. So to go out on a limb. What do you think that means? Try to think about it like a native English speaker. To go out on a limb. I'll give you a moment to try to give me even a simple explanation of what that means. Not safe. Okay. Anyone else? Just post it right here in the comments. Is it possible to improve my English by listening to something that I don't even understand? Probably not. I would not. I don't know. If you're just listening to something you can't understand at all, you're probably wasting your time. Other than hearing maybe how the sound of the language is. Let's see. So dangerous, awful. Very good, very good. And how to motivate low achievers to speak English. Well, you just make the language easy. That's it. If you make the language difficult, people don't want to learn. If you make the language easy, then people want to learn. It's really that simple. All right. Something that's not saved. Do you think shadowing is a good way to learn a new language? It's not really the best use of your time. Not reliable. Yeah. Ugh. Writing very sloppily here. Not reliable. All right. So yes, the idea here to go out on a limb, really it means to do something risky that's not safe. Yes, it could put you in a dangerous position, all right? But you can understand physically how this works. So you can imagine a person, again, this is the same way I would teach my own kids. I would actually draw something like this. If they say, Dad, what does it mean to go out on a limb? To go out on a limb. So I have to explain what a limb is and talking about they're kind of like going out further and further. So they're not just standing here next to the tree where it's safe. They're really going out and going much, much further. They're going out on a limb. All right, so you can understand what this means from the picture. All right, and that's why people have given some good examples over here of what it means. Okay, so we've got something that's not safe, dangerous, not reliable. Yes, there's probably going to be some issue or something wrong that will happen. It's risky. Okay, so where do you think we might use this expression now? So we take a physical thing like this, we understand what it means, as many expressions can be understood this way. When do you think someone might use this? So yes, visual examples are key if you can understand them, especially if you understand, okay, what is a limb? So often if you begin with trying to teach people an expression like this, if you just translate this whole thing into somebody else's language, you're not really teaching them anything. You're not actually helping them understand the language like a native speaker. So that's why, again, in the English as a first language approach, we really want to help you understand everything so you can really feel confident using it. A newbie, does it literally mean a beginner? Yes, like a new person who's doing something. Yeah. So an unsafe situation, like what? Be specific, Mina, very good. So think about when you might use this. When might someone go out on a limb? All right. Do you have more videos about minimal pairs? Actually, I don't think I have. I have some videos that cover that, but I would recommend if you want to compare different sounds in that way, get Frederick. So you can click on the link in the description below this video, but rather than having a video of that, you can actually go back and test that out. Oh, Aria Ginkyo. Nande mo garizou no chimpo ga ne. All right, so let's see. So what are some habits? All right, we're going to go back to that kind of stuff in a minute. All right. Do you have some vids about pronunciation? Yes. Again, if you just search our YouTube channel for pronunciation and also get Frederick as well, that will improve your pronunciation as well. All right. So if we imagine this situation, everybody understands this is something risky. A person is doing something maybe they should not do for themselves. So maybe I go out on a limb. I'll see if I can fit all this in here. So I went out. So I went out on a limb to help someone. So again, I did something risky to help somebody else. Now I'm not actually in a tree in the example. Maybe I went out, I don't know, like I had to go out and swim in some shark infested water. So sharks, lots of sharks in the water, and I had to go out and try to save somebody. So I went out on a limb to help them. Or I went out on a limb to create a new, try to create a new product at work. So it was a risky thing to do. Maybe not many people will buy the product or something wrong will happen to it. It's risky, all right, to go out on a limb, all right? Now watch, we're going to take it to an even higher level, but I want to make sure everybody understands this as it is, all right? It's just another way of saying to do something risky, to do something dangerous, do something that maybe like if I'm If I'm talking about like a friend of mine at work and I say some good things about him, even though he maybe did something, I don't know, not so good at work or something like that. So I'm going out on a limb to say something nice about that guy. So I could get in trouble for that, or I could lose my job or something. All right, so I'm going out on a limb. All right. Yeah, so you could like to talk about like investing in a stock or something. So I went out on a limb to try doing something like that, to try investing in something. All right. And so it could mean something that's like actually dangerous, or it just means like a kind of risk in a certain way, like this. Is this session devoted just for teaching idioms? No, this is one example. This isn't, I mean, you really wouldn't call this an idiom. It's really just like, and an idiom is typically something that you can't understand from the words. This is usually like, this is, to go out on a limb is a thing that you can usually understand, like natives would understand what that means physically in this way. But some things are more difficult to understand. So some people might call this an idiom, but this is an easier one. But the point is, I want to show that, number one, you should be understanding it and spending more time with it as a native. So in the same way that we don't want to just get a definition or a translation of the word, we really want to help you understand it like a native so you feel confident about using it, all right? And that means you're getting lots and lots of examples of something, you really understand it well, and again, that's how you become fluent. And when you become fluent in this, like if I know how to use to go out on a limb, then I can start talking about that in lots of different situations. So if we take it to an even higher level, let's imagine we have a kid. So he's got like a hat on backwards. Actually, I just drew a face on his hat. Put his face on his face. He's got some kind of baggy clothes here, and he's I don't know, some baggy pants, and he looks like he has a picture of a skateboard on his shirt. Now I might say, when I meet this kid, I'll go out on a limb, like I might be going out on a limb, but do you like skateboarding? All right, so I'm going. Or you could say, I'll go out on a limb, as an even easier way to think about this. So I'll go out on a limb and say, like skateboarding. So I'll go out on a limb and say, or I'll go out on a limb and guess you like skateboarding. So here I'm using the expression ironically. So I'm not actually talking about risk at all, because like I can look at him and guess like it's probably, you know, like he probably likes skateboarding. He looks like a skateboarder, has a skateboarding shirt on, maybe he's at a skate park, and I say, oh, like I'll go out on a limb and say you probably like skateboarding. All right? So I'm using the expression in an ironic way. All right? And so if I mean it in a serious way, I might say, I'm going to go out on a limb, but I bet you like stock investing. So there I'm saying something that like, it's not really risky, like for my personal health or something, but it sounds like there's no real reason why it should be true, just looking at him. So if I say, I'll go out on a limb and say, you look like you invest in stocks. And so it's a funny thing to look at that and think, maybe he does. Maybe this kid likes investing in stocks. But judging by the way he looks, like he doesn't, you know, he should have like, you know, maybe like a stock like ticker or something on his shirt. And then, you know, maybe some other things like that. He's got a tie on. He's carrying, I don't know, a briefcase. He's got some charts in his hand, something like that. All right. So whenever you have a situation like this where you want to use it in an ironic way, you can use it in the same way. All right. Now, I don't expect you to remember all of this and try to use it confidently today. The point is that if you spend time with vocabulary, and maybe the next day you review this again, and another day you review it again, and you hear it in different ways, that's when you start feeling confident, and then you can use that expression in lots of different ways. All right? Let's see. So, Brahim, yeah, so we have a whole app about it covers everything about phonics. Just get Frederick. It's already done and waiting for you. So you don't need a video about phonics. We have a video series on YouTube about that already. And yeah, just get Frederick by clicking on the link in the description below this video. All right, so we've covered a few different things in this video, and each of them are examples of how you spend more time learning something so you really understand it, and then that's how you can use it in different situations. I'll give you an example in Japanese. So for me, like a joke that I learned, like something I use all the time, and I have to remember, like, did I use that joke in front of this person? Or I can't say it in front of my wife because she's already heard me use it so many times. But in different situations, I will say, I bet. All right, so this is just the English translation of the Japanese is like shain waribiki, which is like an employee discount. So let's say I see a friend of mine. This happened to me a couple of days ago. So this friend of mine is a doctor, and he has he had like a cut on his eye. And I said, oh, like, but it's, you know, you don't have to pay for medical bills, like, because you're a doctor, you know, like, I bet you get an employee discount. Or like another friend of mine, he was, I think he was like cutting his own kid's hair. So he's a barber, but he's cutting his own child's hair at home. And I was like, ooh, like, that child gets an employee discount. All right, but I can use this because I'm like very confident about this particular expression. I can use that in lots of different situations. And pretty much any time I could be speaking about anything and would be able to find a way to use that. All right, so I didn't just like memorize this. I really understood what it means, and then I can use it in a fluent way in different situations. All right. So this video is not about how to learn like one word and now you can speak fluently about everything. The point is that you will build up very quickly the ability to communicate if you learn in this way. All right? All right, so let me go back, answer questions. It's been about 40 minutes. Let's see here if I missed anybody. Yes, I went out on a limb and spent all my money. Yes, so that would be like going out on a serious limb right there. And you will learn, very good, Mina. Also, you will learn the nuances of expressions like this as you hear more people use them. All right, so to go out on a limb, and you also improve your understanding of tenses because you're learning like to go out on a limb, or she went out on a limb, or she would be going out on a limb, that kind of thing, as you're hearing these different examples. This is all just naturally varied review. What does it mean to come out of the woodwork? What does it mean to come out of the woodwork? All right, we'll give one more example, Alfonso, because that's a good one, and that goes along with what we're talking about here. So if we use that last expression here, to come out of the woodwork. All right, so if we imagine like a piece of, you know, wood or something like that, the woodwork usually refers to like the pieces of wood, or you might have a door, or you know, some nice like design, something like that. I don't want to move the camera because it's going to mess up the video. But let's say we have like a lovely piece of, I don't know, there's like a column with little other, I don't know, fancy spirals and things like that. So this is the woodwork in a building or in a room, the woodwork. And so we talk about like things are coming out of the woodwork. Imagine if there's like a design of, I don't know, like a person or some kind of animal. We have, I don't know, like a dog or something like that. So if we have pictures of things that are carved into the wood, so into the woodwork, we've got lots of interesting designs. But suddenly, all of these things, they become real and they come out of the woodwork, and now we've got like a dog here and another animal and other things over here. So things are coming out of the woodwork. It just means, like, imagine you're in a room and suddenly you're getting lots of examples of all these things, something like that. So another example might be, let's say if I'm in a room and there are a bunch of people sitting and listening to me talk. And I say, oh no, I have a problem. Does anyone have, I need like medical help. And all of these doctors start coming out of the woodwork. So people I didn't know they were doctors. They're just people sitting in a room and they all are like, oh, I'm a doctor, I'm a doctor, I'm a doctor. They're coming out of the woodwork. So it's, if you imagine a situation where something it just seems like normal and every day and you don't really think much about it, but suddenly all of these things appear at the same time. So it's like they're coming out of the woodwork. They're coming out of the woodwork. All right? Let me know if that makes sense. All right. So something that is typically different from the actual words. Yes, so that's more of an idiom. So me and you, hello, sir. It is going always. I like to learn a bit. Maybe you mean a bit about phrasal verbs. Thank you, Drew. The lessons are really valuable for us. Glad to hear it. Alfonso, again, I'm struggling to expressing my thought in English. Would you mind telling me the secret to overcoming it? That's it. This is the whole video is about that. All right, so when we're talking about how you become more fluent, you become more fluent by understanding the vocabulary better, okay? It's not about practicing repeating phrases. I don't become fluent. I would not say, okay, now I want you to repeat, come out of the woodwork, come out of the woodwork. You don't get fluent in the vocabulary by repeating it. You get fluent by hearing lots more examples of how it's used. So that way you feel very confident about using it yourself. I'm a dead loss when it comes to drawing on the board. Yes, I could probably draw nicer than this, maybe. But I'm trying to be quick. That's why I'm drawing it like that. Bro, I think your drawings are not as mine. Like, not as good? Yeah, maybe not, I bet. I go out on a limb and guess you like me. Yes, so you could say that. Like, I could go out on a limb and guess you like me. Let's see. Yes, 最近はあまり行ってないね。多分今はもう花粉症でアリアはね、鼻が結構流れてるね、鼻水が。So just asking if I'm like not coming to the park. But yes, drop some vids about phonics. Yes, hey there, good to hear you, Drew. You're getting old, says Noel. Really? Getting older? But I'm guessing that's what happens as time goes by. Yeah, we get older. Hopefully I'm still all right. You know, I'm not too tired. All right, Digis, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, Diagese. My listening is very good. I can understand most of what they say, but when I want to speak, it's hard to create sentences. What do you recommend for me for improving my speaking? This is it. The exact thing I'm talking about in this video is how you get there, all right? So you get there by understanding the vocabulary better. So what's great about this, the English as a first language approach, is you don't have to go anywhere, you don't have to speak with anyone, you just have to get more of this input, all right? So just like I'm giving you one example of harsh, you don't stop with one example. You get many examples of harsh, and that will help you use the word and remember the word so you feel very confident about using it in your conversations. All right. So yes, that is the whole secret here. Monday morning live class become a good habit. Thanks, no end. My pleasure, Ildar. Your kids are getting a teacher's discount. Bam, you got it. Yes, my children get an employee discount. My kids get an employee discount. So that's a perfect usage of that same expression. Very good. Do you think grammar is important in speaking? Yes, it's the most important thing. Become alive, get alive. Hi, sir. Today is my daughter's birthday. Could you call her name? She'll be very happy. I'll tell her name in your live stream. Her name is Baran. If I'm pronouncing it correctly, Baran. Happy birthday. All right, how to use VOC, VOC in context, to use VOC. Yes, you want to learn it in context, yes. All right, I'm going to be okay. Mina again says, I come out of the woodwork and carved a beautiful tree. Yeah, in that case, you would, like, unless you are kind of like hiding somewhere, like I came out of the woodwork. Also, the idea, and this is one of those things, you get better at understanding the vocabulary as you hear more examples of it. So typically, things are coming out of the woodwork like lots of examples of something at the same time. All right, so if we have a bunch of things are hidden and they all appear at the same time, they are coming out of the woodwork. So it's like they were there all the time, but nobody noticed them. All right. So in my example about having many doctors in a room, they're all coming out of the woodwork. So it wouldn't be just like, we wouldn't really talk about one thing coming out of the woodwork. It's usually like, I mean, imagine like something in woodwork, it would be like, you know, some patterns of something. We would have many examples of that. So it would be more than one thing. Let's see. Yourself to more listening and speaking. Yes. Let's see. Yeah, you got food poisoning. Oh my goodness. Great job. Hi everyone from Turkey. Greetings from Morocco. Let's see if we got anybody else. Greetings from Mexico. Yes, we got people from all over the place. Nice to see everybody, and Tsubasa there. All right, does this make sense? Does everybody understand what I'm getting at here? What is the point of my message today? I want to make sure everybody understands what I'm talking about. And yes, and then happy birthday to Baran as well. Tsubasa from Yokohama. Let's see, future hope. A kid asks his dad, what's a man? The dad says a man is someone who is responsible and cares for his family. The kid says, I hope one day I can be a man just like mom. Yes, that's something you would probably hear in more conversations in this day and age, interestingly. All right, to make this very clear and simple for people, I'll just write it up here. You get fluent when you know vocabulary extremely well. Extremely well. And this can be a very quick process. So you can learn something and maybe you understand it right away the first time you hear it, and then you could start using it in your conversations. It would be very easy to do that. And so like me, as I'm learning new Japanese, this is how it is for me for many things. Some things it takes more time to use that vocabulary. All right, but you get fluent when you know vocabulary extremely well. So notice I don't say anything here about speaking practice or meeting native speakers or chat groups or anything like that. You get fluent when you know vocabulary really well. So if you don't feel confident about something, it means you don't feel confident about the usage or the vocabulary, or it could be many different things about that. But the point is you're not you don't feel confident enough to use it, and that's what's really stopping you from communicating. So it's not the amount of words that you know that helps you speak. It's helpful, but only if you know that vocabulary really well. So it's much better to learn something, you know 100 words really well, you could easily have conversations about many different things. And so very quickly, if you follow this approach, you can get fluent like in days or weeks, and then have a good vocabulary that you can use to talk about many different things. So if you want to have conversations about lots of different things quickly, this is how you do it. I know it seems like, okay, we should do the ESL way where we're trying to get 1,000 examples in a month. It's not. It's better to do like 10 examples in a month or something, or as long as you can understand exactly how they are. But it should be vocabulary you know very well. Oh my goodness. Let's see. Go back to. All right. I think I got all those. Hello, Zai, I'm late and I don't have any idea of the topic. The topic is how to speak fluently about almost anything, and this is how you do it. So you just have to spend more time reviewing things and making sure you really understand them. So anybody that's asking, how can I speak fluently? That's how it is. So Mina, again, when I got in trouble in the pool, many people came out of the woodwork to help. Yeah. So you could say like lifeguards are coming out of the woodwork. Like I didn't notice them before, but wow, suddenly there are so many people around to help me right now. Hi everyone from the USA. I maybe appreciate you, dear teacher, for your practical live lessons. Glad to hear it. Greetings from Sri Lanka, from Brazil, and my team loses today. Oh my goodness. Garizone. Dame house. Could you recommend some American dramas for beginning ESL student and intermediate ESL student? Most TV shows like that are going to be more difficult than kids would be able to understand. I would recommend actually watching kids shows rather than trying to watch like a TV drama. I know it might be more interesting, but you will spend a lot of time trying to understand the vocabulary, and there's very little review in that. You have a story and then you go on to the next story. Sometimes some of the same vocabulary will be used, but often it's not, so it's really difficult to review in that way. So I would stay away from that. Even for like intermediate learners, it's better for them to really understand at least like 80 to 90% of the vocabulary in a TV show or a cartoon or whatever, or a book, to make sure that they can learn new things in context. So you don't want to make it like, okay, you only understand half of it. Imagine trying to read a book and you only understand half of the words. That's going to be a very bad learning experience. You won't understand most things and you have to look in a dictionary, and it just destroys the atmosphere of the book. So really you should know 80 to 90%, because if you have a sentence with 5 words in it and 4 out of 5 of those, you can understand that last word pretty easily from the context of the sentence or the context of the paragraph or whatever. So I would recommend like stuff for kids. I don't know what's popular now though. For English stuff. I actually don't recommend even Boss Baby. My own kids should not be watching that show, just because it's way too difficult for them. But they're picking up lots of interesting phrases. Tell us about the story when you got the scar on your chin. So I have, if you look, see here, it might be hard to see, but there are two scars on my chin. I think I told this story maybe at least in a lesson or in another YouTube video, but I can tell it very quickly again. That review is important. So the first one came from my older sister, who was holding me, and she was swinging me around, like just, I think holding me by my hands. Maybe it was holding me by my feet. That seems like a little bit easier for the story, but she was just like swinging me around like this, turning around really fast and swinging me. And she let me go, and I went flying, and I hit like a windowsill and split my chin open. So that's the first scar. The second scar is from my younger sister. So I was climbing out of a pool, and she just like pushed my head back down onto the pool. And I cracked my chin open again. I split it open. I split my chin open. All right, so now I have 2 scars, one from each sister on my chin. All right, so if you're listening carefully, you've learned, you can say split open, like to cut something like that, to split it open. Some very good vocabulary there. All right, me and you, even if I learn one important vocabulary sentence of your class, is good for me. Yeah, again, take your time. There's no rush to try to learn a whole bunch of things if you don't feel confident in using them. So every day, if you could feel like fluent, if you could become fluent in one new word or phrase every day, you would feel very confident in a month. You would be like, wow, now I can say a whole bunch of things, and your improvement, it accelerates over time. So it starts getting faster. You make progress faster as you start learning that way. So I know it seems like, wow, it seems like you're learning a lot if you try to learn 100 phrases in one day. It seems like you're learning a lot. But because you will forget you will forget most of this vocabulary. So look, you just spent all that time and now you only remember one thing, but you still don't feel very confident about it. You're thinking, okay, is the pronunciation correct? Is the usage correct? Or maybe the grammar or whatever. And so in these situations, you're really wasting your time. It seems like you're learning a lot, but if you forget all the vocabulary, you're just wasting your time. But here, we know we're learning. We can actually feel it, and you don't forget the vocabulary. So you hear many different examples like the word harsh earlier today. So maybe today when I come back home, I will intentionally review the word harsh with Arya in some natural ways. So I might say, yeah, I was walking home and I forgot my sunglasses. The sun was really harsh. It was really harsh sun on my eyes. And then, like, without her saying anything, even if she doesn't say the word, she's thinking automatically like, okay, another example of harsh. Okay? So I was like washing my hands after dinner. I was doing the dishes, but I used the wrong soap. It was really harsh on my skin. It was really harsh on my skin. And so it was kind of rubbing my skin badly and making my skin cracked. So I split some of my skin, like split open. Again, that same split open. You see what I'm doing? How I'm reviewing the vocabulary naturally in context? All right. So when you're thinking about this, again, if your issue is you understand but you don't speak, I talked in another recent video about the 3 levels of fluency, or the 3 stages of fluency, how it works. So you begin by just being exposed to something. So my younger daughter, or my older daughter, Arya, hears the word, she hears the word harsh. Okay, so we use that same example, more review. So she hears the word harsh in a TV show. She's just being exposed to the word, but she doesn't really understand what that means. And so she asks me again, Dad, what does harsh mean? And so now we're moving from exposure to awareness, where now she can recognize the word because I've given her some more examples of it. And then when she is feeling like finally confident enough because I've given her enough examples, or she heard them from other places, she heard harsh, like don't be so harsh, like be kind to people, don't be so harsh, don't judge people so harshly, or the weather is harsh, or the sun is harsh. After she hears all those, then she will feel very confident about using that in her conversations. All right. So Mina says, I've been listening to you for more than 10 years. Wow, oh my goodness. Hopefully I've been improving your English in that time. Hopefully. All right, let's see here. All right, Noel again. Hello. Thank you. I learned how to improve my English. Glad to hear it. How's your daughter? Yeah, both of them are doing well. Maybe I'll get Noel in a video. That's my younger daughter. I don't think she has ever been in a video before. Thanks for this wonderful class. Glad to hear it. When I finish my money, many friends came out of the woodwork and helped me. Yes, that's a good example right there. So like people, when I was broke, many people came out of the woodwork. So I was not expecting people to help me, but when people heard I had no money, they came out of the woodwork. Like people came out of the woodwork to help me. All right, good usage. And again, don't feel bad if you don't get something the first time. Remember, like if I just say the word harsh, like vocabulary by itself doesn't mean anything. It's only when you're hearing it in context, connected with some kind of situation. That's why it's important to learn vocabulary in context and really understand it, rather than trying to connect it with a translation. Okay, so I hear like harsh weather. I had like a really harsh time at school. Like it was really like the class was really difficult. All right, so I can use lots of different examples of that. And as you get more examples, this is where you really feel strong about that vocabulary. All right, let's see here. All right, how to watch movies and TV shows to increase listening and speaking. Again, the best thing to do is really to focus on something. I know like people want to watch TV shows. Let me draw this and make an even like easier way of explaining this. All right, so this is, hopefully this will make sense to people. You hear me using this expression again and again. Hopefully this is understandable. This is our English student right here, so someone who wants to learn the language. The goal over here, let's say the goal is to understand the TV shows and conversations or whatever. And so what people think they do, we're going to put a line here. There's ESL, so English as a second language. They're trying to go directly here. They're trying to go directly to this vocabulary. And so in the ESL approach, we go directly. Let me draw a different line here, make this a little bit easier to understand. So this is, so we're going to contrast these two methods here, trying to get to this goal over here. So to enjoy conversations, movies, TV shows, or all of that kind of stuff, just regular everyday life. And they want to go there, but because they try to go directly, they never reach this. It's like it's what they think they're doing is like they're getting to the goal, but what's really happening is they're going like around in a circle like this. So it looks like they're making progress, but really they're just learning more vocabulary, but not actually becoming fluent in that vocabulary. Okay? And so it's for the EFL approach, so English as a first language, what's happening is like you're kind of taking like a slow step each day as you build up your vocabulary and you really become fluent in that. So it seems like this is like the faster way. It seems like it's faster. But the problem is you're moving faster because you keep getting like all this new vocabulary, but you're not actually fluent in it. All right, so you just go faster and faster and faster, but aren't actually getting closer to the goal. But in the English and this is the same thing natives are doing here, they spend more time learning things, and over time this it accelerates and gets much faster, and this is how you get to understanding TV shows and music and movies and having conversations, that kind of thing. It's because they spend a lot of time really understanding vocabulary very well. So at first, it seems like a slow process. So if we imagine like on day one, so the English as a second language person has learned, they had a class about, let's say like 10 words. But the EFL approach was only just one. Okay, on day two, they learned like 10 more. And on day two over here, it's, they're on the second word or phrase. So it seems like the EFL approach is moving more slowly. All right, but the problem is they're never going to get over here by doing this approach. It's only going to have them just go faster and faster as they try to learn more vocabulary the traditional way. But they don't actually become fluent in that, so they never reach this. Okay, so the only way to get this is to become fluent in individual words and phrases. If you don't become fluent here and here and here, then of course you will not be able to do this. But if you get fluent in this word and you get fluent in this word and fluent in this word and this word, then of course you will have great conversations. Okay? As I often say, people think about getting fluent in English or in Japanese or in French or in German or whatever the language is. So they think about and they talk about getting fluent in a language when what's really happening is you're getting fluent in vocabulary. You get fluent in a grammar point and you really understand pronunciation, but you get all that like one thing at a time. And this is why even some ESL students, they will be fluent in some things, but not others. So they can have a conversation or speak maybe about work because they've talked about those things so many times. So this is not about trying to watch a particular movie or TV show. Instead of doing that, it's much better to find something you can focus on that's like a shorter, easier thing, like watching a YouTube video about doing something you're interested in, like growing roses or something. So I give these examples. In this one, we would watch, on one day, we would watch 4 or 5 videos just talking about one topic. Like how to break, how to make bread or something. All All right. So here, like if we're going to contrast these two examples again, the English as a second language approach is learning about baking. They're learning all this like vocabulary about baking stuff, but they're not actually getting fluent in being able to talk about baking. Okay. So the difference here is like if you get fluent in each one of these things, then of course you get over here to the goal. Why wouldn't you? You're getting fluent. If you get fluent in each of the pieces, then of course you get fluent in the whole. All right? But I don't know Korean. You have to tell me what that means. Hopefully this makes sense though. So when you're looking for like a TV show, what will happen if you watch a TV show is you will get a lot of vocabulary, and then you will not be fluent in most of it. And so you will be able to understand, but it will not really improve your conversations. You really have to take time and focus on things. And that's why like what we do in Fluent for Life is we will have one conversation. You're focusing on a single conversation for a month. Think about that. Most people are like, well, that's crazy. You can't focus on one conversation for a whole month. Why not? Think about the opposite of that. We're going to try to learn like a whole conversation in one day. That seems like the ridiculous thing to me. We're gonna try to like go through a whole TV show in one day? Really? If you're gonna learn with a TV show, at least spend like the whole day like learning about that. All right? You need to get the review to really understand the vocabulary. If you can understand everything right when you're learning it, that's fantastic. Most people are not able to do that because the language just isn't understandable, or you don't quite understand a joke or something like that. So instead of trying to learn a bunch of things and not really understand them, it's much better to focus on something and do that. So if you want to watch a TV show or something, really take time, like a whole week, and just focus on one episode, review it in different ways, watch YouTube videos of people talking about that episode. You really want to get lots of input about that same episode. All right, I got some more good questions over here. All right. Uma says, you are the best teacher. You are too kind over there. All right, let's see. I went to school like a year ago, unknown how to write or read, but knew some spoken English. Grammar effed me up in my fluency. I'm sorry to hear that, but that's typical. Yes, that's basically how most people do it. But now my comprehension is much better. My classmates knew grammar. Yeah. Thank you. I understand 95% of your speech. Glad to hear it, Felix. Yeah, and so again, their spoken English was bad, and I think that's what you mean by bad. But yes, if you're learning, if you focus on the same thing and really master it, that's why I called originally the name of the lesson sets in Fluent for Life are called Master English Conversation, because that was the whole point. It was to develop mastery, to develop fluency about that, and so many people will know the rules. English as a second language students will often know the rules about something, but they can't actually apply those rules in real conversations. Even I've joined the English club, attended English speaking class, but my English still stuck. Can you help me with the good method? Is that able to improve well? Yes, so everything I'm talking about in this video is explaining about that. Remember, speaking, I know it seems like a crazy idea. It seems the opposite of what you should do, but speaking is not how you get fluent, all right? You get fluent by understanding something really well. All right, so you don't have to spend time meeting people or going to, I don't know, a speaking practice event or trying to spend any of your time doing that. It's much better if you, and I made a whole video about this, if you go to the YouTube channel and look up, if you only have 15 minutes a day to learn English, do this. And the basic idea of that is that it's much better to spend your time getting lots of examples of something so you really understand it, rather than trying to learn things the traditional way. All right. So ESL is English as a second language. I'll just put this second. So English as a second language. And this is English as a first language. So we'll just put second up here and first down here. All right. So when you're learning English as a second language, it means that you think there's like a second language. So we have to learn it in a new way rather than learning it just as like a language we would learn like our native language. And so the truth is, if you learn it like you learn your first language, you become fluent in that language. It doesn't matter. All right. I have another video on the channel that's talking about like the truth about second languages and why there's no such thing as a second language. All right. So for me, there is no such thing as a second language. There are different languages like French and German and Italian, but how you learn them is the important thing. So if you learn them like it's like a second language, like you're learning through your native language, that's what will stop you from speaking. But if you learn it as a first language and you understand everything, which is what this is, that's how you become fluent in that vocabulary. All right. So you don't need to spend time speaking with people. If you only have 15 minutes a day, just get lots of input. You will automatically feel more fluent because you will understand the vocabulary much better. And then again, your improvement accelerates. I know that this is like, it looks opposite or whatever, but the point is we get to the goal faster over here, where these most English as a second language learners, they can be trapped in this for years. Okay, so they can be stuck going around and around, just learning more words, but they never get closer to fluency. That's why this happens. It's because if each one of these words that you learn, if you're not fluent in each of these things, then of course you won't be fluent over here. You can't reach that goal. But for here, like if I get fluent in one word, and then I get fluent in another word, and another word, and another word, like of course I become fluent. Okay? All right, maybe I'm taking my explanations are going too long over here. Thanks for doing the class live list of streams. It helps me a lot. Glad to hear. I watch English TV shows so much in my child. When my teacher asked me, can you tell me the rules in this line? I don't know what that means. I love your way of instant visual explanation, and they work. Glad to hear it. Me. Oh. All right, there's that sneeze from half an hour ago. All right, me, I've watched it, but I don't know why it happens. I don't know what that's referring to. Thanks for the X1 explanation. Is this the same theory as Stephen crashing? Yes. So he discovered the same thing I did, and before I was born. So he found that you get fluent by getting comprehensible input in a low stress environment. So meaning that like if you feel nervous, if you're in a classroom and your teacher is like, okay, stand up in front of the class and repeat something, then of course your language learning will be hurt as a result. So what you should be doing is actually not speaking at all. And that's the same thing Krashen recommends. So the same thing I discovered, the way I discovered it was after failing to learn different languages for 15 years and then living in Japan, and then at a park, I just started paying attention to what kids were doing and how they were talking with their parents. So you got Japanese kids speaking with their parents, and it's like, oh, look at that. Like they're not learning Japanese through English, they're learning Japanese in Japanese. It's just the first language for them. So if I learn Japanese as a first language, then I become fluent, and that's what happened. And so it's the same thing. That's why I teach English as a first language rather than teaching it as a second language. Now, I could probably be more popular on YouTube if I made Japanese videos like for Japanese learners, but the problem is it would not help them speak. And so I have to think about that as a teacher. Like if I just want to get more clicks and more views on my videos, there's other things I could do, but it makes it worse for the learning. So I'm always trying to figure out, obviously I would love to have more people watching videos, but I want to make sure people can actually benefit from them. All right. Let's see here. All right. So in my experience, I have enhanced my English by learning words in context to know how to use them in a phrase. I still have a lot to improve though. Yeah, great work, Henry, but that's what you should be doing. Determination, motivation is really important for learning English. Yes, but the most important thing is making sure you do the right thing. So you could feel very motivated and still try to do the ESL approach, and like you're still likely going to fail at doing that. Rustam says, I usually watch YouTube about homeless people. They had interviews and you can learn from their experiences and learn a lot of vocabulary. Yeah. So again, if you focus on like, if I'm just watching videos about homeless people or whatever, you pick a topic and you focus on that, of course, you're going to become a much better speaker because you will understand the language better. What should I do if I don't have anyone to talk with while learning as your method? Yes, for this, the whole point is not to speak with people. I know it sounds weird. People are like, well, how do I speak? Where do I speak? Like, why are you worrying about speaking? If you don't really understand what you're saying, then don't talk. The point is just to sit and listen until you feel like, wow, like I really, really feel very good. All right. I'll give you another like contrast these examples over here. Again, we will contrast the English as a second language approach versus the English as a first language approach. And what people think they're doing, so in a typical class, you will spend, if we just split up, like understanding, down here, we'll put a U for this, and then, actually it's kind of a bad little, here. This is a bad, oh my goodness. I can't even draw a little bracket looking thing. All right, we'll just say here, okay, and then this one is like, okay. All right, so in the ESL approach, what you're doing is like, you spend very little time trying to understand what you're learning. And this is why teachers are using like phrase books and translations and dictionary definitions and things like that, explanations about grammar that make the language more difficult. All right, so it's very little spent time on understanding. The rest of it is like, okay, now class, I want you to speak. It doesn't make any sense. This is a crazy way to teach languages because, number one, it's demotivational. All right, you don't understand. If you don't understand, why would you try to speak? Now people are like, okay, I gotta try to speak. The teacher says, okay, like here's a language. We're going to teach you, like I'll teach you a word, like here's I don't know, a Japanese word equals this word in English. All right, the teacher didn't teach anything. They didn't actually help you understand anything. They're just giving you a definition. So this is again, understanding is like the lesson of that. And so the rest of the time, it's just up to the student, like, hey, why don't you speak? Now go out and try to use that. But the student is like, I don't understand what I'm saying. And there are lots of reasons why they struggle to speak. Part of it is that the real language that natives use in real conversations is different from what they're learning in the classroom. All right, that's just one example. But the point is, this is what it looks like for ESL. Now, if this is what it looks like for ESL, for English as a second language, what do you think it looks like for the EFL student? What do you think is happening? Now, if you've been following this video, it should probably be pretty obvious. We're going to do the exact opposite. The exact opposite. Look at this. We're going to spend most of our time on understanding. And then really the fluent speech just comes out automatically at the end. All right? So we don't want to just like help you understand a little bit. We want to really, really help you understand a lot. Just like we gave that example of harsh. So the example for ESL, we learn a word like harsh. Like if we do it in Japanese, it's like, kibishi ne. Kibishi to harsh. So we're going to just like translate something like that. And we're not going to spend much time using it in different examples. So if you learn this, like I guarantee you, if you're in an English classroom, the first context that you learn that in is what you think it is. So if you learn harsh weather, then you will think harsh is only about weather. Okay? Harsh weather. So the teacher says harsh weather. Wow, a lot of harsh weather today. Okay? So the student thinks, okay, harsh must be connected to weather. Because they only get one example of that. They only think, okay, harsh, it's like, yeah, I understand, maybe it's kind of bad. But in a real conversation, they might hear like harsh words. And suddenly they're like, what? I thought it was about weather. And like after they learn, like, no, it's not like harsh doesn't mean weather. It's just talking about something is difficult, it's frustrating, it's maybe like grating on you somehow. But that's what you get over here. So we're going to learn harsh words, harsh weather, harsh environment, a harsh storm, harsh language if you're yelling or cursing at someone. And then by the end, it's just like, you know harsh very well. Boom, it just comes out automatically. All right? So think about it like Again, it's the exact opposite of what people would be doing in a regular classroom. But this is why people struggle to speak over here. It's because they don't understand what they're talking about. So of course they can't use it fluently. All right. So you don't have to feel bad if it's like, oh, like why can't I speak? It's because you don't understand what you're saying. Okay. All right. Hopefully that makes sense. I keep trying to explain this in different ways about the different ways people are learning. But what this shows is like the actual speaking part is a very small part of the language learning process. All right. And that's why, and again, Stephen Krashen discovered the same thing. Amazing, right? Like another person discovered the same thing about this. And it's pretty obvious because it's how we all get fluent in our native language. So if you spend your time understanding something, you really feel confident, then when it's time to speak, the words just come out. Now at this point, maybe, okay, you want to like practice your, I don't know, like how your mouth moves or something. But if you've heard 100 examples of something from different speakers, I'm pretty sure you would use something automatically the first time you had to say it. So the goal is not to speak. It's not to try to understand and then like quickly start speaking. You want to spend a lot of time, you just relax, start getting all that input. And this is exactly what we do in Fluent for Life. This is why we structure the program the way it is, because we really want to help people understand something. The first time you hear it, you might not feel very confident about it. That's okay. We're going to teach it to you again. You're going to hear it again in a different way. You're going to hear a different speaker say it, all of these things. And then when you start using it in conversations, you will feel a lot better about it. All right. But you don't get there from here. Speaking is not what you need. It's not more speech. All right. All right. Okay, so hopefully that answered that question from Felix. Yes, so don't look for people to speak with, just spend more time getting input. That's what you need. And that's easy, right? That's all you have to do. You can get input anywhere, like YouTube or whatever. How can I do to have good speaking and become fluent in English? Thank you in advance. Yes, Mohammed, that's exactly what I covered in this video. Watch this video again. Very important, and I'm explaining this in different ways and make sure people understand that. Dr. Moo, let's see, thank you so much for your classes. My pleasure. I've watched tons of your videos, Master, and become familiar with your speeches. My question is how you evaluate my level if I'm able to understand 100% of your lessons. As I talk about in other videos, I talk about the 7 fluency habits, and so you can break down your ability to communicate or your English level based on different skills. So your understanding might be strong, but you could have really poor speech. All right. And again, like, because we can look at these as different skills. So some people, like, their pronunciation is really good, but they don't know many words. Okay. So we can't really give an overall value of your speech. Really, the overall fluency is judged by your weakest communication skill. So if you know a whole bunch of vocabulary, but you don't feel confident using it, your confidence is limiting you. So you need to build that up first before you start trying to speak. Can I do that by repeating a movie again and again? Yeah. So I would recommend, again, a movie is really too long. It's much better to focus on something short, like 15 minutes, half an hour at the most. Some movies are going to be too long and it's going to be too difficult. I would focus on a scene from a movie if you want to do that. But really, like, a very good way, even better than just repetition. So watching the same movie again is helpful, and you will learn things from that, and you will notice new things that you didn't find before, like new vocabulary will be coming out of the woodwork. But the interesting thing is that if instead you watch different content about the same thing, then you will learn a lot more much faster. So like you watch 5 different YouTube videos about, I don't know, peeling a banana. Even something as simple as that. How do we peel a banana? If you watch 10 different people talk about peeling a banana, you will learn a lot of vocabulary and you will feel very confident about that. And you will also be able to take that vocabulary and use it for much more than just peeling bananas. I do need to learn with Google Translation or image. Yes, Google image search is great. Thank you for your work, Drew, says Slager. Glad to hear it. Can you recommend any phrase book or vocabulary books? I don't really recommend anything because it's just really finding something that you are interested in and then focusing on that vocabulary. So whatever the vocabulary is for you, for your life, whatever you need to focus on. I listen to you and understand what you say, but when I listen to TV shows like Made in Chelsea, it's very difficult. What should I do? Good question, Harold. So again, that's the same thing. Like the way I'm speaking is different from the way people speak in real conversations, and most people who are trying to teach the language are doing that to make sure they're understood. So what we do in Fluent for Life, so we start people down here at this level that can understand like teacher English, and then we want to get you up to this level where the natives are. So it's really difficult for you to just jump to like from a teacher where you understand everything to a TV show where you don't understand everything. So what we do in Fluent for Life is we want to take you up in steps like that so that you can move from one to real actual conversational English. So that's how you basically have to go from one step to the next to do that. All right, do I need to learn with Google? Or you don't need to learn with Google. No, the point, you should be learning with things you understand. I'm glad you were so patient with getting the same questions over and over again. Yes, again, like it's some people, they get like the I call it the aha moment when they understand how they should be doing something. But different people may need different examples for that. I learned 50 words each week in my class, but can't use even 10 of them. Yes, so that is again the whole point of this is like, you know your way is working. Like if you're just like, I don't know how to learn, what should I be doing? If you can learn one word and get fluent in one word, that's the method you should be using. But if you learn something and can't remember it, then don't do that anymore. If your goal is to speak and to understand and to remember the vocabulary, this is it. So learning English as a first language rather than learning it as a second language. Why some words are hard to acquire? That's a good question. It could be the vocabulary from something else you already know. Like I talk about this in How to Remember Any English Word, where you're trying to make a new like a new compartment or a new category in your mind for vocabulary. Because like, let's say I'm trying to learn Japanese. I already have a word in my native language that I know, harsh. But I have to learn something and fit something in that for Japanese as well. So that's like one reason why vocabulary is a little bit difficult. There's already something in there. So we try to create a new category for that. And I've already covered that in many other videos. But some of it could be, I mean, the basic idea is that you don't spend enough time with the vocabulary. But yeah, I mean, that's for individual vocabulary. There's a couple different reasons, but usually it's just because you don't learn it like a native. I said movies because I like it, or maybe could watch some movies of the same topic. Yeah. So again, like you will find like there is a little bit of sacrifice at the beginning of this. It's like, I want to watch movies. Remember, the ESL way is like, I quickly want to get to the goal of I want to watch movies. It's kind of like a young entrepreneur, like let's say like a 18-year-old kid wants to start a business. And their goal is to make $1 million. They're like, wow, I really want to have $1 million. And so they try some different things. And within a month, if they don't make $1 million, they're angry about that. And it's like, well, you should probably spend some more time and learn and focus on something rather than trying 5 different kinds of businesses or something like that. Everyone knows someone in their life that's like, okay, on one day they're like trying this business, and the next day they're trying this business, and the next day they're trying a different thing. It's like, of course you're not. It's the same way kids are like people are learning languages. It's like you spend one day on one word, another day on another word, and another day on completely different vocabulary. Of course, you're not going to remember it or become fluent in that. So the goal really is to spend more time on stuff If you enjoy vocabulary or you enjoy movies, whatever the thing is, that's great. But sometimes you need to take a step back from that and focus on something where people might be talking about it. But if you really want to watch a movie, you can go ahead, but just understand it will probably make the overall process slower. But if you do watch a movie, then try to add other things into that, like reading the transcript of the movie, just listening to the movie sometime while you're walking around, or like watching YouTube videos, giving reviews of the movie, that kind of thing. So that's how you're going to get fluent in that vocabulary. But you will be spending more time doing that. Is it good to listen to audiobooks and put on the subtitles in English to read? Yes, but again, like a movie and an audiobook, like those are both really long things, and it's hard to review them because you're not likely to watch them again or listen to them again. But if you have a 5-minute clip of something, like a 5-minute speech or a 5-minute, conversation between two people, you can really focus on that and then become fluent in that much faster. And if you do that even a few times, the next time you watch a movie, you will understand much more. Okay? So I know the goal is to get movies, but you don't go directly for the movie. You want to go kind of like in a roundabout way, but it actually gets you there faster. All right. I work with many people from India. Most of the time it's very hard to understand them. This may affect my productivity. What do you think I should do? So that's common. People are, if I speak with Japanese people who know some English, some of them, maybe their pronunciation will not be very good. Some of them can speak very well. But again, yes, it could potentially hurt your progress. I would maybe spend more time talking with them, or an interesting thing you could read, an interesting thing you could do is make kind of like a challenge. So if you have a few different people who are around you, write down a sentence in English, maybe something you've heard me speak, and just say hey, this is I'm trying to improve my listening, or something like that. Don't make it about them, you make it about yourself, and I'm trying to it's just a kind of thing for you. And so if you have 5 different people say that, or read that thing, you will improve your pronunciation, or you will improve your ability to hear them as well. Oh my goodness, run out of time. We've already been going for an hour and a half. Oh my goodness, an hour and a half over here. Let's see, how can I speak better English? I explained that already. So this whole video, go back and watch it. I know some people are coming in late. Drew, I think your work is really advanced compared to other teachers. I've found limiting beliefs and the person's motivation play a huge role in his learning process. How do you deal with this? Yes, so I talk about limiting beliefs as well, and I don't know what you mean about my work being advanced. I'm actually trying to do the opposite and really simplify what most people think they need. So learners, again, they will spend a lot of their time trying to get translations or grammar rules or something like that, when it's really just try to understand it like a native. That's really the whole point. And the limiting beliefs that people have, in my experience, it's more about trying to get them to learn in a new way. So what's interesting about the English as a second language approach for me as a teacher is that even though it's not getting students fluent, they will continue to do it. And this is like a thing that I spend a lot of time thinking about, because if I can solve that problem, then I can help a lot more students. So again, if you continue to do the English as a second language approach and it's not getting you fluent, then the first thing is just to stop doing that. And then it's easier to be open to new ways of learning. So if for your whole life you've been told you need to speak to get fluent, and then I say, no, speaking is actually a very small part of that. People are like, wow, that's crazy. It's okay, well, if you don't believe me, that's fine. But we know for sure that the English as a second language approach is not going to help you. So it's already not helped you for years. Why would you continue doing this? And why would you not try something different? And so I recommend to people, that's why I try to give examples of how they should be learning in all of my videos. Like I did earlier, but sometimes I'm talking about theory or what people should be doing as students. But this is it. So the limiting beliefs are more about about how they should be learning and what they think they need. So they think they need a lot of vocabulary. They think they need to speak a lot, when really they just need like a smaller vocabulary and less speech. So it should be like a really exciting idea for people. Like, wow, I can learn less, and I don't have to speak. I can actually improve my fluency without speaking. Yes, that's the idea. And it just sounds unbelievable to people because they have been learning the traditional way for so long. So when you actually start learning this way, you really don't have many troubles with limiting beliefs because it's just easy to understand. So you can understand the vocabulary and you start using it, and so you don't have lots of problems with confidence or other things like that. All of those problems come from learning English as a second language. All right. Yes, so try EFL. So again, like, think about how you learn your native language. That's the exact same thing you're doing. All right. What are your thoughts on writing? Yeah, writing is a good idea. Could it support and improve your speech and skills in any way? Yes, exactly. And this is why in Fluent for Life, people do some writing. Writing is good for slowing the language down. So when you really write something out, you can actually feel it. Like, I recommend using like a pen or pencil and paper. So you're actually writing down. I can give you, let me see here. Just to show you, like, I practice what I preach. So this is look at this. So this is a notebook of mine where I'm just practicing just writing down kanji. And I've got some like examples of like, it's kind of hard to read over here, but just writing down sentences just for the practice. All right, let's see. Drew, my name is Diego. Hi, from Venezuela. Is teaching English to a new learner helpful to learn more oneself? Well, I don't quite understand the question. Is teaching English to a new learner helpful to learn more English oneself? Okay. So like if you were teaching other people? Yeah, I think, well, if you feel very confident about what you're teaching, then yes, you will learn more about it. I think more of the responsibility you feel as a teacher, it motivates you to learn more. You know, like me, if I want to teach something, I want to make sure I understand it very well. So that's a good way to do that. How to understand vocabulary without translating. So that just means you understand something. Go back and watch this video again. You'll learn more about how to do that. I hate ESL. I just follow their book, every word they want you to use as they teach you the same meaning. I notice native speakers use a lot of rising tone when speaking. Can you please expand a bit on that topic? It would depend, Millie, on the situation. I don't know exactly what you're talking about, but most of the time it's in a situation, and it's better to look for that, pay attention for those kind of things. Why English people invent phrasal verb? It makes English hard. Now, they're actually inventing phrasal verbs to make the language easier, but you have to think like a native speaker. Watch my phrasal verb videos on my YouTube channel, and you will see how easy it is. Hassan says, when I try to listen to people talk, I understand most anything, but when I try to talk to people, I'm slow in response. Most of the time, I say the wrong thing, then realize that. What is your suggestion? Yeah. Learn English as a first language. That's my answer to basically everybody. And again, it's true in many different ways about listening and speaking and improving your pronunciation, all of that. As you understand better, you will communicate better. Harold says, do you have video about how to use prepositions? Yes, you could search the YouTube channel, and also in Fluent for Life. If you click on the link in the description below this video, it will explain more about that. We have whole lesson sets on prepositions. Adrian says, I just watched the movie, and if I hear new vocabulary, I pause the movie and use the subtitles to see the word or phrase, but only in that case I will use subtitles. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with using subtitles. I think subtitles are good as long as you're not translating that. If you can, to try to learn it all in English is ideal. All right, so Salima says, yes, I will try to try EFL more instead of ESL. Drew, you are awesome. I started from scratch, glad to hear it. The bad or traditional English class that they, instead of helping you to understand, they teach you rules, so you need to learn rules as the professional that goes to the university. Yes. And again, like, there's very little that you understand for using it in an actual conversation. It actually hurts your ability to communicate. How to start teaching speaking with beginning learners. Let's see. Watch my number one, download Frederick. So this is like a full EFL approach. So English as a first language. It's an app that people can use to teach themselves the language all in English. So they'll learn vocabulary, grammar, pronunciation without studying rules. So you can get that by clicking on the link in the description below this video. But if you'd like to see videos of me actually doing this, so teaching English to non-natives all in English, go to the playlist on my channel. It's called the Best Beginning English Playlist or something like that. But it's a series that goes from an absolute beginner to higher level like phrasal verbs and adverbs and things like that. I think to communicate, you don't need to focus learning grammar rules as a professional student. Yes. So the whole idea is that you want to understand how to use the vocabulary, but you don't need to know grammatical terms. So if I go to a native speaker and I say, can you give me an example of the past simple? And it's okay, it should, most people would not be able to do that, actually. They know noun, verb, and adjective, maybe adjective. Most people know noun and verb, and that's it, all right, in their native language. Let's see. Why are you learning Japanese? I think that language is so difficult. Yeah, I mean, again, I don't think about anything as a second language. I don't rank languages by their difficulty either. I talked about this in another video. Where if you look at children learn to speak their language at basically the same age all over the world, whatever the language is. So that means that there isn't one language that's more difficult than another. It's just how people teach. That's the whole difference here. So I learned Japanese as a first language, just like Japanese kids learn Japanese as a first language. That's the same thing. So yes, I live in Japan. That's correct. Can I recommend any website for EFL? Well, just watch more videos on my channel, because I'm basically the only person who talks about this with lessons specifically for learners. So everybody else is teaching English as a second language. So you will probably not even find much. We're trying to get more information on our site right now about that, just to help people understand English as a first language. But if you watch all of the recent videos on my even older videos on my channel, you will find lots of information about it. But it's really a very simple process. I think maybe next week I will do a video. Would that be helpful? Like how to teach English as a first language? Would that be helpful? Let me know. I think the best way to improve English is more listening, more phrases, don't focus on grammar. Yes, again, the point is not to think about grammar or phrases or whatever, because these are all things that naturally come together in the language. So if you're learning English as a first language, then you don't have to worry about okay, I'm studying grammar rules or something like that. The point is you just understand it automatically, naturally. My students have the translating habit. I don't know how to fix that issue. Yes, send us an email at info@EnglishAnyone if you have questions, info@EnglishAnyone.com. But definitely try Frederick with them and show them that beginning English playlist. You will see how I'm teaching people that don't know any English. Drew, do you think it's okay to learn 2 languages, or is it better to finish or getting a high level with one, example English and Portuguese? I think if you can understand that thing, it's the same thing as learning English and learning to code for a computer. They're both languages that you're trying to learn. And so if you learn them, the difference is if you're trying to learn for coding or something, you would try to learn it. I mean, I'm not even going to go into how to teach coding, but it should work the same way that you're learning this. So you're kind of learning coding as a first language, kind of the ideal way for learning code is you have a split screen computer, you type something in and then something changes on this side of the screen. So you can see this thing does that. You can see the opposite thing there. But it works the same way for learning English. All right. Felix again, I feel more confident since I focused on your videos 1 month ago. I'm using your method since that day. Glad to hear it. Demonio says, hello from Brazil. Please put translations on Portuguese. Well, this is just a live video. We won't even have subtitles for a few days, I think. But yes, if you, I don't make translations for any of these videos, but maybe I could. Maybe in the future we will do something. All right, I'm running out of time. But hopefully people have enjoyed this video, and it looks like people have. I recommend you go back and watch it again for the examples. I try to do examples of things when you're learning at the beginning. How would you approach unfamiliar sounds? Unfamiliar sounds. I don't have time to talk about sound transitioning, but if you want to listen for different sounds, get Frederick. Just click on the link in the description, so you will find information about Fluent for Life and Frederick below this video. Thanks a lot for your time. Yes, so send us a mail at info@englishanyone.com if you have any questions. But we had some people, some teachers in Vietnam who are using Frederick, and they said that was like the best thing they had ever tried for teaching phonics and pronunciation and things like that. So give it a try. Last year, a company recruiter told me or evaluated B2, but honestly, I feel like I'm between B1. That makes me feel hesitant. Likely you're probably good at some things and maybe less good in others. That's how that works. Sorry, I don't know about the live stream. Yes, I want to say thank you. Yes, I know you are commenting on a lot of our videos. And I don't know, if Pawar, is that your first name or your last name? Ganshayam Pawar. But yes, thank you for spending time and learning with us and supporting what we do. Thank you for the topic. It was an interesting topic, the way you have shown us. Have a good day. So EFL, can you repeat, teacher? I don't hire exactly what you were explaining. Yes, again, the point is to learn English the same way natives do. And you can actually just get lots of input, and that will help you become a fluent speaker, rather than trying to learn lots of rules and vocabulary and speak when you don't actually feel confident. All right, that's the basic idea. But I think maybe next week I will do a video if that will be helpful for people. Do you have intonation videos on YouTube? Yes, you can look for, so anything you want to look for, like just search our channel for pronunciation or intonation or whatever. All right, but I think that's it. I have to go now. That's the end of the video. But again, thank you for joining me. I'm glad you all have enjoyed this. If you're just getting late to the video, I recommend you go back and watch this again, or at least you will learn a couple different examples of how this works. But I think maybe next time I will make a video specifically about like the principles of English as a first language, so people have that. Oh no, please, sir. One last question, please, sir. Please. Suresh, go ahead. What you got for me? Hurry up. Don't tape. What do you got here? Which English? What should we do for learning English? Go back and watch the video. It explains that and it answers your question. All right, so go back. I know you're probably late to the party over here. Go back and watch the video, and it will make sure I explain it a couple different times in different ways. Have a fantastic day, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Bye-bye. All right, let's see what we got here. Pull up the chat. Hopefully everyone is doing all right. I am Drew Badger, the founder of EnglishAnyone.com and the English Fluency Guide. And we'll give people a minute to file in. And today we're going to talk about how to keep talking in English. So I get this question actually quite frequently. Let's see if anybody's coming in the chat over here. All right. I think we should be live. We'll see. All right. Can't tell, but hopefully post something in the chat. Let me know you're watching over there. All right, but I think we are live. So this video is going to be a little bit different than what I usually do because I don't have a specific plan other than answering your questions and talking specifically about this idea. So usually I have, like a specific topic or things I want to talk about. But this one I really want to talk specifically with the or kind of talking about the problems that you have. And I thought it would be interesting to not have anything like planned, just so you can see what I do when I don't know what to talk about. So I like to do this in live videos anyway, because part of being able to have a conversation is to continue speaking. And so you can keep a conversation going or continue to ask questions or to continue talking about whatever the topic is. So in this video, what I'd like help with you or from you in the chat is think about specific times. It could be topics you have trouble talking about or specific times where you're in a conversation and you get stuck. So I really want to focus on the moment you get stuck and then give you specific help about why. So in the chat, let me know, just tell me about a specific time. I can kind of tell you some stories just to get this started a little bit. But I'd like to know specifically, because if you get in a conversation and you become stuck for whatever reason, there are usually like a few main causes of this. It could be just a lack of confidence generally, but usually there's a lack of confidence about a particular issue. So you might not, maybe you don't know like a specific word you want to use or a grammar point or something like that. But I'd like to know specifically. That's part of the reason I can do these live videos and I can actually talk with you. So let me know in the chat. Good morning, nice to see everybody over there. Yes, I'm live right now, nice to see you all there. So this is your chance, your opportunity. Let's see. Hi, you look smart. Well, I'm glad to hear it. I guess it's better than looking dumb, I suppose. But so I can go into a few specific things anyway. But usually, when people have a problem, they should know, as best as possible, what the reason for that is. All right. So each person, it might be a little bit different. So what I'd like to do again is to get specific advice, or not like specific advice, but tell me specific situations where you have trouble. So me, when I was learning Japanese and just beginning to learn it and still having trouble expressing myself, I mean, even now, I don't know the entire language. There's, again, lots of things I don't know about being able to speak Japanese. It could be some vocabulary I don't know or something, but I'm able to speak fluently and I can maintain speech, so I can continue talking about things just because I have different ways of expressing myself. I don't like kind of mentally get stuck anywhere. But when I was first getting started, I remember I would really be like, usually the problems, and you can let me know if you guys are having some of these as well. So number one is like, I just didn't have like any vocabulary at all. So like no words to express something. And this is an issue, maybe a tricky issue for people who watch my videos, because you are not a beginner in the language, or I'm guessing you are not a beginner in the language. You have been learning English for a while, so you probably know a lot of vocabulary already. You've been studying for a while, but maybe in conversations you lose that vocabulary. So again, one thing I experienced, I'll check chat in just a moment. But I would find like I didn't know anything about the topic. And so if I have no vocabulary, just like now in English, if I have to speak with a bunch of doctors about some advanced medical thing, I can't really speak much about that. All right, so that's a problem of like not actually having any vocabulary at all. And in that case, really, we want to solve that by just building the vocabulary up. So there's some ways we can do that. Second one is like uncertainty. Or you can say like you're unsure about something, or worries of some kind. And these could be about vocabulary or grammar or pronunciation or something else, or maybe you're worried about saying the wrong thing. I remember one time, this is a good example just from my own history for language learning. I remember talking to a mother in Japanese, and my Japanese was not very good, and I was talking about her child, and I was saying I was trying to say she's so smart. But I thought I said the wrong thing. I actually said the right word, but I thought I said the wrong word. So in the middle of just in my mind, in the middle of the conversation, I'm sitting there worried like, oh no, I just insulted this woman. But I actually didn't, so I was happy about that. So you could have worries about words. And even with this, it could be like, are you using the correct word? Or maybe you don't know how to say the word itself, like how to say it. like the intonation or the pronunciation or something. I gave an example of this in maybe 2 videos back, so 2 videos ago previously, where I was talking about the inventory versus inventory. So maybe you learn a British English pronunciation and then you talk to an American English speaker and they pronounce things differently. So they're not anticipating what you're saying. And then of course you have like worries about grammar as well. And this could be worries about like, I want to express something, but I just don't know that grammar point. Or maybe you're thinking, like, I know that grammar point, but I'm not very confident about it, so I'll say something else. A related example of this is native speakers and spelling. So often native speakers will want to write a word, but if they don't remember how to spell it, they'll just use a different word. So this happens often in grammar, and what's nice is there are usually different ways of expressing something. So if I, for example, like I can't remember how to say like, I have to do something, I could say maybe I need to do something. And even if the meaning is a little bit different, people still understand generally what I'm talking about. And then of course we got pronunciation. I'll just put pro over here for pronunciation. So you could have, it could be errors, things like this. And this is only like uncertainty about your own vocabulary. Excuse me. So of course you have maybe issues with what the other person is saying. So you don't understand something they say and you're worried about that. I'm trying to just give you some examples, but I'd love to hear more about maybe the last time you were in a conversation and what happened with that. Because we want to get you unstuck so that you don't, you want to continue, have a nice smooth conversation and not have a bunch of worries in your head while you're speaking. All right, let's check here. We've got Vida, I'm Brazilian, teacher of English. I love your method, but I struggle with stuff like the past tense, mostly the irregular verbs. Any tips? Okay, all right, well, glad to hear it. So that's related to grammar. When you mean just like the simple past, like any kind of past tenses, and especially irregular verbs. So if you mean like go and went, so these are things where part of the way we want to teach and actually solve a lot of these problems at the same time is the review that we get of the vocabulary. And so just like one thing, like I go back and I actually review a lot of basic Japanese grammar, just because I want to get lots of examples. And when I say I review it, I mean a naturally varied review where I get many different examples of it. And so one example, like, and this is another, again, I give a lot of Japanese examples because that's the other language that I'm learning in my own life other than English. But I was reading and just going back over like the difference between like something looks good or I hear something is good. So they're very similar grammar points in Japanese, and like I'll use them, but I'm still not like 100% confident about it. Like I will hesitate just a little bit. And so when I have a situation like that, I know I need to go back and get a lot more examples. So usually what people do is they will try to, like if they have a grammar, like a tricky grammar point or something, especially like Vito is saying with irregular verbs, you don't become a better speaker or a better user of these grammar points by just understanding it logically or intellectually. Most people know the rules, so if I have like a regular verb, I add ed or something else to the end of it. But in general, we just want to get lots of review. It's the review, all of the different and varied examples of something that get us fluent. So in my case, last night I came back home and I had taken a shower, and after I finished my shower, I noticed there was a mosquito in the bathroom. So right now it's hot, summertime. You might even hear some cicadas outside. I'm trying to keep them quiet, but they don't listen to me very much. So last night I'm taking this shower and it's mosquito time. I saw just kind of something flying around and I can't stand it. I hate having a mosquito in the house. My whole family does, because you go to sleep at night and then someone's gonna get bit and the kids are all itchy. Mosquito's not gonna kill us or anything, but it's just really annoying. And so I'm sitting there, I just took a shower, I was all hot, and I see this little mosquito, and my mother-in-law is like coming out in the hallway, and I say, go back in the room, there's a mosquito. So I'm trying to trap this mosquito in the smallest part of the house. And it took me about 5 minutes, but I got hot again after I took the shower. And what I heard is so my mother-in-law used the specific grammar point that I had been reviewing earlier that day. Now, this is an interesting thing about she was kaga yudu so desu. So it's the difference between I see one versus I hear there's something happening. And so what you'll notice from this is as you get more review of these things, rather than trying to understand this, the biggest tip I can give you is to get 100 examples. I mean, you don't need that many, but try to get as many examples as you can, because usually a textbook, a regular grammar textbook might give you 1 or 2 examples of something. So it's mostly an explanation of the grammar point with 1 or 2 examples, and then they move on to the next thing. So what you should be doing, and this is why in Fluent for Life we spend so much time giving you lots and lots and lots of examples, because you don't really get fluent by understanding it logically. You get fluent by just absorbing the grammar in different ways. So it's much more interesting for you, and it really helps you understand how to use it because you're getting so many different grammar points. All right? So that was kind of a long answer to your question, Vita. But as far as a specific tip goes, anything like a specific grammar point that you have trouble with, stop and focus on that. Get a whole bunch of examples. You can do this in Google or ChatGPT or whatever, but I need a bunch of examples of this. And so you want varied examples. And what's nice, obviously, is not just having a text example, but also being able to hear it. And so here I am when I come back home and I hear that specific grammar point. And maybe you've noticed this too. I forget the psychology term for this, but usually what happens is if you're looking to buy a new car, then you will maybe have a specific kind of car, like a specific model you're interested in, and then you will start seeing that car all over the place. Your brain now you're thinking about it so much, you recognize that the car was always there, but you just recognize it more now. And so that recognition, the same thing comes as you review grammar points. So you want to be able to review them, but this is the kind of fun example where you're getting lots of varied review, not just trying to understand it logically or repeat the same example again and again. All right, hopefully that helps. All right, let's see here. All right. Ambo Beats said, hello, I'm from Indonesia. Nice to see you there. Can you speak British accent? Can I speak with a British accent? Well, I think there are quite a few different British accents. I'm no expert in the British accent. I can kind of pretend like I speak with a British accent, but I do the kind of American version of the bad British accent, like shine your boots, governor. Like that's the kind of thing we say in America about like the British accent, even though there are quite a few different ones. I think that's more like the Cockney accent. But yeah, if I had to go to England, when I lived in England, I lived in London actually. And I would try to just listen to the people over there and copy their accent a little bit. But no, I'm not the best at having a British accent. All right, when to use can and could. Okay, all right. Well, that's a specific grammar point question. We can tackle that. So can versus could. Now, before I answer this question, I want to make it clear that it's important to understand, like we want you, and when I say we, I mean me, like I want you, and you should want this for yourself, but I want you to understand these things like a native. And so when we have something like a student will ask me, like, what does this word mean? Or tell me the difference between two words or something like that. The answer is usually it depends on the situation. And so I might have a time where I say I can do something or I could do something. So if a friend of mine asks me, hey, can you come to my house for dinner? I say, yeah, I can do that. So I'm able to do that. I'm able to do that. Yeah, I could do that. So I can answer his question with both of these words and it would mean the same thing. So in this situation, it would mean the same thing. but it becomes like a little bit different. Like maybe if I'm asking someone, can you, let's see, so can you clean my house? And I'm like, he's asking me if it's possible for me to do that. So can I clean his house? Yes, it's possible for me to do that. And he's asking, could you? It's basically the same question, but here the slight difference is it sounds a little bit more polite. So could you do something rather than can you? All right. So can it's really the most basic of like asking about ability rather than like, do you want to do something or. But it's true that natives actually, I mean, they will use it that way. So if I say like, yeah, can you come over to my house? It's like, asking, is it possible for you to do that? And also, do you want to do that thing? But if I say could, again, it's a little bit more polite. So this is one example where we're not just trying to get like every definition of all these things. We're looking at a specific situation and understanding how they're different. So I had, let's see. We got a question, so we get questions every day from people. We've got like, I don't know, 40,000 students in like programs like Fluent for Life, Native Fluency Blueprint, and we get lots of questions, and one of them was talking about the word of recently. So I was looking back through comments, and I noticed like this learner was a little bit disappointed because like he knew one meaning of, but then he encountered a different meaning and was like, hey, what happened to the word of? Like I thought it meant this, but now I'm learning it means this thing over here. So this is another thing like if we go back to the root of a lot of the problems people have with language learning, it's because they will usually start with a translation and then go to the English word like that. So they will learn, okay, like here's like of, and then you have maybe one example, and then you learn whatever this word is in your native language, and then you learn the English word of over here. But the way native speakers do this is they actually begin with a situation, and you've probably seen me talk about this before if you've watched my videos. So we begin with a situation, and it's like, oh, in this situation we use can. But in this situation, we use could. All right? So like if I'm talking about the past, like, yeah, I could do that when I was younger. So in that situation, it's a different situation. All right? So if I'm talking about like asking someone right now, the situation asking someone right now if they are able to do something, I can use either one of these words. All right, so can you come to my house or could you come to my house for this situation? And this is how little kids learn the language. It's like, oh, okay, here's one example of can and one example of could. And then they will remember that. And then maybe the next time they hear something different, then their understanding expands. All right, but they don't begin with the word and try to think like, what are all of the meanings of that? Okay, so here, if we're talking about the situation is something in the past, I can only use could for that. So if I'm asking like, were you able to do something? So were you able? So in the past, were you able? So were you able to do something? And I can say, yes, yes, I was able, or I could do that. So were you able to clean your house? Did you have time to do that? So I'm asking about something in the past. Yes, I could do that. I was able to do that. We don't use can for the past in that way. Okay? So hopefully this makes sense. It's really important that you try to focus on one thing and then get lots of examples of this situation. So you want the naturally varied review. I try to do this. I don't want to spend too much time on just like a single thing, but that's how you should be doing it. We do this in Fluent for Life, but I'm trying to cover a couple of different things in these videos here. But hopefully this makes sense, all right? Let me know if this makes sense, all right? Because we've got the same words, but it's a different meaning depending on the situation, okay? So try not to think about like what the word means and like we know can means this, like it's got one meaning. That's not true, okay? It has a meaning for the situation. I think I gave an example of this like many many videos ago. I forget what video it was, but I was talking about how words have no meaning. It's like a funny idea about vocabulary, but it's almost like two sticks that are supporting each other like this. So if you just have the word, it falls down. The word doesn't mean anything. You have to have the situation to hold it together. Okay, so it's the word with the situation that means something. And then you have maybe the same word with a different situation that means something else. All right, El Fresh, good comment over there. All right, let's see here. We'll go back. So hi, how are you? Says Shihab. I'm doing well. Hello, sup Drew, says Ildar, nice to see you there. Perfect, thanks, says Vita, glad to hear it. It's serendipity, I guess. Well, there you go. I'm happy to help. All right, let's see. How can I teach reading, says Ian, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. If you want to teach young kids or really anybody how to read English, click on the link in the description below this video for Frederick. This is a system that I took many years to build with my team. I don't know anything about coding, but I knew how to design a good system because I spent many years teaching young kids how to read, and I wanted a system they could use to teach themselves. So if you want to teach someone how to do that, it goes through all of the steps for learning the same way natives learn, but the really main thing that's different about Frederick versus every other system is that it allows kids to teach themselves. So the kids can actually discover what things mean rather than a teacher just saying, look, this letter means this, or this letter has this sound. They actually get to discover that for themselves. So you can click on the link for Frederick in the description below this video. Let's see. And Simran says, hi, I'm from India. I found you the real instructor. Glad to hear it. I'm here to help. All right, let's see here. Good morning from China. Good morning. Good morning from Uganda. Sometimes I know words, but when I was talking, I forget the word. Yes, I want you to go deeper. So anybody, we're talking about the general topic of getting stuck in conversations. And I want you to think about that. Why do you forget the word, do you think? All right, so there's a few different things we can do with this one. The first one, if we forget a word, we can transition to something else. So if I can't remember the word cat, maybe I remember the word feline. Have you ever heard that word before? There's another word for kinds of cats. New word for probably many people, maybe all of you, a feline. So I've got a pet feline. That's a cat or some kind of cat. So a feline, you might also have a tiger or a lion or something like that. They're in that same group, a feline. But the point is there are different ways of describing something so that if I forget one, I've learned another. And the reason natives are able to do this, again, is because they're not starting with a word, they're starting with a situation. All right? So a native speaker, let me clear up some space here. So the way a native speaker learns English, and this is the same way you learned your native language, is you have a situation first. And so the situation might be, I'm going to draw a very bad cat here. Oh my goodness. I'm actually a pretty good drawer, but I'm trying to do something quick over here. Here's a cat. So a child sees a cat, and one adult might say it's a cat. Another person might say, that's lucky. And the child doesn't really understand, are you talking about what the thing is? Are you talking about the name of that? And so they're getting this naturally varied review. So they're naturally getting different examples. Maybe someone says a feline. All right, so it's not so common. Most native speakers know what this word means, but maybe you don't hear it so often in your conversations. But anyway, the point is that they're hearing different ways of describing that thing. And that way, when they get into a conversation and they have to talk about something, they could say cat, they could say feline, they could say lucky. All right, so if I'm talking about my cat and I'm talking with my mom, I can say, yeah, there's a problem with the cat. I think the cat is sick. Or I could say, I think Lucky is sick. I think our feline is sick. So when you learn as a native learns, when you're coming from situations rather than coming from vocabulary and translations, this is how you learn to speak, and then you can move from one thing to another. In Speak Like Me, I call this moving like water. But the point is, you're not getting stuck on a particular word because you can easily transition to something else. All right. So if you get stuck thinking about a word, usually there's at least another way to say it. Like if you don't know all of these, maybe you think about like, what's that little animal we have? Like I forget the word of that thing. So you can explain a little bit about someone. You're talking about the cat. You're talking about Lucky. So that's the name of the cat, or you're talking about like that feline in the house, okay? All right, let's see. So hi, Drew Badger, I'm Muhammad Ali, nice to see you there. I would really appreciate your time. And you again, good job, we owe you a lot. It's my pleasure. Now, be careful when you're saying like, I would appreciate, you're talking about, it's like I'm thinking, okay, you're going to ask me for a favor. So like I would appreciate if you're going to do something, like I would appreciate it if you bring me to the airport later. So like I don't appreciate now, I would appreciate in the future. So if you do something, I will appreciate that. So if you want to say to someone like right now, like thank you to someone right now, or like you've already done something and I'm thanking you for that, you can say I appreciate you. So I thank you, I appreciate you, but in the future, I would appreciate, all right? So that's another reason where we have a word like would, and we're gonna think about like when are the situations we would use that, because the native is thinking, they're not thinking about the word, they're thinking when do we use something, all right? So I would appreciate that. All right, or would you? Would you? Yes, if you're talking about like, would you do something in the same way? All right. I have an aha moment about this, says Nils. Glad to hear it. Let me know what specifically. You had an aha moment about what? Like the way of learning or some specific vocabulary? Let me know. The more you think about that, the more you can apply that same, like, I had an aha moment when I learned like this, or I did something, so you should do more of that. All right, and then you will get more of that nice feeling. All right, El Fresh says, thanks, Sensei. Yes, it's my pleasure. Jay Wu says, hello, Drew. Good morning. This is my first time in your live stream. Today is a lucky day. Look at that. Lucky day indeed. Well, it's my pleasure. Thank you. I appreciate all of you being here with me. I appreciate you. All right. So what about would? What about would? Okay. I think people are asking about like we talked about could and would. So remember, I know like the natural reaction of the learner is like, just give me the definition of the word. And the best I can do really, and this will help you, the whole point of these videos is to help you build fluency by understanding English like a native. So a non-native will think about a word like would, and they will just get a definition, or they will try to translate that in their native language. But would, or any other word, if you're learning it as an English speaker, like a native English speaker, you're thinking, when do I use that? So if we're talking about now, let's just say here's now, and then sometime in the future, like, so would you like, and again, I used the example before, like, so can you, or could you, or would. I can use all three of these to talk about asking for something in the future like that, all right? So remember the point, don't try to remember, like memorize a definition. It's just, can you use this in this situation? So in this situation, if I go to my friend's house, like I might ask him like, hey, can you come over to my house for dinner? Can you come for dinner? Or could you come for dinner? Or I could say, hey, would you come for dinner? I'm asking, all of these mean really the same thing. I'm asking them about sometime in the future, all right? But I wouldn't use that in the past, or if I'm talking about something else, like they have, again, different meanings. But in this situation, you would hear all of these. And that's why, like a native, again, is getting this naturally varied review. So they begin with a situation, like asking someone to do something in the future, and then they will hear people using all of these. So they will learn, I can use could or can or would for all of these things, okay? So when you're hearing these in a situation, if you pay attention, think first about the situation and then what is the vocabulary that you hear for that, because you will often be surprised, like, oh, I didn't know we could use this vocabulary for that situation. But you will hear natives talking like that, okay? Hopefully that makes sense. So try not to memorize like the meaning of would and can, and it's more like, in this situation, what do people say? And you learn that by getting lots of examples of that situation. And that's why I call it naturally varied review, because you're going to hear different people say it. They're going to say it in a different way, just like ordering food at a restaurant. So I might go to a restaurant and my waiter says like, what would you like? What would you like? All right. So they're probably not going to say like can you eat this? That would be kind of like a little maybe impolite. All right. Or could you do something? Man, they might ask me to do that, but typically like, what would you like? What would you like? Like, if you had this food, would you like that? What would you like? That's what they're asking me, okay? So always connect the vocabulary with the situation. The situation is the most important part. And this will also train you to stop translating and thinking in your native language, because you're not trying to connect vocabulary in your native language with vocabulary in English. You're just saying, oh, natives say this in this situation. Okay, so it's only vocabulary with an idea or situation. And that situation could be a thing, like a cat or something like that. So if I have a marker here, the marker is the situation. The marker is the thing we're talking about. And the name we give to that is marker. So when you hear, it's like, ooh, a red marker, a black marker, a blue marker. Do you have a marker? Do you have another marker? Would you like a marker? So you ask different questions and pay attention to what natives say in those situations, and that's how you learn the vocabulary. All right, Nixon says, I get confused when it comes to using get used to. Using get used to can be similar with be used to. Okay, I think someone else was asking me this question before, so let me cover the difference in this situation. Okay, pay attention to the situation. Let's do some magic here. All right, so what is the situation here? We got can, let's see. So get used to and be used to. All right, now watch this. So we notice the difference between be and can. And actually we'll just say here, we'll do be and get for this. All right. Now, when you hear just these words by themselves, when we hear the word be, usually the situation means like something exists right now. Like it is hot, all right? So this is like I am, you are, he, she, it is, okay? For be. So it is hot, or I'm like my being, like how I am right now, like I am doing something. I'm being it right now. But when we talk about get usually means there's some kind of movement. All right, so be just is, it's right here. But get is more like you're becoming something. It's like moving from here over to here. So right now I'm at work, I need to get home. I'm sorry, I need to get going. Okay, I'm taking a position, I'm moving from one place to another. Okay, so to be used to, all right? So to be used to means like I am like understanding something, or I am like in this position already. So I am used to doing these videos on YouTube, all right? So I'm like feel good about doing it. It's very easy, very fun. I am used to it. Okay, so right now, so you can think about someone who's like already, they've been working at a job for a long time. They do it well. They do it easily. They are used to that thing. Okay, so they've already had that experience. They're already here. But if you're getting used to it, you're thinking about like moving into that. So maybe this is my first YouTube video. I don't really know how to do anything. I feel a little bit uncertain. I'm not used to it yet. All right, so I'm not, if you think about like we have time, and at this point, like right here, I'm used to it. It just means I have like that experience, okay? But over here, not yet. I am not yet used to something. So maybe my first time I tried doing something, oh, I didn't do that very good, I didn't do that very well. Maybe I made a mistake. I don't feel very confident about something, but over time, ooh, look at that. We can talk about improving. Now I am getting used to something. So I'm moving towards feeling good about that thing. I'm getting used to it. All right, so I made my first video, I didn't feel very good. My second video, I felt a bit more confident. My third video, fourth video, now I've made 500 some videos on the channel. I am very used to doing this. Okay, so it's nice and easy. I understand how to do it. I've got lots of experience. Same thing. Okay, so again, the difference here, we're talking about like, there's kind of two different ideas here. So there's used to, like to be used to, it just means like you understand something, you feel good about that thing, you feel confident and comfortable. All right, and then it's either are you already or are you becoming? Okay, so remember, get is motion, it's movement from one thing to another. Like if you get a present, the present is moving from one person to you. You got something. If you understand something, like I'm telling you, like, hey, did you get it? Did you get what I'm saying? Did you understand what I'm saying? It's moving from me to you. Did you get it? So we have two different ideas here. We have be versus get, and then we have used to. But hopefully that makes sense. Let me know in the chat if you have any questions more about that. But again, when you're understanding these things, like to be used to, it just means like you feel confident, you feel good about something. You feel used to that thing, okay? I'm used to it. So hopefully some people who have been watching my videos for a while, they are used to my way of speaking, and so they understand my English very well. They are used to me. They are used to me. But notice also that the pronunciation changes slightly. So the D disappears, and this is more like used to. It's like used to. Yeah, I'm used to it. Used to it. Used to it. All right. So used to or used to. Used to. All right. Now, this is different. This is different from I used. Like I used to do something. All right. Like I used it to do something. Like I did it before, I don't do it anymore. All right. So slightly different meaning of that. So like I used to play, I don't know, I used to play chess. So I used to do that. I did that before, but now I don't. All right. That's why we have this, be or get. So be used to means like, oh, now I'm feeling confident about it. Or getting used to it means I'm becoming confident about it. But when you just talk about like, I used to do something, it's something you did in the past. I did it before. I don't do it now. I used to do something. I don't do it anymore. All right. And this is why it's important, like you kind of learn one thing. I want to focus on one thing at a time, then introduce something else and talk about a slightly different situation. I'm talking about this for a while, but this is a very common grammar construction, and hopefully this makes it a bit easier to understand. Let me know in the chat if I'm correct. All right. But the basic idea, like used to for this situation. So look, it's the same thing. We got used to up here and used to down here. So if you ask a native speaker, what does used to mean? And they will think, when do I use that? When do we say used to? Well, we could say like, yeah, I used to do something. Many years ago, I used to play soccer. Now I don't. I used to, but I don't anymore. Or we could talk about like if you're feeling like more comfortable, you're getting used to something, or you are used to it. Okay? So always focus on the situation. The vocabulary comes from the situation. It's not the other way around. All right. Let's see, hopefully. All right. I think we got that now. All right. Oh no, the chat really like skipped me down. Man, damn you, Google, always with this chat over here. I do appreciate having a chat, but it's, be nice if it didn't just like skip me down about that. All right. Antoine, and if I'm pronouncing it, Antoine? Yeah, I think so. Antoine, maybe. Hello, teacher. I'm from Haiti. When can we use the past perfect? The past perfect. So remember, think of an example. I want you to try this now. Like, think about when we use something. Remember, like past perfect, like think about it being complete. It's finished, like I have done something, it's already finished. Think about a specific situation when you would do it. Don't think about the grammar point or the grammar point name. Think about when you would use something. Give me an example sentence, and then I'll give you some more. All right, give that a try. I know we just like did a whole example about this, so I want to make sure people get it, but don't think about it like a linguist or a teacher. Think about when you want to say something. What is the situation? Try to think about that. So like I'm trying to talk about something I did before, or like I was doing something and now I finished it, or I used to do something and now I don't do it anymore. Okay, see, these are all situations and you're not thinking about it like a grammar student, you're thinking about it like a native speaker. So think about that. Oi, Lucia, let's see, what about what? Okay, we answered that one already. What do you say you should be doing instead of you should do? Oh, well, this is if you're, all right, here's like a good example for some naturally varied review. Let me make sure I understand the question. Why do you say you should be doing instead of you should do? Okay. Remember that there are often multiple ways to express something. So natives will hear different native speakers, like maybe my kids, they will hear me and like some teachers or some friends or other parents or whatever talking about things, and they will get different examples of something. So they will hear maybe like, or I will use you, try to use that exact example. So you should, let's say you should eat. All right, so you should eat. Like I recommend you eat. Like it's a good idea if you're doing something. I'm giving you some advice here. Or you should be eating. All right. In this situation, now I'm going to continue using this because I really want to get this deep into your head. In this situation, these mean the same thing. All right, they both mean in general in this situation. So you should eat. I'm not talking about just one time. If I say you should eat vegetables, I'm talking about like your whole life, like from now, like, until you die, I guess. Like it's a good idea if you eat vegetables. That's my advice I recommend, all right? So you should eat, this can mean generally, or you should be eating. It's still talking about the same thing, but using the continuous, I don't even like using the grammar term here, but using the ing here, this is just so you understand it's like I want you to keep doing that thing. But both of these mean the same in this situation, okay? So both of them mean the same thing. So you should eat or you should be eating. It's basically the same thing. All right, so it's not just like one activity. If I'm trying to give you advice for like life in general, okay. Now, if I want to say like you should go, like if someone is asking me for like directions or something, or if they're saying like should I go to the party, I said yeah, like you should go. I wouldn't really say like you should be going because it's just one event. It's like the party is like it's happening at one time. So I wouldn't say like you should be going to the party. Like you might hear something like that, but it's less common. So your understanding of situations becomes more fine. Like you understand slight differences in nuance as you learn it like a native speaker rather than trying to learn it and translate it through your native language. So that's like a horrible way to confuse your brain if you're like, okay, like is it eat or being eating or something like that? It's better to understand it as a situation. So if I'm giving you advice for life, like you should be learning every day. You should be learning every day, okay? Or I could say you should learn every day. It's the same idea. I'm talking about generally, or yeah, like we're going to do this thing repeatedly, it will continue, that kind of thing. All right, that's the way natives are thinking about it. I'm giving you these long answers because I really want people to understand these, but let me know if this makes sense. All right, thanks, Sensei. It does make sense. All right, good to hear it. Keiko says, hi, teacher. Nice to see you there. Let's see. Marco says, Frederick is a really great app. Awesome. If you do have Frederick and you have not given us a review, please review the app. It will help us reach more people. So please go to the Google Play Store or the App Store. Hopefully give us a 5-star review, but please review the app. Leave us a great comment. And also if you have feedback to improve it, one of the things I'd like to do, the next little thing I want to improve with it is a little slider on the level select screen. That way you don't have to like tap on all the levels to move them. You can just like slide your finger just a little bit and go through all the levels. Hopefully that would be a cool thing for people. All right. If I read my holy book in English, does it help? Yes. I mean, if you read anything in English, if you understand that information, sure. But remember, like a holy book is probably like a pretty thick book. Most of the holy books I know are like pretty thick. And I usually don't recommend people like try to read one thick thing. I recommend you read like a few thin things because that's giving you naturally varied review. So just like trying to watch a 2-hour movie, it's much better to watch like a 20-minute cartoon and then you can watch a few different cartoons about that topic. All right, it's much better. You want to give your brain like review much more frequently. All right, it's much less likely. So people are not, they don't usually review information, like they will read a book and then they don't review that information at all. So they get a passive understanding, a passive vocabulary, but they're not building an active vocabulary that they feel confident about using. All right, that's the key for fluency. All right, Keiko says, it's difficult for me, but I'm listening hard today. Ganbari nasai. Dekiru yo. We can do it. All right. People like it. Let's see. El Kriya. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly. Yes. Give me like a like if you're enjoying this video. Like the video. So Google and YouTube will say, yes, we need to send more of Drew's videos out to more people. All right. Danya says, how can we create a situation without having a partner? Very easy. The same way you get review of anything. So I made a video on my YouTube channel. You can go see it right after this one is finished. It's how to make espresso in English. And it's just 4 different videos in the same video where I'm giving you examples and you're getting naturally varied review where you would have lots of different, you only get 4 in the video, but you can get many more even on YouTube. And so this just means like you're getting review from, it could be reading something like a blog post or an article online, or it could be a newspaper or like a physical book, anything like that. But you want to get information again and again and again in different ways. You don't want to repeat. I know people like repetition is important, but it gets boring very quickly because your mind hates repeating stuff. If you think you know some information already, your mind doesn't want to do it again. That's why it's so difficult for people, like doing, karate practice or something like that, where people are like, we have to do the same punch over and over again. Or language students trying to read the same text over and over and over again. It gets very boring. So instead, you need naturally varied review. This is where you get lots of different examples in different ways from different people, from, it could be different like media, like I talked about, like reading something, listening to it, watching it. Or you can also get it from different people. So you can get like me talking about something or someone else talking about something else, but that's how you get the review you need. The improvement comes from understanding the vocabulary well, not from you trying to practice what you say. All right. So what I'm doing here, like as you get this, you're like, I understand this better. And now I feel more confident about it. I feel more confident about using what did we learn? I'm getting used to it. All right. You're feeling better over time. I'm getting used to it. So you might have some grammar at the beginning, you start learning, you're like, I don't really know about this. I don't feel very confident about it. But as you review it, you get one example, another, many examples. And after that time, wow, you're really getting used to it. And then you are used to it. And that's how fluency develops. You can actually feel your fluency developing as you get these different examples. And this is why naturally varied review is so much better than repetition. And so people talk a lot about repetition. I should make a whole video about why repetition is incomplete. Like the better thing is naturally varied review. And you will see like charts of this. Like it's like, yeah, repetition gets boring over time. So we need spaced repetition. No. We don't want to like space out the boring repetition. We want to get lots and lots of repetition, but in different ways. So we keep it entertaining and enjoyable for yourself so you get fluent much faster. So the typical way, even spaced repetition, is quite boring and it's difficult to do. It's trying to trick your brain into doing something it doesn't want. But your brain does enjoy naturally varied review because your brain can feel, you're getting used to it. Okay, you're becoming used to that thing. All right, so yes, go like the app if you've not liked it already. All right, Simran says, you won't believe, but I learned English in a better way after watching your playlist videos. Thank you a lot, sir, but I have a question. How can we improve English through reading? Yep, it's the same thing. So just like you're watching my videos, like if you watch a video of mine about, whatever that topic is, you should read about that same thing. All right, it's the same thing. Like I do this in Japanese as well. So I might like hear about something. If I'm learning about gardening or whatever, I should read a little bit about that. Or if I'm watching a TV show about something, I should read the transcript of that or try to read like another story about that same thing. I think I gave like my email subscribers a while back, I told them the story of how I was watching just some Japanese cartoons in the morning and I saw two different shows were telling the same like common story. And I said, wow, that's amazing. Look at that. Like here's the story of this thing and here's the story of that. And another time it was like a game where you're standing in a circle and you try to push people out of the circle. And that was in two different shows on the same day. And I said, wow, look at that. It's different. It's not exactly watching the same thing again. I'm getting naturally varied review. So I want to hear that. And remember, this is the same way you learned your native language. So you didn't have just one robot like tell you something nice and easily. Like you had like maybe your mother said something clearly to you, but then your grandfather, he's like, you can't understand what he's saying very well, but you kind of get the idea. He's like, come here. You're like, he's saying, come here. Okay, yeah, come here. But that's how you learn. You're getting lots of these different examples. That's how you can use it, and that's how you can understand it when you hear it from other people. All right, let's see. So Nils said a old cat. Yes, you would say an old cat. An old cat. All right, David says, are speaking slowly or you always speak like this? I'm from Colombia, keep going. Yes, for these videos, I have a range of people who watch. So it could be people who maybe can't understand a lot of English. Some people understand quite well. So I try to keep my speed about here, but the more important thing is I'm not using a lot of difficult vocabulary. Most people, and when I say difficult, it's more like vocabulary that you are not used to. So you have not heard it a lot. So these are idioms, slang, phrasal verbs, proverbs, movie quotes, things like that, like references from TV shows. So yes, this is not how I normally speak. But again, this is why we do this. Like in these videos, this is just helping you learn tips about how to build fluency. And so if you're looking for like actual step-by-step lessons where you hear me like taking you from this to like faster speech of me actually speaking with regular natives, that's what we do in Fluent for Life. So you can click on the link in the description below this video if you'd like to learn more about that. All right, and let's see. A cat means lucky? No, I was giving an example of like, I'll give another example of this. Often, like a teacher, when a teacher is teaching something, The teacher understands what they mean, but the student does not. So the goal of the teacher is to make the lesson understandable, so you understand what I'm saying. So if I'm trying to teach you, this is not English, this is not a real language, I'm just making this up, but I think it's a good example for helping people understand how your brain works when it's learning. So if I draw something like this, I'll try to draw a good, oh no, that's pretty bad, that's a really bad picture. I'm gonna do maybe my problem is I'm like drawing from a bad angle. All right, let me try this again. Okay, so if I draw a picture like this, and I'll use the word, I'm just making this up, con. Okay, so imagine I am like an alien trying to teach you my alien language, and I call this con over here. Now, at first, you don't really know what I mean. You have a general idea, maybe like, you can try to guess what I'm talking about. But if I say con, you're not 100% sure. So you wouldn't feel confident using it in a conversation. I mean, only if like you saw another one of these, you would say con, but you don't know what I'm talking about 100%. I could be talking about the color, the shape. Am I talking about this item by itself, or is it like a group of them? It's only as you get more examples that you really start to understand the vocabulary. So repetition is not going to help you. All right, repetition, if I just repeat like con, that's not helping you learn anything. This is why you need naturally varied review. So I need to give you a slightly different example of something and then help you understand like what that means. Now, if I draw this thing over here, let's see. That's a bad, that's a bad picture too. Oh my goodness, let me draw, why can't I, here. Okay, and then I call this con also. So now your brain is thinking like, ooh, what is connecting these things because I'm using the same word? So I wonder what that means. So this is a con and this is a con also. Let me draw something else. Con. And as you get these different examples, then it's like, okay, he's probably talking about tool. Okay? And so this is why, like when you looked at the example before about the cat, so I gave you the picture of a cat here, and I say, oh, cat, or lucky, or feline. Now, one of these is talking about what the animal is. Actually, two of these words are doing that, if you understand what that means. And then like lucky, if you understand what that means, that's the name of this particular cat. Okay? But if you think about a small child, when they're learning this in their native language, like they hear cat, they hear lucky, they might hear even feline, but they don't really know what that means. They need to get more examples of something. So if they see like other cats, like here's another cat over here, like both this is a cat and this is a cat, but only lucky is this one. Huh, that's interesting. This one is lucky and this one is not. So maybe that means the color, it could mean the name of the cat, it could mean something else. But the whole point is that you're not just repeating that, you're getting this different examples of this. So when you learn like a native speaker, this is what I talk about learning English as a first language, you're getting all these different examples, and that's what helps you understand it like a native. So you don't get one example and then translate that. You're just like, oh, okay, now I understand what this means. Like this is a tool, that's a tool, that's a tool over there. I really want to make sure this is clear, because if you understand English as a first language, then you speak English as a first language. That's the whole point of this. That's where fluency comes from. All right? Okay. The cat needs help. It's true. And yes, the name of the cat is Lucky. Yeah, actually, I don't have a cat, actually, but just for the example here. So is that, good evening, teacher. Could you tell me what time and what day you are on live? Please let me know. So I enjoy my freedom. So I don't have a schedule for these live videos, but if you look at when they are, you can probably guess they are often on like Mondays and Thursdays, Japan time, in the morning. But today is a Friday, actually, so this is a little bit different than the usual one. But if you miss the live, I still make the videos available. So don't feel bad if you don't go to the live video. The information will still help you, even if it's not live. Well, and Elena is back. Konnichiwa, Drew. I'm so happy to see you teaching live. I would like to know any suggestions to understand Afro-American people, please. I can't follow them. Yes, any kind of people you want to understand, like spend more time with those people. That's the best thing you can do. Like watch, and if you don't like know any physically, like you don't have some friends or whatever, then watch people online, you know, or like television shows or something like that. But it's the naturally varied review, like over enough time you will hear like, like this kind of person like sounds like this, or they have this kind of voice. But you will get used to that, and then you will be used to that. Okay? All right. Let's see here. Kite Kitty says, I love your drawing. Yes. All right. Neil says can and could. Glad to hear it. Okay. Can you start a foot cam? What does that mean? A foot cam? Like a foot cam? Like be like a what do you mean a foot cam? What does that mean? Can I take you out for dinner? Can I take you out for dinner? Yes. So if you're going to ask someone, I don't know if you're asking me or just practicing the grammar, but yes, you can take someone out. So you could also say, could I? So could I take you out for dinner? If you're asking someone like that. Mary says, I have a moment about the expression something works for someone. I use it a lot. Wasn't in the books. Yes. Yeah. When anything like works for something, you're talking about like it's appropriate for something, or like it allows you to do something. Like video works for me as a way of teaching. Software also works for me, which is why I created Frederick. And that's also like a good way for you to learn. So video, if you can learn with video, then video works for you. Same thing. So something might help you, or it's enabling you in some way. All right. Thanks, Drew. Let's see. All right. I love your drawing. Glad to hear it. Your drawing is very pog champ. I don't know what that means, but hopefully that's good. It's a very interesting lesson, says Manana. Glad to hear it. I wish I could draw like that. I need to go pee. Oh, no, you better go. Don't do anything important. Teach us about dogs when I come back. It's my first time to watch you live stream as well. Well, hello and welcome. Go tell your friends. Say, hey, Drew is on right now. This is an atypical time. Atypical. So I usually am on Thursdays, but today happens to be Friday. And here I am. Grata, says Lucia. Alice says, I know all the words that I want to express, but I can't organize it into a sentence at once. Yes, how to organize sentences in your head. That's another interesting topic. So yes, people often get confused about things, and usually, like often, almost always, in fact, it's because, again, people are learning English as a second language rather than learning English as a first language. All right. So when you learn English as a second language, you kind of learn all this random vocabulary. Like here's a word and a word and a word, and you translated it through your native language. And now you're thinking like, well, how do these puzzle pieces go together? Okay. So it's almost like a better way to draw this would be like just some puzzle pieces, kind of like that. Now just imagine these are puzzle pieces. I'm not going to take time to draw all these very well, but you get the idea. All right, so these are kind of random puzzle pieces. But what happens usually when you're learning English as a first language is you'll get these puzzle pieces connected together. So you'll have like a few pieces stuck together, kind of like as a phrase, something like that. Or if it's just one piece by itself, like the word cat, you've probably understood what that means, okay? So like I go to the, and you will hear this as a phrase all the time. Like I go to the gym, I go to the bank, I go to the party, I go to something like that. And as you hear these, you will hear like, oh, I went. So the person is talking about a different situation. They're talking about the past, like I went to something. I went to the bank yesterday. I went to the party. I went to the beach or whatever. And so the pieces over here, you don't really learn how to connect them because you're learning each piece individually. The connection is through like a translation in your native language. All right, this is a little bit confusing, but the basic idea is if you're learning English as a native speaker, if you get one piece, like you learn the meaning of it as the situation or the thing. Or you're learning like phrases like this and you're connecting all the words together in English. So it makes it much easier to take this piece and connect it with this one or some other pieces like that. And that's how you can speak fluently without having to organize sentences in your head. So you see the English as a second language way, it's a lot more mental work. You have to think, like first you have to think like, I want to say something, and often people will think in their native language first. I want to say this, and then I have to translate that. But now I have to translate this and connect these pieces, and I don't know what to do. And that's what creates a lot of the problems when people have to speak. Usually, like you can probably write well, or you could read or understand things, but it's the actual quick communication. It's much more difficult to do this when you're learning English as a second language. But don't feel bad. This is just the way everybody is taught, all right? I'm just showing you a better way to do this, all right? And we know this works because this is how you learned your native language. And the nice thing is that you can just do the same thing with English. Isn't that cool? All right, let's keep it moving. How long have we been going for? About an hour, okay, a little over an hour. All right, people see, let's see, it's my first time. Have you seen the movie The Sound of Freedom? No, I have not. Good question. Get used to, be used to are tricky for non-native speakers. Yes, depending on how you learn them. But if you watched my little lesson, my quick lesson, that's the same way I would teach that to my daughter. So I'm not trying to talk about grammar point names or linguistic names, anything like that. I just want to help when do you use it? So help people understand when do you use something. So if you think about like at this point, like I feel good over here, but like not yet. So like I'm feeling good, all right? And usually it's like a kind of, almost like a ramp. Like you start from 0 and you get up to, I don't know, wherever you feel, let's just say this is 100 over here. So you start at 0, you're not feeling good, but you're getting used to it. You're getting used to something and oh, ding, now I am used to it. So I've had enough experience up here, now I feel used to it. You don't really get like more, I mean you could like get more used to something, but in the very basic understanding of like to get used to something and be used to something. So now I am used to it, or you are used to it, or she is used to it. All right. Okay. Oh, Abikito from Chile. Nice to see you there. I have a friend in Chile. Muhammad Ali, it takes me 4 years to find the right place to learn English, but remember, English is only on your lips, so try the best version of yourself. That's some nice advice. Oh no, chat skipped me down again. Oh no, well that really okay, you guys have a bunch of comments. All right, now I think I got that one. Yes, asking me about the past perfect again. Give me an example. So look at the examples I'm giving up here. Give me a sentence example. What do you mean by the past perfect? I'm trying to get you to think like a native. So give me an example. All right, people, please hit the like button. Yes. All right. Yes, it means I was accustomed to doing that. Yes. So again, we can talk about getting accustomed or being accustomed. Like I am accustomed. I do like something. Hello, Teacher Drew. Eunice is back. I used to do sport every day, like some kind of sport, but I'm used to sleeping instead nowadays. Is this sentence correct? Well, you would say I used to do, like, you would pick like a particular sport. Like I used to play tennis, or I used to, in general, you can say do sports, but that usually means you're talking about different things, like you played tennis and you were running or something. So yes, I used to do that. But I'm used to sleeping instead nowadays. Yes, yeah, you can say that. Like I'm used to doing it now. Like it's it's kind of what you do currently. All right, great teaching. Thank yous. Is Anne. It's my pleasure. House is good morning. I'm getting used to cooking and eating vegetables. Glad to hear it. What's the difference between fun and funny? Well, fun, it just means it's enjoyable in some way. Like maybe I'm watching a drama. Maybe it's like it makes me feel good. I can think, oh, that's like it's a fun movie. But maybe I'm not laughing about that, which is what funny means. So I can have like, wow, this is like a really, like maybe this is a fun lesson if you are learning. So if you feel, you have that aha moment, like, now I understand something. This lesson is fun. But I'm not, I don't know, maybe I'm funny. If I say something funny or something funny happens, then that's a different thing. But there's a difference between enjoying something and laughing about it. So remember, pay attention to when people do something. When people are like, oh wow, that roller coaster was a lot of fun. They probably weren't laughing about that, but they enjoyed it. Okay? So always think about when. Is written English must be strict in using perfect grammar? Yes, especially if you're writing professionally. If you're texting your friend, then maybe people don't care. But if you're going to write a resume or some professional communication, then it should be correct. All right. I remember when I worked, I was a manager at a hotel, and I would look at resumes for people. And if I saw lots of grammar mistakes, I would just be like, no, I'm not hiring you. All right, so even native speakers will have issues with that. All right, let's see. Perfect explanations, says Marlene. Glad to hear it. Just like I've wanted all of your videos, yesterday. Glad to hear it. Remember, if you enjoy what we do, this is only one piece of that. So really with these YouTube videos, I'm trying to answer questions people have about how to learn. But if you'd like me to show you kind of step by step, taking you through the process, giving you the naturally varied review, organizing all the information, that's what we get in Fluent for Life. So you can click on the link in the description below to learn more about that. All right, hi, says Yamin, and nice to see you there. Yale says, I should continue making exercises. Is that okay? If you're talking about, like, if you say I should continue making exercises, that would mean, like, if I'm making exercises for homework assignments or something. But if you mean, like, to exercise, like to work out, you would say I continue exercising. To keep exercising or continue exercising. But like an exercise, and that's another, like again, the English, it depends on the situation. So the word exercise could mean like physical exercise, like I'm stretching or something like that. But it can also mean like a military exercise where we're moving our battleships or something. Or it could mean exercising like I'm practicing something. So some homework sheet that I have to do, I'm like writing some Japanese or something, that's exercise as well. All right, English people's contacts, just hard to understand, water bottle, things like that. You're talking about British English? Yeah, and there's even like different kinds of British English too. So it sounds like they don't use the R the way we do. So an American like me, I would say water. But British, like kind of more like higher, kind of classier British English is like, it's like water. It's like water. And it's similar to like Australian English, like water. Or you might also hear like water. You got a license for that? Water, give me some water, you know. So there are different ways of pronouncing it even within England. I should take my time watching your video every day. Yes, it is a good idea, Nixon. Hey Drew, says Suresh, nice to see you there. How can someone learn English perfect English in 6 months? All right, so anyone who's trying to learn, like as I just gave you some examples today, you get fluent word by word as you understand something. So you can think just like these puzzle pieces over here. Okay, I understand what the word cat means. I know what it means. I can use it confidently. You are fluent in this word. or maybe you're fluent in some phrases. So it's not that you take 6 months to get fluent in like the language. You can actually get fluent in each of these pieces very quickly. It could be 1 minute, it could be like a day or something if you need some more review, or it could be a week. Maybe some grammar points are a little bit trickier, especially if your native language, the grammar functions a little bit differently. But you don't take a long time to do it. So this is why, like in Fluent for Life, we get people fluent in 30 days in each lesson set. So you're not going to know like everything and be able to use everything perfectly, but it's not really the point. It's like it's the continual improvement every day as you get fluent in more and more things individually. Okay, so stop thinking about how long it takes you to get fluent, because it's not 6 months or a year. It's like it could be 1 minute or 2 minutes or a week or something. It just depends on how difficult the grammar point is for you, or the vocabulary, and how good of a teacher you have, or if you're teaching yourself. All right, so it doesn't take that long to learn, but just remember, you get fluent in each of these pieces. So if now you understand like get used to and be used to, like now I get it, I understand, and I feel confident using that. Now you're fluent in this. So you move on to the next thing and get fluent in that. And that's how the process works. From where should I get a buddy? Well, you can find people online, go to YouTube videos about topics you enjoy and comment under them. That's one way to meet people. But remember that you don't need a buddy to get fluent. Like I'm just showing you right now, you're not practicing speaking with anybody. Your mouth is shut, probably. Maybe you're repeating after me or something. But you don't have to do that. The point is to understand the language very well. Remember my iceberg example over here. So here's the water. This is like the speaking part up here. The rest of this, all this under here, this is all understanding the vocabulary. When you understand perfectly, then speech is super easy. You just open your mouth and the words come out because you know how to use it. All right, you feel confident about that. Learn the lyrics of music. So you would say learn the lyrics of music, or you can talk about a song, but music is uncountable. We just say music. And keep singing throughout the day. But yes, you can sing. That's another good way to review. It's a different kind of review. Only songs can't help me, I think. Yes, well again, maybe you have some songs that you like for your native language, and that's how you got fluent in your native language as well. So you might hear like somebody in their native language say something, or like whatever your native language is. You might hear it in a song or see it on TV or something. So it's just, again, naturally varied review. All right. Amado says, good morning, my teacher. Please keep up good, wonderful teachings. You are amazing. Glad to hear it. El Sira again says, I always begin learning a language looking for songs and trying to sing along. Sheehan says, I played online games for foreign British people. It was my point to speak English faster. Yep, there's lots of good ways you can get out and use the language and also to learn it. Let's see. Nimuslima says some tips about when to use punctuation marks. So when I have, if I'm teaching something like this, there are not many of them. If I'm just giving my daughters like an explanation of this, or if you're trying to teach this to somebody else. So we have something very simple. Hello. Hello. And I try not to give like a long explanation about it. I just want to compare these two different things. Hello. 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 And your brain is like, oh, what's different about this one? This one is, So this means I get a little bit louder or more excited. And then maybe you hear more examples of that, like, hey. 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 Okay. Hello? Hello. Hello? 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 You got it? So your brain learns best when it can compare these different things. I'm not trying to explain what it is. I want to help your brain understand this naturally. Naturally varied review. Isn't that cool? Naturally varied review. Okay. Let's see. Good morning from my side. You're a great teacher. Glad to hear it. Clearly, let's say, I would like to improve my spoken English. Well, this is how you do it. Keep watching. I arrived late, says Tom. Good morning. Let's see. Blackbeard. What was that, sir? The best teacher in the world. Coffee. Monterosa. Let's see. Harench. Oh, you're like, wait. Like, yeah. That was like a while ago if you're going back and watching the video. But yes, that's a good lesson where if I just draw a picture and show you one thing, you don't quite know what it means. This is why in Frederick we actually give you a bunch of these different examples, because I want you to really understand what that means. So most lessons will only give you one picture, but we wanted to give 4. So I had to make like thousands of these images. It really took us a long time because we had to individually make these or find the specific ones we wanted. We had to make a lot though. All right, Neil says, I love your examples. Glad to hear it. Tom again, Teacher Drew really knows how to teach. Yes. Remember, I'm just doing the things that you would normally do in your like everyday life as you discover these things for yourself. But I'm trying to make it like obvious in a way that I'm not telling you the answer. You get to discover the answer because the lesson is good. Okay, so the lesson, like we can know if something is a good lesson or not because either you understand it or you do not. All right, so I'm always trying to make the lessons better and make them more understandable. All right, and Antoine says, why is it already been Friday in your country? Are you not in America? If so, where? I'm in Japan. So I'm in the future. Look at that. What would you like? Would you like some stock information to tell you what's happening in the future about some currencies or gold or something? All right. A says you should replicate yourself using AI and sci-fi technology to spread your ideas more deep and keep them alive in all ages and change the way people think. Well, I did that already. That's what this is. Everything you're watching right now on YouTube. So I can make this video instead of doing a lesson for a few people in a classroom. I can do a lesson for thousands of people, and then over time, millions of people can watch these, and then I replicated myself using Frederick as well. So the same thing. So you can actually listen to me pronounce a bunch of words. So you could like meet me personally and say, Drew, could you say the word water or dog or truck or whatever? But instead of doing that, like you can push a button and just hear me say that word. It's like truck, 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 truck. And you can hear that right in the app. So yes, that's all. Like when I began doing this, the reason I make these videos is because I want to help people outside of just a classroom in Japan where I started. Okay, now Google skipped me down again. All right. You are a good man, says Ahmed. Well, thank you very much. All right. Let's see. Swan says, why and how is do? Use it before any verb example. They do read that book. Ah, okay. Yeah, I think I answered this question for someone a while ago. So remember the situation here. All right, so like if I'm talking with someone like, so I clean my room. So this is, let's just say this is me. So I clean my room every day. And my mom says, no, you, wait, let me make this a regular capital. No, you don't. Here's our exclamation point again. No, you don't. And I say like, and then me again. No, I do clean my room every day. So in this example, in this situation, I'm emphasizing it. It's for emphasis. So I do something. All right. That's why we would add something like that. So if someone says like, oh, what sport do you play? Like, oh, I play baseball. I'm just answering that question normally. But if someone is like, really, you play baseball? Or like you go to the park or something? Yeah, I do. I do play baseball. I do that thing. All right. You might even have the word do twice. So I do the dishes. So if I'm just talking with my wife, like, here, let me clean this up. So me. So the same thing. So if I'm talking with my wife, she says, you know, you never do the dishes. I say, no, I do. I do the dishes. All right? It's like, yes, like I do the dishes. Okay? So remember, it's the situation. In this situation, I'm emphasizing that thing. I do. All right. Hello, awesome teacher, says Madsen. I love listening and practice with your English studies. Greetings from Brazil, my darling. Wow, my darling. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I hear that like it's like a lovely word, my darling. Wow. All right, and Surya says, I love you, teacher. Wow, you guys are so, it's like I've got some real love coming from the chat. Thank you very much. All right, amazing explanation, says Tom, glad to hear it. Since none of my relatives, friends speak English, would reading aloud help me to improve my spoken fluency? Yes, Eric, it would, but remember, you don't need to, you don't get fluent by repeating or speaking yourself. You get fluent by understanding the language well. So if I'm, like I gave the example before with the tools up here, if I do that again, and I just teach you the word con, and then you repeat that to yourself, even if you were speaking to yourself, if you don't really understand what it means, you're wasting your time. So just repeating words doesn't help you build fluency. Repetition doesn't build fluency by itself. Understanding builds fluency, and after you understand something, that's where you can try speaking. So you don't have to worry about having friends or relatives or anything. Like, I can get people fluent, like what I tell people in Fluent for Life, like I could put tape over your mouth and still get you fluent. All right, because I'm helping you. Really, it's the teacher that does the hard work of getting someone fluent by organizing the information well and making sure the lessons are understandable. Okay, so don't worry about finding people to practice with. Just get lots of input, lots of understandable messages. Make sure you're learning the real vocabulary natives are using, and you're getting lots of naturally varied review. So not just repeating things to yourself or other people. You certainly can read, and the input will come from the book. But you can also watch a movie about something or listen to other people talking about that same thing too. Just don't worry about speaking. The speech isn't what gets you fluent. Speech is something you do after you're really understanding the vocabulary. All right. Let's see. So what's the time when this live stream comes to an end? Well, it's usually when either I run out of time. So it's 11:18 a.m. here in Japan, and we've gone for 90 minutes almost. So either my voice gets bad, like I lost my voice a couple of weeks ago, or I run out of time, like I'm just like, I got no energy left. It's like, okay, I'm hungry now. I want to go get some food, or I need some water, or we just like I clear the chat. But some videos are more popular. We get more people coming to the videos, and I spend a little bit more time. So, all right. Let's see. Penilly says, good morning from the Philippines. What can I get started for you, or what can I start for you? Are both correct. Yes, like if you're talking about like working in a cafe, or if like someone is maybe requesting you to do some other work, like, I don't know, your boss or something, you can say, what can I start, or what can I get started for you? Both of those are correct. Let's see, Nils again. Hope I reach the level of understanding everything. Well, if you understand each thing individually, Nils, then you understand it all. That's how it works. So you start understanding each little thing. But remember, some things will come very easily and quickly. Others might take a little bit more time. And those things are really important. Like it could be a grammar point that maybe is a bit trickier for you, something. But spend the time. Just get more examples of that until you really understand it. You will feel very good when you're like, now I got it. Okay? We're looking for the aha moment. Hey, Drew from Saudi Arabia. Michelle, nice to see you there. Mary again. I am getting used to practicing. So in this example here, you would say, I'm getting used to And because you're talking about like doing something, like I'm getting used to practicing my English, or I'm getting used to playing, I'm getting used to speaking, I'm getting used to going to work. All right? So you're talking about the activity like that. Eric again, I scored C2 on my university's localization test, but I feel like a B1. Well, you are an A plus in my book. I know like the numbers are like, or the letters are backwards or whatever, but don't feel bad about that. Remember, tests aren't necessarily accurate reflections of how real life is, but keep taking like a little step every day. You'll feel better about that. Melissa says, what kind of grammar mistakes, or you can say, what kind of grammar mistakes do natives do, or do natives make? There will be like grammar mistakes where you're saying something, you just use the wrong word, but it's not because you don't know it. Maybe you're talking about one thing and then make a mistake and say something else. Not everybody is like a really good speaker. That happens. And also there are intentional grammar errors that natives make. So right there, I made like an error. So I said natives make. No, wait, what did I say? I said native make, when I should have said natives make. And that was not because I don't know the grammar. It's just like my, tongue stopped working or something. So remember not to get too worried about the grammar mistakes when you make them, assuming you understand the grammar, all right? But I'll just give you one example here of something very common that natives will use incorrectly. I'll write this, make sure I write the incorrect English correctly here. There's two cats over there. There's two cats over there. This is incorrect English. Can you spot the error? What should it be? What should it be? All right. I don't want to wait for the chat, but if you didn't catch it already, it should be there. There are two cats over there. There are two cats over there. All right. But we say theirs because it's just faster and easier, and everybody knows what we're talking about. No one is going to say, hey, you didn't say are. Now, we would not write this. We would write it correctly. There are two cats over there, but when we're speaking, there's two cats over there. It's much faster and easier to say that. If I try to say this quickly, it's like there are two cats over there. It's much slower. Even by a little bit, people just want to express themselves more smoothly and quickly and easily. And again, this is another reason why like young children, so native children, will be learning from the sound of the language first. They're not learning from the writing. And in my last video, I talked about, again, in this video also actually, used to. So when children hear this, they don't hear it, they don't hear the D because people don't say it. So they just hear like, yeah, I used to do something. So if they try to write something in a text, in like a, I don't know, like a text homework thing at school, they will forget to put the D. All right, because they're learning from the sound of the language, not from the writing or the written letters. All right, so when we're looking for things like this, again, we pay attention to the situation and then think about what natives say in this situation. So here, there's two cats over there. There's two cats over there. So you can say this too. And if you feel confident about it and you just say like, yeah, there's two cats over there. Yeah, there's three schools on this street. There's three schools on this street. But if you feel unconfident about it, if I say there is three, you don't want to say there is. You wouldn't say there is, but you'd say there's. And people will be like, ah, okay, you understand it like a native. You're saying it like a native. Okay. Saw Post Sky says, oh no, okay, here we go. I'm new here. I'm working and listening working and listening to your teaching right now. It's awesome. I'm going to watch more of your videos, or more videos of yours, or more videos. All right. Duran says, no, I just tuned in. It's okay. You can watch the replay when it's up on YouTube again. So if someone understands what you say, what is his level? Well, I mean, again, as I've talked about, I'm covering many different things in this video. Remember that fluency is it's a bunch of different skills. I'm not going to draw this very clearly here, but this is a very simple explanation or a simple drawing of an English fluency profile. And it's just all the different skills that you need to communicate fluently. So one of them, for example, is like the size of your vocabulary. And often what happens is native speakers, like or English learners, they will know a lot of words, but their confidence will be very low, all right? Or so your listening might be higher, but maybe your grammar is not very good. So your level of fluency is actually, it's controlled by your weakest skill. And this is why you can know a lot of words, but not communicate fluently if you lack confidence. So if I know a lot and maybe my grammar is perfect, but I feel really shy, then I won't be able to speak well with people. And so when people ask me like, hey, if I understand what you're saying, what does that mean? Like, it doesn't really mean much. It's hard to decide anything about that. It just means you're able to understand me. And remember that understanding a teacher or the way I'm speaking as a teacher is different than how natives speak. So maybe you are good at understanding like teachers, but maybe you struggle to understand natives, all right? So these are all different skills and you can focus on these things. But I usually explain to people the fastest way to build fluency is working on your weakest skill, because that's the thing that's actually stopping you from speaking, all right? So if you can improve your confidence a little bit, you will feel much more confident about speaking without learning more words. Isn't that cool? This is what we teach in the Native Fluency Blueprint. Okay. Let's see. Okay, Jose again. I love your videos. Really awesome. Glad to hear it. Love your teaching method, says Carol. Glad to hear it. Tom again. Guys, share your questions here in the chat so that Drew can answer them. Yes, that's why I'm here. All right, Dran, which is correct? Do I or did I? What do you mean? What time are you talking about? What's the situation? So if you're talking about in the past, did I do something yesterday? Or if you're talking about now or in general, like do I, like what should I do today? Like do I, or if you mean like in general about yourself, like do I like eggs? You're just asking a question about yourself. Do I like eggs? Yes, I do, in general. Or maybe in the past, like did I go to the park? Yes, I did. So remember, it's not about the vocabulary. You have to ask about the situation. So when are you talking about? What is the situation? Don't think about words. Don't think about specific grammar points. Just try to imagine like if you're asking me, Drew, like how do I talk about something like I wanted to do something, but I couldn't do that thing or something like that. If you try to explain it, then it's much easier actually to understand the grammar. All right, Eunice again. I'm almost getting fluency thanks to your approach, teacher. I really appreciate it. Glad to hear it. I listen to your videos before starting a conversation in English as a kind of warm up before exercising. Yeah, that's great. So remember, not just only listening to me, find native speakers who are talking about things as well. So find people who are listening and can give you more naturally varied review. All right, today you are looking army person. So you'd say you're looking like. You can say you're looking like an army person or looking like a soldier or looking like you are in the army. See, I'm giving you naturally varied review, different ways of expressing this. Yes, I got a haircut 2 days ago. So I'm trying to enjoy my hair before it's all gone. And then I will like have to wear a wig or something. What should I wear? Maybe every video I can wear a different wig. All right, is con tool in Japanese? No, dogu is tool in Japanese. But no, I was just giving that example. I will give Japanese examples sometimes, but I do have Japanese people who watch these videos, and the example is even better for them if it's not in Japanese. So I just use like an alien lesson like that. So con doesn't mean anything. So if dogu here. Look at my Japanese is like messy too. But yes, con doesn't mean anything.
All right. Good morning, Shiv Kumar. Juan again. Thanks for explanation. Glad to hear it. Eric El Sira. I need to practice that name, El Sira. So glad to see you. It's been some time I haven't watched you. Thanks for this great live. God bless you all. And then Juan again. How could I effectively benefit from reading a book to improve my speaking skills? Well, reading a book helps you understand the vocabulary better. But there's nothing special about reading a book or listening to an audio or watching a video or something. It's just, do you understand the content or not? Maybe you understand something from like a written example, but if you heard that same example, you would probably understand it too. So it's not only about like only reading, but reading is a good way to get more naturally varied review. So you want to hear lots of different examples and you want to get them in different ways. So you want to read them and see them and hear them, and all of these things come together. It's the same way that you learned your native language. So you want to simulate that same environment. All right. So this is what we do in Fluent for Life. Like every day you're learning the vocabulary or the grammar or whatever, or the like whatever the pronunciation, but you're hearing it in different ways from different speakers in different tenses at different speeds. Okay, and all of this is what builds your fluency automatically, even if you don't have anyone to practice with. All right. Okay, Edwin says, hello, Drew, greetings from Philly. Oh, like Philadelphia? I'm from Colombia, following you since 2016. You'd say you are a good teacher. Well, thank you very much. Charles, again, this program is extremely helpful for non-native speakers. Yes, that's the plan. So the point is to make it easy. We want to transition you from learning English like a student, so learning English as a second language, to learning English as a first language. So you speak English as a first language. All right. You can speak multiple first languages. You just have to learn that way. That's how we do it. And again, Sham, again, what do you think that shadowing can help to improve my pronunciation? Shadowing is useful, but I think it's much better to get many, many examples of other people speaking, because often like people will try to make their pronunciation, they want to mimic the exact sound of the other person. So if you're trying to do it for pronunciation rather than just like to practice moving your mouth and saying something, I would rather get like 10 different people hearing them pronounce something rather than just like one person and me repeating after that. Your mind will do lots of practicing by yourself, like even if you don't open your mouth. I remember there was an interesting psychology experiment about shooting a basketball, and a team was split into two groups, and one was actually shooting baskets and the other was just sitting there and visualizing it, and they both improved. So even the people who did not actually shoot the ball, like the people who were just thinking about it, they got better also. Let's see. Tough woman. Uh-oh, a tough woman over there. Hello, Teacher Drew. I am your new subscriber from your channel, watching from. Glad to hear it. From the Philippines. Awesome. All right, Dran, speaking of naturally varied review, I hope there will be available transcripts for your live streams. Well, you can get the, I make the subtitles available. Usually they take some time to process because it's just Google processing those. Maybe I'll go back and make some of those, but like that's one of the benefits of being in Fluent for Life is we've got all the transcripts and everything all nicely written out for people. All right, Suzette again, you are a good teacher. Thank you so much. Glad to hear it. Can you say a hello to Brazil? Hello to Brazil. Nice to see everybody out there. We got a lot of Brazilian fans, I know. All right, perfect pronunciation. My name, Drew. Thanks. Congrats. All right. Haslima says, hello, Professor, watching from USA. Just to let people know, I know some people call me Professor. I know that's like a name for teacher in some places, but I'm not. Like, I'm just a regular guy that knows how to teach, but I'm not like a certified professor or anything. All right, Brazilians are everywhere indeed. Didn't expect that. Yes, we have actually, I've got some friends out here who from Brazil. Actually, a guy, both of his parents were, or I think one of them is Japanese and one of them is Brazilian, but he grew up in Brazil. All right. Do you have any tips to practice conversation, says Camilla. Again, without even having someone to speak with, I would spend your time like watching other people speaking and getting naturally varied review. So if you can, you don't have to wait for other people to be available to practice speaking. You just start getting review and start understanding the language like a native. So get lots of native examples like we do in Fluent for Life. All right, let's see. Tom again says, this is the best channel to learn English. Glad to hear it. What is shadowing? I don't understand the question. Yeah, there's some people that focus more on this. It's kind of like speaking after other people, like the shadow. So if I say something, then you're repeating after me. But I think shadowing is overrated. So I mean, I think it's like, I don't know, people talk about it more than is like saying it's more important than it actually is. It's helpful, just like kids repeat after their parents, but there's nothing like magical about that. But I do think getting more examples of many different speakers, if I had to choose like repeating one person or hearing lots of different people, and you could even still try to repeat after them, that's going to be better for you. Thanks, teacher, your class tonight. God bless you. That's my pleasure. Sim aqui tem that's for the Brazilian. I'm guessing that's some Portuguese or something. All right, Sensei Drew. Yes, you could say Drew Sensei. Yell again, unless I'm meaning your class. Yes, I figured that. And Gansham says, I watch videos of some non-native people speaking English. Instinctively, probably those people will follow your tips. Otherwise, they will know already naturally varied review. Yeah, that's just the name that I gave to it, but it's what people are doing anyway. But I think when you know what natives are doing, it's a lot easier for you to do the same thing. So you hear a lot of like traditional advice about language learning, which is like some advice is just like repeat lessons a lot, but that's forgetting about human psychology, and it's forgetting about how people actually learn languages themselves, like in their native language. So just if you do something in your native language, do that same thing for learning English. It's not that difficult. It's just finding the information and making sure you can understand that is the difficult part by yourself, but it's possible. So that's how I taught myself Japanese. All right, and then some more Portuguese on there as well. All right, Camilla says, I think that I have no difficulty to understand advanced English, but maybe to speak I have. Yeah, and so like if you have this, like the subject of this video is how to speak continuously, so how to keep talking. That's why I'm trying to give you an example of that, like me talking now. But if you watch, actually a better way to explain this, like for you or anyone out there that's trying to improve your speaking, remember that if you're making mistakes and you're worried about those mistakes, that will stop you from speaking. So I gave some examples at the beginning of this video about the kinds of things that like people struggle with, but the core, maybe foundational reason for most people is that they don't understand the language like a native. All right, so you should be understanding English like a native rather than understanding English through your native language. All right, so you want to learn English as a first language rather than as a second language. So you can understand things, and there are different levels of understanding. So you might have the awareness level of understanding, but you don't have the ownership level of understanding where you really feel confident about using something. All right, so understand that there are different levels to this. That's why you can understand often, but still not feel confident about using something, all right? So I might know it like intellectually or logically, like I know how the grammar point works, but maybe I still can't use it myself, all right? So when you understand it, you can continue to improve that and go from the awareness level to the ownership level. That's taking you to the fluent level just by getting more examples. So even if you don't speak, you can do that. Okay, we are all here in Brazil learning English with Teacher Drew. I know, isn't that amazing? You can be on the other side of the world and still be learning without being in a classroom with somebody. You could be on the beach right now. All right, thanks for this class. And answer me, says Camilla. You would say like, so in that example, like if you say thanks for this class and answer me, it sounds like I didn't answer you. So isn't that interesting? Like people often think they know the vocabulary, but if there's like certain mistakes you might make that if you're in a conversation, people would say like, oh, I did answer you. What do you mean by that? So what you should have said if you're talking about like thanking me for answering, you would say, thanks for the class and answering me. All right. If you say answer me, it's like answer me, like give me the answer. But for answering me means I already gave you the answer. All right. And these are the subtle, slight differences when you understand it like a native, like you don't make those mistakes because you understand it the native way. And that's why I remind people, you can try to start speaking more, and maybe you will improve a little bit. Probably not. I mean, most people they've been like at a plateau level for a long time, and that's why they find my videos and join my programs, and then they start improving because now they're learning like a native. All right. So again, if you're feeling confident about understanding, but you're still not speaking, there are probably mistakes in your speech still, even like things that you don't realize are mistakes, but maybe you're not quite feeling very confident about it. But that's why I just spend more time getting more review, hearing more examples. All right. Yale gives me the OK symbol like there. See, Daddy, what is the best way to make students speaking? Most of my students, they are too shy to speak. Is that okay to teach grammar with other mother language? No, don't do any of that. All right, number one, the thing that I explain to students, and even these are my own students, like adults who are learning with me, is you don't have to speak until you're ready. Okay, so don't force yourself to speak. If you are a teacher in a classroom, your students will feel very good if you say two things. The first one is you don't have to speak if you don't want to. All right, and the second thing is it's my fault if you don't speak. All right, and that means as the teacher, you are the one who either makes the language understandable or you do not. So if you are a good teacher, then the students will understand the lesson and they will naturally want to speak. All right. But if you're not a good teacher, if you're just giving them translations, then it will be hard for them to understand. And then, of course, they won't want to speak. All right. So it is your job as the teacher, just like me for like Fluent for Life or any of the programs or these videos. If I'm a good teacher, I make the lesson understandable. So people feel good about that. They think, now I understand this vocabulary or grammar or something, and now I feel confident about using it, all right? So it's the understanding that leads to confidence. It's not more speaking practice. So I'll put this example up here again. So English as a second language. What people usually do is they start with like, okay, I'm going to teach you something, but usually it's through your native language, and then I want you to repeat after me. So there's some kind of speaking. And now I want you to repeat that. And then at some point, like there's fluency. But it doesn't really happen like this, all right? So usually what happens is like you get to this point and then you stop right there. And you never develop fluency. So you teach a new word or phrase, you try to say that thing, and then you repeat that again, but you don't actually build fluency, all right? But when you learn English as a first language, you understand. The whole point is to understand. It's not just to like know it, like you told me a grammar point, like you do this word plus this word plus this word. No, I'm giving you lots of examples so you understand what I'm saying. And when you understand, you feel confident. So confidence really means a lack of worry, a lack of doubt, a lack of questions, because in your mind as you're learning things like that tool example I gave before. So if I give you that picture, I'm going to try to draw it quickly over here. Here's that the like example I gave before. If I put Khan up here and just say this is Khan, all right? So if I'm doing this as like the English as a second language, but imagine it's like an alien language I'm teaching you. So the first thing I do, I show you something and I say Khan. So I know as the teacher, I know what I mean. I know what this word means, but you don't. You don't really know. All right. So I gave you the other examples before, but now I'm like, if I'm teaching you something new, so I'm teaching you something. And now I say, okay, repeat after me. and you just say con, con, con. And every time you see this little sign or symbol, you will say con. But you don't really know what con means yet. All right, you didn't learn anything. You're repeating after the teacher, but you don't really understand. All right, and so this example here, like this is the ESL way. I give you something, I'm trying to teach you, and this is like a visual example of it, but it could be a grammar point explanation or something, or maybe it's a translation. But in the EFL way, I'm going to give you a whole bunch more examples because the goal is understanding it. And so when you hear this one, and then maybe I draw like this other thing here, and then I draw, I don't know, what's like another, like here I drew this example before. And so this is con, and this is con, and then maybe I draw like, I don't know, some other thing over here. And if you understand what all those things mean, the word con means tool. Now I get it. All right. It's not because I gave you a translation. It's because you understood it like a native. Okay. To understand something like a native means you connect with it directly. You don't need the translation because you understand. So this way, like, so you teach something they don't really understand. So like people don't talk about this at all in regular language learning. They don't talk about like understanding the information. They just talk about teaching, and now we get to speaking and repeating, but why don't we develop fluency? Why not? It's because people don't understand, okay? So you don't get fluent by speaking. Speaking doesn't help you if you don't understand. So understanding gives you confidence. It answers your questions like, okay, what does con mean? I have a general idea, maybe 80%. You can't really fit that. Let's say this is 80% up here. All right, I feel about 80% confident I know what that means. Oh, now I hear another example. Now I'm 90% confident. Oh, I hear that. Oh, now I'm like 99%. Oh, now I really feel very confident about the word. I'm 100% confident that con means tool. All right, so because I'm confident, now I speak. So I spend my time here, not here. Speech is the result of this. Okay? So after, and this is why you can get fluent by yourself. So you don't need a speaking partner. The speaking partner, what are you going to do with a speaking partner? You're just going to repeat things you don't really understand? You don't need to do that. It's just understand, feel confident, and then you start speaking. And sure, maybe you have like a little bit of practice like with pronunciation or something, but the core of understanding, because you've heard it from different people, you've seen it in different contexts, like the past or the present or the future or whatever. You've heard different people talking about it. You really feel confident about something. The speaking is automatic. The speaking is the easy part after that. Okay, so you can get fluent by yourself. You don't need to spend a lot of time practicing speaking. So remember this as a teacher. I really want to make this point clear, because students, if you force them to go through this, like you're just wasting their time, you're wasting your time. And I know maybe you have to do this for passing a test, but this is much faster and easier. And the students will enjoy it. So when I teach people, I don't teach in the classroom anymore other than this, but I'm not telling you to say anything. The job is on me. I am the teacher. I have to make the language understandable. It's my fault if you don't understand. If you don't get fluent, it's my fault, not your fault. But over here in ESL, it's like, well, the teacher taught something. You have to just remember it. Okay? Repeat it to yourself. And then the student is like, of course they feel shy and scared and they don't have confidence, okay? So don't do that as a teacher. All right, let's see here. Oh no, now I got a whole bunch more questions over here. All right, I think actually we're getting pretty close to the end. I've only got a few minutes left anyway. All right. So hopefully, that makes sense. All right. So you don't need to use your native language to teach English. You begin by just making it understandable. If you'd like to see how to do that, click on the link below this video for Frederick. Install that and you'll see how to teach English as a first language. All right. For answering me, that's the correct way to say it then. Yes. So it's like, thank you for doing something. Thank you for coming. Thank you for watching. Thank you for answering me. So you give you the naturally varied review. Here are different examples. Thank you for coming. Thank you for going. Thank you for playing. Thank you for doing this. And then you can add for me or with me or whatever. All right. I always hit the like button when I'm in the class. Very good. Yes. Everyone click that like button. Click, 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 click. Do you usually develop and update, Frederick? Yes. So we're continuing to develop it. And yeah, we just released a new update a little like a few days ago. But yes, we're continuing to develop it, and the goal is to have it in schools, actually. So if you'd like to use it in your school, you can start doing it now, but send us an email at info@englishanyone.com and say, hey, Drew, we love the app. We want to use it in our school. How can we do that? And we can help you with that. All right, Tom answered me. Let's see. Eunice says, for example, scissors is a tool. And a tool is a thing. I mean, if I don't know the word scissors, I'll say tool and give someone a description of it. And if I don't know the word tool, I'll say thing. Yes, that's correct. So you could, and I gave this example a while ago about like different categories of something. So you can go higher or lower or whatever. All right. By the time and practice, I will get used to it. Yes. So the practice is what gets you used to it, and that's how you start speaking. So don't put pressure on yourself to speak. Just relax and understand. Get more examples. That's how you do it. So if you'd like help with this, this is what we do in Fluent for Life. Again, like if you enjoy these videos, you will love that because it's got more of me teaching, but most of it is like just lots and lots of examples in a step-by-step way that leads you to understanding and speaking like a native. All right. So if we can teach you like a native, we're going to help you understand like a native, so you speak like one. All right. So click on the link in the description below this video if you'd like to do that. Do click that like button. Share this video with anyone else who would enjoy it. And I think, I think that's everything. Let's see. Niels again. Let's see. Thank you, Drew, for the time. Say good night. Until next time. Mayfang says, hi, Andrew. Can you make a shorter video out of this live chat? You mean the chat or the video itself? I think probably we will do, I don't know. I'd like to actually have someone like cut our videos up and make shorts out of them. So I'd like to do that actually. Yes, really nice content, very inspiring. Glad to hear it. All right, thank you so much, Drew. Take care. I'm already addicted to these classes, says Tom. All right, fantastic. And we will see you in the next video. That will probably be Monday, Japan time, around the same time. So like Monday, like 10 a.m. around that. But thank you for joining me. It's been a pleasure. And again, click on the links below this video in the description. Absolutely get Frederick, and that will just let you practice lots of things, grammar, pronunciation, listening, learn lots of vocabulary that you don't know. Even if it seems like an app for kids, it's not. It's an app for anybody who's trying to learn like a native. And again, if you already have the app and you like it, do go to the App Store and give us a great review. Give us 5 stars, in fact. Give us 10 stars if you can. But have a fantastic day. All right. What fan from Chicago, too? Look at that. All right, fantastic. My hometown. I haven't been back to Chicago in a long time. Let's see. What school in Canada are you a teacher at? Me? Oh, I'm not. This is my school. I'm in the school of life. I'm in Nagasaki, Japan. Love your videos over the years. Glad to hear it. It's my pleasure. All right. Well, I'm going to shut it down so I can rest my voice, get some lunch, and have a nice rest of my day. Have a fantastic day. Do click that like button and share. Bye-bye. All right. Should be live. I am Drew Badger, the founder of EnglishAnyone.com and the English Fluency Guide. Welcome to another live video here on YouTube. We'll give people a moment to come in. We'll see if let's see, hopefully the chat is working. Let me see if chat is working today. I think we should be all right. And yeah, this should be an entertaining video. All right, chat is working, and we are live. Glad to hear it. Okay. All right. Nice to see you, George, there. Blue, let's see. Remember me at Roblox. Blue butterfly at Roblox. Remember me. I don't know. Are you telling me to remember you, or are you asking me? There's no question mark there. All right, but it looks like live is working. Chat is working, too. This should be a fun video, but it's going to be a little bit more,
A little bit more kind of tricky than usual. So nice to see everybody there. Basically, what we're going to talk about is how to make fluent sentences as you speak. So let me give you just two very basic examples. I thought this would be a good way to explain how this works. So when you are speaking your native language, or someone is just speaking fluently in a language, actually, before we do that, let's contrast these two different things here. So I'm going to draw. We're going to pretend this is like a train over here. So like a steam train. Here's a train like that. Very simple. So what we're doing here as a native speaker is, if you imagine you're the person, like we call this the train conductor or the engineer. So you're the person driving the train, and as you move the train forward, so here's the track like that, you're almost like reaching out in front of you and putting more track in front of you as the train moves forward. Okay? This will make more sense in a moment, but I thought this might be a good way to explain this to people. So you're in the train and the train is moving forward, and as you move forward, you are actually laying the track in front of you. So the train moves forward, you put some more train track down here, and you keep moving forward like that. Okay, so this is like the fluent communication experience. So when you're in a conversation, you're speaking with people, the conversation is moving forward, and you're continuing to lay down the things you want to say as you're having the conversation. Okay? Now, the opposite of this is what we might have for like a typical learner. So a typical learner has a train. It's like the same kind of train. We'll make another steam train like this. And the person is inside, so this is the English learner, or the learner of that second language. And the difference here is that this person is trying to, they get out of the train and they want to go lay down a bunch of track first and then move the train forward. All right? So instead of moving the train and laying the track at the same time, what they're doing is thinking about what to say, translating it, probably thinking about grammar rules, they're wondering about pronunciation, and so they think about all these things first. So that's like laying this train track down here, and then they move the train forward. So communication that's fluent means that we're actually moving the train while we lay the track. So we're able to think of what to say as we're speaking. Okay, so I'm thinking of something new and I speak. I'm thinking of something new and I speak, and I keep moving forward. But for the non-fluent person, they're thinking first about what to say, and then they're like, okay, let me get out of the train, and I got to lay all this track down here first. I get back in the train and then move the train forward. Does this make sense? I know this is I've not explained it in this way before, but I thought this would be like a good way to explain this to people. So this is the non or not fluent, so non-fluent. So this is the fluent experience up here. This is the non-fluent experience down here. It would probably be better with an animation, I guess, but hopefully this makes sense. Again, I'll explain this one more time, then I'll go back and look at chat, and then we'll talk about how to do these things. All right, so again, the fluent experience, you're in the train, and while you're in the train, you are driving the train and you are laying the track. So you are communicating and you are thinking about what to say. All right, so you can think about these two things, like this is the speaking part, you're moving the train forward, and you're still thinking about what to say next. So it's a very fluid level where you can communicate and think at the same time, and communication flows smoothly. But here, you're trying to say some words, but first you have to think about everything you want to say. So first you have to lay down the track, you have to organize the sentence in your head, and then you speak. So you put down the track, you move forward a little bit. Then you put down some more track and you move forward a little bit. But there's all this hesitation that happens because you have to stop and think and you're worried about things in conversations. Let me know if this makes sense. I'm going to go back and check chat, but we're going to talk about how to do this up here in this video, all right? Hopefully this makes sense. Let me check the chat, see how everybody is doing out there. It's so nice to have this back on my phone again. So let's see. Hello, Professor. Good evening. My name is, you'd say my name is Julio. I am from Brazil. Nice to see you there. Hi there. Let's see. Hi, people. Nice to see everybody. I love your videos, and you have helped me a lot. Glad to hear it. Yeah, please like the video. Share it with other people. Say, come watch this video. Everybody click that like button right now. Indra says, sir, watching from Qatar. It's 4 a.m. here. Oh, my goodness. When I speak, I forgot everything. Why? Says Lika, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Well, there are a couple of reasons why that happens. I'll talk about that in this video, actually. But typically, it's because you're learning English as a second language rather than learning it as a first language, which is what I teach. So learning English as a second language makes you do this. And it means that you're learning to think about rules, and you think about English kind of as a linguist, or theoretically, or trying to think about rules logically rather than just enjoying communication. Okay? And so what we want you to do is actually communicate fluently up here. And so forgetting words is part of the problem of like what happens when you learn as a second language. So this is learning English as a first language up here, learning English as a second language down here. All right, nice to see more people coming in. Click that like button. All right, let's see here. All right, so happy to catch you live again a second time, says Eric. Yeah, glad to hear. Arturo is back with a nice smiley heart there. Ildar says, glad to see you this morning. Tomoko says, hello, Ita, good morning. And Bruno, what's up, y'all? What is the level of this lesson? Well, the level of my lesson is, I mean, in general, I'm not using very like fast English or very difficult English. It's probably stuff that most intermediate speakers would know, even if you can't speak. So you can still learn a lot from these lessons, and my training is supposed to get you from this level to this level up here. Hello from Argentina, long time no see. All right, hello from Korea, nice to see you. From Sri Lanka, Tsubasa is in the house. I learned a lot from your videos, sir. I am from India. Nice to see you there. Thank you very much. Why forget words in English after one day? Because you're not, like, people think that they're going to remember a word if they review it one time. It's like, okay, I had a lesson today and I forgot the lesson the next day. Well, of course you're going to forget the lesson. Like the mind doesn't remember information like that. You have to think about how you learn and how you review. And most people don't get those things very well, and that's why they have trouble speaking. So Andrew says, could you please explain the difference between adjacent and neighbor? You can Google that. I'm going to talk about this in this video, but we can come back to something like that maybe. Remind me again. Tony says, hello, sir, watching from Kuwait. Sometimes I speak perfect in my mind, but I cannot say it orally. What is the issue here? This is the issue. Now, it could be that maybe people are thinking about, maybe they're worried about other people thinking about their pronunciation or something. So there are different reasons why maybe you can think of something in your head, or you can talk to yourself, but you feel nervous when you get in front of other people. So that's a problem that happens. But it's easier if you think about, like, rather than trying to organize sentences or worry about, your like the individual pieces of the language, like pronunciation or grammar or something, we want to help you start thinking more like a native so that you can lay the track as you speak. And even if you don't do it perfectly, I want you to not really think about doing it perfectly. It's more like, I don't want to tell you to make mistakes, but I will tell you that there are many ways of expressing yourself. All right. So one of the reasons that people have trouble with this is just like how they learn. And part of that comes from translating through their native language rather than learning everything in English. But it's really important, even if you learn in English, like how exactly you learn so that you always have something to say. All right. And the important thing here is, like, when you always have something to say, you can lay the track as you move the train forward. Okay, you can lay the track so you can think about what to say as you're speaking, just like I'm doing right now. So I don't have like a planned lesson. I don't have a script that I'm reading right now. I'm just laying the track as I move the train forward. All right, now if you want to do this too, how I'm able to do this, I'm going to explain that right now. All right. So I talked just a minute ago about learning English as a first language. And a big part of that is that we begin again with a situation. So whatever that is, like if I have like a marker in my hand, I'm holding the marker, or I'm grabbing the marker, or the marker is resting on my hand. There are different ways that I'm able to express this. And so a native speaker, they see many times like a situation might happen, like their mother says, "Come on, it's time for dinner." And someone might say, "It's time to go," or "Let's get ready." There are a couple different things that you can say in this situation. And when you have all these different things, I don't want to make another like analogy here, but it's almost like having like a gun where you've got many bullets in the gun. And if one bullet doesn't work, you can easily switch to the next one and then see everybody able to express themselves just fine without thinking about it. All right. So what usually happens when you learn English as a first language is you begin with something in your native language that you want to say, and then you try to translate that into English, and that's what's causing a lot of this. So you're thinking about grammar rules or how do I organize the sentence, when you should be just thinking about the situation. Because when you're in a conversation, either you're in like that same situation and then you can use that same vocabulary again, or you're talking about some situation. So everything in a conversation is like that. Either I'm doing something right now, like I'm swinging a baseball bat. So that's the situation I'm in right now. Or I could be talking about swinging a baseball bat. But because I've heard lots of people talking about swinging baseball bats, and I know the different expressions they use for talking about that, it's much easier for me to say something in a conversation without thinking about it. So I'm not thinking in my head like, okay, I want to organize this sentence and say that. I actually am able to think about things as I speak. And that's what it means to communicate fluently. So without having to think about everything before you start speaking. All right, hopefully this makes sense. So I gave the example of like swinging a baseball bat, but this is really easy to do even with something simple. So again, what I really want people to understand that it's the situations that if you pay attention to what natives say in situations, then when you are in that same situation, that vocabulary will come to you naturally. All right, it's how you learn the vocabulary. So I'm looking at that. I'm in a situation, like I see someone, they say hello to me. And another person says hi. And another person says howdy. And another person says, hey, how are you? So even if you look at like the people in this chat, if you go up and look at the messages, the different greetings that people have, people are greeting me in different ways. Tom is there too. Nice to see you. Tom, thank you very much for sending us those videos as well. Tom made some shorts for us, and we're going to try to make some. I put one up yesterday. If you have not seen that, you can go to the channel. But because these videos are long and I answer lots of questions, I thought it was a good idea to take some of those pieces of videos and just release them as their own thing. All right. So even something very simple like sitting down. So sitting down, we can describe that in different ways. So the situation is like a person on a chair or something like that. What can we say in that situation? So the situation is this: a person sitting in a chair. We might say sit down. What else could we say? What else have you heard natives say in this situation? So that, again, we want to have like many bullets in the gun. Have a seat. Perfect, says Orion. Have a seat. So I could say sit down. I could say have a seat. What else could I say? Have you heard anybody use anything else in this situation? So if someone comes to my house, I want to like, take a seat. There you go. You can say take a seat. Now there is a slight nuance here between have a seat and take a seat. Have sounds a little bit more polite, and take is, because usually when people take something, it's just kind of, it's like a little bit more casual, like you're taking something rather than just, oh, like please have a seat. So usually if people are being a bit more polite, you can say have a seat, but take a seat, it also sounds a little bit more like an order. Like take a seat, like if you tell some students or children or something like that, typically you would hear that more for take a seat, and for like maybe more polite situation, you would tell people to have a seat. All right. You can also say like take a load off. Take a load off. Or you can say, you can just tell someone to relax. So take a load off, it's like you've got, like imagine you're carrying something and you've been walking for a long time. You're going to put your bag down. I'm going to take a load off, and now I'm just going to sit back and relax. All right, so take a load off. So what happens as native speakers are getting all these different examples. So they hear these, their mom or dad or teacher tells them to do these things. Then when they're in this situation, and they're in that situation in a conversation, then these expressions will naturally come out. They'll just naturally pick one. All right. Could you have a seat? Yep, same thing. So a slight difference. So you could say, could you? So could you have a seat? Or would you have a seat? So could you have a seat, or would you have a seat? Or would you like to sit down? There are slight variations of all of these things, but we're learning them as a native. So right now I'm teaching you the same way that I would teach a native child these different things. So a child would sit down, and I'm pointing at the chair, like have a seat, sit down. So I say this to my own children all the time. They want to climb on the chairs at dinner time. I say, no, have a seat. Relax, take a load off, have a seat. So even if they don't know exactly what this means, they're learning this as a complete phrase, and now they understand what it means. Okay? So again, if I'm thinking about things as a first language, I'm thinking about a situation like sitting down, and there are lots of different ways I can do that, then I don't need to remember all of these. But I will be probably prepared for a lot of them, and I can just, pick one that I use a lot. That's fine. So I could tell people have a seat. So I like using have a seat. Sit down sounds a little bit more, it's a little bit more of a, like a command. You're telling someone to do something. Or you could say, please have a seat. Please take a seat. So often if you have a group of people, you will hear like a principal at a school or something, they will say, please take your seats. Yes, the imperative. I'm not trying to use like a difficult, I really don't like using the typical grammatical terms in lessons because you don't need to know that. But you do need to know, you can understand emotionally, say, take a seat. Take a seat. If I'm being a little bit angry, a little bit forceful, sit down. So if I'm being a little bit more angry, but it's different from, please have a seat. Please have a seat. So I don't need to explain to you, well, this is the imperative and this is this other thing. You don't need to know about all that. Okay? So yes, a lot of like the people who watch my lessons, can I have a seat? So you can ask if you're asking someone else for permission. Can I have a seat? Or typically, and this is like an actual grammar point, but typically you would ask someone for permission is may. May I have a seat? May I have a seat? So people conversationally in English, they will say, can I do something? But that's really asking for like the ability to do something. And so many years ago, teachers would often correct students. Yeah, look at Bruno. Grab a chair, dude. Grab a chair. Grab a chair. Pull up a chair, pull up a seat, have a seat. All right. Tony says, why is it that some are good at penning down things than speaking? You mean writing? Yes, can I have a seat? You can ask that. All right. But typically, if you're asking for permission, may I? May I have a seat? So it sounds a little bit more formal just because the language gets worse over time. People get like the standards of using the language get worse, and lots of young kids are using phones and they don't type full sentences, and their grammar and pronunciation get worse. So the language gets worse over time if you don't maintain the standards of the language. That's why you will hear "can I have a seat" rather than "may I have a seat." But you can use both of those in a conversation. Oh, can I sit down? Can I sit down? May I sit down? But isn't this interesting? Just for this situation of sitting, there are all these different ways of expressing that. And you're learning it as a first language. Park your keister. There you go. Yeah, put your butt in that seat. Sit your ass down. If you want to be angry at people, man, sit your ass down. Okay? So a lot of different ways to do it. And you notice as you hear these different things, there are slight differences in how I'm saying it. So I might say, like, again, you notice the slight difference if I'm being polite or if I'm being casual. All right? Yeah, take a load off. It's uncommon. Yes. Okay? You park your keister. Yeah. You park your ass in a chair. Sit your butt down. Depending on how different you want to express, and you will notice the slight nuances. So we've got sitting and politeness together as one idea. So the situation is not just sitting, it's sitting and how polite do you want to be? Am I angry at my child and want them to sit down? Or do I have a guest in my home? All right, when we use might and shall, it's a whole other lesson. I don't want to get into too much detail about like specific grammar types. Okay, so will you sit down? Like if you're being more forceful with someone. Will you please sit down? So my kids, they're jumping around in a restaurant or something, and I say, will you sit down? And they can hear from the tone of my voice, so it's not just my words. They watch my face and they can hear the tone of my voice, what I'm saying. But again, the point of giving you all these examples is that so you have all these bullets in your gun when you want to actually express something. So when someone comes to your house and it's like, oh, I don't remember which one of these to say. You're not thinking about it like an English learner. You're just, okay, I just, have people come in and sit down. Please have a seat. And you're also prepared when other people say these things to you. Is this making sense? So if you want to be able to actually communicate, how you learn is how you speak. And that's why I'm trying to make this connection with you here, where we have the situation. Either you're in a situation or you're talking about a situation, and that's how you're able to communicate. But the ability to communicate comes from how you learn. So if you're down here and you're trying to learn things by translating or study grammar rules, then of course when you're here you will think about grammar rules when you speak. So here I'm not trying to get you to think about grammar rules. I'm trying to get you to think about situations and then slight nuances. Like if I say, please have a seat, you can tell I'm being polite. But if I say, sit your ass down, then I'm not being very polite. I'm a little bit angry or frustrated or something. So the situation is slightly different, but you're learning it as a native. You can connect with what I'm saying rather than me telling a rule about it. Okay. All right, let me go back and check the chat, see if I missed anybody or if people have any questions. But let me know if this idea makes sense. The whole point here is that how you learn is how you speak. So if you think about translations and grammar rules and other things when you learn, then when you are in a conversation, that's why you will hesitate and forget words and struggle to speak. Park your keister, no, that is not a polite way to speak. And so you will, and people don't really use that expression. It's kind of an older expression, like from Western movies or something. But I mean, you don't really hear that so much. All right, let's see. I think I answered those questions already. I take a lot of screenshots of perfect sentences. I just collect, and it's getting stored, but never ring a bell while talking, says Syed. Yes, like just collecting information isn't really going to help you speak. So you notice, like, I'm not trying to cover
every situation in this video. We're just talking about one, something very simple like sitting down. But the point is that like all of communication works like this. So even if I'm not talking about sitting down, I could be talking about anything else. And I can give you more examples of a variety of things to say. But that's, again, when you're thinking about a situation, natives will always have different ways of expressing things. And even if we just look at grammar, like we have like may and can and should and why don't you, those are all different grammar constructions, but we can use them in the same situation. And so when you learn something like that, like if I ask someone, why don't you sit down? Why don't you sit down? So someone might be like, oh, they're looking a little bit tired. I say, oh, please have a seat. Why don't you sit down? So I'm asking them, I'm inviting them to sit down. All right. Aran says it is passive knowledge. We forget the word at the same time we can recognize it. Yes. So recognition is much easier than recall. I made a whole video about that too. Fried Star, how to not translate English into our native language when we read English books. Well, the key to doing that is to read books that you understand. And so you shouldn't be reading books where you have to translate the information. You should be reading things that you can understand, and then you will get better at reading. And then you can move up to something much more difficult. All right. What is your idea of a good review? Sometimes I listen to the same audio so many times I can get burned out. Yes, says Bruno. Again, that's why I recommend naturally varied review. The whole point is to be varied about it because the mind is naturally interested in new information all the time. So the mind is like, okay, I heard that grammar already, Drew. I don't want to review that again, but you still can't use it fluently. So that's like the core problem of language learning is you have to learn vocabulary and then review the vocabulary, but your brain doesn't want to. So this is the actual problem of language learning. Like the learning of stuff is pretty easy. Like even like this, I can teach you a bunch of phrases, but you need to review those in different ways and see natives using them and then actually hear different natives saying those same expressions. Okay, so it's the review that gets you fluent. It's not the vocabulary by itself. All right. Let's see. Oh no, the chat. See, now this chat skips down too. All right. Let's see. Tao fixes. Why can I understand English teachers, but I don't understand normal people who speak fast and informal? Well, you just answered your own question. So normal people are speaking differently than English teachers. And that's why like you can't just watch an English video or many English videos and then jump to fluency. It doesn't really work that way. You have to be exposed to lots of actual native speakers. That's why we put all those native speakers into Fluent for Life. So you have to be learning the same way, think about learning your native language. If you only were in school learning things and you didn't hear real people on TV or radio or in your community talking, then it would be really difficult for you. Lalu says, did you use, so you would say, did you use images for memorizing words, particularly adverb or adjective word? I find it difficult for memorizing adjectives and adverbs. He. Let's see. I don't really use like an image, like a picture of something, so much as I just use the situation. So if I have somebody that's like walk, like I'm teaching a child the language. Look, that person is walking. I want to contrast that with jump or run or something like that. But if I want to use an adjective or an adverb or something just to give like the adverb example, so we've got walk, and then we got walk slowly. Okay, moving very slowly. Or we got walk quickly. Walk quickly. So I'm not running, I'm just walking quickly. And so as you see those, again, it's the situation. So what vocabulary do people use? Like when the person is moving quickly, they use the word quickly. So the situation, fast movement, here's the vocabulary, quickly. So that's your adverb. But people don't, like a native speaker, if you say, hey, what is an adverb? They're not going to be able to tell you what an adverb is, but they can use them fluently. And so this is why, like, like a person learning English as a second language will like study a list of adverbs. But a person learning English as a first language, they will see a bunch of different examples. Here's a person walking slowly. Here's a person walking quickly. Here's a person walking without looking where they're going. And so I can change the examples slightly and still people will understand what I'm talking about. But I'm teaching them as a first language, the same way I would teach my kids. All right. Mariela says, good evening from Ecuador. Nice to see you there. All right. That's John says, that's actually my worst nightmare. I use prearranged sentences and a lot. I literally am always stuck. Yes. So again, like trying to organize this, and this is a similar thing like if you're trying to learn how to talk to women, like as like young men, you know, they want to meet women or whatever. A lot of them are trying to learn about talking to women this way. So they're trying to learn a bunch of lines or sentences that they should say to women when they approach them. But really, if you learn how to communicate, like the conversation flows much more easily. It's the exact same way. Okay. All right, let's see if I missed anybody. All right, I think I got those questions over there. All right. Yes. All right, pardon me as I read through these quickly. Yes, all right, let me get back to the, all right, Aran says wuss equals slang for what is, and poppin' is slang. Well, you'd say, I mean, we wouldn't say like wuss. It's not like wuss poppin'. I mean, it's, you kind of pronounce it like that, but it's like, again, this is slang for like younger people would use that, like what's happening, what's poppin'. But you still, you don't really, I mean, I guess maybe some people could pronounce it what's poppin'. Could we use images for recreating situations? Well, you can use that, but like video is even better because it's showing you the movement. So that's why, like when I made Frederick, there's some animations and some just still images. So if you see a picture of a cat, you can guess what a cat is. But if I'm showing a cat like doing something, that's a much more tricky idea to understand with just an image. And so that's why, like, having someone sit down, you need to get the tone of voice, you need to get the vocabulary, you need to get just the general look of their face. So do I look angry? Do I look kind and hospitable? Do I look like I'm welcoming a guest, or am I angry at somebody? So all of those different things, they come from learning English as a first language, because we're really trying to get the subtleties of a situation. So it's not just sitting down, but are you being kind or angry or whatever? So it's different than learning like this, where we're getting a translation for the word sit, and then we try to just say, like, you know, like if I'm speaking Japanese, it's like suwari nasai, like sit down, I'm being angry at someone, or it's like suwatte kudasai, which is different, you know, it's like a nicer way of asking someone to have a seat. All right, let's see. So what's poppin'? Yes, may I come in? Yes, you may go. Well, you would just say, come on in. All right. Yes, plant your butt. Yes, you can hear that too. Again, like these are all interesting things you will hear, but you learn the subtle nuances of like plant yourself. Go plant yourself over there. It's like a plant, like you're like planting a plant in the ground. So put your butt. So plant yourself, park yourself over there. And these are all, again, quite casual things that people would use maybe to a friend or children, something like this. All right, could you like this video, please? Yes, please do like the video. Yes, click that like button. Let's see. Tom says, tell me the difference between should and ought to. Tom, that's also like a longer kind of thing to cover. The online book I recommend is Animal Farm. Yes, that's a good book. Excellent class, says Jose. Fabio, I'd prefer using Frederick. Yes, so you can learn individual words and phrases, but also it's connecting situations. So watching what natives do and then listening to what they say. So I could be describing someone, or I'm in the situation, I'm doing something. And even right now, as I speak, so if I'm hesitating for a moment, what do? And I say maybe or I try not to use filler words like that, but
It's okay. It's not a big problem to do that, especially if you don't have a script. But you'll notice I'd rather just pause and think. The only reason I try to say something is because some people listen to these videos like while they drive or something like that, and if there's no audio for a while, then people might think there's something wrong. So I like to have some audio continuously going. All right. Let's see. John says, how can someone overcome fear of speaking or lack of confidence? So good question, John. It depends on the reason for the lack of confidence. There are basically two things kind of two categories of things. One of them is that you just don't know the language very well. So you're thinking about words and phrases and grammar and vocabulary and pronunciation, and all of these things are going on in your head, and that's what causes you to lack confidence. And this is why I tell people that you don't get fluent by just repeating things or speaking to yourself or even speaking to other people. You get fluent by really knowing the language well. So imagine if you had to give a speech, even if it's just a speech in front of your friends, and you have two topics. The first topic is you need to talk about something you know very well and you love it. It's like a passion for you or your hobby or something like that. So whatever that is. And then the other thing is you need to talk about something that you don't know anything about, even in your native language if you had to do this. Of course, it will be much easier for the first topic and it will be more difficult for the second because you don't have confidence about that topic. So that's the first reason. The second reason is because you might just have, it's really a psychology issue where you're worried about being judged by other people, or you're maybe not, I don't know, you don't feel like your ability to say something or communicate perfectly or whatever. But it's typically those reasons. But learning English as a first language really solves all of those problems. Because when you learn English as a first language, you understand the language well, and so you feel confident about using what you learn. Okay? So if I'm learning this, and I'm learning all these different things, when I get into a conversation, the person who learns English as a second language is worried, what if I forget my vocabulary? And then they forget the vocabulary. But here, I've just given you a whole bunch of different ways to even talk about sitting down. And so you will likely remember one of those, and when your friend comes over and you just say, oh, please sit down, have a seat, or whatever. And these things will naturally come out because you've experienced them over and over again. And so I really try to make this very important so people will remember it. But the point is that you don't become fluent by just trying to memorize more vocabulary. You get fluent by really learning and knowing that vocabulary well. And that comes from getting the review of the vocabulary. It's how well you know the language that lets you speak. It's not how much of the vocabulary you know. So I could take two people, one is a person who knows 1,000 words and they can't speak very well, and the other is my own child who doesn't know as many words, but they can speak more fluently. So the fluency doesn't come from the amount of words that you know. It comes from how well you speak. Okay. So hopefully this makes sense. Let me go back, check a few more comments over here. What's the best read or listen audio? Well, it's not like one is better than the other. You should be getting both. You need to get a mix of different media from reading, writing, listening, and even being able to say things as you feel comfortable with them. But the more input you get, and so even that, if you imagine this is how you're learning something, you might read, write, watch, listen, or even teach something to somebody else. But there are different ways you could do that. For reading, I could read an online article, I could read a newspaper, I could read a book, or I could watch a movie, I could watch a clip about something, I can watch a live thing, watch the news. So there are many different ways. You see the connections for this, it's the same idea. So we have one situation, whatever that is, and there are lots of situations, but many different ways of expressing yourself. And so when you learn, there's one connection here
There's the native language, and then there's the English. And so you're taking vocabulary from here and then vocabulary over here and then trying to translate it. And if you lose this connection, if you forget the word or if you just can't think of it or whatever, then you're stuck. And in the conversation, then the conversation stops. But here, like if you forget one of these, it doesn't matter. You just move to the next one. So right now, when I'm speaking, you don't notice me making mistakes. But I'm not really making mistakes. I'm more changing the way I want to say something. So if I want to say like I did do something, but I accidentally say the word don't, then I have to reorganize the sentence in my head to say the opposite. So as an example, yesterday, let's say like the real sentence is, or the idea, the situation I want to express is, like I went to the park yesterday. So the situation is I went to the park. I went to the park. But let's say I'm telling a story or I'm explaining something right now and I accidentally say I didn't. So if I start speaking, like I want to say this. This is the idea, the situation. So I'm telling you what happened yesterday. I went to the park. But let's say I start speaking and just accidentally use the wrong word, like didn't. So I wanted to say I did do something, but let's say I just accidentally say this word again. Now, a non-native speaker at this point would like freeze. Oh no, I said the wrong word. But me, I just reorganize the sentence and say I didn't stay home. I went to the park. So I can keep talking and it looks like that was what I wanted to say, but it's not what I wanted to say. All right? But it still expresses the same idea. So the situation is I went to the park. See right there, I made a mistake in what I wanted to say. So I looked at the word and was like, I went to the park. Okay? So natives can still use the wrong word or think about something, and the fluency comes where you're able to fix sentences or change them and still say what you want to say, but it's just using different words. And when you learn like this, you always have something to say. So that's why I always have something to say. So I don't sit here, or I guess I'm standing here, and think like, well, I don't know what to say next. You never seen me do that. And I've spoken for like hours and hours in these videos. But it's just because I can think about something like the train is moving. Oh, I didn't mean to say that. I didn't want to say I didn't. I want to say I did do something. But instead of stopping the conversation or stopping my sentence, I just change it, reorganize it on the fly. Okay? It's another good expression for you. I'll put that up here too. On the fly. And see if you can understand what that means. So right now I'm doing something and I made a mistake, but on the fly, I change it. So in that moment, I'm able to do something different on the fly. So right now, right while I'm able to do something. So I went to the park. That's what happened yesterday. And today I'm telling you about that. But I say I didn't, and in my mind, I'm like, oh no, I didn't want to say that. I wanted to say I did something. All right. So I changed the sentence, and instead of saying like I did, so I wanted to say I did something fun. So if I want to introduce it like that. So in my mind, I'm thinking, I did something fun yesterday, but I accidentally say the word didn't. So now I can't use this anymore because I used the wrong thing. So I changed the sentence on the fly as I'm speaking. And so I say, I didn't stay home. That's the opposite thing. So I didn't stay home. And this is, again, I'm just taking a sentence like this. I'm moving the track. I'm laying the track as I move. I don't stop the train and get out and think about that. So I didn't stay home. I went to the park. I didn't stay home. I went to the park. So you notice, like, I came back to the thing I wanted to say, but I didn't stop myself and think, what do I do? I used the wrong word. So I don't freeze in conversations because I always have something to say. Okay? Remember that non-native speakers are usually learning like 1 or 2 ways to say something, but there really are lots of ways to say things. There's really an infinite number of ways to say something. I could probably think of maybe like 100 ways to tell someone to sit down. And it would be using slightly different, vocabulary or grammar or whatever, but I could do that just because I've just had the practice of seeing all this again and again. Okay, hopefully this makes sense. I want to give examples of how I'm speaking as I'm speaking. So while I'm speaking, just so you can see what's happening in my mind as I'm doing this. So even if I make a mistake, it doesn't look like one. You don't notice it because I just changed it on the fly. So while I'm speaking, like I'm in this video, I'm talking about something and I can easily change to something else. And as you become more fluent, you can notice other people doing this too. So you can see them, like if you notice my eyes, you could go back and probably watch the video like, oh, look at that. Like on the fly, he made a mistake or something like that, but easily changed and was able to keep speaking. So that's, a lot of this, like the videos is trying to give you examples of what fluent speech looks like. So that when you're in a conversation, okay, if you forget one word, that's fine, use something else. Explain it in a different way. Keep laying the track. And as you get better at doing these 2 things, your fluency will improve. And so the fastest way to do this is like you keep learning as a first language and you keep learning more situations and seeing how natives are talking about certain things. What do they say? What do I say when I'm holding a marker? I'm holding a marker. I have a marker in my hand. There is a marker in my hand. I could express this very basic idea. Look, it's a marker and it's in my hand. I could say it's on my hand. It's still on my hand right here. Oh, now it's in my hand. It's in my hand. Now it's on my head. And so when you're teaching people, like natives who are teaching their children, they're just doing this naturally. They're connecting the situation with, with the vocabulary. That's all they're doing. All right. Let me go back here. I want to make sure this is very clear and show you again, I'm laying track as I'm speaking. So I'm not thinking about it first, waiting a minute, and then speaking. I'm laying the track as I speak. So I'm thinking about what I want to say as I do it, but it's just kind of like a natural thing. All right, Tom says, Fabio, I'd rather prefer using Frederick. Yes, so if you can, if you enjoy using that app, also leave us a review. Go to the App Store or the Google Play Store and leave us a review. All right, let's see. Kokoni Swarane. All right, click the like button. Yes, Bradley says, thanks a lot, Mr. Badger, for your significant help. It's my pleasure. All right, Teacher Drew speaks at a good pace. I can understand most of the words he says. You would say most of the words he says. All right, Bunny, is that Bunny? Bonnie? Nice to be here. Nice to see you there. Toki says, would you explain what Frederick has? It is pronouncing words only or more. Thanks. So basically what Frederick does, I'll give you a quick explanation of that. I just actually told people about it yesterday because we released a new update, a new feature for the app. It's actually a very simple feature, but I call it a quality of life improvement, where it just makes it a lot easier to use. But the basic idea of Frederick is that rather than learning vocabulary or pronunciation in a random way, where often like you can go on YouTube, so right here on YouTube, you will find 10 phrases in English or 10 interesting words or something like that. But it's a bunch of random expressions that don't really help you pronounce things or understand kind of systematically how the language works. And so what we're doing when we're teaching children vocabulary or teaching children pronunciation, especially teaching them to read, we begin with basic things like the alphabet, and then we start with actual reading sounds. So we have like the short vowel sounds. And the way to learn these is not by just getting like random pronunciations, it's by learning them systematically by comparing these different pronunciations. Okay, so as an example, I've got an, in, on, and un. So I'm able to compare these, and that's what you can do in the app. So you can actually look at all these different combinations of letters and see what happens. It's the same thing I'm talking about here. So the situation is this letter combination, and then the sound is what? So just like you changing like the movement of your mouth or the shape of your mouth, like ow, ow. So I'm still making the same sound, but I'm changing the shape of my mouth, which changes the sound. So I'm still just ow, 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 ow. It's still the same sound, but I'm changing the shape of my mouth, and you can hear and learn the pronunciation that way by comparing these different sounds. So as I begin with these, an, in, on, un. And I'm learning them like a native speaker because you're just getting to compare them rather than learn through the IPA or get a translation like Japanese kids are learning these things. It's like they would hear it's like, they're like, oh no, like you don't want to learn that pronunciation. You want to learn it all in English. In English. So this combination of letters makes what sound? And once you learn this, now you can start putting more letters on there and understand how that changes. So now we have a k, a, n, can. And then we put an E on the end of that and we get k, a, n, cane, cane. And so you learn all of these things, and now we can learn a longer word like hurricane, hurricane, hurricane. Okay? So the point of Frederick is to help you learn pronunciation, listening, vocabulary, grammar, but all of those things as a first language. So we want to do the same thing that you would be doing like in a university, like if you had a person who was specifically doing like pronunciation with you or whatever, you would just repeat after them after saying certain words. So the teacher would say hat, and then you would try to repeat after that person. So you can do that in the app as well, but the important thing is you can actually compare and make the words and sounds yourself to see how they work. And then you go up through the levels systematically to learn over 2,000 words, which teaches you how to pronounce, I don't know, hundreds of thousands of words, really. I mean, really, like all the words in the English language. 84% of those are covered by phonics. And you will still learn like the kind of rules that we teach in the app. You will know how to pronounce most things by going through the app. Okay, hopefully that makes sense. Let me know if it does not, though. Let's see. Okay, Frederick is amazing. You ought to try it. Yes, and so you can certainly try the app. Just get it for free, install it, and it's only like $20 if you want the whole thing. So hey Drew, just wanted to say konnichiwa, glad to see you here, nice to see you there. Thanks, I assume so, but it's a bit costly for my pocket, so I wish to know more before purchase. Yes, and so again, it's like for what you get, if you were to go to regular pronunciation training or get someone to actually help you with that, that would cost you hundreds of dollars easily. But I've made we've spent like over, I don't know, probably over like, I don't know, $250,000 building the app. And then you get it for $20. It's it's very, very cheap for what you get. Let's see, Arlene from the Philippines, nice to see you there. Tom, great, you should say before purchasing, but Teacher Drew will probably talk more about Frederick. Yes, a great app to learn English. Hope you enjoy it. But thank you for the recommendation. We have the same idea on the fly in Portuguese. We say vo or vu, I guess. Yeah. I'm sure, and a lot of these things, like you will recognize that, and because people are thinking the same way in a lot of situations. It's just different vocabulary. That's it. All right, Lala says, I like almost your learning methods and your idea about less speak and more understand through situations. But to be honest, I had stuttering a lot because you mean lack of speaking? Yes. Well, I mean, you have to think about why you're stuttering exactly. Is it because you don't know the vocabulary well, or you actually have a problem? Like, do you stutter in your native language as well? If you do, then that's not an English problem. But if you don't stutter when you speak your native language, then it means you just don't know English as well as you should to communicate. So yes, you can take the pressure off of yourself Please relax, just get lots of understandable messages and naturally varied review. It's really that simple. So as you learn more like a native speaker, you will start speaking more like one. So you will start recognizing, oh, look, in this situation, people say this. If I drop something on my foot, I say ouch. Okay, very simple. And so the same thing, if I do this in Japanese, I like notice what Japanese people say in certain situations, and I just say the same thing. So I've learned, $20 is fantastic. I thought it's $300. What? $300? No. So the way the app works is if you install the app and you get it and you actually pay for the whole thing within 30 minutes, it's just $20. But if you wait and you want to like pay for the whole thing at regular price, it's about $80. But it's still, even at $80, and people like often will pay that just because it's worth it, because you can get so much out of the app and it will improve you so much for just like for how cheap it is. But yeah, it's really cheap. All right, hey, hope I'm not late. And remember, you can watch these videos later, so you don't have to. Is on the fly a baseball expression? I suppose it could be. I mean, it could be from any kind of sport, really. So like while something is moving, like I can catch something on the fly. And you can think about it just means like doing it while you're moving. So on the fly while I'm moving, rather than I stop and think about something. So I do something on the fly. That person can think on the fly. He can think quickly. You also hear people talking about thinking on their feet. So instead of sitting down and relaxing, I can think on my feet. So I'm standing up. I like to move around, stand while I'm speaking. I can think on my feet. Miguel says, can you explain the usage of apostrophe when talking about possession? Well, that's a whole, you can just Google that. Really, I mean, that it's just like, it's just the, it'd be much better just to Google that rather than, the thing I'm best for in these videos is explaining something that you don't logically understand. But just learning the rules for apostrophe is like, apostrophe S or whatever, or if it goes after, if you have a group, something like that. But you can just learn the rules of that, and especially something like apostrophe, you have time when you're writing, so you don't have to think about like using apostrophe on the fly. It's just while you're writing. Let's see. Can anybody tell me the name of the app to download it? Yes, if you're talking about Frederick, just click on the link in the description below this video. It's right down there, and you can get it there. So it's focused on improving pronunciation. Am I getting it right? Yes, but it's not just pronunciation. Like when you're learning like a native, you learn pronunciation, you learn vocabulary, you learn grammar, you learn all these things together. So it will improve your listening and it will improve your fluency as well. All right, Aaron says, I think learning IPA is the best and most straightforward way of pronunciation is your ultimate goal. Yeah, see, I would disagree with that because natives don't know the IPA. And so you don't, like, the way I try to explain things to people is, this is you, let's just imagine this is you here, and this is the language you want to learn. Go directly to that language. Don't put anything between you and the language. So trying to learn pronunciation, it's like, why would I learn the IPA first and then go to trying to learn English pronunciation? The only reason to learn IPA is really if you're like a linguist and you're trying to pronounce a bunch of different languages, but you still need to do some translating in your head as you learn IPA. So IPA will tell you how to pronounce things, but it's not necessary, and native English speakers don't do that because they go directly to the language. Now, this works not just for pronunciation, but notice it's also for grammar, learning vocabulary, real situations, seeing how people actually communicate. So if I learn only slow English from an English teacher, then of course the real English is going to be more difficult. So it's the same idea. So you want to go directly to the language and learn that as fast as possible, rather than trying to learn something else first. So I'm not telling people like learning the IPA won't hurt you. I don't think it would, but it's just not necessary. And it will just give you more to do when you could just go directly to the language and learn it the same way natives do. So no one had a system like Frederick before I made that. And I made that because I wanted a system that anybody can use. So native English speakers are also using Frederick. Even like little kids in America or Canada are using the app to improve their own reading and writing and listening and all of their skills as well. So it's one system anybody can use. Let's see. Hi, teacher from Indonesia, Phil Walain, if I got that correctly. I'm trying to learn English as a first language. So you would say, I'm trying to learn English as a first language. But even if I learn words in English, my mind still try to connect to my native English unconsciously. Does this happen to you? It depends on how you're doing it. Like when you say learning English as a first language, like you're looking at like a situation, or you're just getting some English vocabulary? Because if you learn through a situation, like you see something happen and then you understand the vocabulary without someone giving you a definition or a translation, then the vocabulary should be easier to remember. But the two steps of learning the vocabulary, first you have to understand it, and then you get review of that vocabulary. So if you understand something, maybe logically, like, okay, I understand native should say this, but I'm still thinking in my native language, it means you need to get more review with that vocabulary. So I would get different vocabulary, like different sentences that have that same vocabulary in it, or you're hearing different people talking about that. These are the kinds of things we do in Fluent for Life, because the point of the program is to work you through that understanding and review process. So we don't want to just teach you one word one day and then you don't see it again. You should see the vocabulary and the grammar, things like that, again and again. And so even as you finish one lesson set and you move on to the next one, you will get more examples of those things in different ways. So all of these different things are working together to get you fluent. All right, Maria says, thank you. Okay, Keiko says, hello, teacher. I haven't watched your live stream in a long time because I'm off today. Yes, bon yasumi desho. But welcome. Toki again says, I noticed that pronunciation of a word can be different depending on the words before or after it. Do you agree? Yes, it's the same thing with letters. So what you find in Frederick is also sentences. And typically the way sentences work, like even the pronunciation for a native English speaker, like we have even some examples in this chat, people say, sup, sup. So I might take something like what is up and shorten that into sup. And so the words change, pronunciation can change. And again, like Frederick is one piece of learning English like a native, but it's a very big part of that because natives are doing the same thing. So if you do more what natives are doing, you will get fluent faster the same way natives get fluent. So that's why like the things I do now to learn Japanese, I've got my ears open all the time. What are people saying to each other? How are they talking to each other? What are they talking about? What words are they using in those expressions? And that's how I learn. Let's see, Eunice says, is it okay to say pennies? Cents, so 1 out of 100 of $1, doesn't it sound awkward? Pennies? Sorry for this question. Yeah, people use that. You can use the word pennies, that's fine. And again, like when people have questions like, is it okay to say something? You can either Google that just to see if natives are using that, if you see English examples of that, or if you listen to what natives are saying. So if people are talking about money, yeah, I hear the word pennies. That's common, sure. D. Pelly says, about reductions in casual speaking, do you reduce the TH sound to a true D or a true T sound? It depends. And again, native speakers don't have specific rules about this, and that's why each person will sound a little bit different. So an English teacher will tell you, they will try to give you a rule because students want rules. But a rule is like trying to get one example of something, when native speakers are actually getting many, many, many examples of things. So just like this, if I just say, oh yes, like the TH always has this sound, but then you will hear it from other people differently. And so native speakers, they know, they hear all these different examples of a sound, and then they understand how to say it because of that. All right? So that's how it works. How can I learn phrasal verbs? Well, we have a whole phrasal verb program. You can just Google or just right here on YouTube, actually just search for a visual guide to phrasal verbs, and we show you how to do that. It's also in Fluent for Life. Let's see. Hi, Drew, says Gennady. And everyone here, I am Gennady. Let's see, from Java, and this is my first time joining this live chat. I'm super glad being here with you all. Glad to hear it. And Mulatu, hello, sir. I want to learn your class. How can I follow you regularly? Well, you can just watch our videos here, or you can join Fluent for Life and get Frederick as well. So that's in the link, or the links in the description below this video, if you'd like to do that. So most of the things I do in these YouTube videos is kind of explaining about how people should be learning. And I also teach some vocabulary, just like we talked about different ways of sitting down, or other random vocabulary like on the fly, but you're learning it contextually, so you learn it the same way natives do. But if you're looking for a full program that actually leads you step by step to get you fluent automatically, even if you don't have anyone to speak with, that's what we do in Fluent for Life. Let's see. How can I increase my vocabulary? Well, the part of increasing one's vocabulary is again, learning this way. But I really want to remind people, if you're not already fluent in your current vocabulary, don't try to make it bigger. So people always want to learn more words, but they can't use the vocabulary they already have. So if you can speak fluently, you already have a good vocabulary, then you should be learning more. But if you can't speak fluently, then focus on the vocabulary you already know. And this is why I tell people you don't need to learn more vocabulary to become fluent. You can take the vocabulary you already know and get better at using that. All right? It's not always like the new thing. You have to protect yourself from the natural desire to look for new stuff all the time. So YouTube will keep you in a trap of looking for new information all the time. You find something new, you learn it, you forget it. You find something new, you learn it, you forget it, and you go through this cycle, and it's really frustrating. And that's why I don't watch a lot of like YouTube videos about learning Japanese on YouTube. Because I know like it's just going to teach me a bunch of random stuff. So I might find a particular video about a topic I'm interested in, like I need to know about something and I want to learn about that. But most of the time I'm just watching content. It could be in Japanese, but it's about something, whatever that topic is. Anaran says, consider presenting us a lecture, half an hour, in the history of Japan. Why would I do that? I've made some videos about Japan on my channel, but people don't really come to my channel for that. And there are also lots of channels that already talk about Japanese stuff. So people already do that. I want to contact you. Please give me the way. Well, you're contacting me right now. If you have a question for us, though, you can send an email to info@EnglishAnyone.com. Mehak says, hi, sir. Could you recommend a book on Latin or Greek roots, prefixes, and suffixes in English? I don't know if you need a book for that. You can just Google that kind of stuff. Prefixes and suffixes. You can find lists of them all over the place. Eunice says, I just asked about the word pennies is just one example of many other examples of situations I'm afraid to get when I talk to a native speaker. That's when I can make misunderstandings. Yes, so that's a good example of you needing to pay more attention to what natives are saying. Or you need to have someone like me teach you what natives say in different situations. So either way, you need to get that knowledge. So if you learn something and you wonder, do natives really say this? Then yes, that will make you unconfident in situations. But if you watch what natives are saying, then you know for sure. Like if you any words that I'm saying right now, you know for sure that natives are using that, because I am a native and I am using that. And I'm just using regular vocabulary that most people would use. All right? So if you feel unsure about vocabulary, really pay attention to where you're learning and who you're learning from. So if you're learning from natives, then the vocabulary should be fine. But if you're learning from textbooks, then you will probably be nervous about that. So in Fluent for Life, we actually take people through real conversations. So you know for sure that natives are using the vocabulary. Let's see. Amazing world. After reaching B2 or maybe C1, I feel like cannot improve my English skill anymore, cannot cram English words, reached a plateau. How can I fix that issue? Yes, so that, like, let me answer. So I'm noticing, like, there are mistakes in your writing, so that means your English is probably not as good as you think it is, but that's where you need to actually improve the vocabulary you have. I've said this already a few times, but I want to make it very clear, so you can learn more vocabulary. Like, I could continue, like, this is one word, one. I'm continuing to learn more. But fluency is a different thing than vocabulary. So you can learn more, like I'm continuing to learn more, and you hit what you found here is that plateau in your fluency. So the plateau. So you've improved and you're kind of learning more vocabulary, but you're not moving up in fluency. But natives, when actually natives are taking something, like they're actually getting fluent in the vocabulary much faster. So even without knowing a lot of words, you become fluent. And I think, wait, someone else maybe just asked me that question too. How long does it take to fluent like a native? All right, so like to become fluent or to get fluent like a native. So here's the answer to both of those questions. So fluency and vocabulary are two different things. And the reason is because you become fluent in individual words and phrases. So what's really happening is you can become fluent in this word or that word or this word or this word, but these other words, maybe you don't know them very well. Maybe you're still thinking about translations and wondering about what to say in conversations. Or you're worried about grammar or pronunciation or whether natives really use that vocabulary or not. And so as you continue to learn more, you can learn more vocabulary but not become fluent in that vocabulary. So this means you know that information. Maybe a native says something and you can recognize it, but you're not actually using it fluently. You don't feel comfortable using it. But natives, they become fluent as they learn individual words and phrases, and they review them so many times. That's how they become fluent in the vocabulary. So it's not more words. More words don't guarantee fluency. They don't make you fluent. It's only being fluent in vocabulary. All right? And this is by knowing the vocabulary really well. And that's the whole answer to your question. So if you know a lot but you plateaued, it's probably because you're still learning English as a second language rather than learning English as a first language. So native speakers learn English as a first language, and you can become fluent almost instantly in individual words and phrases. So if you learn something, you're like, I get it. You have that aha moment where you feel, I really understand something now. Now I can use it. So when you have that moment, then you become fluent in that vocabulary. You won't forget it in conversations. You will feel confident about using it. But it happens for each individual word and phrase. So that's why you can have, and most people, like they have a vocabulary where, like here's your total vocabulary, and there's a part of your vocabulary that you're fluent in, but the rest of it you are not. Because you don't know the vocabulary very well, you haven't reviewed it very well. So again, you can plateau here, like really from the start. So you start learning things, you're getting translations and grammar rule study, all of that. And so even if you have a large passive vocabulary, so you know the vocabulary, but you still can't speak. Okay, it's because you lack fluency. You actually haven't taken more time to review that vocabulary to understand it like a native. So instead of trying to learn it through your native language, you have to learn it as a native would. You have to understand it the same way natives do. Okay? So if you want to become fluent like a native, like have whole conversations like a native, then that means you have to learn individual words and phrases the same way natives do. Okay? So you learn like a native and you get fluent like a native. And the process can be very quick. So in Fluent for Life, we take people through, like each month, you just focus on a set of vocabulary and you get fluent in that. That's what we do. And then you learn another set, and then you learn another set. And as you grow, then you leave this plateau and you actually start speaking. That's how it works. All right, let me know if you have any questions about that specifically, though. All right, and Anne says, hello, sir, from India. Sir, I can understand English even by the native speaker, but unable to speak. Yes, and again, everybody has a different way of expressing this same problem. But everybody has it because everybody's learning English as a second language rather than learning English as a first language. It's really that simple. If you learn it as a second language, so if you think about translations and grammar rules when you learn, then you will think about that when you speak. But like this, the train example over here, I'm not thinking about grammar rules. I'm not thinking about if something is the imperative or some other name for like technical vocabulary or whatever. I just connect the vocabulary with the situation, and that's how I speak. And so you can do the same thing too. No one is born native. I wasn't born native. I had to become native by learning English as a first language. Does this make sense? Hopefully, let me know if this message is getting clear, getting through to people. But that's why I continue to make these videos, because there are like billions of people that have this problem. And so I'm trying to help you and show you, like, stop learning English as a second language, start learning English as a first language, and you will start making a lot more progress. Toki says, exactly as you told in replying to Eunice, I wish to make an app to optimize this process. What do you mean? Like trying to make, well, you don't need an app for that. If you want, the reason I made an app for Frederick is because it's teaching you to read and it's teaching you the vocabulary, and the app is a good format for that. But you need actual real examples of people speaking. So like Duolingo or whatever, it's not giving you real examples of people speaking. It might have some real speech, but it's not real people actually communicating. All right. So that's how you can learn more vocabulary, but you're not getting the review you need with real English. You need to have that. So that's why I didn't make an app like that myself. Like I made Fluent for Life because that's the system you need to get that. All right? You need to get that input. So video works really well for seeing examples of how natives communicate. All right, 2Cs, could you tell me where I can find courses only in English grammar? I can speak, I can speak, but I can't write at all. My native language is Ukrainian. I'm 58 years old, thank you. I don't know a course like specifically about, when you say about grammar, what do you mean by that? Like you want to know the names of grammar rules or something? That's not going to help you write. It will just teach you the names of grammar rules. What you need is examples of how natives actually communicate. So that's what we do in Fluent for Life. So you can look for, there's lots of grammar, rules or whatever online. You can get a grammar textbook. Anything will just tell you more about like the actual rules of the language. But if you want to use that fluently, that's what we teach you. All right, and it says Citiline, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. How's it going, Drew? I have a question. Usually kids have a silent period, and after thousands of hours of listening, they are trying to speak. They need to elicit sounds and articulation. I think it's the same with us who are trying to practice English. Are you saying that we don't need to practice? All right, I want to make it clear. That's a good question. Like the silent period. So like Krashen talks about this too, and I really want to make it clear what this means. Let me get a drink of water. I'm losing my voice over here. What time is it? All right, we're all right. All right, let's do this. So let's imagine this is your first English lesson and you are a child and I'm teaching you. Now, we begin, this is like hour 0. We're now starting to learn the language. I don't know, I'm using my blue marker so much it's running out. Let me see if the red is working. Yeah, red is okay. So if we begin, I'm teaching a child, like the silent period comes, it's really just how long it takes for you to understand something. And when you feel like you understand something quickly, then you can use it. So like you don't like the silent period, really, it's only as long as the teacher is like good or bad at teaching. So the silent period for most like regular English learners in school is many, many years, because like they don't feel confident speaking because they don't really understand what they're learning. Oh, no, pardon me. Again, we got a fire truck as usual. All right. But what I do, like the silent period actually should be very short. I mean, like a few minutes. And that's for each word or phrase that you're teaching. So if I'm sitting with a child and I'm giving them like my kind of Japanese lesson that I've given before many times. So if I'm going to teach you something, I think Tom just like wrote it up there as well. But if I'm trying to teach you Japanese and we can imagine like a silent period, the silent period is really just how long does it take for you to understand what I'm saying? And if I'm a good teacher, I can explain something very well in Japanese or in English or whatever the language is, and you don't need like months and months of quiet time or whatever. Because kids want to speak. People want to express themselves, but they don't feel confident about doing so because they don't really understand what they're saying. So just very quickly, maka, 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 aka, akai, akai maka. Aka, 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 akai maka, kuro, kuroi maka, kuroi maka, ao, aoi maka, 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 kuro, aka, ao, kuro, kuroi saifu, saifu, kuroi maka, kuroi saifu. Kuroi mouse, kuro. Kuroi maka, kuroi mouse, mouse, mouse. So if I'm giving you a lesson in Japanese like that, how quickly do you need to understand what I'm saying? So most people, they don't understand quickly because I'm just giving you a translation. Aka means red. Kuro means black. Ao means blue. And I'm trying to help you remember that, but I'm actually making it worse. I'm teaching you to think about translations. Yes. So you got it. So this is a black wallet and this is a black marker. You got it. And again, it's like you don't need a quiet period. The point is that you really understand something when I'm saying it to you. And that's the same thing with Frederick. Okay? And same thing like Mohammed just asked the pronunciation between like old wood and wood. Those are the kinds of questions you can ask Frederick and it will just tell you the answer. How do you pronounce this? Like the pronunciation is right in there. That's why I made the app. So even if I'm not there, you can listen to me pronounce over 2,000 words and sentences. Okay, but going back to this example, the whole point of having a quiet period or a silent period, it just means how long does it take for the person to understand what you're saying. And if I spend many, many years teaching you grammar rules and you don't really understand the language, then your silent period is going to last for years. Okay? So again, like the point of learning English as a first language is the silent period should be there, but only like it's my fault if I can't get you fluent because I'm not explaining it as like a first language and not helping you understand that. Now this video and the kinds of stuff that we teach in Fluent for Life, it's because people already have a good level of English. So the people in the program are usually intermediate learners, but they just don't know and they don't have like a high, strong level of fluency. So I can take people from intermediate to fluency because of how well I can teach, because of how well I help you understand the language. That's why like I guarantee what I do because like it's my fault if you get fluent or not. Okay? So yes, like the practice actually comes from you getting review. So if I give you an example, like you probably already forgotten what red, blue, and black are in Japanese, and that's okay. Like I don't expect you to remember that. But tomorrow, if we had a lesson again, and I could go back and review those things, and not just a marker, but like something different, you know, whatever, like a red shirt or a red other thing, whatever. Now Tom has seen like many of these lessons, so he knows what's going on. Yeah. So saifu, ne? Yeah, so that's your wallet. All right, but I could do anything. Let's see if I have anything over here. Like, I don't really have enough. I don't have anything that's really like Japanese that doesn't have an English like the microphone in front of me. It's like like a microphone or the computer or anything else like that. Like a lot of these things are just like in English or whatever, but. Please give a short explanation of how to practice the language to get fluency. So the short explanation is you need to understand like a native and get lots of naturally varied review. That's how you get fluent. That's how you get fluent. So you need to hear me or somebody so you understand what something is. So I've just given you an example of learning Japanese as a first language. And then I need to have review time with you where you're hearing me say something and you're hearing other people talk about these markers or other things in different colors, and you will naturally develop fluency because you will understand how it works. Okay? So that's it. You need to understand like a native and you need to review like a native. So it's really the opposite of what everybody does in a traditional lesson. So traditional English as a second language lesson is where you're trying to, you want to learn something a little bit, and even if you don't understand it, you try to repeat after the teacher. But repeating the lesson doesn't make you understand something. You have to get more review so you really understand something. Now I can, again, like teaching you something simple like red marker and you understand, okay, this is red and this is marker, and in Japanese like akai maka, akai maka. So you're learning, like an adjective comes before the noun, but I'm not explaining that to you. You're just understanding it naturally the way a child does. So you understand like a native and then you review like a native. So even if I just give you one lesson in Japanese, you will probably forget it. But if you come back again tomorrow, even for a few minutes, I will help you start speaking, and you will understand the language well enough to start using it confidently. That's how it works. So you don't get fluent by trying to repeat or talk with other people. You get fluent by understanding. Then you speak. When you feel confident about using the language, that's when you speak. That's when you feel good about speaking. If you don't feel good, then you will be in a conversation and you will just feel nervous about speaking. Okay? So that's how you do it. All right. Let's see. Sometimes I don't like Duolingo at all. All right. Let's see. Orson says, do we have a free trial of your program? Actually, you can go on YouTube and see different samples of lessons from Fluent for Life. So the program was originally called Master English Conversation before I put all the lessons together as one program. Let's see. The Portal Deep Gate. What about music to learn English? Yeah, music is certainly fine. You can listen to music. That's another good way to learn. Max says, greetings, teacher. I am preparing myself in order to apply for a customer service, or yes, for customer service jobs in English. Do you have any advice? I think I gave this advice in the previous live video. But you should try to find people who are actually hiring and then talk with them personally about how you can, what kind of value you can provide to the company. Rand says, thank you for enriching our view of how to learn more English. Tom says, yep. Orson said, do we? Okay, I answered that already. All right, what's my mother tongue? You're asking me? So my native language is English. Melissa. But also I want to make it clear that I could be, I'm becoming native in Japanese as well. So it just means I'm learning like a native rather than learning through English. That's how I get fluent in Japanese. And and the fluent process, the fluency, getting fluent process, it's continuing all day, every day as I learn more. And again, that's because I get fluent in individual words and phrases. So I will hear maybe some new vocabulary and think, oh, that's interesting, but maybe I don't hear it again and I forget it. Or I don't get to review it, or I don't really understand it perfectly, so I never use it fluently. So I have to work at that. I have to get like lots more review of those things because I don't have a teacher to teach me Japanese. I have to do it myself. Melissa says, what did you mean no vocabulary really good? I mean really well. I know the words and I recognize them, but it's the kind of passive storage. How do I learn to extract them? Melissa, watch the video I have about like the 3 levels of understanding. So that I made a whole video just talking about that specifically. The basic idea is that you begin with exposure to the language. So I just gave an example of that right now. So maybe a friend of mine, a Japanese friend, uses some vocabulary, and maybe I don't quite understand what it is, or I don't yet feel confident using it, but I'm exposed to the language. Now it's in my brain at a very low level. But maybe the next highest level where I have awareness of it, now I can recognize it when other people are using that. But I still don't feel very confident about using it myself. But once I get to the ownership level, that's where I have fluency in that vocabulary because I know it so well, I can use it, I recognize the patterns of the vocabulary or pronunciation or grammar or whatever, and then I can use it fluently. And to get from the awareness level to the ownership level, that's where you have to get a lot more review and spend more time with the language until you get that aha moment where you really understand something. Okay. So I'd like to know if it's a good idea to learn English by vocabulary level. Well, again, it doesn't matter like what vocabulary you're learning. But how you learn the vocabulary is what's important. So I could learn any kind of vocabulary, but if I don't actually understand the vocabulary, I can't use it fluently. So like, I wouldn't worry about specific vocabulary. I mean, often, like if you're looking at different levels, like A1, A2 or whatever, lots of people still make basic mistakes even at the lowest level of that, but they're still trying to learn more new vocabulary. So they're making like the really big mistake that language learners make, and that's learning more vocabulary when they're not already fluent in their current vocabulary. So you really should be taking more time. I promise you, if you actually spent more time reviewing what you already know, and naturally varied review is what gets you fluent in that way, then you would become fluent in that vocabulary. That's how it works. So don't worry about getting to new stuff. And Tom again with the Keshigomo. Are we getting benefits of Japanese? Well, yeah, there you go. The benefit of me giving you the lesson in Japanese is I don't think many Japanese people are watching this video. I live in Japan, but I'm not like really popular in Japan, or I guess I wouldn't say I'm not popular, but I'm not well known in Japan. And so I can use Japanese examples because most people will not understand that. But the point is to teach you something in a language and help you understand that in the language rather than you thinking about like translations or something. So I'm trying to remind you or show you what it's like to learn as a child again. And then you think, oh, wow, look at that. I learned something without using my native language. And that means you learned it as a native speaker. You learned it as a first language. All right. Let's see. Wow, what a helpful approach, says Eunice. Glad to hear it. Raphael, Frederick, email update. I made a typo. Frederick, update email. I made a typo up there. Okay. Thanks for answering my question. Yes, my pleasure. Ms. David, I've just learned the grammar of conditionals. I find it very hard to apply to my speech. What would you recommend to use it in order to use them fluently? Stop thinking about conditionals. So native speakers don't know what a conditional is. The only thing they know is like what the word condition means. It's like, well, I guess if you do this, then you do that thing over here. But non-native speakers are like, well, there's a first conditional and a zero conditional, and they're trying to think about all these different grammar points rather than thinking about just like when you would do something. So natives think about situations and then what vocabulary we use in that situation. That's what natives are doing. So a native will think, okay, I have like if I had something, like if it's raining, I will bring an umbrella. So if it's raining, I will bring an umbrella. And then you get lots of examples of people or like those kind of basic conditionals where it's like if something happens, then this other thing happens over here. So you don't try to study all of the conditionals. You just pick one situation and get lots of examples of that thing. My comment, but post your comment again, Raphael. I got too many. Sorry about that. Okay. What do you think about learning English through pictures? Yes, you should learn English through any medium you can that helps you understand the language. And this is why like people will say you should learn with your ears or something. Why? Native speakers don't only learn with their ears, they learn with everything. It's like if I tried to tell you what an orange is or try to describe the flavor of an orange, it's much easier to just let you try the orange and you experience it directly. So I gave the example before about going directly to the language. You don't want to put steps in between you and the real language. You want to get to the real language. Learn directly. Understand it by direct experience. Okay. Yeah, so Raphael, post that comment again. Let's see. Cam says, I'm from Thailand. Nice to see you there. All right. Eunice says, I think natives have also little knowledge of grammar. Yes, so they understand what grammar is, like they're using the language correctly because they have like a Krashen calls this a sense of correctness. I would call it the same thing. They speak without thinking about grammar. However, they do think about grammar in academic or professional situations. Yes, and so you want to know if you're using something correctly, but they probably will not know the name of a grammar point or something. They're not thinking like, what's the first conditional versus a zero conditional or whatever. They're just thinking like, okay, in this situation, what words do we use? So I'm trying to get you to think more like a native speaker. All right, and if we have Cideline again, thanks for responding. I agree with you about almost everything, but point of contention is speaking practice. For example, kids who reach a point where they start to speak after a silent period and period when they start understanding messages. They make a lot of mistakes in grammar pronunciation, but with practice, they're getting better. Recently, I lost my speaking dude. What is my speaking dude? Or is that a typo? And I noticed how my ability to speak became worse than before. You mean like a speaking partner? Speaking dude. So when I had this practice. Yes. So you can like, I'm not saying don't practice speaking. The goal is to get to having conversations with people so that like we want to go to the same place. But I'm suggesting that like most of the practice comes from getting all of the varied input rather than like studying more rules and grammar. So once you start feeling confident, then you can start using it. But like you should feel quite confident about something, usually much more confident than than you would be in a typical English class. So you should really learn something and understand it and think like, I really got it. And then after that, there's like a little bit of practice you get, maybe pronouncing something correctly or just feeling comfortable having the words come out of your mouth or something like that. But you should be spending, I would say you'll get most of your improvement if we look at my iceberg example. So here's the iceberg floating in water. So the tip of the iceberg is up here. This is the speaking part, and the understanding part is down here. So if you can understand, like this, the practice comes from getting lots of different and varied examples. Okay, this is the naturally varied review. So that's why I said there are two parts to understanding this. The first is just understanding it like a native. And then the second part is getting lots of review. So if you hear 100 different examples of how to say something, you're going to feel very confident about using it yourself. And then when you're in a conversation, it should come out naturally. Okay. All right. And I think that answers that. All right. So speak fluent equals being addicted to the language. Yeah, I don't feel addicted to Japanese. I'm just trying to learn it like a native speaker rather than a student. All right. Hello, Drew from Nigeria. Talking a lot in English. Yep, says Tom. And let's see, how do you pronounce that? Hugh. Sometimes I do think in English when I'm speaking, but somehow when I focus on that, like when the heck do I think in English, then I start translating. Yeah, you gotta like don't. That's why if you spend a lot of time just reviewing the language, and somebody just asks, I think, how to do it without being bored, that's the whole point of naturally varied review. So I'm not saying like repeat something again and again and again. Don't do that. All right. Like the point is like that you really feel confident because you got lots of varied examples. So you don't take just like the one example and repeat it, because that example doesn't help you understand anymore. But if you get lots of different examples of different people and different time periods, so you get different tenses, like all those differences about those examples, that's what gets you fluent, because you understand the language so well. And then, you can actually go into the conversation, and with very little speaking practice, you would be feeling very confident about something. And you know this because like you can learn a new word or a new phrase without practicing it at all, and then just use it in a conversation. Okay? So what happens with like young kids when they're learning a language, just to go a little bit deeper into this, is they're still learning the like all of the various rules and patterns of the language. And so they think they're using something correctly when there's like an irregular verb or something. But that's not really a speaking mistake. It just means they didn't learn the rule about that. So if I tell a child, like they're learning some different verbs in English, and they learn walk, and they learn play, and then they learn, let's see, what's another, we'll just do this, and then go. So when a child learns the pattern, it's like, if you're talking about something you did before, we put an ED on the end of that. And now you get walked. You put an ED on the end of that, and you get played. And then they get an ED on the end of that, and it's like goed. Okay? So this is where like we think a child is making a mistake. It's not a mistake. They just didn't learn that rule. So some rules you learn as you're in the conversation and you're making that. I mean, there are like maybe you just forget a word, you don't hear it often enough, but like it is possible to teach these things and prepare people for them, or prepare people to use these before they get into the conversation. So that's the whole point of Fluent for Life, or the way I teach, is if I can make you understand all these things, but in a natural way, and then we can review them again and again in different ways, then you will be prepared to use them correctly in conversations. And then you won't feel nervous about speaking. All right? So this is not like a typical mistake. It's just like a variation on the rule. And it's like, all right, we have an irregular verb, but a child should not feel bad about that. It's like if I say something and then even in Japanese, I use something and people are like, in this situation, you don't use that. So now you get like ever more fine rules about how language works. Okay? But you didn't make a mistake. You're just learning like a subtler rule about something. Hopefully that makes sense. Let's see. Lewis says, why is a fried potato called French fry? I don't know. I think it's from like the French cut, I think. It's like the thin, like long, thin, like that kind of cut for the way you cut the potato. So there are different kinds of, like you get like waffle cut or French cut or julienne or other things like that. I'm not an expert on cooking or even cutting potatoes, but you can look up where something like that comes from. So again, how to do this without being bored is like, It's amazing. So I made a whole video about making espresso in English, just to show one example of naturally varied review. So if you're watching something, if you have an interest in it, you will watch or read or listen to all of that different information. Like people who like comic books, they read lots of different comic books. You don't need to tell that person to keep reading it. They probably would not read the same comic book again and again, but they would read lots of different ones. And they're all pretty similar. It's like romance novels. It's like all the same story, but the characters are a little bit different or the setting is a little bit different, but people like reading the story. So that's naturally varied review. So it's a little bit of the same thing with a little bit of something new. And that keeps your brain interested so you understand things well, and that builds your fluency automatically. All right. Aaron says translating is kind of a hindrance. Yes, it's more than a hindrance. It stops you from speaking. It's a pain in the ass, yeah. Yes, it's exciting. And Eunice has it exactly, yes, acquisition before practice. So the practice is the acquisition. It's like two different things. So people think there's like a learning phase and then a practice phase. But language acquisition doesn't work like learning to play the piano. All right? I think I've spoken about this before. I don't know, maybe it's been a while. I can very quickly touch on this again. But if I'm trying to learn, let's say I want to learn to just like a motion like this, like taking a cap off of a marker. There's a specific way I can do this. And if I have to practice it in a certain way, like tying my shoes or something more complicated like playing the piano, I'm really trying to take like a song and then use it, like practice it like again and again and again, because I have to move my fingers the same way at the same time each time I play the song. But in a conversation, when you're speaking, each conversation is different. It's like trying to play the piano, but it's a new song each time you play. All right? And so when you're trying to practice something like the learning is the practice. And then you start speaking whenever you feel comfortable. That's really how it works. So the opposite is like to continue just studying more, but you never feel very confident and fluent about what you're learning. Here's my comment again, says Rava. Did you post it somewhere? Sahimon, can you recommend me another podcast apart from podcasts you got on your YouTube channel? Greetings from Panama. My English is a mess yet. Sorry for my writing. No, you're great. Again, like I don't recommend people watch or even listen to like English learning stuff. Think about something you're interested in and then do that in English. That's all you have to do. All right. I just made it easy to do that with like a whole program that teaches you the language and helps you learn about things like for specific topics. But you could do the same thing by yourself. It's possible to do. It's just harder and it just takes more time. But it certainly is possible. But rather than trying to watch more English learning content, you should be just looking for things you're interested in, like the espresso video I made. So if I want to learn how to make espresso and I want to be able to talk about that, then I should watch a bunch of people making espresso and I will start learning the vocabulary for that. I will learn it quickly and I will become fluent in that as I learn. That's how you do it. So don't look for more English, learning content or whatever. Like if you can understand me, but you can't speak fluently, either join Fluent for Life or just start learning that same way by yourself with more content. But like just look for stuff for natives. And if you're not feeling very confident, it's hard to understand, then do something easier. Like maybe watch a child or a kid make coffee or do something like that. But you can find stuff for all levels like that if you want to. And then Keiko says, but I'm scared because I'll get it wrong. Yes, and so if you don't feel confident, then of course you don't have confidence. You don't really, you're worried you're going to say something incorrectly. But if I see 10 different natives say something, I'm going to be pretty confident I could say that same thing too. Because, okay, in this situation, that's what people say. So I know I'm going to say it correctly. Manny says, morning, Coach Drew. Overall, you mean deliberate practice is key? No, I mean understanding like a native is key. And practicing like a native, if you think about how natives learn the language, they're getting all these different examples from different people. And you can do the same thing. So it's just learning it systematically. So it's actually learning better than a native would learn the language, because some people, they learn something and they don't hear that vocabulary again. And a lot of people are, especially children, either they have a good teacher or someone that can explain things to them, or they do not, and they have to try to learn things on their own. But you can certainly get that information and continue to learn. Let's see. Hello from Jamaica, says Raimundo. Hello, I would like to know which days of the week you are live streaming. Typically Mondays and Thursdays Japanese time. But next Monday I will not be here, I think. 100 ways to say, oh my, says Keiko. Yes. So if you're prepared, but in Japanese it's the same thing. So I could say, like, I could express something in many different ways. And then I can just say whatever I'm comfortable with and keep the conversation moving. Actually, I've learned much from using language translators and sentence structures. Yeah, so if you feel fluent, then great. Most people are not getting fluent using that. But typically people are learning, if you have to think about grammar rules in a conversation, unless you're just very quick mentally and you know it very well, then you're probably not going to be able to communicate very fluently. Tom says, associating things. Yes, that's connected to that. Zakiyama says, how can I measure my English level? Is it effective to take some English exams like TOEFL? Well, I mean, what do you need English for? Why are you learning English? If you just needed to communicate with people, then that's your level. Can you speak with people or not? And that's, again, like the real thing. You might be able to take an English test, but how are you in real conversations? That's the real test. All right, injured. Oh no, someone is injured over here. Do you see that learning language with grammar rules at the beginning good method? Because I did it with English and I think it works. So do you see that learning language with grammar rules at the beginning good method? Because I did it with English and I think it works. But there are grammar errors in your writing. So if you think using grammar rules is helpful, and again, like, you should be learning grammar. The point is, do you understand the grammar or the rules, or it's really just language patterns? Do you understand them like a native, or are you trying to think about them like a student? And if you still have mistakes in your writing, it's probably because you didn't really understand it like a native. So when you understand it like a native, you won't make those mistakes. All right, Peter again says hello from Vietnam. Yes, kids do make mistakes in any language, but mistakes are part of the learning process. It's okay to make mistakes. And Mr. Dillip says, watching Hollywood movies actually improves our English. I think it's a very lengthy process to learn. Can you please say other ways to learn? Well, again, I actually don't recommend like trying to watch a Hollywood movie to try to learn. I would focus on a much shorter clip of something. So that's, again, what we do in Fluent for Life. It's maybe like, it could be 20 minutes to a half hour or something of a conversation, but that's broken down and you learn that whole thing over a month. So you really take the time to know it the same way natives do. So find something short, don't read a long novel or watch a long movie. It should be something shorter. CN says, even though I'm not able to understand completely, is it beneficial to watch TV series without subtitles? Yeah, I mean, it should be something you can understand pretty well, though. Fried Star, do we need to differentiate the usage of speaking English from writing in terms of word choices? Yes, and again, you learn situationally, like what stuff is good for writing and what's good for speaking, or both. Keiko, yes, I also try to look closely at the native's mouth. Yes, I mean, even you can certainly pay attention to how people's mouths are moving, but even just listening to examples of things, that will help you as well. Hi everyone, welcome, says Tom. All right, Presanth says, I am fluent in English while talking through phone, but live conversations, I couldn't. What is the reason? I don't know, you'd have to think about what that is. Like, do you have trouble speaking in person in your native language? Like try to isolate what the problem is. Because it could be a lack of confidence, or you're just worried about how you look or something. There are lots of reasons why people could be shy about that. Let's see, next, some teachers in my country teach us consider pattern first, then add in vocabulary which is translate from my mother tongue. Do a native speaker think pattern before they speak? Well, I mean, natives are like I've given these examples up here. Situations are connected with vocabulary. That's what natives are doing. So they're looking at a situation and looking at like the various patterns that they could use in that situation. So all these things over here about sitting down, these are each a different language pattern. And so you can communicate in a different way or use different vocabulary depending on the situation. But I would not be mixing any like grammar rules or anything from a different language or whatever. Ralph again says, that's it, you skipped it again. I'm buying you some serious glasses. Just kidding though. No, just post the whole comment. What is the comment about? I think Friends is a good series to watch for English learners. How to build confidence while speaking English. Yes, you actually build confidence before speaking English. That's what this video is about. So you become confident in vocabulary as you understand it really well. And that's how you get fluent. Yosef says, hi, good morning from Indonesia. I'm Yosef. I really like your method, how you teach English conversation. Thanks. And Raymond says, why do recorded English conversations on the phone sound different from in-person ones? I don't know. I guess the communication itself would be a little bit different because you can't see the other person. And in that way, like it would make a conversation I'm having a little bit different. Like I can see what the other person is doing, like if they're pausing or doing something else. All right, let's see here. We'll take a few more before I lose my voice. Let me see here. Let me read this here. So Citaline Lee, let me know if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly. Where are you from? Lee? Are you from China or someplace else? Drew, in your opinion, what is the best way to go from beginner to advanced student for those who don't have the opportunity to buy your program? You just get examples the same way native kids get examples. So that's how you would do it. I mean, you're basically looking for like levels of information that's understandable to you. So what would a child watch? And not like little babies or whatever, because a lot of that it's not actual language. It's just like blah, 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 like not real language. But like starting from zero, I would just get Frederick and also watch the beginning English playlist that I have on my channel. So I take people from absolute beginner to understanding the language, and it's all learning it in English. So those are the two things I would do. And then you can just continue going from there. Looking at, usually it should be some kind of situational learning where you're watching people do something or you're talking about a particular thing. But especially if you're either teaching kids or new people, you need to have something physical where people can show you where things are or what's happening, and it's easy to understand like that. And that's why, like in the visual guide to phrasal verbs, I do that so you can actually see me doing stuff. Like I play with little Legos and you can actually see like how things work like that. Let's see. And Simon, do you have social media? Well, this is social media. So here in Instagram, you can look at links for those things in this description below this video. Oh, it's just a nickname. Don't worry about pronunciation. I'm from Uzbekistan, now living in New York. Okay. What would stop you from joining Fluent for Life? Like the price of it, or what? Or you don't believe it would be helpful, or I'm curious. Like anybody out there that's like, I'm thinking about this, but maybe Drew is lying to me. I don't know. We'll see. Arkeiko says, I agree. Friends is good teaching material. Yes, and so you can watch that, but I would really recommend like take an episode and focus on it a lot. And what I mean by that is watching maybe other YouTube videos where people are talking about the episode or read something about it and getting that kind of thing. So kids make mistakes in other languages too. Let's see, I think we got that. Yeah. And then Tom says learning material. Yes, so you can do this on your own. Like you can, it's possible to do. That's how I did it. But it's a pain in the ass. Because if you don't understand something, then you're frustrated and you have to find out what it means. And if you're trying to do that like all in the native language, it's just more difficult. But if you have a teacher who can show you how to do it, then it's much faster because you don't spend your time looking for answers. You just get the answers and keep moving. All right. Well, that's it. I think we should be at the end of our video here, but if you do have any questions about the programs or anything else, you can just send us a mail at info@englishanyone.com and we can help you learn. Yes, it's frustrating to do it by yourself, but that's why I made the whole program. All the stuff that I do, it's to solve problems that I had, and wanting to make sure that other people don't make those same mistakes, so I can help people do them. That's why I do what I do. But you can click on the links in the description. Definitely get Frederick, especially if you either by yourself are trying to learn and you want to get more information about learning like a native, or you want to help somebody else, like a child or someone that doesn't know any English at all, and they can actually teach themselves the language that way. But let's see, got one more question here. Now I can understand your English and can write well without grammar mistakes, but I couldn't speak fluently without grammar mistakes. What should I do? What should I learn more right now? Well, think about the grammar mistakes you get, and then go to just get more examples of that specific thing. So whatever, you usually know what particular things, like I'm good in this grammar point, but this one I need help with. But then you can easily get that just by looking for more examples of stuff. Teacher, you are great. Glad to hear it. Price: living in New York is expensive, rent, food, etc. Can you please remind me how much is your program? If you click on the link in the description, just send us an email. And we'll help you out. All right, Toki says, thanks heaps, Drew. Yes, it's my pleasure. All right, now before my voice completely dies on me again, I want to wish you all a fantastic day. Thank you for joining me, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye-bye.
All right, let's see if we're coming in live. I think we should be all right. Let's see. Maybe we aren't. Maybe we are. Post something in the chat. Let's see if people are here watching this. Let's see. Okay, yes, I think we are live. All right, I am Drew Badger, the founder of EnglishAnyone.com and the English Fluency Guide. And today we're going to talk about where native English expressions come from. All right, nice to see people in the chat. There we go. George is there, Olympia is there. Nice to see you guys. All right, hopefully everyone is enjoying their day. This should be a fun video. We're going to talk about native vocabulary and how to use it and learn it. And so you can actually express yourself fluently rather than just learning a bunch of random phrases. I really want to help you understand things like a native, because that really is the secret to communicating fluently. If you have to think about translations before you speak, then you're going to get stuck hesitating and thinking about rules, and that's obviously going to stop you from expressing yourself. All right, so since we're look at this. This is amazing, says Jobert, if I'm pronouncing this. All right, well, it's glad it's working over here. All right, looks like chat is working fine on the phone too. Ruben's nice to see you there from Brazil. Aaron is back. Nice to see everybody. All right. So when you learn English vocabulary and you want to be able to use it fluently, as I just mentioned, the key really is to understand it like a native. So we're going to talk about something very basic, something every day that everyone does every day that you will all know about, and then use those expressions, so use the understanding to actually have good communication about lots of different things. So I thought, what's something very simple, very basic we could talk about, and it's just in the bathroom. So I'm going to talk about, again, basic things. I really want you to understand them like a native, and that means you understand them through situations. I'll explain this very quickly. Remember that there are two basic ways of learning the English language, or really any language, but since we're talking about English, you have English as a second language, and this is where we learn things through our native language. So if you're a native Chinese speaker, you're thinking about something you want to say first in Chinese, you translate it in your head, and then you start speaking. So you go from your native language to something in English, and maybe you know just one expression for that. But what natives are doing, they're actually beginning, so this is learning English as a first language, so not English as a second language, we're learning English as a first language, which is what natives do. And natives are taking, again, a situation, like we're going to talk about situations in the bathroom. So it should be something you guys should remember very easily. You'll understand it like a native from the situation, and then we'll be able to use it fluently because of that. And so we have the situation, and we go to the English vocabulary. All right? So let's get right into it. So nice to see everybody there. If you do have questions or comments, feel free to post them in the chat. So it says, can you tell us how to use exclusive word in different ways? Use exclusive. You mean the word exclusive? Maybe we'll come back to that later. We'll see if we have time, if I understand your question correctly. All right. So let's say we're in the bathroom. Nils is back. Hello from Wisconsin. Multiple Wisconsins, or was that a typo on there? Or maybe that's a different one. So we're going to talk about learning phrases, and in the first one, we're just talking about washing our hands. So everyone knows this, very simple, to wash your hands. Now you probably know this already. What's the best way to learn phrasal verbs, teacher? You'll see that in this video, Arturo. It's really just understanding them the same way natives do. So in the case of phrasal verbs specifically, usually there is a physical origin to that thing, just like we'll talk about in this video. So I really want to help you understand that like a native, rather than just learning the words by themselves and trying to translate that. So when you're in the bathroom or whatever, you're in the kitchen, you're washing your hands, we can take this same phrase, and when we think about washing our hands, it's really just cleaning something off. And so the physical basic idea of this, to wash your hands, maybe you have some dirt or something on your hands and you're removing the dirt from your hands. But the interesting thing is that natives take this and they start using it in other contexts in similar ways. All right, so pay attention to this. So if I wash my hands, let's say I'm in some kind of group with someone and I'm having an argument or something. I don't want to deal with them anymore. I just say I wash my hands. So I wash my hands of this. So I wash my hands of this. So I wash my hands, I'm not actually washing my hands, but we can take this expression, very basic expression that you use every day, wash your hands, and we can apply it to other situations. Like Pilatos did. I don't know what that's referring to, but let me know if you have more information about that, Limpia. So again, I can take my hands, I can wash my hands of something. It means I don't want to deal with it anymore. I'm leaving that situation, something like that. So again, we can take something very basic, physical that you use every day, and then we can use that in many different situations. So if I'm in an office and maybe my company, some people are working on a project and I don't like what they're doing with it, or so you can quit that thing, says Aram. Yeah. So I wash my hands of whatever that thing is. So I wash my hands of this situation. I wash my hands of this thing. So it's the idea of taking something, you're just trying to remove it. Okay. So you're taking something, you're removing it from yourself, you're removing yourself from the situation. All right? Yes. So again, like to wash your hands of something, we're taking a very basic physical idea like this and applying that to other situations. So you can see how we might take this. I might talk about like a relationship. So I had a bad relationship with a business partner. I said, fine, you can like take the company, whatever, I don't care. I wash my hands of the whole situation. Or if we're talking about in the past tense, like I washed, the same way you would use it normally, I washed my hands of that. All right. But the key is I washed my hands of something. All right. Why is it of rather than off? Because we're not physically doing it. We're not like washing my hands off. We're just washing our hands like of a situation, and we're kind of removing ourselves from it. So it's not the same thing of like washing dirt off, because the situation is not actually on your hands, but we just use it in this way. I wash my hands of this thing, to wash my hands of this thing. All right, but is everybody getting this? The point is to understand it first like a native. See, I'm not trying to give you Portuguese or French or any other language. We just want to learn something very basic that you can see in English, and then you will notice it, how natives are using it in other situations that have nothing to do with like washing your hands or something like that. Yes, Arturo said, if all Americans would speak like that, yes. Well, all Americans do not speak like me, and we cannot change the world, unfortunately, but we can change ourselves. And when you're learning with me in this way, it's helping you learn in different steps, getting you to that point. So even me, there might be some people in the United States that I can't understand what they're saying. Maybe they mumble, they don't speak clearly, they're speaking too fast or using some vocabulary or expression I'm not familiar with. But we can get you to that level. So that's what we do over time as you learn with a program like Fluent for Life. But anyway, does everybody get this idea? So we take something that's every day. You can even do this with, like, you could clean your ears or anything like that. But we're going to cover a few more of these expressions just from the bathroom, and maybe you can think of some as well. All right. But the basic idea is we're going to take something, you can see how it works, you understand it physically the same way a native does, and then you can apply that in different situations. Wow. I'd be following you since like 12 years ago. Do you mean you have been following me? Like you have been watching since 12 years ago? Or you would have been? Maybe you should have been. All right. Hopefully everybody's getting that though. Why is this hard to erase? I need some super strong. I have to wash my hands of this marker over here. It shouldn't be sticking on like that. I'll have to write something lighter. All right, let's try a red marker. All right, now, next idea. So let's say we are washing our hands. If you look down in the, like in a sink, so here's like the water spout over here. You turn the water on. And down at the bottom, there's a little drain. This is called the drain down here. So in the drain, and it could be in a sink or in a bathtub, the same idea. We have a drain down there too. And so if we're trying to keep water in the tub or keep water in the sink, then we put a plug, something that stops the drain. So usually you have, if you look at it from the side, here's a pipe going down in the sink. And so the drain is right here. So the same thing, this is the drain here. And usually we put a plug, P-L-U-G, inside that thing. So that will stop the water from going down. So we put the plug in here. Now we can have water in the bathtub or in the sink or whatever, and we can use that water. So what do we do when we're done using that water? Does anyone know this basic expression? What do we do? I've given you some of it here. Can anyone think, what do we call that? When we're done using the water, how do we get the water to go down into the drain? What do we say? Sometimes this plug is like connected to a little chain so we don't lose it somewhere. Can anybody think of what that is? I'll give you one more second. The red marker is not better. Well, I'm thinking, I don't know if it's easier or more difficult to see, but it should be easier to erase. Arturo says a flushing. We'll take a look at that in a minute. Anything else? What do we say when we want to get this water to go down the drain? So the water, we have the plug in here because we want to keep the water in here, but when we want the water to go down, what do we have to do? How do we get the water to go down the drain? So in a sink, we're not really flushing anything. Yes, Rachel says, pull the plug. All right, to pull the plug. So if we pull the plug out of this, then this is all clear. And now the water can go down. Pull the plug. Yes. So when you pull the plug, this is the physical idea of taking a plug out of the little drain area so that the water can go down. In the same way, how else might we use that?
So we're using the idea of pull the plug to stop doing something. We're going to quit doing something. If you understand the deeper idea of this, it's not just taking a plug out of a sink. It's like getting rid of something. We're finishing that thing. So we were using the water, now we don't want it or we don't need it anymore, and we let it go down the drain. So to pull the plug on something, we can also think about this the same way. I'll get to like a similar idea in a moment, but really the basic idea is that we're taking something, we're finished with it. So I might have like a bad relationship. There's a girl I've been seeing for someone for a while. Unplug is, we wouldn't really use unplug for that. You could use that. We need to unplug the drain. But typically to pull the plug, like we put something in there intentionally. So we want the plug in there, then we do not. So we pull the plug out, pull the plug. So if I pull the plug on a relationship, so I might pull the plug on a relationship. Maybe I was dating some girl and it just wasn't a very good fit for both of us. And so I decided just pull the plug on that. Or maybe I'm in another business situation where we're working on a project. It's not profitable. We're not doing very well. So instead of continuing to do it, we pulled the plug. We pulled the plug on it. Neil says, we let it flew. You mean fly? Like let it fly? Well, I mean you mean fly, where we're just letting the water drain out. So we're stopping something, we're ending that thing, we're pulling the plug on that. We're pulling the plug. Now there are two kinds of plugs you can think about, as I just mentioned before. So you can have pull this kind of plug, and there is also the same kind of plug that goes into a wall for electricity. So that's also called a plug. Yes, so not cut the electricity. Yeah, so that's the same. It's the same idea. So we have like in a water pipe, you have a plug. So that thing is stopping the water from going through, and then you also have the plug in the wall. So if I have like a electrical plug, same thing, into the wall socket. So if I take the electrical socket out, if I pull the cable out of there, I am pulling the plug. It's the same idea. So I'm disconnecting something, I'm ending that thing, that's finishing it. I'm pulling the plug on that thing. Okay? Like at the end of these streams, I pull the plug, that's it. Now, just so you understand, usually when we pull the plug, we might be a little bit frustrated or we're disappointed about something. It's usually a little bit of a negative connotation, so a negative idea. So I don't like pull the plug on a birthday party when I'm finished with it. We just end the party. But if the birthday party is not going well, maybe we pull the plug on it. So we stop it. We don't want to stop it, but maybe we have to for some reason. So we pull the plug on something. So it's usually something because we don't want it or it's not helpful for us or some reason like that. So we want to try to stop it immediately. We're going to pull the plug. All right? Yes, there's spark plugs too. Yes, there are lots of little plugs for things. And even different meanings of the word plug. Like you can use the word plug talking about to plug something, like to advertise it a little bit. So if my friend sells vacuum cleaners and I give him a plug on this stream, I say, oh, you should try my friend's vacuum cleaners. They're really great. I'm plugging him. All right? Isn't that interesting? So it has like nothing to do with this kind of plug, but just so you understand the basic idea, we have a physical thing like this. Yes, or you can call it a stopper. Same thing as well. Some people call it a plug, other people call it a stopper because you're stopping the water. All right, very easy. But everybody get this idea? I just want to make sure this is clear that natives understand these things because they're looking at the real, like physical situation. They're just looking at some kind of situation that happens in their life, and that's how they learn the vocabulary. But then usually as they get older, then they learn how to use like these same expressions for other situations. So the bad relationship, I pull the plug on it. The unprofitable project, we pull the plug on it. I'm doing some event at my school and people are not doing well or whatever, we pull the plug. Now usually, and now this is I think I'll talk more about this in my next live video, but let's see. Allah says, take off the plug. Now, this is an interesting thing about phrasal verbs. Oh, this doesn't really erase much better either. Why? One day I will get a digital whiteboard and then I can just write up here and do some interesting things with that. I look forward to that. So we do say pull the plug, or you could say pull out, but we do not say pull off. Because typically you could say that, but it sounds a little bit weird. Usually because a plug, it goes inside something. So if you think about a bottle or a pipe, the plug is not just like sitting on the top of it, it's going inside that in some way. So if it's in something, the opposite would be out. So we pull out the plug. If there's something on, like this, so the opposite of on would be off. So if we have something on, we would pull it off. Like if I have a Band-Aid or there's like a cut on my hand, I put a bandage on my hand, then I pull off the bandage. But if something is inside my hand, like a needle, I would pull that out. Okay? Does that make sense? Again, most of the language, you can understand it physically in this way, the same way natives do, and then you take that same idea and start applying that into different situations. All right, everybody's getting it? All right, shall we move on? Let's cover a few more. Now let's try black. Black, here we go. Now, we just had the idea of we have some water. So here's our sink up here again. We pull the plug on something and the water can go down. And this expression is just to go down the drain. To go down the drain. To go down the drain. So anything that's going down the drain, and we think about what does that mean? So we're removing something, we're getting rid of that thing, we don't want that thing anymore, or maybe it just on its own, it's just happening like this and just going down the drain. So something could be wrong, something is happening, we don't know what's going on. There are lots of reasons why. In this physical situation, this is just water or something that's going down a drain. But again, we can take this and apply it in different situations in real life, and we can talk about, like, again, a business example. I have a new project I'm working on, but we're spending a lot of money. We're like, a lot of the money, it's just wasted. The money is going down the drain. The money is going down the drain. So we are wasting a lot of money. So in that case, the situation is money going down here. Oh no, we don't want that to happen. We're wasting it. Chokes drinking. I don't know what that is around. But anyway, it could be anything. You could be wasting time. You could be wasting money. Yes, so unplugged, yes, you also have that same kind of music. So unplugged, some kind of music performance without loud sound. Usually it's like acoustic music, like they don't have their instruments plugged in, but it could be something else. It doesn't have to be just that. But does everybody get this? So you could have, we have different ways of saying this. You will hear natives say, go down the drain. You will also hear go down the tubes. Go down the tubes. Down the tubes. So fall in the cracks. So fall in the cracks is a different thing. Actually, we got a question about that. I'll address that one in just a second, because we had another question about that from someone else, actually a Fluent for Life member yesterday. So down the drain, down the tubes, or what else could water go down like this? Similarly, I bet you guys can guess. You use it every day. So we can use this again. Natives don't have just one way of saying something. We've got lots of lessons that people, or lots of expressions that people could say, or lots of ways of expressing yourself. Okay, so you could have something go down the drain, go down the tubes, or go down the toilet. Here says pipes. Yeah, so you could say like pipes. Typically you could say that. It wouldn't be like a bad expression. It's like going down the pipes. But we typically are talking about these things. Especially when you're talking about something going down the toilet, it's like extra bad. So we're saying like we're just wasting money. We're wasting money. It's going down the toilet. Or you can even talk about like the whole company or a project or a TV show or anything that's getting worse over time is going down the toilet or going down the tubes or going down the drain. So people were watching the TV show Game of Thrones, and they were saying, well, the final season, so everything up until the final season was good, and then the last season went down the toilet. All right? So went down the toilet, went down the drain. So it could be something that's bad happening, something that's wasteful. Drain is fine. But you can use any of these things. So natives will understand these. You could say pipes also. So when something fails, so something is getting worse. So you see how we take an idea like this and then we start looking at it in like a figurative way. So the show is going down the drain. Yes, the show is going down the drain. My career is going down the drain. Oh no. So anything where you're talking about a particular situation getting worse or something being wasteful or something bad is happening, wow, this neighborhood is just going down the drain. The neighborhood is getting worse. Maybe there's more crime or whatever. It's going down the drain. It's going down the toilet, going down the tubes. Any of these things. See, nice to see you there. Long time no see. Elder says the huge plug or plaster when the ship or leak or large puncture. Yes, so remember leak, L-E-A-K. This is where we have a hole in something, a leak. So here's some water coming out of a hole. That's a leak, L-E-A-K. L-E-E-K is a kind of vegetable. Learn the difference for these things in Frederick. If you'd like to learn, correct spelling for words like this, these are called homonyms. They sound the same. Mitsuo. My life is going down the toilet. Excellent usage. I hope your life is okay. All right, but very good. Everybody's getting it. Everybody understands. So you see how we take something even just in the bathroom itself rather than learning just like this is a toilet and this is a sink, like you're understanding something that's happening. What is the connection with these things? And then how can we start using those in other situations? So anything that's going bad or getting worse over time is going down the drain, going down the toilet. Okay? Pretty simple. All right, I think let's see. Lena, hi, teacher. What is the meaning of yeeted out? I don't know, Google that. That sounds like some young slang. Google that. I'm sure you will find some good examples. All right, let's see. Now, similarly, you notice how I'm trying to connect all these ones. The world is going down the drain. Yes, so you can use that same expression for that too. Now, let's say there's something in here, so the water cannot go down the drain. What do we call that? What is this? So there's something wrong. It's stopping that. Throw in the towel, my vocabulary in this field. Yeah, throw in the towel. That's another thing. That's an expression from boxing. So maybe like the coach or the trainer for someone. Yeah. So we say it's clogged, or you can say clogged up. So the toilet is clogged up. Some people will say backed up. But clog is typical. Clogged up. So yes, something is clogged up over here. And what else could be clogged up? What else could be clogged up? Can you think of anything else? So we're taking this. There's a flow of something being stopped right here. Arteries, excellent. So another similar idea, like arteries in your heart. So you get little, stuff in your heart, so the blood can't flow through. Oh no, they're clogged up. You could also have streets. So if we have streets like this, and there's lots of cars on the streets, and there's a traffic jam, the streets are clogged up. Same idea. Clogged up. So anytime we have like a bunch of things happening and the sink, your nose, very good. Your nose is clogged up. Same thing. So you can see how we take a thing like this and we try to understand how so clot up is a little bit different. The progress of your project is clogged up. Can we say this? We could say we're caught up in some way, like if there's usually, like if we're talking about a project not running smoothly, it's a similar idea to this. We might say there's like a snag. It could be like clogged up with meetings or something. So if you want to talk about the reason why some project is not going well, so we have too many meetings. Meetings are clogging up our system. Yeah, your throat as well. So your throat could be clogged with something. But hopefully if your throat is clogged, you probably can't breathe. So blocked up is another idea. So the road could be blocked or blocked up. The phrasal verb blocked up. Now this doesn't add anything important to that. So people often wonder why we use, like, why do we have up or over here up? Usually the up, number one, it makes it sound a bit more casual and conversational. But number two, typically we're talking about like how complete it is. So it's like clogged up, like there's no, like water is not getting through here at all. It's all clogged up. It's clogged up. Is it used passive? Well, I mean, you could use it like something is clogged up. So I can clog up something as well. If I put a whole bunch of things in the toilet, I can clog it up, or it could be clogged up over time from whatever, like your bathroom drain maybe gets hair in it or something like that. Yeah, the internet could be clogged up in the same way. It could be blocked. Maybe too many people are trying to access a website at the same time. So something like that. But typically it's like there's a reason for some flow of information or a system not working. So there's a blockage. Something is blocked up. There's a problem with it in that way. Yes, arteries, we got that one as well. So instead of saying clogged up partially, do we usually say something? You could say like it's like you could say that actually. It's like partially clogged up, or it's like it's blocked a little bit. But this is the way people will speak, though. People are not very precise about their language, so we often don't know exactly. So let's say, for example, we have a pipe here. And there could be a full clog. It's completely clogged, so 100%. But this one over here, maybe there's something else, like it's kind of partially clogged. So if you go to a doctor and they're checking your arteries or your heart or whatever, they will say you have like a partial block in your artery. Or maybe they could even say it's like 50% or 80% blocked or something like that. So you don't worry yourself too much about that. You could just say there's a clog in the system, or there's a snag or a block or something. It just means things are not, something is stuck. Things are not flowing smoothly. That's what we mean. And so there are different ways of using this. What does that mean in these phrasal verbs? As I just explained, usually it means like the completeness of it. So if we say, like if I'm telling my child, eat your dinner, eat your dinner, eat your dinner, I want them to eat. But if I say eat up, I mean like complete that, finish all of your food. But natives are not really, they're not like thinking about it in such a strict way. Like if I say up, then I mean like completely. But this is typically when we think about something. So it's usually one of two reasons. So the first one, as I said, it's you're being more kind of casual and conversational. So I could say clean your room, or I could say clean up your room. And nothing really changes in the meaning of those two things. So it could be casual or conversational, or I'm talking about do it completely, finish it. All right. Let's see if we got these over here. Bunch of hair. Yes, tufts. That's right. Yes, you remember. Instead of saying clogged up partially. Yeah, okay, we got that on. All of them have up as a particle. Not necessarily. So you don't need to have that in there, and it's not bad if it's missing. Just say clean your room. Sometimes parents, if they're a little bit angrier, they just say clean your room. But if I'm being a bit more friendly, I say clean up your room. And so you learn these subtle nuances of the word, and there's nothing bad about telling someone like clean your room, but it sounds a little bit more casual and conversational, a little bit friendlier to say clean up. All right? So wipe the table or wipe off the table. It's the same basic idea, but you could be expressing it just as a little bit more casual, a little bit more conversationally. Jeff Dog says, evening, time is not up, completeness. Yes, so it could be that, but it doesn't necessarily mean that. Email inboxes can become clogged with large numbers of unrelated emails. Yes, Rico, very good. That's another good example. So my inbox is clogged with lots of stuff. And when do we use jammed? So jammed is the same idea. So again, natives, and this is what you learn as a native English speaker, or when you're learning to get fluent in English as a first language. So we have a situation like this. We begin with the situation, and then we learn lots of different ways we might express that. Because natives will say things, and each person has their own thing. So one person says the toilet is blocked. So we got block. One person says the toilet is clogged. So we have clog. One person says jam. Another person says like stopped up. Like stopped up. So they're all correct. They're all fine. There's something wrong with it. The flow is not moving correctly. There's a problem, a blockage in that. So a physical machine, the same thing can happen there. So if I'm using my computer printer and the paper goes in, but oh no, the printer is jammed. The printer is jammed. The printer is blocked. The paper got stopped up inside the printer. All of those things are fine to express that. But you can see how they come. Yes, so you can just say that like the paper is stuck in there as well. So you see the difference here? When you're learning English as a first language, you begin with the situation itself, and then you get to the vocabulary. It's not beginning with like a word in your native language and then try to learn one word in English. You always begin with the situation, and then we look at all the different ways we might express that. And then we can take these words and see how they would apply in even more situations. It looks like your camera is losing focus on the whiteboard. Is it? I can't tell. Is it losing focus on me, or am I don't know what, I can't see. The picture looks clear to me, but I think everybody's getting this. No. Oh, no. No. No what? Yo, you, no. But I think you all are getting it. You understand what happens. Teach you a few more. All right. Light changes once in a while. Everything's fine. Oh, okay. Well, it could be, so there is an open window over here, or at least the window is uncovered, so the light might change if there's a cloud or something. All right, so let's talk about, if we've got the toilet, probably know this word, shit, over here. Let's talk about how we might use this, some interesting expressions with that. So usually if something is gone to shit. What do you think that means? All right, so it's gone to shit, or you can talk about like the past, say went to shit. What do you think that means? What situation is that describing? Make sure chat is working over here. Something not good. Yes, that's the basic idea. So when we talk about something like going to, or it went to, this means becoming. So it's something became worse over time. Now this is similar to the idea of going to a lost cause. No, not necessarily. It's a lost cause usually means like my son was kidnapped 12 years ago and I'm still looking for him, and it's probably not possible for me to find him, or something like that. People might say it's a lost cause. So in that sense, a lost cause is a different idea than something going to shit. But this is a more, obviously this is probably not something you want to use in the office unless people are Maybe they're happy. It depends on your office if you're using this vocabulary professionally. But people will understand that, like something severely, yes, as Kyoshi just mentioned, to become a disaster, something getting worse. It's also similar to the idea of going down the drain. It's just another way of expressing that same idea. So anything getting worse over time, or even if it became worse quickly, even, oh no, like the weather went to shit. The weather went to shit. So something is a mess. Let's create hope. There you go. The stock market went to shit. Same thing. Something got worse. So that TV show went down the drain. That TV show went to shit over time. Yeah, it really went to shit. Or it's gone to shit. Like it has gone to shit. So we're describing it right now like it's gone to shit. Pretty simple idea. So gone to, went to, it became shitty. Became shitty. It became shitty. It's getting worse. All right, pretty easy. Gone to shit. All right, another expression with shit for you all. Just because I know people love to learn some curse words. My stomach is going to shit is a bit confusing. Yes, like you could say that though. You could say like something is wrong with my stomach, but people might be confused. They might think you need to go take a shit, maybe, if something is actually wrong with your stomach right there. His job is going to shit. I screwed up in any situation. It's bullshit. So bullshit is a little bit different. Bullshit means that something is untrue, or you think you are skeptical about something. So if I say, I eat 200 bananas every day for breakfast. So my breakfast, I eat 200 bananas. And you say, that's bullshit. So it means like you think I'm lying. You think I'm lying about that. Yeah, you could say like you would say the show became shitty, or you say the show became, or the show went to shit. So it became shitty, or it went to shit. We don't usually say became shit. Actually, you could say that it became shit, but very useful, says Ryan. Yes, and so these are, you can look at something like, look at that, even that shit in the toilet is very useful for learning. All right, so it became shitty, gone to shit. Oh no, the video is becoming shitty. All right, so usually it's like the quality is going down, it's getting bad, you don't like it anymore. Like, that restaurant went to shit. I don't like that anymore. So remember, this is a pretty not really rude English, depending on who you're using it to. But if you're talking with someone about a show or some other thing, then you would use it usually in that way. But I would probably not say it directly to someone. Like your restaurant went to shit. That'd be really rude of me to say that directly to someone about something. Boarding? What do you mean? What is that? Boarding? All right, another expression related to shit. All right, so when we're talking about this, we imagine yourself sitting on the toilet. Here's a toilet over here, my lovely picture of the toilet. You are sitting on the toilet. If we have the idea of indecision, yes, you could say it's a little bit vulgar. That's correct. So we could say, I'll leave these up here, shit or get off the pot. So a toilet can also, obviously, it has many different ways of, you could call that the throne or the pot or the chair or whatever, but the toilet, we can say shit or get off the pot. And this is the idea of being decisive. So you should make a decision about doing something, like either do this or do that thing. Lewis says take a dump. Yes, so this is not really a video about different ways of describing shitting itself, but we can talk about like the expressions that we get from a situation like this. So you're sitting on the toilet. It's like, I kind of need to take a shit, but maybe I don't know. So people will use this, the situation of indecision. You can't choose something. and then use this expression here. So you would tell someone if they have to make a choice. So either this thing or that thing, and maybe they are taking a long time to make that decision. All right. So shit or get off the pot. So you should make a decision. Either shit or leave. Shit or get off the pot. So it's just telling someone make a decision. Same idea. Make sure I got anyone. Yes. So Kyoshi says, in Japanese we say kuso atsui ne. Kuso atsui ne. All right. The situation. Yes, very good. Sometimes you read a paper when you take a dump. That's true. So some people you could do all kinds of stuff while you are taking a dump. But some people maybe they're there for too long, and we can take that idea. So shit or get off the pot. Shit or get off the pot. All right. Let's see. Andres Silva, you are top. I'm Brazilian, and I'm living in 2 years in the U.S. And anything you say is true. There are a lot of people living here that isn't fluent. Yes. So there are quite a few errors in your comment there. But if you want to learn real English the same way natives are learning it, just do what I'm teaching here. You have to learn English as a first language. And as he just said, yes, there are lots of people that live in English-speaking countries and don't speak fluently. Living in an English-speaking country does not guarantee fluency. Okay? But if you learn English as a first language, you do get fluent. Mainly Brazilian people for all right, I don't want people arguing over different stuff. I will give you one more shitty expression though. It's actually a good expression. It's not a shitty expression, but it's about shit. All right. Now this is a pretty, I'll give you a clue. Let's see if anybody knows this expression already. So it's using the word Japanese toilets are high tech. Yeah, some of them are. Usually they have like a high tech thing that sits on them. You know, it's interesting for people maybe who have not been to Japan or don't know about Japanese toilets. Often, especially in public toilets out here, they will play some kind of music, or it will be like running water sounds. So if you go into the toilet, you sit down, and the toilet starts playing music. It's trying to cover up your sound. So it plays like rushing water, or like could be some music or something. I thought it would be better if it just made like shit sounds. So like they should all be like, you know, like making like bad, because that way you can't tell who's doing what in the toilet. So that would be better than just like rushing water, because it doesn't. I've been in the Japanese toilet sometimes. It can be pretty loud in there. People are like, you know, I don't want to be too vulgar on the video. But anyway, I thought that would be an interesting one. My like didn't count. Oh no, yes, click the like button anyway. I don't know if likes are counting or not. But yes, so there are lots of interesting things with the toilets in Japan. One of the interesting things, so I was actually with my younger daughter, Noelle. I took her to the toilet last night, and she looked at the toilet and she saw, because we have usually like a Japanese toilet is in a different room than like the shower and bathing area. So the toilet is actually in its own space. So if you want to ask someone like, where is the toilet, that's a different place than where is the bathroom, like in America, where we would usually have everything in the same room. But an interesting thing about Japan, so we have like a toilet there was a rack on the wall, like a towel rack, and my younger daughter said, "What is that for?" Because there's no towel hanging on it. I said, "Well, I don't know. What do you think that's for?" And she said, "Oh, well, maybe you like hang a towel on that." And I said, "That's correct." And the reason we have that is because for many Japanese toilets, and this is an interesting thing for saving water, a typical toilet it kind of looks like this. There's the back with the, this is called the tank of the toilet, so like the water tank. And there's actually, like this is the seat over here, and then you have the water goes in here, and then after you flush the toilet, So when we think about like stuff going down the drain, it's the same idea. There's a drain in the toilet bowl. This is the bowl down here. So when you flush the toilet, the water goes down here and flushes the toilet. Yes, but there is a sink instead in many toilets, and this is an interesting idea for saving water. So instead, like the pipe will come out up here. So this is the kind of toilet we have, and that's so you can actually wash your hands with the water that will then fill up the toilet. Isn't that interesting? So people sometimes, they will wash their hands. You flush the toilet, this water goes down, new water comes through here, and you wash your hands before that water goes into the toilet. And then you dry your hands over there. So it's a really good idea, especially for places that want to save water or conserve water. All right. They also have many really tiny sinks. It just says congratulations. I don't know if that's for Japanese toilets or something else. But why is that why American people say bathroom has toilet? Yes. So again, for most people, the bathroom contains everything. The sink and the washing hands and the toilet and everything. It's all in one space. So you will see like WC as an abbreviation for water closet, which means it's another way of talking about the toilet, where this is usually just one person using that. So I'll give you one more shit expression. Thought this would be fun. This is a really great expression. You will hear this a lot. So I'm curious to know if you know it or not. This will be, so it's a word or an expression with the word shit in it, and the situation is something has gotten really bad. All right? Something has gotten really bad, and we use the word shit in this. You can probably think of a few different ways of expressing that, but I'm thinking of one in particular. If you can write anything down, go ahead in the comment and write a comment about that. But just an expression using the word shit that's describing a situation that gets really bad. And if you don't know this, it's okay. I will teach it to you in just a moment. But if anybody has any comments, shit happens. Yeah, you could say that. That's not the expression I'm thinking of, but very good. So when we talk about bad things happen, yeah, it looks like people know that one. Isn't that from Forrest Gump? Shit happens. Yeah, they're saying shit. Yeah, you can talk shit. Yeah, sure. You'll notice shit is a very useful word, or just oh shit. Yes, that's correct. Oh shit. All right. So this expression, though, this is a really interesting one, and when you understand it visually, it's very easy to remember, and you're just like, oh my goodness. Yeah, same shit, different day is another good expression. Same shit, different day. So maybe you go to your job and you don't like it there or whatever. It's like, man, I got to do the same shit, and it's just like, even for a different day, I'm doing the same thing I don't like. Same shit, different day. All right. Or you get a new president in, and the new president is the same as the old president. Same shit, different day. All right. But the expression I am thinking of is when shit hits the fan. When shit hits the fan. Actually, this isn't a sentence. So when shit hits the fan. When shit hits the fan. Now this is a pretty, I'm going to try to diagram this for you, but if you can't imagine why we would say something like this, like what does that mean? You can imagine if we have a spinning fan over here. So the fan blades are spinning like that, and you take some shit and throw it at the fan. Blah, it's gonna like spread that all over the place. So this means there's a serious problem, something really happened badly. You can just talk about when shit hits the fan, disastrous. Yes, very disastrous. All right, so it could be some interpersonal problem. These expressions have similar examples in other languages. Yeah, I'm sure. So when shit hits the fan, but it's easier to understand that. Okay. I like that. I like the little dap. I like the little dap guy over there. Yeah, so something has gone terribly wrong when shit hits the fan. Or if you're talking about the past, you're describing something like shit hit the fan. So yesterday, shit hit the fan at my office when there was a big explosion with some of our servers. So like the computer servers or something. It's happening here in my country. Yeah, so if like where you are, like let's say a war breaks out, oh my God, shit hit the fan. Something is really, really going awful. All right, very bad situation. When shit hits the fan. So you can use this like as a longer expression. When shit hits the fan, what do you do? So if I'm in a job interview and I'm interviewing you, I say, well, when shit hits the fan, are you good under pressure? So if there's a problem, what do we do about that? All right, Stanley says, good morning. How was your day? So I'm an English learner. More precisely, I'm a beginner. You're a beginner? Okay. Well, this video, or usually the videos I make like this, are typically not for very beginners, so you might not understand a lot of this, but we do have videos for beginners on the channel, if you'd like to watch those. So shit hits the fan, when shit hits the fan. I'll give you two more because I know people get, maybe they're not feeling so confident about similar phrasal verbs. I'm Russian. We have an expression to throw shit on the fan, meaning to instigate. Yeah. So if you throw shit on the fan, it's the same idea. So I don't know who was the first person to throw some shit on a fan. They probably thought like, I wonder what would happen if I threw some shit on a fan. And then they found out. All right. So last two things I really want to help you understand this like a native. I think maybe in the next video I will cover this in more detail. But again, we want to really focus on the situation. That's why you hear me repeating this idea a lot. We don't want to look at the words by themselves. We want to look at the situation. And so if we have something like clean up versus clean off versus clean out. So I really want you to think about these things the same way a native does. So typically clean up, like we could be, if we got maybe some toys or other things, just some junk or laundry or trash or something on the floor, we're picking those things up. We're removing them, we're cleaning up the situation. So it typically has like as I mentioned before, up, adding the preposition up here, it can mean usually being conversational or casual, but it can also mean just being like we're talking about like if I wipe something up, we're talking about the physical direction we're moving. But the important thing about this is looking at these differences and understanding it like a native rather than trying to translate it in your head. So if you can understand it like a native, then you will use it like a native without thinking. All right. So the same thing for clean off. It's just like something is on the table and we're removing it. So we want to clean off something. So it could be off like a flat surface like this, or I could clean off, like I could wipe off this writing. So I could clean something off, wipe something off, the same idea. It's just removing something from a surface. Now clean something out, typically it means we're looking at like the inside of something and we're actually removing, I'm cleaning out the inside of this. So I'm cleaning out the inside of this. So we can take that idea and think about it like, let's say some robbers go to a store and they take all of the money. They take all of the stuff in the store. They cleaned it out because the things are inside the store. They're kind of in there taking everything and then they leave. They cleaned us out. So some robbers came, some thieves, and they cleaned us out. Or I got cleaned out, like if I go to a casino and I'm gambling and I lose all of my money, I got cleaned out. I got cleaned out. So you can think of my pockets, like they're taking all the money out of there. I got cleaned out. So again, the reason I teach this way is because I want to help you learn the differences between these. It helps you really understand it more like a native. I cannot understand the way even you speak your pronunciations. Maybe it's not my level. Yes. So if you can't understand me, you should watch our more basic videos or download Frederick and install that. And you can start from zero, from the beginning. It's hard to explain like to a beginner. Really informative. All right, Mitsuo-san. So yes, glad to hear it. So again, if you have questions, so now I'm done with the lesson portion of this video. Do you gamble, Mr. Drew? No, I do not. I have in the past just to try it. So I've tried like a few things just as like a cultural thing. So I tried, I've been to a casino in the United States, and I've been to horse racing, and in Japan I've tried pachinko. So pachinko is like you shoot these little balls up and try to get them into like a little slot machine thing, and then try to make more balls, and it's I don't know, it got kind of boring. But the first time I went, I won some money, and I said, oh wow, this is pretty easy. So I won like $100 in American money. And so I went back again, and I lost it all. So I said, okay, that's enough. I guess it's not so easy. So I had maybe beginner's luck. Beginner's luck. This is where you try something for the first time and you're able to do it. Beginner's luck. All right, let's see here. Do you live stream regularly? Yep, if you look at the videos on the channel, you will find usually about once or twice a week, I will do live streams. They're not scheduled, but they're usually around this time. So this is in Japan, Monday morning and Thursday morning, typically. And sometimes I do them just at different times. I'm a translator. Can you recommend some books mainly concerned about explaining the differences between synonyms? I'm sure there are books about that. I don't use any, and I don't really teach using any books like that. But again, the goal, and I've talked about this in many different videos. If you go back and watch the video, how to speak fluently about almost anything. So if you watch that video, that's the name of it, I think, How to Speak Fluently About Almost Anything. The basic idea of that is when you're learning English like a native, and that's what we're doing in this video and all of the videos, I'm trying to help you begin with a situation, and then we learn lots of different ways that natives do it. So you would call these synonyms or just different ways of expressing that. But instead of trying to get a book about synonyms, it's much better to just get multiple examples of something. So this is what I call naturally varied review. So an example like I have on the channel, I made a video about making espresso, so how to make espresso. And in that video, I'm explaining the differences between 4 different people making espresso. So you will have the situation of making espresso, and then people will use different vocabulary. Some of the vocabulary will be the same, some of it will not. And so in these situations, you can learn what would be synonyms or different ways of expressing something like that. All right, so there are probably books that you can get, you can list synonyms, but unless you are very good at remembering information in a list like that, then I would probably not recommend that. My English professor recommended your channel when I was in college. Oh, awesome. Where are you from? Are you Japanese? You have hiragana for your name, but are you, and what school? What's the name of your professor? I'll send them a thank you card. Let's see. What if the robbers cleaned up the store and they came out from the chimney? Well, if some robbers break in and they clean up the store owner would probably be happy about that. And then they went out back through the chimney like Santa Claus. So that would be a good thing if they cleaned up the store. But you notice how it's interesting when you think about it more like a native. So the question means you're thinking about it more like a native, which is very good. No training in the art of using the sword. Are you asking me if I'm learning like anything? My daughter goes to karate lessons, and now they started asking me to do it with them. So now I like practice with my daughter. So actually the teacher asked like one of the other mothers, so we're just sitting in a big gym and we watch the kids do that. Like they have, what was that? It's just you sit on the side and watch the kids. But he asked one of the mothers if she would do it with them, and that mother said she would do it if I did it too. So I said, all right, fine. And so now I'm kind of learning karate with them. All right, Gil says, when we have some confusing situation, can we use a phrase using clean something to express that we need to deal with such a situation to get it straight? Yeah, you could say I need to clean this up. Or depending on the kind of situation, you could say there are different ways. Again, so your situation is, let me make sure I have this exact. So we have some confusing situation. So a confusing situation, we could use a phrase like, we could say clean. We could also say clear. So if there's usually confusion or a misunderstanding, we want to clear that up. So something is confused, it's messy, we would want to clear that thing up. Or we could, if there's a problem, we would usually fix that. Yeah, crystal clear. Crystal clear. So we want to make something clear. So my job in these videos is to make the vocabulary I'm teaching, make the lessons clear for you. I also want to make my voice clear. So I don't want to clean my voice, I want to make it clear. All right, so there's nothing blocking it. You can't, it's not being misunderstood or it's dirty or something's wrong with it. I want to clear it up. So if you have a misunderstanding, there's general confusion, you could express that in different ways. We want to fix that. We want to clean that, something like that. So if you clean off your feet, usually if you clean off your feet, like there's some kind of dirt or something, like I'm brushing my feet like that. So there's some dirt or something on my feet, I'm cleaning them off. And cleaning my feet up, yeah, you could kind of use that expression, I suppose. We want your videos to be the same as this one. Who is we? Who are you speaking for? What government are you speaking for? All right, let's see here. Let's see. Your videos are very entertaining. Also love listening to your voice. It's very therapeutic. Glad to hear it. Yes, maybe I'll do some ASMR videos. You guys know what that is? It's like oral, like if I get in the microphone like this, like people speaking into the microphone. Some people listen to that while they're asleep. I was in Aoyama Gakuen. Okay. But forgot his name, I see. Maybe he was not a good teacher if you forgot his name. Oh no. Was that a long time ago? Ryan says, clean off crumbs of bread, clean out the kitchen drawers. Yes. So you could also clean out the kitchen drawers if they've got crumbs in them as well. Same thing. All right, thank you. Very good morning. Sir, God bless your family tree. The whole tree. Well, thank you very much. Tomorrow. Thank you. Let's clean. Okay, it's that one. All right, okay, thanks. Clean myself up before dinner. Yes, you can clean yourself up for dinner. You can also just wipe yourself off before dinner as well. There are lots of subtle nuances like this, but it's not bad speaking to use something like, and let me fix this situation. Let me clear this up. Let me clean things up here. So you could use that in any like situation where people are not communicating correctly or there's an issue, something like that. Ram from Nepal. Fabio, have you ever read the book Grapes of Wrath? I don't think so. I know the book, but I do not. Do you have any suggestions for PTE test? What is that? A PTE test? I guess I don't. Victor says, hi, Fred. Where are you guys are talking to each other? Juan says, I easily understand American speakers, but when it comes to British movies, TV shows, or actors, it's just like another language to me. Yeah, so they will be different. And if you are not used to their accent and their vocabulary will be a little bit different too. Sometimes native American speakers and British speakers, we will maybe misunderstand each other, or it's fun to learn those differences though. So I have friends in Japan from all over the place. It could be British English or Australia or Canada or New Zealand. And it's interesting to hear the different vocabulary they use. Let's see. Okay, I got those already. Today's lesson over. Well, basically this is question time. So I wanted to teach really two things. So the first is the actual vocabulary, but the more important thing, the main thing I wanted to teach is getting you to think like a native. So if you learn from a situation, and so even taking something that seems boring and everyday, like washing your hands or whatever, there's usually some interesting vocabulary or another use of that vocabulary that you probably don't know. So you can think about that, and even as a native speaker, natives create new expressions all the time from something like that. So we will take an expression like washing your hands and then apply that to something else. So if you start doing that as well, even if you don't use something that's common, people will they will think like I understand what you're saying. I get it. And you will start developing that sense that a native has, and that's what lets you speak fluently. Learn from various situations, the same expressions, that's right. Yes, we don't need to wash out our mouth. Well, you could. Now, this is a thing that actually an older expression in English, to wash out. So sometimes, does Frederick cover like this one? Well, Frederick covers like all of the basic vocabulary that we have in here, like the word crystal. That should be, I think, yeah, that's in Frederick. But it will teach you how to pronounce that and how to blend your words together the same way natives do, especially as we do this in the United States. And if you like my therapeutic voice, you can listen to all those words all the time if you like. You can listen to me pronouncing sentences and different words, but I go through all of that and help you understand that pronunciation like a native. What's Frederick? I'm new. So if you click on the link in the description below this video, you'll see a link to that, but it's an app for iOS and Android, and it's the first app of its kind that teaches you English as a first language and helps you understand pronunciation and listening and grammar and vocabulary the same way natives learn it. So natives are not trying to learn something through a different language, they learn it all in English. And so as you go through it, it's a game and you play with it and explore the language and you learn the pronunciation in the order that you should learn it. And that's how you become a much more confident speaker much faster rather than taking traditional lessons. So that's a piece of what we do. Another big part is obviously Fluent for Life. That's where we cover really everything with video lessons, more of the same kind of things that I do here, but I actually take you through the steps needed for fluency. I think there are some Fluent for Life members on this live video right here. All right, but I'll answer that question about wash your mouth. So this is an older expression. We don't usually hear this now, but this was when little kids would say something bad, like they would use a word like shit or something. The culture generally is more relaxed now about kids using bad language or what we would call talking back to your parents. So usually many years ago, like a parent said, don't do that, and the child would say, okay, I will not do that. But now, children are much more relaxed and parents aren't so strict with kids anymore. But many years ago, like if you were talking back to your parents, it's like, you need to do this. Like, I'm not doing that. You're talking back to your parents. So they would wash your mouth out with soap. So they would like you're gonna have like a dirty mouth. Now we have to clean your mouth with soap. And so soap tastes really bad and like, bleh. And the book, The Mockingbird. You mean To Kill a Mockingbird? Yeah, I read that. Yeah. So it's not like an outdated expression. It's just that people don't like the vocabulary and the expression itself. It's not like old English, like Shakespearean English or something. People would use this, and it's still correct English. But the idea of washing someone's mouth out with soap is an older expression. But this is interesting, and this is, I actually have a Fluent, there's a Fluent for Life lesson set talking about this. What's the lesson set name for the members out there? I think it's, I I forget the name of it, but we're talking about learning generationally, because the language is a little bit different for different generations. So if you're an older person, like I'll be 43 very soon, so people, like if I'm talking to older people, I can make this reference, like I can make a joke about washing someone's mouth out with soap and they would laugh at that. They would understand that vocabulary. But a 10-year-old kid would not. They don't, because they don't hear that ever. They would understand, like, wash my mouth, well, why would you do that? But older people would know that. So you can think about those specific things as you're learning. Let's see. How many lessons in your program on your site? Says a lot. If you're talking about Fluent for Life, hundreds of them. So there are 100 lesson sets in the program, and it's years of content. So we don't expect learners to go through all of it. Each person gets in the program and they go through lesson sets that they choose, and you start getting fluent in each lesson set. So you become fluent about a particular topic, and then you move to the next one and the next one, and you can go through as long as you like. So there are total like hundreds of, like over 300 some videos, I think. But the point is not the number of videos, but how you learn. So we help you learn English as a first language. So you really need to learn English as a first language if you want to speak, which is what we do. So typically in these YouTube videos, I'm giving samples or examples of different things that I do, but getting even like a good lesson where I help you understand something like a native, you really need review. You need to hear other native speakers using that same vocabulary, and that's what prepares you to use it in a conversation. So YouTube is typically incomplete for doing that unless you go to lots of different videos and find lots of content about things. So it is possible to learn like a native by yourself if you also can understand the vocabulary. We just make it easy because we've put everything together and given all the steps. All right, let's see here. Okay, I think I got that one already. Is there a recap version of each live stream? Not really a recap. Usually at the beginning of the live stream, I explain what it's about. At the end, as I can do right now, as I actually just did a minute ago, the basic idea is to learn from situations and then go back and learn the different ways that we would express that. So if you're paying attention in real life, when people say something, there's a situation like somebody gets hurt, what do they say about that? What do they say when something happens? What do I say when I greet people? I could say hello or howdy or how are you? How is it going? Other things like that. So I can express myself in different ways. And as you learn these, you are prepared for the different ways natives will respond in situations. And that way you feel confident about speaking. So often when people are learning English as a second language, they begin with their native language and some vocabulary they want to say in their native language. Then they try to translate it, but maybe they can't hear the pronunciation in the same way in a real situation, or a native will use a different word, not the word they learned in the classroom. So you really need to get lots of variety when you learn. That's the most important part for learning. So if you can learn, even if you get just lots of examples from me, you need to hear other native speakers giving you those same examples, because I am intentionally trying to be clear and easy to understand. So almost every stream, someone will say, wow, Drew, I wish everyone spoke like you. So everyone does not speak like me. So I have to prepare people to have real conversations for real communication. So there isn't like a recap for each of the videos, but I do sometimes cut clips from videos and make them available. So if you check the channel, you can see both of those. My parents should wash their mouths out. All right, let's see. Society has changed. Yes, thou, thy. 43 years, definitely not old. Yes, I'm not that old. I feel young now doing karate, staying young and healthy. All right. Give a live idiom changes as the time goes by. Casablanca, a live idiom changes. I don't know what that means. It always seems like Olympia, you have like a riddle for me or something. I'm trying to guess what that means. So I need an opportunity to speak English, says Mitsuo. Are you Japanese? Or you were at a Japanese school, but are you Japanese? Or you're still in Japan, or you went someplace else? The reason I say that is because even people in Japan or anywhere else, you can become fluent by understanding the language better. So if you have to spend your day and I've talked about this before, but it's a good thing to repeat. Let's say you have 20 minutes to practice your English or speak English or learn English or whatever. It's 20 minutes of English time in your day. And this is not, just like listening to stuff like music or whatever you want to. But if you think you're going to spend 20 minutes talking to someone, so you're looking for a native English speaker or even just anybody to speak with, instead of doing this, usually what will happen if you're already fluent and confident. Oh, okay, yeah. So you can talk to yourself in English. You could do that, but the amazing thing about learning English as a first language is that you don't try to spend your time talking, you try to get lots of input. That's really the whole point of learning this way. So if you don't have anyone to speak with, that doesn't really matter. You're actually improving your fluency by yourself by getting lots of examples. So again, we have 20 minutes. I can try to talk with someone, and usually that's going to be me maybe repeating something. I might have like a few, maybe I learn something new. Often I will learn new vocabulary from talking to someone, but a much more structured and efficient way to spend my time is to get lots of different examples and get my naturally varied review and the three things that you really need to become a fluent speaker. So some people may be new to the channel. I will review this quickly. So I call this the fluency triangle, but it's basically like you're getting real English. I'll just abbreviate this. So you're getting real English, and then you're getting understandable messages. And understandable messages means you can understand something in English, just like I've been giving, like you can see, wash your hands, you can understand that. But then you need naturally varied review. So all three of these things together are learning English as a first language. You have to have all three of these things. Let's say you're missing real English. So if you get understandable messages in the classroom and you get naturally varied review, which is various examples of stuff, if you don't actually learn the real vocabulary, then you're not going to become a fluent speaker. You won't be able to communicate with people because you don't know the words they know. All right. And this is why many students who learn English in a classroom are not prepared for the slang and idioms and all of those things in real life. So you have to learn that stuff. And you need all three of these. All three of these work together, and that's what it means to learn English as a first language. So what I gave you today, those are examples of English as a first language lessons. All right. So the learning process is, like, as Aran just said, is all about like the time you spend is our iceberg example. All of this time down here, this is all about learning. And the speaking part, this is a very small part of what you do, maybe just to practice some vocabulary or pronunciation. But all of the understanding of the language, you can do that by yourself. So you don't need to spend time talking with people. Talking with people is the result. It's the thing that comes after all of the understanding. And a lot of people, like, they are maybe waiting for someone to talk with, but they still feel very shy and they're not using more complicated English. They still use just basic expressions and they're not really having a good feeling in the conversation. But instead, if you really understand something, like you hear something, you're like, ah. So I gave an example. Since you're Japanese, I can give this example to you. So my younger daughter, Noelle, she's in second year. She's like Nenshu in Hoikuen, in kindergarten. So second year, and her older sister went to the same kindergarten, and both of them have this little, like, it's just like shuseki kado for like taking attendance. But when the first time I heard shuseki kado, I didn't like think anything about it. I didn't really know what that meant. So I knew, like, that card, they call that card a shuseki kado, but I didn't know what shuseki meant. And so I hear them using that, and I didn't really think anything about it because I just don't use the expression. But then, like 2 or 3 years later, I was hearing about like going to a business meeting and it's like, shuseki suru ne, like you attend the meeting. And then I remembered the shuseki kado and I put the two together in my mind. I'm making the connection like it's an attendance card. That's what that means. So I know what the thing is. Like I can call this like blah, but you don't really know what I'm talking about. It's only after you get many examples that you really understand. But now that I know what it means, I understand shuseki like a native Japanese speaker. And so that's like how I can use the vocabulary without thinking about it. So it's not because I was talking, it's because I was getting lots of examples of that thing. So in that case with the shuseki kado example, it only took 2 examples. So the first one, like the attendance card, and then the second one is to attend a meeting. So I could get more examples after that, but that's all I really needed. So the way we retain information is kind of like a riddle. And so, and this is why people use stories to retain information. So we tell each other stories. We think in stories. We don't usually think in lists of information. And that's why it's really difficult to get, like the way you learn in a textbook of having a bunch of lists, like you have a list of vocabulary, it's really difficult to remember that. You will probably remember the first one and then maybe the last one. And that's just part how the mind works. But if you have a story, you can remember lots of different things, or a song or something that helps you connect all those things together. Anyway, the point, this is kind of a long explanation. I know some people are new. I want to explain that again. But the basic idea is that if you can spend your time talking, that's helpful. If you feel confident and you're learning things and you're paying attention, but it's much more, or I guess a much better use of your time to actually just get naturally varied review. More water, teacher, please. Olympia's telling me to drink, I guess. Japanese water. All right. So hopefully this makes sense. So if you are thinking that you need to find someone to practice with, you don't. What you really need is to get lots more sources of that information. So, whatever you're interested in talking about, Mitsuo, if you want to, learn about what, I don't know what your interests are, but if you have a hobby or something, find videos about that thing in English and watch different videos of that. That means listening is the point of learning. Not exactly. What I really mean is that you need to understand something in order to use it. So if someone tells me I need to give a speech about some science thing and I don't know much about that, then I can't give a confident speech about that thing. But I can stand here and talk for people for hours about learning languages because I know it very well. So if I understand something, then I can talk about it. It's the same thing with regular languages. If I don't feel confident about it's not really about like physical immersion, but yes, this is a kind of simulated immersion where you're getting lots of input, but the point is to do it in a systematic way. So the example I gave about like the shuseki kado, it's immersion, but it's not very systematic because there was like a whole year or like a few years of time between the first time I heard the word and when I understood it. So that's not very efficient. I'm being immersed. I'm immersed in the language. I hear my wife use the word and my kids are using the word, but then I learn it later and I finally understand what it means. So I've taken a few years to do that. But it's not really like I'm not spending all that time learning or practicing or whatever. There's nothing in between this. It's just this, like these 2 different times. So what you need is systematic immersion. And so that means you're going to learn a whole bunch of things that are connected with one situation. You're going to practice it. You're going to hear it from different people. You're going to see it in different ways, in different tenses. And that's what's going to give you the fastest improvement. So rather than me trying to wait like 3 years to naturally feel something or naturally understand something through immersion, I'd rather just have someone show me, here's how it works and here's how it is, and I'm going to teach you and get you fluent very fast. So that's what we do in Fluent for Life. So you pick a specific lesson topic and you go through that and you get lots of examples and then you move on to the next one But the point is a systematic immersion. So if I could spend 20 minutes getting systematic immersion in Japanese, so learning Japanese as a first language, if I had a teacher to do that, I would do that. But I have not found a teacher to do that. So I have to just like kind of teach myself and pay attention to what other people are saying and that kind of thing. All right. Let's see. All right, so Roger says, 7 years studying English and seems like I started out yesterday. So much to learn yet. What's funny is some online guys making ads promising fluency in just 4 months and stuff. Well, I'll be honest about that. Like even me, so for Fluent for Life, like I promise fluency in 30 days for that material. So I don't promise fluency in the entire language. That would be ridiculous, and even natives are not doing that anyway. So as I often show people, so there are like 177,000 words in common use in the English language, let's say. So I think it's like, I don't know the exact number, but people use about 2%. Only 2% of that is really necessary for having conversations and understanding newspapers and TV shows, that kind of thing. All right. And the reason this happens, this is called, let me know if I'm getting too technical for people here. But this is a natural principle about life called the 80-20 principle. And so if we imagine like these are all the words in the English language. I know I can't like fit them all in. And we have their frequency, how often they are used over here. The curve will look like this. So this means that some words are used all the time and some words are used like almost never. And so if you learn these words and you learn them efficiently, so you don't wait like 5 years between trying to understand a word or phrase. If you can understand it very quickly, I can get you fluent very quickly by helping you understand something very quickly. So I never claim that I can get you fluent in like the entire language. Like that, I mean, you don't need to know the entire language, first of all. Natives don't know the entire language either. There are lots of things I can't speak about because I just don't know the vocabulary. Even, particular jobs like being a doctor or a mechanic or something, like I don't know the names of lots of car parts. I just don't know that vocabulary. So I couldn't speak about it. I can speak generally. I could see like, what is that thing? Or I know what an engine is in a car, but I can't like talk specifically like a mechanic could speak specifically about it. All right. So fluency is part of it is knowledge, but part of it is also just how well you know the information. Do you know like a list of stuff, or do you have like just a bunch of things that you remembered? So it's important to understand like it is possible to get fluent, and you can get fluent quickly if you learn English like a native. But you still need to focus, make sure you really understand the information, and then you move on to the next thing. But in Fluent for Life, people build on their understanding of the language, and they get fluent faster and faster over time, because as you get fluent in more things, you can use that new vocabulary to talk about other things. And typically, when people go through Fluent for Life, if you actually follow the lessons, you will become fluent in a particular topic, but you can then use that vocabulary to talk about other things, just like we were doing in this video. So in this video, it's an example of talking about everyday things in the bathroom, like washing your hands, but how we can use that same vocabulary in other situations, like I'm washing my hands of some bad relationship. So I'm stopping that thing, I'm removing that from my life. All right. So as you get fluent really just means you understand something the same way a native does. So you don't have to think and translate through your native language. All right. Let me know if all that makes sense, though. All right. Yeah. Watch your mouth. So watch your mouth is more common. Yes. So it's an easier thing for parents to say. And what about whitewash? Let me see here. Well, rather than like, you mean like, it could mean actually different things depending on the situation, but it's different than like washing your mouth, something like that. Let's see. But Google that. What do you think about some AI apps like Elsa Speaks? Sorry, that's the only one I remember now. I've never used any of them, so I can't comment on that. I don't know. If it's helpful for people, that's great. But most of the, like AI can be helpful for giving you naturally varied review, And you can maybe have it like teach things and explain things to you, I suppose. I've never tried that, but the way a computer would communicate, there can be errors. And also, more importantly, it's not really training you to be prepared for how natives actually speak. So I can read something clearly on a page or on a computer screen, but hearing other people express that, it's a completely different thing in the real world. So I need to have practice listening to that in order to develop my own listening and fluency. So learning like a baby takes lots of time. Yes, so learning like a baby takes lots of time because it's like unstructured immersion, just like the example I gave. So you learn something when you're 1 year old, you wait 5 years and then finally understand what it means. So I want you to do this. Like we just take these two things and push them together. That's what I talked about in, I think, last week's video. Try to speak aloud with the article you read. It's very helpful for self-learner. Yes, but again, it's much better to just get more input. Like all the output, if this is like output versus input, input is going to win really every time because it's more efficient for your learning. Rather than me repeating things I already know, if I repeat things, it's not helping me learn anything. It might improve my pronunciation a little bit if I can hear other examples of that, but me repeating things doesn't teach me anything new because it's just the same thing again and again. Instead, you need naturally varied review, which gives you varied, different examples of that thing, and that's what makes it more clear for you. So living languages change over time. Yes, that's correct. Hello, everyone new to this channel. Welcome, Johnson. All right, hi, Johnson, how's it going? Rico, nice to see you welcoming people. Adrian, I feel a little bit frustrated. Sometimes I cannot find an easy way to explain some ideas. I usually do that in like long sentences. Yeah, and so part of what you're trying to do is look at how natives are expressing themselves in those kinds of situations. So they're talking about like childcare or business or whatever that thing is, and how do they do that? And you can see many of the expressions that I've taught today, they're just quite very simple things that you can use. So often just try to keep it simple, and that way you can speak a bit more clearly. And go back, what's the name of that video where I talk more about that? There are a couple different videos on the channel that talk about like the steps to fluency and also like being able to express yourself using simpler language. I just don't know the names of them. But if you go back and check some of the more recent live videos, you'll find those. The way we retain, okay, I got that one. So he said use EFL. Yes, so English as a first language lessons, that's the whole point. All right. All right. I think most people have the same problem with using the easy way to express yourself even though you were a native speaker. Yes, typically people have simple phrases that they use again and again. They're speaking on autopilot. Like they're not really thinking. It's just, hey, how are you? How's work? And they just, they're not having like even natives are doing that as well. All right, how is your schedule, teacher? Yeah, these aren't scheduled, but I make them available even after the videos are finished, so you can watch the replays of them. So that means when I can understand what people saying, I can speak automatically. Yes, if you understand them but it's like, do you understand it well enough to use it? That's the key. So there's understanding other people, and then there's also understanding well enough for you to use that. So lots of people can understand me, but not speak as well as I can. All right. So the difference is like, do you know like how well something works, or do you understand it like a native? So it's not like, can you hear and recognize information? It's, do you really understand what natives are saying? So the point is, if you understand it like a native, it's much easier to speak fluently because you're not translating and thinking in your head. All those things stop you from pronouncing things. Let's see. I've always listened to Miss Google Translate. I feel almost fell in love with her. She's pronunciation is very attractive. Yes. I don't know, but be careful with that. So her pronunciation is very attractive, yeah. So over 90% of daily English conversation consists of 3,000 to 4,000 words from what I heard. Yes, and it's the same thing in Japanese, or I mean, most languages are like that. So you have this same power curve of most of the language or the important language. It's only like a small part of what people are actually using. So children are fluent and still learning. Yes, and so that's another thing when I explain that to people, that you don't need to be young, you don't need to be a child in order to get fluent. You just need to learn how they learn, but in a more efficient way. So that's why I don't really like saying that you get fluent like a native, because natives are actually not getting fluent very systematically. So if I could take, like for my own children, I have to get them fluent systematically because they spend more time in Japanese during their day. Let's see, I was study level 4, but I cannot speak. I don't know what that's referring to. I've learned about 10,000 words that help understand in reading, not in spoken, and even I have not heard you use those vocabulary I have learned. Yes, so there are lots, Jahir, there are lots of vocabulary that you learn it and you don't use it, and you're basically just wasting your time with that. So it's helpful to know words, but if you can't actually use them fluently, that's why you look at a child, and a child has a smaller vocabulary, but they speak better. It's just because they've understood that vocabulary like a native. That's the secret. And that's what you guys can do too. That's what I teach. All right, now it is very hard to find a scientist in our real life to have a full conversation. Well, you can meet people online if that's what you're talking about. Otherwise, I can use a dictionary. When I understand, so not when I understanding, so what people say, well, then I can speak automatically even if I didn't try speaking. Yes, so if you understand the language well, and you know it, like if you know it, like you have a sense for what's correct, then you will use it fluently. So it's not just listening to people. Like you can hear people just like speak like every day, but you still don't understand what they're saying, and you couldn't use that, then you're not fluent. So listening is one skill, but understanding the vocabulary like a native, that's what actually lets you speak. So this is why people can live in the United States for many years and still not become fluent speakers, because they're listening to English a lot, but they don't really understand it like a native. They didn't learn it like a native. Tomoko says, what language do you usually speak with your family? So with my children, I always speak to them in English, just so they can get that. Like we'll play, and I'm constantly talking to them in English. So I give them lots of input, and I give them lots of naturally varied review. I do the same thing with my kids that I teach in Fluent for Life. So I do the exact same thing with my own kids. And then with my wife, sometimes I will speak in English, sometimes in Japanese. Like if we are at home, I usually speak all in English. But if we are out somewhere and I have to speak with somebody or whatever, then I'll speak in Japanese. It's not painful to speak in English as long as I have something to say. But when I don't have it, it gets painful to fill, yes. And so a lot of people have that issue. That's where you're thinking and like you can't keep the conversation going. So Kiyoshi, you will find that in Fluent for Life, like specific lesson sets. If you feel confident about the vocabulary, but you just like more help with like keeping the flow going. So the lesson set about storytelling, or what's another good one? Well, all of them will kind of show you how to do that. But if you really pay attention, like especially to me, you'll notice as I'm speaking with people, I control the flow of the conversation by how I'm asking people questions and how I do that. So if you pay attention to what I do and the words I use for that, it will help with your conversations as well. I believe you can, Ala. If you fully understand what people say, you can respond to them. So again, like if you don't feel bad about making incorrect like grammar mistakes, so you can respond to them, you would say you can respond to them. You can respond to them. So that's like a simple thing where you didn't understand that language like a native, and that's why you're making a mistake about it. So it's nothing bad about you. This is just how people learn the language. So most people learn the language as a second language, and that's why they make mistakes like that, like response, which is a noun, rather than respond, which is the verb. So if you really, like the point is to understand the grammar where you feel confident about using it. If you feel nervous, it means you're not yet fluent in that vocabulary. That's the whole point. Thanks, your videos are extremely helpful, says Adrian. It's my pleasure. So I've learned, okay, I got that one. Bruno, nice to see you again. Hey, Drew, sup? I've seen the amazing espresso video on your channel. Can you give us more ideas of situations on how many videos we should get to practice NVR? So remember the idea for naturally varied review, like I just gave the example of shuseki kado, or shuseki suru in Japanese, means to attend or attendance. And so I got two examples of that. So the naturally varied review for me for this situation was two examples. And that's all I needed to understand something. The problem is that it was like 5 years in between getting those examples. So if you hear one example and you don't quite understand something, and then you get another example and you finally understand it, that's great. But the point is to put those two things together. That's why when I teach, you'll notice I give different ways of saying things in the same video or in the same, lesson like this. Like I'm talking about how do we express something in different ways. If you're paying attention, if you listen, you will get those things automatically. And so you will find, I'm trying to do two things. The first thing is make sure you can understand a wider range of responses or things that other people might say, but also just give you a couple of different things, and you can choose even just one of those things that you feel very confident about and then use that. All right, so when we cover like all of these examples, most of them will just kind of go into your brain and you're not really thinking about them. But maybe one or two you will feel very confident about and you will use those. This is what people do in their everyday life when they're communicating, even in their native language. Let's see here. So again, about like Bruno's question about naturally varied review. So it just, like the example I gave, it depends on you, and it's different for each situation. So I think I answer that. If you watch the previous video, like the 10, it's called, what's the name of that video? I forget. It's like 10 things every English learner should know about fluency. I think so. So 10 things every English learner should know about fluency. And in that video, I answer that question specifically about naturally varied review. Kyoshi, it sounds like a communication awkward issue. I have that problem with my native language as well sometimes. Yes, so some people, if you're just not a very good communicator, that's a different issue than like a language issue. It just depends on the situation. 3,000 thanks to teacher Drew. Little berries along the path. It's my pleasure. Dense content. Yeah. Yes, hopefully if this is not interesting, let me know. But I'm trying to answer questions and get to the real problem that people have with vocabulary or communication. So each person can be a little bit different. But Kyosh says, I watched your master conversation video session where you talked with a bar owner who looked a little bit tired after his long day. I saw that you were trying to manage to make the conversation flow. Yeah. So you can look at that, and And part of the conversations like that I'm almost like a host of that. So lots of people are not like naturally good at interviewing people or trying to keep a conversation going. So I'm showing you how to do that. That's a deeper level of what you get from the program as you watch that. So if I'm saying, what do you think about this? Or what do you think about these? And you will hear me use those questions again and again. And I'm either trying to like redirect people to something else or get them to tell me more information, or I'm saying like, wow, that was really interesting. Could you tell me more? Or something like that. Or you notice at the end of conversations, something I will say is like, well, I don't want to take up too much of your time. And so even if I'm the one trying to leave, I say I'm like making it about them. And so you can like, these are all different things you can learn from the program that are like, it's different levels of communication. So there's the language part you learn, but there's also how to actually speak with people and keep a conversation going, or how to tell a story, those kinds of things, how to give a presentation. So all those things are in the program. Jair says, I don't feel confident like you feel psychological problems, better to go to a psychiatrist. Yeah, so if you have problems of communication in your native language as well, then you don't have a language problem. There's something else. And we could talk about that too. I mean, that's an interesting question as well, because native speakers do have some problem with with communication. It's not about language learning. Let's see. That's a long name. Let me see if I can pronounce that. Balasubramanian, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Repetition is a part of fluency. Repetition isn't like part of fluency. What you need is review. And this is another important point that I'll just make for any new people watching. After I get some water. So when you learn information or you hear something new, so here's the first time you hear something. So here's like, we just imagine I'm telling you something. I teach you a new word like sit. So you hear the word the first time and you understand, let's just say it's a simple word, I'm sitting down, you can understand what I mean by that. If I repeat that again and again, you don't actually learn anything more from that. There's no new information added to any of these. It's just repeating that word, sit, 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 sit. Maybe it's helping you understand it, like the pronunciation or listening, but so maybe the first 2 or 3 times it's helpful to get that, but after that, your brain gets bored by the information, and so it doesn't care, it doesn't want to listen to that anymore. So instead of repetition, what you should be doing is getting naturally varied review, and that means you're hearing like sit from me, you hear another person say sit, you hear other people say sit, you also hear it in the past tense, sat or like will sit in the future. You hear it in stories. You hear it from different people. And so if you do this, so this is naturally varied review, that's where you start building fluency because you're developing understanding. Like a native, you're getting lots of real examples. You're exposed to the different pronunciations that people have. So like an old man might be like, sit down, sit down, sit down. And it's like, what did he say? Oh, sit down. He said sit down, but he's not pronouncing things clearly. So you should hear even people pronouncing things badly. That should be part of your learning. So that's why in Fluent for Life, we have those examples of like people speaking quickly, people mumbling, like some people I speak with, they don't speak very well. Or some people are tired, or some people are speaking, I don't know, like their pronunciation or accent or whatever is a little bit different. But you can see the difference for spending your time, to use your time efficiently. If you just repeat something, it's not teaching you anything new. So if you look at like a graph of these two things, so the graph over time for repetition is like this. Like you hear it goes up and then it just like plateaus like that. But the graph for naturally varied review is like this. It continues to go up because you're continuing to get new examples and you're getting deeper into the language. You're like, isn't that interesting? Here's a new way to use that word, or here's a different pronunciation or something. This is how natives get fluent. This is why natives, they continue to improve and deepen in their understanding as they learn. But if you're just repeating something, the learning stops at this point. You're just wasting your time. Okay, so it's much better to get varied examples. If I only have 10 minutes a day, then I should get, like if I only have 1 minute, I guess it doesn't matter which one I do because you only have time for 2 examples anyway. But if you have 20 minutes or something, then get lots of naturally varied review. You will understand the language better. You will feel more confident about using it. You will think like a native speaker. And then that's how you will speak. That's how it works. So again, I'm explaining things the same way you learned your native language, but it's just more efficient. I'm explaining what you did. So yes, you did practice speaking with people, but if you look at most kids, if you really watch them carefully, most of them, they don't feel confident about saying something unless they actually know what it is. So some kids, they will have courage and just start speaking, but a lot of them do not. And especially as kids get older, they feel more worried, more insecure, less confident about things as they learn, all right? So like if I'm teaching a language in a classroom, the typical thing is to try to make them speak, but they don't really understand, so they feel bad about that. All right, we don't have much time left. I'll answer a few final questions over here. How to improve my grammar, because I frequently make mistakes in my grammar. You would say in my grammar. Again, the secret to everything is learning English like a native speaker, as I'm teaching you right now. So if you want to improve your grammar, pronunciation, everything, naturally varied review, learning like a native, that solves all those problems. Let's see. Oh, I have an interest in the grammar question as well. Yeah, that's the same thing. And so also, if you look at grammar is a part of the language, just like pronunciation and vocabulary. So you learn all of these things at the same time when you learn like a native. So a grammar example, like take off the cap, put back or put on the cap. So that's a sentence with grammar, and you're learning that as you get more examples. You start to understand the grammar naturally rather than studying rules. That's how it works. Okay, a couple more of these. Can I reach the level where I can distinguish mistakes when others speak English? Yeah, sure. Miro says, hi, thanks for the video. I can give presentations and talk confidently when it comes to scientific topics, but in other discussions out of my major, I'm not fluent. Yes, and so this is a common issue. It's just you need to get that information about those different topics. This is what we do in Fluent for Life. So we're showing you, like, here's a very compact, we want you to focus on a bunch of different things around a certain topic. So you learn how to talk about that, and then you learn to talk about something else, and then you learn how to talk about something else. So the reason you can speak about your topic, your profession or your industry or your major or whatever, is because you know it well. You've spent a lot of time with it. So if you do the same thing with other things, but you do it efficiently, you can get those same results. All right, like children, if you just repeat something that you're wasting your time, how ironic. Yes, you would say, how ironic, how ironic. Yes, so there is value to repetition, but it's just more valuable to get varied review. Again, you need to have your learning be like the actual conversations. So how you learn is how you speak. If you only repeat one word again and again, and you don't hear that word in a real conversation, then you will be worried, you will be confused, and you won't know what to say. Sometimes small differences in accent can take us aback. Yes, that's true. I'm able to understand what the news reporters say, but not able to speak as fluently as they do. Yes, again, it's all about how you practice and how you learn. Sometimes we use English in our native mood, therefore it can sometimes would cause an offense to other people who are native English speakers because of misunderstanding. Yep. And again, that's the value of learning things as a native speaker. So you make the same kinds of ways of speaking, or the same moods, or the ways you move, that kind of thing. So I said, I can try to speak in English, but I can't. What do I do, or what should I do? You do this. Go back and watch my videos, and you will improve. Thank you, Drew. I have to go to bed. Thank you so much for your time. My pleasure. Your throat is being clogged up. Yes, it's getting it's getting dried out. Really, that would probably be a better thing. I'm glad it's not getting clogged up, because that would mean I have a breathing problem. The most problem I struggle with is grammar. Yeah, you could say the biggest problem, or the number one problem I struggle with is grammar. Thank you so much, says Miro. Yeah, so remember, the point is to understand the language like a native. And you do that by learning English as a first language. So it solves everything. Please use the word implacable in spoken. You mean like please say the word implacable? Implacable? If you'd like to hear me say words, get Frederick. You'll hear me say thousands of words. That's why I made the app. Thanks for your lecture. Thanks for everyone over there. Nice to see you. I appreciate the lecture. Glad to hear it. Wish you the best, teacher. Thank you forever. Let's see, what time is it? Yes, I have to go in 1 minute, but I remember one question from earlier. This is like things falling through the cracks, just because 2 people asked about this. So if you imagine I'm sweeping the floor, there might be some cracks in a wooden floor, and little pieces of dust fall through that. Or if I scoop up some water with my hands, there might be like some little cracks in my fingers, and the water still like falls through my fingers. So typically when people say, like if I'm teaching you something, you're scooping up a bunch of information from me, but some of it, like you won't retain all of that information. So that's what it means when things fall through the cracks. And so this other learner was asking about that they said they had found like political examples of that. And so, like, like a politician will say, like, we created this new program, but some people are still falling through the cracks. It means that the political program did not help them. So they tried, just like they're scooping up a bunch of water, and some of the water gets through. So you don't scoop it all up. Some of it falls through the cracks. All right. Magic Bob says, thank you forever. How can I stop translating in my head? Learn English as a first language. That's the answer. The answer to everything. I was amazed when I discovered this, and I found out it's proven. Another teacher sent me some reports from, like, I think the French government about that they were saying the same thing. Like, and I found the same thing in Japan. So lots of people are discovering, yes, you should be learning English as a first language. That's how you get fluent. So it's not a mystery. It's just most people don't do it. Why do I call it Frederick? Originally, I called the app Scroll Phonics because it's teaching a lot of phonics, but I called it Frederick because the more, like, the deeper, more important part is that it's teaching you to read and pronounce and understand. And so there was an American former slave named Frederick Douglass, and he taught himself to read. And so I thought that was a cool name for the app. Thank you so much. I just get messed up and I just get up, okay, and having breakfast. Let's see, Aaron says grooves. I will miss you until the next video. Well, you can join me, and the next video should be my Thursday, I think. I think I'll probably go a little bit deeper into some of this. Let's see, Marissa says, I bought your program, The Vault. Why don't you update or record more masterclasses? Because there are already 8 years of them. So we don't really need more. Like, more content is not the issue. I think a lot of learners are like, we need more content, but what's really happening is they're not reviewing everything that they have. So if you go through even like 5 of the lesson sets, or 6 of them, or 10 of them, you should be like speaking much better. You should be feeling more confident about the language without having to get more and more content. So the point is not to get more, it's to get better at that content. That's how you get fluent. All right, phrasal verbs learning and naturally, please help me. Yes, the visual guide to phrasal verbs, you can look that up. We offer that program as well, and that's in Fluent for Life also. But it shows you how to learn them like a native. Edson says, is it possible to learn English without having someone to speak to? Yes, I answered that question already. Do you think reading stories are also a good way to improve? Yes, absolutely. Thanks for enjoying the day. Hi, Drew, says Kolkati. All right, Sandra says, have a good one. All right. Yes, everybody recognize it's time to pull the plug. Pull the plug, time to shut this down. But thank you again for joining me. Remember, how you learn is how you speak. You are going to go live on your birthday. Yes, on your birthday. Yes, I think I will be live on my birthday. So send me a birthday present. All right, so that should be next Thursday. No, this Thursday. So in 3 days, I think. But have a fantastic day. Go back. Remember to review the information. Stop looking for new stuff until you already know the stuff that you really have. Happy birthday. Yes, almost. I'll see you then. Bye-bye. Any moment now. We'll give YouTube a moment. As usual, I will allow people to ask questions, and if you have questions, feel free to post them, and I will do my best to answer those for you. And we'll see. Oh, it looks like YouTube is live, so welcome. I am Drew Badger, the founder of EnglishAnyone.com, and welcome to another live video here on YouTube. Today, the English Fluency Guide, that's me. I'm going to help you understand more. Really, what I've seen is the number one thing that has stopped the people I've worked with over 20 years. So helping people get fluent for 20 years. Wow, more than 20 years. That's a long time. I did not think I would be doing this many years ago, but I've enjoyed it so much. I've just continued to do it. Well, nice to see you there, George. All right, making sure we are working here. We should be all right. Okay, let me erase the board, and then we'll get started. I wanted to make this video because I had an interesting conversation with a learner. They were asking me about some vocabulary and how to improve their vocabulary, and I recommended one of my videos. And they said, oh, well, that video is, I don't know, it's like a few years old or something like that. And I said, well, like, it doesn't matter if the if the video is old or not. The point is, does the vocabulary or the lesson actually help you improve? And so often, like, I will get comments like that. Maybe not so often. A lot of people, I think they understand this. You might have an old book, for example, that's still a great story, but maybe it was just made many years ago. And the interesting thing is that this learner who was talking with me, their use of the language they were using, so like they were not using it correctly. So when people say to me like, oh, I don't want to learn that thing because it's older, it's like, well, you're not communicating correctly. So why not? Like, what is your goal here? Do you want to become a confident, correct speaker, or do you care? I mean, does it matter? And so again, I thought that was just an interesting thing, because really what I found is the number one thing that stops people from getting fluent is the review. So even if people get what I would call bad lessons, like the lessons just aren't very good. And what I mean by that is, well, here, let me draw this very quickly. I talked about the fluency triangle in the last video, but I think it's important just to mention it here since we always have new people joining us. But you can look at individual lessons and actually judge whether the lessons are helpful or not at getting you more fluent based on what the lessons are doing. So I'll just put here FT for fluency triangle. And the basic idea of the fluency triangle is there are three things you need to become a fluent speaker. The first one is you need to have real English. So you actually need to learn the real vocabulary natives are using, or you won't understand people or communicate confidently. I think that's pretty obvious for most people. But the second thing, and this is a little bit trickier, this is that you need to learn that as a first language. So you need to not learn it through your native language, through translations or getting definitions. You actually have to understand the language like a native. And I'll give you some examples of that later in this video. And then the third thing is the review part, which we'll be talking about specifically in this video, which is what I call naturally varied review. And so naturally varied review is a way of reviewing the content and actually developing fluency, because even if you learn some real English and you learn it the same way a native does, you might forget that information pretty quickly, or you might not be prepared if people say something different or pronounce things differently, or maybe they don't pronounce things very clearly. So there are lots of good reasons to review, and the important thing is to review things in different ways, all right? And so I contrast the fluency triangle with basically what you could call the test prep triangle. So the test prep triangle, instead of learning real vocabulary, you will learn some of that, but a lot of it is just formal English used for writing. And this is why often people will say, oh, I understand what the teacher tells me, but I don't understand what people in real life or movies or whatever are saying. So it's actually a different English. Now, just to make it very clear, if we've got real English over here and formal English over here, obviously there is some overlap between those two. So native speakers are using some textbook English or whatever. It's not that big of a deal. But the problem is it's not just the vocabulary. It's also the way people speak. It's usually less clear, or natives are blending their sounds together, or they're speaking with a more difficult accent than like how I'm speaking now, which is a very clear, easy to understand English. Okay, so I'm giving you more of this, but you still need to get this if you want to understand natives, okay? So they're also getting things, they're learning English as a second language. Usually they're learning through their native language. They're just getting textbook definitions of things or translations. They're trying to study rules, and they probably understand a lot of rules. Maybe they could take a test and pass that. So really that's the point of the test prep triangle here. And then the review over here is really trying to get lots of speaking, and you really try to just repeat things to yourself. If you don't have people to practice with, maybe you use flashcards or you talk to yourself, but that's basically the repetition right there for review. So see how these things are, they're related, but they're actually quite different. And so natives are learning the language this way, and non-natives are typically learning the language this way, and this is really what I've found is like the biggest problem for people. Because let's say you could go right here on YouTube and actually find lots of vocabulary videos that are actually teaching you the way people really speak. You'll find lots of those here. But the much more difficult thing to find on YouTube is actually getting naturally varied review, because you need to actually use different videos in order to do that. It's pretty rare to find a video that would give you enough naturally varied review within that video. So you need to get lots of different native speakers, and you need to hear them at different speeds, and you need to hear things in different tenses. There's lots of different variety that you need to prepare for, and the whole point of this fluency triangle here is to prepare you for real communication, because you don't know what people are going to say. So in a test, you usually know what the teacher is going to say. The teacher says this, and then I have to respond with this thing over here. So it's a very specific thing. There's usually one answer, like a correct answer for a test, but there are many answers that could be correct in real communication, okay? So obviously these things are related, and there will be some overlap between these two. So some of the test kind of things that you will learn in class and the real things that natives will learn in the same way, but there will be some overlap there. But this point here, again, even if you get bad lessons, so even if you learn lots of like formal English or textbook English, you probably aren't learning it like a native does. You don't really understand it like a native does. You probably have a good sense for some basic things, but natives really know how to use the language very well. But this part over here, the two main reasons that people don't get enough review are, number one, because it's boring. So I'll just put this up here. For the people who know a lot of English but still have trouble speaking, it's really because they're not getting enough review. And the review they need to be getting is actually naturally varied review, not just more repetition, because if you don't know something fluently already, then knowing it again by repeating it more is probably not going to help you. All right, so we need to have more examples, but again, the reasons people don't get this, number one, is it's boring. This is why people are always interested in new information. So English learners are always looking for new information, and it's even if they know, I don't know, they've seen something and they haven't really learned it well enough, they're still looking for more new information anyway. All right, and then the second reason over here, this is a trickier one, but this is because they think they know that vocabulary already. All right, so some people, they're even happy to review, but they think, oh, like I know that word, I know what that means, so I'm not going to review that word more. All right, and so like maybe I'll think of a better way to express this. Like they think they know the vocabulary. All right. Now, for me, learning Japanese, this happens to me all the time when I will know a word and then I will be surprised when I hear it used in some new way. And I think, oh, wow, isn't that interesting that I thought I knew that word, but really I'm still learning it. I'm still getting more fluent. And as I get more examples and more varied examples, that's what's going to get me fluent in using that word. Okay, hopefully that makes sense. Let me know if you have any questions about this, but I wanted to review this for people just very quickly. Again, the reason native speakers become native speakers, they're not born native, but they become native, is because they're learning this way. So they are learning the real language, and they are understanding it like actually just directly in the language without needing translations or explanations about grammar rules, that kind of thing. And they're getting lots of varied review. So their parents will tell them something and their friends will tell them something like that. So it's very simple, but you need all three of these things if you want to get fluent. And often what happens is people do maybe like a mix of both of these. So some people who are learning, like watching videos here on YouTube, they will get some real English, but then they will learn it like a non-native speaker. And this basically means they're usually getting a translation, like it's a video about here are some interesting phrases, but a Spanish speaker is teaching that through Spanish. And so they're giving a Spanish explanation or Portuguese or Chinese or whatever. And so this is the way most people learn. So even if you get that real vocabulary, if you don't understand it like a native and you don't review it like a native, then you're not going to speak like a native, all right? But it's important to remember, natives are not born, they are made, okay? So anybody could become a native if you just switch from really learning this way to learning that way, all right? Now, before I give a bunch of examples of this, let me go check comments, see if anybody has any questions. I think this should be a pretty easy thing to understand, but let me know. I want to make sure this is clear. But you have to be very careful about this as a learner. Even myself, I have to remind myself, like, if I know, so humans in general are bored by things if we see the same thing over and over again because we just don't really care about it. We already know about that thing. I want to know what's new. That's why we ask people what's new when we see them. Hey, how's it going? What's new? We're asking people, has anything changed in your life? What's new? So that's a good greeting as well. What's new? So when we meet people, we don't say what's old. We say what's new. So we want to know what's a new thing happening in your life or the news. So what is some new information that we can get? Because we don't care about old information. We already know old information, or we think we know. Okay, so if we know things are going to be boring for us, then that means we have to vary the review. Okay, so we have to trick our mind into reviewing things by giving a variation of that thing to make it new for our mind. Okay, that's why we have naturally varied review, and that's why people naturally get fluent that way when they get lots of examples from different people. All right, so even if they think they know that, they usually don't, and so we have to be very careful about that as learners. So whatever language you're learning, you have to remember that maybe I don't know this as well as I think I do. I should be open to reviewing things and learning things in a new way, or hearing different people say those things, or hearing it at a different speed, or something like that. So if you can overcome these two challenges, you will easily become fluent. And you actually have a good chance, even if you learn the traditional way. So even if you learn textbook English and you're still learning it through your native language, if you get lots of naturally varied review, that's really going to help you a lot more. So even if you're trying to learn through translations, which I don't recommend, it just makes it more difficult for you. But if you had to have one of these pieces, the naturally varied review is the thing that's going to help you the most. Because a lot of people, they learn their kind of textbook English, but they still don't review it very much. And that's because either it's boring to review it, they don't want to repeat that again and again, where they think they know it, but they really don't. So I started this video talking about a learner who was asking me about something, and I said, oh, you should watch this video, and he said, oh, I don't want to watch that video because it's older. And I said, well, but you're like the language you're using is incorrect. That means that even this vocabulary here that's old vocabulary for you, you don't know it. So why are you trying to learn new vocabulary before you understand the other vocabulary? Now, most of the vocabulary I'm using right now, I learned this, I don't know, 30 years ago. This is not like lots of new vocabulary I'm using. A lot of it is basic and helping people understand the language. You can see I'm communicating even if I don't use a lot of difficult vocabulary. But it's because I know how to use the vocabulary. I knew how to kind of fight this, to fight the boredom and making sure I know things by getting lots of naturally varied review. So that's how I got fluent in English. So I wasn't born a native speaker. I became a native speaker because I learned it this way. And that means you can do the same thing. All right. Now, before I give a bunch of examples, let me go back, look at chat. If you have any questions about this or anything else, but I'm going to give you some examples of naturally varied review. All right. Lewis, nice to see you there, George, again. And I can't read the Arabic, unfortunately, but it looks like a sad face. This is sometimes my feeling, your theme of your class. Sometimes I feel confident. Sometimes I feel bad. Yes, and so like this will happen as you learn. When you're trying to learn a new language, because it does take some time, like you're going to feel like this. Like hopefully over time it's trending up. A lot of people, it's kind of trending like this, where it's just, they're not actually improving, even though they're learning more. But yeah, there will be some days, for me, I feel like, wow, my Japanese was really good today. And other days, I'm just like, I don't know, I forgot some simple word. Yesterday, actually, I forgot some English word. I knew the Japanese, but I had forgotten the English. I still don't remember the English. So my daughter went to the dentist and she had some teeth pulled. And this means like she's, she had like some just, I don't know, crowding or something like that. But she had 2 teeth pulled and then she got some, like in Japanese we say masui. And this is like the like now I can't remember the English, but it's what numbs your gums or your mouth or whatever. So you could call it Novocaine, but I think that's a brand name and not like a kind of thing. But anyway, so there will be some times where you feel good and sometimes where you not or you don't feel so good, and that's okay. But if you're learning the right way, if you trust the plan, you trust the system, you should be tending up over time. Amnesia is when you forget things. That's close though. Amnesia. Yeah, amnesia is like you wake up like, oh no, I forget who I am. That's amnesia. You're thinking of like, now I forget. What's the? Somebody look that up for me. Yeah, anesthesia. That's right. Yes, like anesthesia and amnesia is similar, but yes, it sounds similar, but it's a different word. Anyway, Lewis, do not feel bad about that. Hopefully, over time, you should be feeling better. If you focus on this, you will absolutely improve, guaranteed, because it's really what other people are doing to you that gets you fluent. Now, you'll notice from this example, I haven't talked about this in a while, but I think maybe it's good to review it. Anyway, getting fluent in a language is actually quite different than exercising in a gym. So if I am a gym trainer, I will go to the gym with someone and I can tell them what to do. I say, okay, take this weight and move it like this or like that or whatever. But then you have to lift the weight. All right, you actually have to do the work, and it's going to the gym can be quite boring, and because you have that repetition, you're just moving some weight again and again. So you can see why a lot of people do not like going to the gym. But with getting fluent, it's actually something that other people do to you, especially other people teaching young children. So young children are not talking to themselves in the mirror. They're not studying flashcards. They're not reading grammar books. They're just getting all of these examples from other people that make the language understandable. And so that's why I spend a lot of time giving these kinds of lessons and reminding you that it's not like something you have to do by yourself to try to understand the language. You only have to do that if you're learning by yourself. But if you have someone to help you, then all of this stuff is really doing the hard work for you to get you fluent. All right, so I'll give you an example of this in just a moment. Olympia, nice to see you there, dear teacher. And Diana says hello. Emma says, teacher, I pretty understand American English. You would say I pretty, yeah, you could say maybe I pretty much understand the American accent, but I don't understand anything when I hear British accent. Sounds like another language to me. Yes, so if you have more experience listening to British English, then you will understand it better. And even in America, there are various accents, so you just need to get more experience with that accent if you want to understand it. And even, within Britain, you will have a variety of accents as well. Naufal says, hello from Morocco. ICR says,